CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The last I heard, there was an alchemy school in Utah giving a 2-week course in how to change lead into gold. A prestigious university was bestowing a bachelor's degree in magical studies, and someone was offering subscriptions to a newsletter for witches. I'm old enough to remember when such things would have been laughed out of existence. But nowadays, who's laughing? Our mystery drama, Son of Satan, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Gordon Gould and Ralph Bell. It's a coastal town, not far from a major metropolis. There are few high-rise buildings and a great many houses, none of them very new. Many of the streets are bordered on both sides with trees, and at night the town is very quiet. On one such tree-lined street, on one such quiet night, 2 men are walking, one a short distance behind the other. The one who trails calls out,
"Sam? Is that you, Sam? Sam, it's Tony. Sam, wait. I'm home. You home?
I'm in the kitchen.
Well, get yourself in here.
I have to put something in the oven first.
I've got something to tell you.
In a minute.
I'll make us a couple of drinks.
Okay.
You're gonna need one.
I am. Why?
Well, get yourself in here and I'll tell you.
Well, dinner will be ready in about half an hour.
Here's your drink.
Thank you.
Sit down.
Must I?
You'd better.
All right. I am seated.
Guess who I saw tonight?
Guess whom I saw tonight.
Oh, don't quibble.
A professor should mind his grammar, and when he's wrong, his wife should correct him.
All right. Guess whom I saw tonight?
Whom?
Sam.
Sam?
That's right.
You don't mean Sam Van Camp?
The very same.
Good Lord. I thought he was dead. I don't know why I thought he was dead. I just sort of pictured him dead.
I know what you mean.
We hadn't heard from him in, well, at least 5 years. Just seemed logical that he'd be dead. Well, for heaven's sake, where did you see him?
On La Costa Street.
On that nice old street with all the nice old houses. How is old Sam?
I don't know. I didn't get to speak to him.
Why not?
Well, it was getting dark, and at first I wasn't sure it was him.
It was he?
Him. Then he went under a streetlight, and I was sure. So I called to him, but he kept right on going.
Well, maybe he didn't know who you were.
I said, "Sam, it's Tony." He must have heard me.
He can't still be mad at you, can he?
After 5 years?
Sam was never really in love with me anyway. He just thought he was. Actually, I'm not sure he even thought he was. He was just upset because we broke up our little menage at the beach house.
He liked that little menage.
Well, so did I. And so did you.
Yeah. Swimming all day, surfing.
Playing records all night and dancing.
An occasional seance. It was fun.
Then you and I grew up and Sam was left out. That's all it was.
I wonder why he didn't stop when I called out to him.
Oh, thinking about something else, probably. You know how Sam always was.
Yeah, slightly kooky.
Slightly.
All the same, that year at the beach was a good year.
One of the best.
I'd like to see the old dude again. Find out what he's been up to.
Do you think he lives on La Costa?
I think I saw him turn in at one of those old houses. Of course, it was getting dark.
He could have been visiting someone.
Yeah,
Why don't you drift over there sometime and find out?
I think I will. Yes, I will. Yes? Sam. Well, it's Tony. Tony Marsh.
Why, Tony.
I didn't know if you lived here or not.
How are you, Tony?
Oh, great. Swell. Fine. You?
Marvelous.
Okay to come in for a minute?
Oh, yes, sure. Of course. I said to come in.
Thanks. I won't stay.
Go ahead and sit down, eh?
You're looking fine, Sam.
How did you find me?
Well, actually, I saw you on the street a few nights ago.
You did? Well, why didn't you say something?
Well, I did. I said, "Is that you, Sam?" Because I wasn't 100% sure. Then I was sure, so I said, "Sam, it's Tony." But you kept right on walking, trying to hurt my feelings.
Sam. Oh, sweet shades of the past.
Come again?
Was I ever Sam?
Well, you certainly were to me. And to Rowena.
How is Rowena?
Fine, fine. Rowena's fine. She wanted to be remembered to you if I could track you down.
Ah, sweet Rowena.
We got married, you know, Rowena and I.
Well, I thought you might. It seemed inevitable.
Well, we did.
Tony, I'm terribly sorry I hurt your feelings the other night.
Oh, that's all right. Rowena said you probably had your mind on something else.
Oh, I did.
Well, then?
I always have my mind on something else.
Something important? Oh, must have been if you didn't hear me.
Oh, very important. Extremely important. In fact, I can scarcely think of anything more important.
Care to tell me what?
Perhaps in due time. Perhaps not. Tony, that's not the reason I didn't answer you when you spoke my name.
No? You mean you really were snubbing me?
Oh, no. You see, it's so long since anyone's called me Sam, I'd quite forgot it was my name.
Really?
Quite forgot. Old Sam has passed into oblivion.
Well, what do you call yourself now?
Cato.
Cato?
Cato Van Camp. Do you like it?
Well, sure, yeah. But then I liked Sam all right, too.
It didn't sound right after...
After what?
After I took the left-hand path.
What's that? Left-hand path.
Oh, well, if you don't know, then you just don't know.
You could explain.
It's all so difficult. It covers so much territory. How can I explain if you don't already know?
If I already knew, you wouldn't have to explain.
Ah, how right you are, how right. Well, Tony, after our frivolous year at the beach, we were no more than a trio of hippies, you know. You, Rowena, and I.
I know.
I shudder to think how callow we were, how unripe.
I guess we were.
Even if you and Rowena hadn't fallen in love, I couldn't continue with that sort of existence.
So what did you do?
Remember when we used to talk, the three of us, about the age of Aquarius?
Yeah? Well?
And do you know how we bring about this golden age? Do you know how we prepare ourselves?
Well, no, I don't.
By blatant gratification of our egos. That's how.
Oh?
And do you know how we gratify our egos?
No.
By surrendering ourselves to ourselves.
Sam, I don't think
Cato.
Oh, excuse me. Cato, I don't think I dig this sort of thing. Frankly, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, my friend, what is it we all want? The best of us, the worst of us, the highest, the lowest, the richest, the poorest. What do we all want?
Money, love, I don't know.
Power. Sheer, unadulterated power. Am I right?
I don't know, Sam. Cato.
Oh, now come now. Of course you know. Wouldn't you like to control things?
Well, things like what?
Like anything, like everything. People, events, everything.
I don't think that's possible.
But if it were possible.
Well, then I guess I'd like it.
Of course you would. Of course. So would I. So would everyone. No one wants to admit it. Only a few of us, like myself, have the sublime courage to confess up to it. We crave it. We lust after it. We think about it day and night. We scheme. We study. It's our God, our solitary goal. Power. Sheer, unadulterated power.
Well, just what do you want to do with all this power,
Oh, what
Cato?
difference what we do with it. The thing is to have it. You see, it's the attitude of the alcoholic towards liquor. He has to have it. Has to know it's there. It's his. And after a while, he'll get around to drinking it, I suppose, but for the time being, it's enough to know it's his. Well, that's how we feel about power.
Who's we?
The sons of Satan.
I don't think I...
You never heard of us?
I don't think so. Is it a religion?
A religion, an art, and a science.
I see. I guess I do.
You don't really. Ah, poor Tony. You're one of the timid ones. You've probably never committed a sin in your whole life.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Have you known greed, lust, rage, overweening pride?
I think I have.
You think you have. If you only think you have, then you haven't. Have you given in to them?
I guess mostly I try not to.
You see? If you've never given in to them, you've never really felt them. If you've never given in to sexual desire, how do you know you've ever felt it?
Oh, well, that...
Well, enough about me. How is Rowena? Are you two happily married?
Yes. Very happy, yes.
Oh, that's sweet.
You're not married?
Oh, I haven't had time.
She'd like to see you sometime. I'm sure she would.
Well, we must get together.
Maybe you'd come to dinner.
Well, why not? Or you could come here.
If you can spare the time.
Oh, I think I can. My experiment only consumes the daytime hours.
Your experiment?
I've been working on it for almost a year now.
Would you... Well, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me what it is you're working on. Or is it a secret?
Well, I don't see any reason why you shouldn't know. We're old friends. It's a homunculus.
A what?
A homunculus? Don't you know what a homunculus is?
No, should I?
A homunculus, my dear old friend, is a small artificial man. Like a dwarf. A mannequin. But made by man. The creation of a homunculus is as old as alchemy. It's an ancient art.
And this is what you're working on? Creating a homunculus?
Of course. Only my homunculus will be possessed of magic powers. This little man, I think he will be no more than 2 feet tall, perhaps less. But he will have the power to rule the world, which is precisely what I intend he should do.
What is the mystique of power? Everyone likes to think he has some influence. I know I do. That his opinion is listened to, respected. That he can even affect some decisions. But power over other human beings, power to help can turn into power to hurt. Power to raise up can become power to strike down. Power to create transmutes into power to destroy. A formidable thing, power. I'll come back to you shortly with Act 2. Tony and Rowena Marsh have revived their old-time friendship with Sam Van Camp, or as he now calls himself, Cato Van Camp. Their friend from the past has become a member of an exclusive sect called the Sons of Satan, dedicated to the gratification of the ego, chiefly by allowing the ego full expression of its every desire. Cato himself is at work on a project he hopes will terminate in the creation of a homunculus, a tiny artificial man with magic powers. As our second act begins, It is 1 year later.
What a marvelous dinner, Rowena.
I'm glad you liked it, Cato.
Your cooking's changed since the old days of the beach house.
I should hope so.
What was that dish we used to eat? Made out of seaweed or something?
Kelp.
I rather liked it.
Roast beef is better.
Well, we've come a long way, haven't we? Tony, a professor now.
I am a mother.
And you, Cato, what would you call yourself?
Prophet of the ego, perhaps.
Oh, come on now.
Moralist of the future.
Oh, Cato, really?
Anna, don't laugh. I'm warning you, don't laugh.
Well, I wasn't exactly laughing. It's just that
I'm being pretentious. Is that what you think?
maybe a little. Look, I'm going upstairs and see how the baby is. You two finish your coffee.
Okay.
Oh, there's some brandy someplace if you want it.
Want some?
I don't think so. Actually, I disapprove of alcohol. One day we'll have a totally controlled society that will protect us all against drugs. And alcohol will be at the top of the list where it belongs. Drugs are false helpers. Treacherous.
You never use them?
Oh, a pinch of hemlock now and then.
Hemlock? Well, that's what they used to kill Socrates, isn't it?
I don't take that much, needless to say. In small doses, it's a mind-bender, but I don't rely on it. It's too dangerous, like nightshade. I used to raise it in my garden, but I don't anymore.
I'm glad to hear that. How is your experiment coming along? The homunculus thing.
Kindly refrain from calling it a thing.
Okay. You're a little man with the magic powers.
I'm waiting for a shipment of cordite. They're late with it, and it's holding me up.
But your prospects look good, do they? For giving birth?
Just what do you mean by that?
I mean, one day soon you'll have your homunculus. You'll have your baby.
My what?
Your baby. That's what you want, isn't it?
Are you crazy or something?
I looked up homunculus in the dictionary. It means a little man, as mannequin.
I told you that. First time you came to see me, I told you that.
Yes, but it also means fetus.
Fetus?
That's what the dictionary says.
I never knew that.
That's what I meant when I said you were going to have your baby. Rowena's had hers. Now it's your turn.
That's not excruciatingly funny, in case you thought it was.
I guess not. By the way, have we ever thanked you for being so kind and thoughtful? All during the pregnancy and ever since. Rowena appreciated it.
Oh, but I adore Rowena.
And you've been wonderful with the baby. Not just all the presents, sitting with him and all that.
But I worship the baby.
Sometimes you forget to tell people things, you know. I just wanted to say that I'm glad we all got together again.
We should never have been apart.
Yeah. Well, those things happen, unfortunately.
Oh, look, I ought to be getting on home.
It's early.
Yes, but
Rowena will be down in a minute.
Well, I want to get back to the house, see if my cordite's been delivered.
Well, if you must, you must.
I'm sorry to eat and run.
Oh, that's all right.
I'll see you soon. My house next time.
You bet.
Night, Rowena.
You leaving?
I have to. Lovely evening. Many thanks.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Tony, just a slave to my project.
I'll give my love to the little homunculus.
Don't joke about it.
Sorry.
One day you'll see. That little man is going to take over the whole world, be in charge of everything. And when that day comes...
Yes? What then?
Watch your step, that's all. Just watch your step.
Hey there. Aren't you going to get out of bed?
I don't much feel like it, and that's the truth.
I had to get my own breakfast.
Big deal.
Oh, you sick?
I don't know. I'm not well, I don't think.
Hold everything. I'll take your temperature.
Cato have a good time last night?
Yeah, I think so. And here, stick this in your mouth.
You went home early.
Oh, something about a shipment of cordite that was supposed to arrive and didn't.
Cordite?
Part of his scientific project, so-called. The homunculus thing.
Oh, that.
I made a little joke about it. He didn't much like that. I can't blame him. It wasn't much of a joke. But he sure takes that thing seriously. I told him homunculus also meant fetus, according to the dictionary. Asked him when he was going to have his baby. He didn't know homunculus also means fetus. And for some reason, it annoyed him, upset him. Okay, let's have the thermometer.
Poor Cato.
Why poor Cato? Holy Moses. You've got a fever, you know that?
What is it?
101 and 2/10.
Must be the flu.
Look, I'll call and tell them I won't be in.
Oh, no, don't do that.
I can't leave you alone here with the baby. You shouldn't get out of bed. I'll call the doctor.
No, not yet. I'll take some aspirin.
100 and...
Tony, don't, please. It's just the flu or a virus.
Well, I'm going to call the university and tell them I won't be in.
Now, don't do that either.
You can't stay alone here, take care of the baby and everything. And he could catch whatever it is you've got.
Call Cato. He'll come over and sit with me.
That's an idea.
And he's wonderful with the baby.
Good idea. I wouldn't do this, but I've got that meeting with the dean. I can cancel the classes, but the meeting's important.
Yes, hello.
Cato, this is Tony. I have a favor to ask of you.
Yes, Tony.
Rowena's come down with something. Flu, she says. And I have to go to the university, meeting with the dean. And I was wondering, could you possibly...
You want me to come over there?
Well, she's running a fever, 101, little over. And there's the baby. Could you?
Well, I was just cleaning up here. I really ought... The house is a mess.
Well, just for a couple of hours. By that time, I'll be back. I'll cancel my classes.
I'll be there. I'll clean up here later.
Oh, thanks. Make it soon.
Right away.
Thanks a lot.
He's coming.
Yeah, right away. He said he was cleaning up the joint, but he could do it later.
Good old Cato.
How do you feel?
Fairly rotten.
I hate to leave you, but that meeting's at 9.
Now, you run along. Cato has his own keys.
That's right, he has. You'll be all right till he gets here?
I'll be fine.
Sure you will. Cato will take good care of you.
Rowena?
Is that you, Cato?
Yes, love.
So good of you to...
Now, everything's going to be fine and dandy. How do you feel?
Not so good.
This your thermometer?
I just took my temperature. It's gone up 103.
Oh, dear. Maybe I should call the doctor.
Oh, no, not yet.
Well, I'll call Tony.
No, don't. He'll be home in a little while.
Well, I brought you an ice pack and a thermos full of fresh orange juice. Could you drink some?
Maybe.
And I brought you a little pill to relax your nerves, help put you to sleep. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
Oh, dear. The baby's crying. No. You just lie back and I'll go see what's the matter with him. If anything, which I doubt, you just relax now, you hear?
Mm-hmm.
What's the matter, little man? You want to be picked up? Well, come on. That's it. Caramundo, fail. Marlo canik tarumbano, kin.
Cato, what are you singing?
Oh, just improvising, love. Now go to sleep. Saretosi, Santa Manta, Lone, Corito Manto,
Cato? Cato, are you there?
You want something, Rowena?
How long have I been asleep?
About half an hour.
Well, it's the most amazing thing. I'm completely well.
You mean that?
I woke up feeling wonderful.
I'm delighted.
I took my temperature. It's normal.
Fascinating.
I don't know if it was that pill you gave me or what.
Oh, I don't think so.
Maybe just the sleeping.
Possibly.
No, I'm going to call Tony. Would you hand me the phone, please?
Here we are. Uh-oh. Baby's crying.
Oh, he's hungry. As soon as I talk to Tony, I'll feed him. Strangest thing. I never felt better. Well, I'm going to get up and then I... Hello? May I have the dean's office, please? Thank you. Was the baby any trouble, Cato?
No. I picked him up.
Yes, is Mr. Marsh there? This is his wife calling. Thank you. I'm glad the baby didn't act up. He does sometimes.
Not with me.
Tony, it's me. Guess what? I'm well. Absolutely. Well, Cato came over and brought me an ice pack and some orange juice and a little pill. My fever had shot up to 103 by then. No, it's all right now. I went to sleep for half an hour, and when I woke up, I was well. Yes, I took my temperature. It's normal. I feel great. So, honey, you don't have to come home. As soon as I hang up the phone, I'm going to get up. Cato can go home and tend to his cleaning or whatever, and... Well, if you've already canceled your classes... Of course I want to hear what the dean said. Okay, I'll see you. Well, whenever you get here. But I don't want you to worry because I'm fine. I'm halfway out of bed right now. Okay, see you. Cato, I'm getting out of bed. Tony will be home pretty soon, so you don't have to worry about me. You can go home. Cato, you hear me? You are in the baby's room, aren't you? Cato? Why, I thought you were in here. Where did you go? Oh, good Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no. No!
It's not often that a friendship allowed to languish for so long can be revived. Circumstances change. Interests change. The status of one or another shifts, and the friendship suffers. It's a rare thing when brought abruptly together after a long separation, friends discover that affection and compatibility still live, that they can pick up where they left off and go on. It's a happy discovery, but go on to what? That is the question that abides. We'll be back shortly with the final act. Reunited in friendship after a 5-year separation, Tony and Rowena Marsh are enjoying the company of Cato Van Camp. While Tony teaches at the university and Rowena becomes a mother, Cato works earnestly at producing chemically a homunculus, a tiny man with magic powers. When Rowena falls ill with an alarmingly high fever, Cato is asked to stay with her and her young child so that Tony can keep an appointment. Now, Rowena has awakened from a short sleep to find her temperature normal and her health restored. But when she searches for Cato in the baby's room...
Cato? I thought you were in here. Where did you... Oh, good Lord. Oh, no. Oh, no, no! Answer, damn you, Cato. Answer the phone. Oh, you've got to be there. If you're not, where are you? Where have you gone? Answer the phone. Oh, Tony, please. Come home. Please come home. Be here. Operator, get me the police. No, never mind, don't. Oh, Tony, you said you were coming home. I need you. Tony, is that you? Oh, Tony.
Hey, what's this?
The baby's gone. What are we going to do?
Now, wait a second. Calm down. The baby's what?
He's gone, disappeared, vanished.
He couldn't.
Cato took him.
Oh, I don't... Are you sure? Now, wait now.
The baby is gone, and Cato is gone. I have looked all over this house 4 times. They are both gone.
Now, wait a minute. Tell me exactly what happened. Last time I talked to you, you said you felt wonderful.
I did. Cato came over and gave me a pill and some orange juice, and I went to sleep. But by that time, my fever was way up, but I told you all that on the phone.
Where was Cato when you called me?
He was in the baby's room. The baby had cried. I knew he was hungry, and I felt so good by then that I said I'd get up and feed him as soon as I talked to you. So after I hung up the phone, I got out of bed and went into the baby's room, and it was empty. The crib was empty, and Cato wasn't there.
It's all crazy. Did you call Cato at home?
Well, what do you think? I've called him 6 times, but nobody answers. I was half out of my mind as I started to call the police, but then I thought I'd wait till you got here.
Yeah.
What are we going to do?
Well, I don't like to call the police right away.
Cato has my child.
I don't think he'd hurt him.
Well, how do we know? That crazy freak might do anything.
We've been seeing him for a year. He's never done anything.
How do we know what he does when he's not with us? Working on those insane experiments, practicing that nutty religion, Satanism, isn't that what you call it?
Yes, but that doesn't mean... Well, it's not what you're thinking. I mean, they don't believe in murder. It's nothing like that, really. Believe me.
You don't know. You've never met any of those sons of Satan except Cato.
But he's been so good to us. He's been very sweet, a good friend.
Tony, call the police. Tell them to go to Cato's house and arrest him for kidnapping.
We don't know for sure.
I want my baby back before that crazy monster kills him.
Look, before we call the police, let me go over to Cato's house.
He is not there. I told you he doesn't answer the phone.
Maybe he's down in the basement in his laboratory. Maybe he didn't hear the phone. Let me go over there.
I'm going with you.
If Cato took the baby, then the baby must be in his house. End of the block, driver. Last house. This is it. Here. Keep the change. Come on.
Tony, look.
What?
The basement window's all smashed.
Blown out. It looks like there's been an explosion.
In the laboratory. Do you think the baby is...
I don't know. I don't know.
If anything has happened to my child,
Well, hang on. We'll find out.
Tony, break it down. Break the door down.
Okay. Stand to one side. This won't be hard. Come on.
Do you think he...
I don't know any more than you do. He's probably in the basement.
Do you think he's dead?
I don't know. How should I know?
The baby, Tony.
This is the door to the basement.
Are you going down there?
Yes. Now, wait a minute. You hear something?
No. Yes. It sounds like someone sweeping.
Yeah.
Cato?
It could be. Cato? Cato? Are you down there?
What?
It's Tony. Tony and Rowena. Is that you down there?
I'm cleaning up.
Oh. Would you mind coming up here for a minute? We have something we want to ask you.
Oh, all right.
There you are.
Hello.
Cato, where is the baby?
Upstairs.
He's here?
Upstairs in my bedroom.
Is he all right?
Certainly.
Oh, I'm going upstairs to get him.
Rowena, upset?
Look, let's you and I sit down for a minute, okay?
Well, sure. I would have finished sweeping up in the basement, but I guess that can wait.
What happened down there?
An explosion.
That's what it looked like from outside.
Remember last night I told you I had to get home to check on a shipment of cordite?
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
And that's why I left so early, right after dinner. Well, the cordite was here when I got home, and I already had a good supply of fulminate of mercury. I thought I'd take the next step. The decisive step in my experiment.
You mean the homunculus?
Yes. You always make fun of it, but I'm very sincere.
I know you are.
A little man who can rule us all with magic. It's a beautiful concept, don't you think?
What happened when you got home?
Well, I still don't know what I did wrong. Perhaps I was tired, or perhaps all my calculations had been in error from the very start. I really don't know, but there was an explosion, and the laboratory was wrecked.
Cato, when I called you this morning and asked you to come over and stay with Rowena, you said you had a lot of cleaning up to do. Was this what you meant? The laboratory?
Yes, I felt very badly about it. So much work, so much planning. so much thought. And I was so close, and then to lose it all, it broke my heart.
But you came to my house anyway.
Oh, I could clean up any time. I couldn't possibly start over. I don't have the money. I don't have the heart, you know?
So, you came to my house, and then what?
Well, Rowena was very, very sick. You shouldn't have left her, Tony, or the baby.
I know.
I took Rowena an ice pack and some orange juice and a little tranquilizer, and she went to sleep. I sang to the baby, and he went to sleep. And when Rowena woke up, she was well. The fever had disappeared.
I know. She called me, told me.
Well, while she was talking to you, it dawned on me. The baby had done it. The baby had made Rowena well. Of course, he couldn't have done it without my help. That goes without saying.
So, you took the baby?
Well, I had to. He was my homunculus, you see.
Cato, that was wrong.
Wrong?
The baby belongs to us.
I can't keep him?
No.
Not even for a little while?
No.
Oh, well. I suppose somewhere there's another tiny little man with magic powers. I just have to find him.
Have you given up your idea about the homunculus?
Well, not completely. Someday, if I can find some money, if I have the heart for it, perhaps someday. I'm really sorry you can't let me have your baby.
Well, it's just not possible.
I'd have taken good care of him.
I'm sure you would.
And I'd have taught him magic. And one day, who knows? He might have ruled the world.
Cato.
Are you ready to go home, Tony?
Yes.
Rowena,
Yes, Cato.
you look very beautiful holding the baby like that. And the baby looks very happy. Oh, maybe he's better off with you and Tony than with me.
I wonder what Cato's doing now, alone in that house, with the ruins of his experiment.
No, I couldn't care less. I think he should be put away someplace.
Oh, I don't know. He's harmless.
You think so, do you?
He didn't do us any harm, really.
Well, all the same.
I'm sorry for him.
You are? Why?
Oh, he wanted so badly to be a big man. And he never was anything, really. He wanted to be rich, but he didn't know how to go about it. He wanted to be loved, but he never was. Not really. But most of all, he wanted to be powerful, to run things.
What's the point of being powerful and running things? I'd rather be happy.
Yes, but it's very important to some people to have power. But Cato didn't want to get it the ordinary way. And he didn't want the ordinary kind of power. He wanted it to be magical. You know, he took the baby because he thought the baby had made you well, with his help. He thought he could make the baby into a homunculus once he taught him magic.
Oh, what nonsense. I got well because I...
Yes. Why did you? Why did you get well so suddenly the way you did?
Well, I slept.
That wasn't enough.
That pill?
That was just a simple tranquilizer.
I got well because I had to, for the baby's sake. Yes, while I was sleeping, I realized that the baby was in the next room with Cato, and that he wasn't safe there, that I must get well and look after him, and so I got well. Yes, that's what happened.
And you don't call that magic?
No. It's mother love, that's all.
That's all? Very powerful magic. You know what Cato said to me about power that first day when I went to see him? I asked him what he would do with it if he had it.
What would he do with it?
I don't think he had any idea what he'd do with it. He said it didn't make any difference. The thing was to have it. He said it was the way an alcoholic feels about liquor. He has to know it's there. It's his. And that's how Cato feels about power.
It's crazy.
He said if he could keep our baby for a while, he'd teach him magic, and he might grow up to rule the world.
Well, the only world he's ever going to rule is right here in this room.
That's it. That's it.
What?
A baby's the only one who rules the world. His world. His little immediate world. That's what's wrong with Cato, of course.
What?
He wants to be a baby again. He wants the power back that he had when he was a baby. Anytime he opened his mouth and yelled, somebody put something in it. He didn't have to work for it. He didn't have to deserve it. No, it all came to him by magic. The magical power of a baby. Oh, of course. It's all very clear. The only person with power, the only person with magic, is the baby. A baby's a tyrant, and we dare to call him cute.
The tyranny of the baby lasts only a little while. All too soon, the little king is asked to give up his absolute power. With smiles or threats or tears, we coax or frighten or blackmail him into becoming tame and civilized. No wonder he rebels. No wonder he can never desert completely the world where his cry was law. The degree to which he can relinquish the memory of it is the degree to which he conforms to our reality. I'll be back shortly. Poor baby. When he discovers that the world does not, after all, revolve around him. When for months it had seemed that it did. Now begins the laborious process of finding a place in that world, a place of warmth and welcome. He needs love. He needs money. Above all, he needs self-respect. Without these things, he will not find his proper place in the world. In fact, he will feel himself forever in terrible danger of falling off it. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Joan Lovejoy, and Ralph Bell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And, as you may suspect, I have a tale to tell. A tale full of sound and terror and signifying... Well, I'll have to leave that to you. And I also ask your indulgence when I personalize this strange riddle, because this story was brought directly to me. Ever since I've been your host on this series, I have the feeling that you expect me to be an expert on the macabre. But I must confess to a sense of surprise when I was buttonholed by a young man the other day who said, "Excuse me, Mr. Marshall, but I have a coffin that I'm sure will interest you."
You cannot frighten me. I am not leaving this graveyard until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
Our mystery drama, A Coffin for the Devil, was especially adapted for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Keir Dullea. What do you do when a perfect stranger tells you he has a coffin which might interest you? My first instinct was to tell a young man that I wasn't in the market for coffins. But he quickly explained that he wasn't a salesman, but an avid listener to our series, and that he had a macabre story of a strange coffin that had been in his family for generations. I was intrigued. So the next night, I found myself in his old suburban house, drinking coffee with his wife Cora and his friend Professor Gerald Barker, and looking at a large wooden box which appeared to me to be a case for a bass fiddle.
This box, although you may not believe it, Mr. Marshall, is a coffin. And this letter, which my wife Cora found in the attic, explains how it came in our family and also how it happens that I'm not today a mortician. It was written by my great-grandfather, whose name was also William Spindles, and the letter begins, I, William Spindles, swear this to be a true and honest account of the strange happenings that befell me when I was employed by Edward Rogers, the undertaker, in the year 1851. The month was December, and Mr. Rogers and his good wife, paying pre-Christmas visits, had left me in charge of the shop. It was a cold night and blowing hard, but my good friend Richard Clay and I were snug enough with a big fire going in the stove.
Only for you, William Spindles, would I spend a stormy night like this sitting in an undertaker's parlor.
Ah, come on now, Dick. You kept me company often enough to know that there's no harm in corpses.
Well, it's not the corpses that worry me. It's their spirits that may be around.
There's no such thing as spirits. Mr. Rogers says that there's no harm in the dead. The harm is in people's minds.
Oh, maybe. What's that?
Someone's at the door. Come in.
Oh, I don't like this.
I'll see who it is. Come in, sir. Come in. You'll catch your death of cold standing out there.
I'm sorry to disturb you on a night like this, but my need is urgent. I require a coffin.
Yes, sir. Did you have a particular type in mind?
Very particular. I know exactly what I need.
Well, we have a complete stock in the next room. Now, if you'll follow me...
No need. You won't have it in stock.
We carry the most complete line in the state.
That's why I have come here.
Well, thank you. Now, if you'll tell me who the coffin is for, I'll be able to help you better.
For me.
For you? You mean it's for your own personal use?
Exactly.
I can see you're going to be busy, Bill, so I'll run along.
Oh, no need to leave, Dick. This gentleman will have to come back tomorrow and see Mr. Rogers, so
I cannot return.
Well, Mr. Rogers is the proprietor, and I honestly believe you'll be better served if you'll wait for him.
I can draw you the way the coffin must be. Here's $50. Will that cover it?
But
goodbye, Bill. I really must leave. Amy's expecting me.
Is the $50 enough?
It's not the money I was thinking of. It's the special requirements you mentioned. I'm not sure I can handle them.
I said I'd draw it. Do you have paper?
I guess so. Here's a pencil.
I have my own. Now, the shape must be exactly like this. Just so.
But that doesn't look like a coffin at all. It's more like the case for a musical instrument.
I know my needs.
Never in my life have I seen or heard of a coffin such as you ask for.
It must be exactly the way I've drawn it.
Very well.
Now, it must also have lids and hinges.
Hinges?
Hinges. You see them? Here, on the drawing.
Yes, but you...
And a lock on the inside.
The inside?
And a good quality lock. Secure. Nothing shoddy, you understand?
I believe I do.
Good. Now, if you have a tape measure, I want you to measure me around.
But why? I mean, the drawing is... It's unusual. It's very clear.
I want to make sure that you leave enough room for my arms.
I really don't know how I'm going to explain this to Mr. Rogers.
Show him the drawing. Now, take my measurements.
Yes, sir. All right, now leave enough room for your arms.
Now, make sure that this is ready by Friday.
But that's the day after tomorrow.
I must have it. I'm sorry to be so particular, but I've been married before. And this time, I want to have it my own way.
Bill! Bill! Are you in there?
Just a minute, I'm opening the door. Lucy, what are you doing here?
Are you all right? Is he still here?
What are you talking about?
Dick told me about that strange man who came here. Dick was really scared. He said the man wanted to order his own coffin.
That's right, but I'm sure it was some kind of practical joke.
Well, I don't care what it was. I want you to find another job. I hate the idea of your being an undertaker.
Lucy, we've been through this before, and this job is no different than any other except in people's minds.
I'm sorry, Bill. I'm sorry. I was just so frightened. All the way over here, I was just worried about you and scared, but I came anyway, and now... Oh, Bill, I don't think it's going to work.
Oh, I'd like to punch Dick today right in the nose for frightening you like that.
Oh, don't blame Dick. It's not his fault.
If he hadn't scared you, you wouldn't have...
Yes, I would. Maybe I wouldn't have come here tonight, but I hate what you're doing. I hate it.
I know, honey. What do you want me to do?
Quit.
And do what?
Oh, I don't care.
What will we live on?
Well, you'll find another job.
Nowhere near as much money.
I don't care about the money. Bill, can't you understand? I don't want hands touching me that have been touching death all day.
All right, Lucy. I'll speak to Mr. Rogers about leaving.
Good morning, Bill. Good morning. Now, what's all this about some excitement you had here last night?
Good morning, Mr. Rogers. I guess Dick Clay has been busy gossiping again.
Well, I don't know whether it came from Dick or not, but I heard it from the barber. Some ridiculous claptrap about a walking cadaver ordering its own coffin.
Well, sir, what happened was unusual.
How so?
Take a look at this.
Hmm?
This is a drawing made by the gentleman who ordered this coffin.
Remarkable. Looks something like a carrying case for the bass fiddle.
Yes, sir, it looks that way to me also. It must be ready tomorrow evening.
You're worried about something, aren't you, Bill?
Yes, sir.
Something to do with this special order.
I suppose so, in a way. Mr. Rogers, I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to have to leave here.
What? You mean because of last night?
Only partially. It's really because of Lucy.
Oh, I suppose she's upset about the idea of marrying a mortician.
More than upset. Well, she practically gave me a choice. Either this job or her.
I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Bill.
You're not me, and you're not engaged to Lucy.
I'm sorry, Bill. It's just that I've been there before. I had the same problem with Mrs. Rogers before we got married.
What did you do?
Before I answer that, how do you feel about the business? I mean, would you stay on if Lucy would marry you?
I think so.
Bill, you know I have no son. No one to carry on. I've never said it, but I think you know how I feel about you and what hopes I have that you might be the one to carry on. Until today, I thought you felt the same way.
I don't think I can change Lucy's mind.
Of course you can't.
But you just said that...
You can't, but Mrs. Rogers can. Now ask Lucy to talk with her, woman to woman. That's your best bet. My wife knows all the problems and she has all the answers.
I never thought of that. All the same, I wish you'd been here last night. It was... Well, the only word I can use to describe what happened is weird.
Because he ordered a coffin for himself?
That, plus the way he came in, and then the strange shape he insisted on. But most of all, because he appeared to be driven. Almost as if he were compelled to do what he was doing.
What he felt or didn't feel isn't important, Bill. What matters is whether you've changed the way you think about death.
I don't follow you.
You have to see dying for what it is, Bill. Life's ultimate destination. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just an inescapable fact. In the course of my life, I've met a lot of people, and I'm good at judging them. And up until now, I've thought of you as a no-nonsense, feet-on-the-ground, level-headed young man.
But, sir, you didn't see this man. You didn't hear the terrible desperation he had in his
I've
voice.
seen and heard almost everything since I started some 18 years ago. This poor fellow who ordered his coffin from you last night was obviously deranged. No question about it. Deranged.
I hope you're right, sir.
Of course I'm right. What other conclusion can there be?
The one I can't get out of my head. He told me he'd been buried once before. And this time he means to have it his own way.
Oh, very good. Very good indeed.
You find that amusing?
Now I understand everything. That coffin he ordered is nothing but a big fiddle case. A double bass box. And he must be a musician. They're the very devil for playing practical jokes. Don't you see? This is nothing but a practical joke.
A joke on whom, sir?
How should I know? Some fellow musician.
No, I'm sorry, sir. I just can't believe that.
Why not?
Why wouldn't he have told me so? Why would he try to scare the daylights out of me and then pay $50? 50 whole dollars besides.
Ah, well. I expect we'll have the answer to that tomorrow evening when he comes to get his coffin. That is, if he comes at all.
Oh, he'll be here. I'm sure of that. I just pray that we won't be sorry when he comes.
When the reading stopped, I looked at the faces in that sane and sensible 20th century living room. Spindle's wife, Cora, was wide-eyed. Professor Barker's lips were pursed and his eyes were skeptical. My eyes were drawn automatically to the subject of the letter. The large, strangely shaped coffin that stood in the corner of the living room, and I could understand the fear that had gripped that 19th century William Spindles. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. I suppose to the three inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, one could add the right of a man to order his own handmade coffin. Most of us, I believe, would find the thought distasteful, but the feeling that prevailed among us in the living room of William Spindles was one of curiosity. We were all anxious for him to continue reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather.
I must confess that my work suffered during that day. My thoughts were not on what I was doing, but on what the evening would bring, and what Mr. Rogers would make of the stranger when he came to call for his coffin. The day passed somehow.
Bill, when did this customer of yours say he'd be back?
Early in the evening.
Matt, we'll give him another half hour and then we'll lock up.
That won't help if he wants to pick it up.
What does that mean, young man?
Someone tampered with the coffin, and we don't know who.
We only have Sam's word that the coffin was tampered with.
But he's our best workman.
Well, like everyone else around here, I'm sure he's been infected with the idea that there's something strange about this order for a coffin in the shape of a bass fiddle. At last, he's arrived.
Those raps didn't come from the door.
Nonsense. Of course they did. It's cold out there. He wants to come in.
I'll prove it to you. I'll open the door.
No need. He's letting himself in.
Sir? Sir, there's no one at the door.
Get hold of yourself, Bill. Must have been a draft that blew the door open. I'll close it myself.
Good evening, Mr. Rogers. Is my order ready?
Good evening, sir. Come in, come in. The box you ordered is ready.
Thank you.
My dear sir, you really should wear a greatcoat and a muffler in this bitter weather. You'll catch cold.
Where's my coffin? Ah, that's it, in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Satisfactory? Very satisfactory. Is there a good, secure lock on the inside?
You may open the lid and see for yourself. That way you can also test the hinges.
The make of the lock is unknown to me. Is it a good one?
We never have had a single complaint about any of our coffins.
So I'd heard.
Now then, where would you like it sent?
I'll take it with me.
My dear sir, it's much too heavy for one man to carry.
I'll manage.
Perhaps you have a horse and cart outside. We can help you get it on.
That won't be necessary.
May I have your name?
My name is of no importance.
Sir, I'm a reputable undertaker. I must keep my records in order.
Any name you choose will do.
Come now, sir. I see through your little joke, and I don't disapprove, but you must...
Joke? Mr. Rogers, if there's any joke being played here, it's on me. So, I'll take my coffin and be on my way.
But, sir, you can't just walk out of here with a...
Thanks to you for your efforts, and I wish you gentlemen good night's sleep.
Sir, come back!
Let him go. For the love of heaven, let him go, Mr. Rogers. He lifted that box as if it were as light as a feather.
Get your coat.
What for?
To follow him, Bill. Couldn't you see the man is ill?
We're the ones who are going to be ill if we follow him.
Stop babbling and get into your coat.
All right, I'll go with you. I don't want you following that spirit alone, but I tell you, he's not mortal.
He is, and he's sick, mentally ill. Hurry.
How far do we follow him?
As far as he goes.
No, sir, I won't, because I believe his destination is hell.
There he goes. Around the corner, down Green Tree Lane.
Oh, yeah, I see him.
Where can he be heading? There are no houses after a block of Green Tree Lane.
But there's the cemetery.
Didn't I tell you he was deranged? The cemetery gate's locked.
Locks never bothered spirits.
Then he's no spirit. Didn't he ask for a lock on the coffin?
Oh, let him go, Mr. Rogers, please.
Hurry up before we lose him.
Mr. Rogers, if we do catch up to him, what in heaven's name do you want of him?
Find out who he is, where he lives, and get him safely home. Then I shall call a doctor to attend him.
There he goes, heading directly for the cemetery gate.
Confound it. What's happened to the moon?
A cloud just passed in front of it.
No matter. Even if we can't see him, we shall catch up when he finds the gate locked.
Oh, here comes the moonlight, and here's the gate. Where did he go?
Well, he must have gone in.
Gate's locked.
Well, I have my key.
You don't intend to go in, do you?
Of course. Come on.
No, sir.
There. Isn't that our man? Moving among the trees over there near the Addison Mausoleum?
Mr. Rogers, I've had enough of this. I'm going home.
And allow that poor soul to do himself some kind of mischief?
Sir, that poor soul, as you call him, is a person I want nothing to do with. I don't know whether he's man, ghost, or devil, but whatever he is, and whatever his business is in the cemetery, I want no part of it.
Bill, when a man's dead, he's dead. I've never seen a man or woman come to life again. I'm a God-fearing man, and I go by the Bible. Doesn't the good book say dust to dust?
The Bible says a lot of things, but I remember no mention of men who could lift a heavy coffin as if it were a pillow and pass through locked gates without leaving a sound, to say nothing of a man ordering his own coffin.
Very well, Bill. You can stay or leave. I'm going after him.
I beg of you.
Close the gate.
I beg you, Mr. Rogers, leave this be and come home with me.
Close the gate and make sure it's locked.
At this point, Bill Spindles stopped reading and put down the letter. My reaction was shared by his wife, Cora, who almost screamed at him.
Don't tell me the letter stops there, and we're not going to find out what happened.
The reason I stopped is because the story my great-grandfather was telling up to now was his. But it now changes. At this point, he is writing not what he saw, but what he heard, as he puts it in the letter. Perhaps I was a coward, but I allowed Mr. Rogers to go on into the graveyard alone while I hurried home. So I warn the reader of this letter. This portion of my tale is written here as it was told to me by Mr. Rogers.
The moon again had gone behind the clouds when young Spindles went hurrying off. But I thought I saw some light in or around the big Addison tomb. I started that way, and then I heard what seemed to be the voice of the man I was following, but it seemed to come from far off.
Too far. You have come too far. On a useless journey, Edward Rogers. Turn back before it's too late.
Where are you, sir? Listen to me.
Thrice they tried, and thrice they died.
Where are you? What are you doing with your coffin?
Leave here, Edward Rogers. Your business with the dead is finished. You don't belong here.
And what do you do here?
I keep an age-old bargain.
With whom?
You must leave here. This place is dangerous for you.
But not for you.
Leave before it's too late.
The Lord will protect me. Now let me help you. Don't you understand? You're ill. You need help.
So be it, Edward Rogers. You want to join in a dance of death? The consequences will be on your head. Here, I show myself to you. Here I am. See if you can catch me.
It was then that I started after him. I could see him almost clearly. He seemed to be heading for the Addison tomb. He was carrying the coffin, and I was certain I could overtake him. But he kept dodging behind headstones. I turned and twisted after him. And then my foot caught. I lost my balance and fell, hitting my head against the tombstone.
Dick, wake up, man.
Bill, what do you want?
Get dressed. You've got to come to the cemetery with me.
What? The cemetery? Are you out of your mind?
Mr. Rogers went in there after the man who ordered the coffin. He isn't home yet, and Mrs. Rogers is worried.
Then take her.
Come on, Dick. I'll be with you.
I wouldn't care if the whole town was with us. What time is it?
4 o'clock. It will soon be light. Please, Dick, you must.
All right. I'll get dressed and I'll go with you, but we'll wait for the dawn.
But Mr. Rogers may be in trouble.
Bill, whatever has happened has happened. I'll go with you, but not until it's light.
Oh, my head. It hurts. Where am I?
Where you do not belong.
Oh, it's you. Where's your coffin?
Where it belongs.
Good. Come. I'll take you home.
You need more help than I do.
I'll be all right. I was fortunate. It was just a glancing blow.
I'll take you to the gate. See that you get there safely.
You've changed. Why are you now worried about me?
I admire your courage. You were concerned about me? Now I return the favor.
No. You tried to frighten me before.
For your own good. You're still in danger.
From whom?
From the damned.
Sir, I don't know who you are or where you're from, but I'll swear you're of this world. There are no such things as ghosts.
I know that's what you believe. I wish with all my heart that you were right.
What's that music? Do you hear it?
I do.
What is it? It doesn't belong here in a graveyard.
You're wrong. It's the only place it can be heard, and not by everyone. Come, the gate is this way.
No, I am not leaving until I get to the bottom of this.
I warn you, your persistence will be your destruction.
I still put my trust in the Lord. Where's that music coming from?
From beyond the grave.
Is it Judgment Day?
No.
Then you talk nonsense. The dead will rise. The Lord will summon his elect to meet him in the clouds. But until that day, the dead remain buried.
And quiet?
And quiet.
Oh, foolish man. I will not be able to protect you much longer. Go home now, while you can.
I will, if you'll first allow me to take you to your home.
Can't you understand? My home is here.
Tommy Rot.
I must go. I have work to do. You've been warned. My conscience is clear.
As I turned my head to see where he went, I felt dizzy. The blow had evidently been more serious than I thought. When my head cleared, I could still hear the music, and I thought I saw a light. I walked toward the light. It seemed to come from the Addison tomb. As I approached, I could see that the door to the mausoleum was open. I was convinced that inside was the source of the music. It grew louder with every step I took. And then I found myself at the door to the tomb. And there, just inside, I saw the large coffin the stranger had ordered. The lid was wide open. But the moment I took one step inside, the lid slammed shut, and the music stopped. I thought the coffin had been empty, but I couldn't be sure. I walked over to it and bent down and listened. I heard the key turn in the lock, and I called out, "You mustn't lock yourself in. You mustn't. Please open the coffin." He wouldn't listen, so I determined to get the coffin open. When suddenly there was a flash of light and a loud explosion.
Bill, I can't see anyone in there. Mr. Rogers must have gone home.
Can't see the whole cemetery from outside. We'll have to go in.
The gate's locked.
I have a key.
Oh, look, do we really have to go on?
It's practically daylight. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, I hear you, but I'm still shivering.
It's the cold. Come on.
Hey, You seem to know where you're going.
Oh, I shouldn't have left him. Any harm has befallen him, I'll never forgive myself.
Well, he shouldn't have been here at all.
The last I saw of Mr. Rogers, he was heading for the Addison tomb. I have a feeling that if we find him at all, that's where he'll be. There's the tomb now.
Oh, the door's open. Should it be?
We'll find out.
Wait. Suppose there's something in that tomb that waited for Mr. Rogers, and now it's waiting for us.
If you don't want to come in, you can wait here, but I'm going into that tomb.
All right, I'll come with you. Good Lord, there he is, lying across that coffin, and so still. Is he dead?
I don't know. But there's only one way to find out.
I can offer no explanation, but I can tell you that the words of a letter written more than 100 years ago had cast a spell over all of us. A spell that had transported us back to a small 19th century graveyard. I'll be back in a moment with the strange end to this strange tale. Like many time-worn sayings, the old adage, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back, still contains more than a few grains of truth. Certainly all of us sitting in the William Spindle's living room that night were anxiously waiting for him to resume reading the letter from his great-great-grandfather. But he further whetted our curiosity by prefacing his reading with this explanation.
I think it's important to tell you that this next portion of the letter is an eyewitness account, not what was told to my ancestor, but what he experienced himself. So, if you're all ready, I'll continue. After Mr. Rogers told me what had happened to him that night in the cemetery, I was still undecided about leaving the undertaking business, although my dear Lucy was at me every day to give my notice. And then, one morning, Mr. Rogers called me to his office.
Sit down, Bill. I think we should have a talk.
Yes, Mr. Rogers?
My wife tells me that Lucy hasn't been to see her. Have you spoken again to Lucy about discussing your future here with Emily?
No, sir.
You still believe that our strange customer was a ghost?
Let's say I'm still undecided. What's that?
Probably someone who wants to see me. Come in.
Should I get the door?
Don't bother. I'll go.
Good morning, gentlemen.
It's you.
It is indeed I, and I'm not sure how long I'll be permitted to stay.
Long enough, I hope, to give me an explanation of your actions the other night.
That is why I'm here.
Good. Perhaps you'll start by telling me...
I come here, sir, at great personal risk. I ask you to believe me. I beg you to listen and keep an open mind.
I believe I'm a fair man.
Since you're a native of this town, you must know of the Addison family.
Of course. Old Thaddeus Addison owned the leather and dye plant.
He did. And do you remember a young man named Tom Addison, one of Thaddeus's 3 sons?
I never knew the young rascal. Everyone heard about him, of course. He was a ne'er-do-well who finally ran away.
That's what my father wanted everyone to believe.
Hold on. Are you trying to tell me you're Tom Addison?
My father wanted me to go into the factory. I couldn't abide the thought. In all modesty, I had a great talent for music, particularly the bass, a talent which my father felt was foolishness. All of our quarrels came because I wanted to practice my music, and my father thought it was a waste of time and money.
Then you are young Addison.
I am. And I am not. Not in the sense that you mean.
I suppose you can explain that.
The situation between my father and me became unbearable. He finally gave me an ultimatum. Either I go into the business, abandon my music, or he'd turn me out of the house. I really had no choice. I left.
Mm-hmm. And what brought you back?
The very same thing that took me away. Music. When my father disowned me, I wandered around the country trying to earn my living as a musician. It wasn't easy. One day, I found someone who valued my musicianship. I made a bargain with him.
Who was he?
He goes by many names. Take your choice. Satan, the devil, Beelzebub, or the Prince of Darkness.
Rubbish.
You believe in the Lord. Why do you find it so difficult to believe in the devil?
I'm a God-fearing man. The devil has no power over me.
Not unless you invade his realm, as you did the other night.
All I did the other night was my duty, as an undertaker and as a man.
How can I make you see the horrors that lie ahead of you if you will not listen? What will change your foolish obstinacy so that you can save yourself? Are you so insensible that if I tell you what I have suffered and am suffering, you'll still close your mind to what I say?
I promise to listen, and I will.
10 years ago, I was in Chicago, living in a cold and miserable garret, hungry, alone, and with no hope of employment. In order to get something to eat, I knew I'd have to pawn my fiddle. Just before venturing out, I wanted to play it one last time, when suddenly I thought I'd lost my mind, because not only was I hearing my own instrument, but it was joined by a full symphony, and he was there.
Satan?
And he offered me the fulfillment of a dream. I would never have to worry about money again, and I could concentrate on my music. It dazzled me, the prospect of a life I'd always hoped for.
And what did he ask in return? Your soul?
Nothing so dramatic. What seemed a simple, harmless request. All he asked is that I play for him whenever and wherever he should ask. I hesitated, but only for a moment. How I wish I had thought longer on it, but I didn't. I agreed. And now I'm his forever, a member of his orchestra of the damned.
And the letter closes as follows. That was the day I left the undertaking establishment of Edward Rogers. I have no way of knowing whether Mr. Rogers believed the story told by the man who claimed to be Tom Addison. I never saw nor heard from the stranger again, nor do I know whether Mr. Rogers did. Signed, William Spindles. Now, what do you make of that? I'll take the ladies first. Cora, as my wife, what do you think?
There's one thing I know, darling. I'm glad you're not an undertaker, because if you were, I wouldn't be your wife.
Ah, you feel the same way as my ancestors, girl. Lucy.
Emphatically.
Jerry, you're the scientist here.
Well, history isn't a science, thank heaven, but I do have some questions. First, how did the coffin come into your possession?
Well, that's simple. When Mr. Rogers died at the ripe old age of 89, he left a sizable bequest in his will to my great-grandfather with the proviso that we keep the coffin as a memento.
Why would he do that?
Now, that, Cora, is an excellent question. If he insisted that the coffin remain in your family as part of his bequest, I think he must have had a reason.
In other words, you don't believe that the stranger was a ghost?
Let's say I'm dead set against the idea of ghosts playing symphonic music in a graveyard at night.
Well, I believe he was the ghost of Tom Addison.
Well, how do you explain Rogers leaving the coffin to the Spindles family?
Simple. Rogers was probably hurt by Bill's refusal to stay in the business, and he wanted the coffin to remind him.
Sorry, darling, that won't work. If he was hurt, why also leave my ancestor a bundle? And believe me, it was a considerable sum.
Well, then why did he, Bill?
I'm stumped. It's too much for me.
I still don't believe in ghosts, and I think I can prove to you that this man who ordered the coffin was flesh and blood.
How?
Well, I'm going to have to do a little research. When did you say all these things happened? The date, I mean.
December 1851, why?
Well, give me 2 days, and I'll let you know. All right. I have solved the mystery of our peculiarly shaped coffin.
Good. How?
I kept asking myself, why did this man go to all the trouble of ordering a coffin, which, to say the least, was strange, and also behave as if he wanted everyone to believe he was a ghost?
But have you forgotten Mr. Rogers believed that he was crazy? I mean, wouldn't that account for all his behavior?
Yes, that would, but I preferred to think of this fellow as a con man. You see? A really great con man who successfully conned your grandfather but had more difficulty with the undertaker.
Why?
Precisely. Why? Now, that's where this newspaper article comes in. Here, I made a copy at the library. Let me read it to you. The headline, Wells Fargo Payroll Stolen. Aha! Then it goes on. Yesterday, the largest robbery in the history of the Wells Fargo Company was successfully perpetrated by 3 masked men who boarded the westbound Lackawanna Limited, entered the baggage car, and made off with more than $40,000 in $10, $20, and $50 bills. So, It goes into more detail, but there you have it.
There you have it. You've lost me.
Now, don't you see? The robbers needed a safe place to hide the money.
And you think that they decided to use a coffin as a hiding place?
Remember, our man insisted on a strong lock on the inside.
That's true, but
That would be one way of making sure that no one opened this peculiar coffin by mistake and found a wad of 10s, 20s, and 50s that had been stolen from Wells Fargo.
But according to the letter, Mr. Rogers found the coffin in the cemetery. And it was open, and there was nothing in there.
That's right. Rogers followed the stranger right from the funeral parlor to the cemetery. He wouldn't have had time to stash the loot in there.
I think it's interesting, but rather far-fetched.
Is it? Look how everything fits. All that uproar in the cemetery. All the warnings to Rogers telling him to keep away. Why?
I'm sorry. You're so convinced your theory is right, you're not thinking straight. Once your man knows Rogers was going to interfere, he'd never have taken the chance of hiding anything there.
Well, he may have had no choice.
What do you mean?
The money may have already been there. Look, have you forgotten that your grandfather's letter said that the workmen believed the coffin had been tampered with?
Oh, Jerry, you're riding a hobby horse.
Oh.
You have a theory, and you're just going to see that everything fits. And you're not going to look at anything that doesn't.
Now, wait a minute. What have I left out?
Well, lots of things. Now, one. How in the world did our stranger lift this coffin and carry it off under his arm?
Perhaps he didn't.
You mean you think Bill's grandfather made that part up?
Well, let's leave that. Anything else?
Well, lots. What about everything that happened to Mr. Rogers in the cemetery? The music, the open coffin. What's your explanation for that?
Well, we know that Rogers fell down and hit his head.
Oh, come off it, Jer. You're not going to try to tell us that he imagined those things as a result of hitting his head.
Well, it's possible.
Maybe,
I don't
but...
believe it. The other explanation, which you refuse even to think about, Jerry, is that he was a ghost and that Mr. Rogers reported everything faithfully. That's the one I believe.
Even if I prove to you that this strange-looking coffin has plenty of room for some kind of secret compartment and there may be money in it?
Why don't we stop talking and see if you can prove what you think?
All right, good idea. Come on.
How do we go about finding a secret compartment?
Well, we'll try tapping and listen for a hollow sound.
Okay. Who wants to do the tapping?
Me, let me.
All right, go right ahead.
It all sounds the same.
You're too impatient. If there's a secret compartment, he'd make it hard to find.
All right. Dear. It's a great theory, Jer. I'm afraid it's just a theory.
Why don't you try down at the bottom where it's widest?
Okay.
There! Right there. Does that sound different?
I think so. Go back there again, Cora.
That's it. Let's turn it upside down. Here. You have to let us do that, Cora. That's got it now. Now what?
Well, I think we should have opened the lid first.
Okay, let's open it.
All right, now, put your hand down in there, Bill. Feel around carefully. Around the joint in the wood. Yes. Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I can't.
You got it. You got it. Jerry was right. It's a secret compartment. Well, is there anything in there?
This.
Money. A $20 bill. Well, there must be more.
No, just the one bill. But wait. Here's a note.
Well, what does it say?
Wait a second. It's hard to read. Dear Bill, or descendants of William Spindles, you having found this secret hiding place should know by now that I was right when I insisted that there were no such things as ghosts. I was also right when I told you, Bill, that there was a fortune to be made in the undertaking business, as is proven by my bequest. God bless you and your family. Signed, Edward Rogers.
What do you do when you discover that the fortune you expected turns out to be a single $20 bill? Well, if you're William Spindles, you advance the idea that Edward Rogers had indeed found the Wells Fargo loot in the coffin and taken all of it except the one bill. Is there another explanation? I think so, and I'll be back with it in just a moment. For what it is worth, I present you with this thought. There never was any Wells Fargo money in the coffin to begin with. Edward Rogers had obviously been a man of strong beliefs, and he took this way of proving to Bill Spindles or his children that there are no such things as ghosts, and that there was money to be made in the undertaking business. Did the Spindles accept my explanation? I really don't know. How about you? Our cast included Keir DeLay, Marion Seldes, William Redfield, Peter Collins, and Nat Polen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, waiting to fill your ears with the sounds of tomorrow. Some pessimists believe those sounds will be the blast of bombs and the roar of guns, the groans of suffering and the rattling chains of servitude. Personally, I take a happier view of the future. But in the story you're about to hear, those bombs have burst, those guns have roared, and the people have groaned. But this particular war of the future is over. And for Major John Gulliver of D Company Rocket Battalion, it is the beginning of a very strange sort of servitude. Our mystery story, Prisoner of the Machines, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars John Lithgow. Look up. There's a new object in the heavens, a new satellite in orbit. No, there's nothing unusual about that. Man has been hurtling strange metal debris into the skies for 100 years now, in this year of our Lord, 2085. But look again. Put your highest-powered telescope on the object, because you've never seen one like it before. It appears to be a soap bubble, an iridescent, transparent globe. But there's something inside it. A human being. Because this, my friends, is the first experimental model of an orbital solitary station for prisoner correction, punishment, and isolation. The man inside this orbiting prison is Major John Gulliver, and Major Gulliver has nothing else to do but think.
I don't know when I stopped counting the orbits. All I can do is lie against the smooth dome of my bubble prison and drift with the cosmos. My food and water tubes float about my head like friendly, mocking snakes. Some while back, I had decided to refuse their blandishments, to let hunger shrivel my stomach and thirst blacken my tongue, to cheat my jailers by dying in their death-proof cell. But the snakes had floated and coiled and mocked at my noble intentions, knowing that sooner or later I would clutch them fiercely in a loving embrace. I would eat and drink until I was sated and sick with self-disgust, and fall back panting against my prison wall, and sleep like the miserable, unloved infant I had become. No, I couldn't die. They wouldn't let me. It was against the code of my jailers, a law more inflexible than any written for humanity since the days of Moses. But of course, my jailers weren't human. I thought back to my first glimpse of them.
Major, if we give ourselves up, what's going to happen?
We'll be interned, Private. We'll sit out the war in a prison camp.
I'm afraid, Major. I can't help it. I'm afraid of them, the Macs. There's something horrible about them.
It's all in the way you look at it. You think a refrigerator is horrible? A washing machine? Because That's all they are. Machines.
Yeah, that's what scares me. The idea of a refrigerator or a washing machine with the power of life or death.
But we were taken prisoner anyway. Every last survivor of Company D Rocket Battalion. And the Max, with characteristic efficiency, integrated our forlorn and splintered unit into a larger body of prisoners heading north. There were 18 of us assigned to the transport D-85, including the 2 Mac guards. And for a while, a rumor persisted that we were heading on the moon base itself. It wasn't true, of course. Our destination was the uncharted asteroid they called Prison 1. But the rumor excited us, because it would have been the first time any of us had come face to face with the enemy on the moon. Since our outfit had been organized, we had fought nothing but Macs, and never even seen a rebel. Sometimes it was hard to believe they existed at all, even if the War Department bulletins still talked about rebel ships and rebel losses. But it had been a long time since we had heard official word about anything.
Major, can I talk to you?
Well, of course, Morley. You don't have to whisper. The Macs can't hear us from here.
Oh, I don't know about that. For all we know, they got superhuman hearing.
What's the difference? You're not plotting to take over the ship, are you?
Oh, I tell you, Major, a couple of the guys were wondering, see. Henderson there, he's got a pilot's license.
Oh, for what? A space buggy? You think you could pilot a transport this size? If we could get it away from our 2 friends up in the control room.
Yeah, but that's it. There are only 2 of them.
For sure, and either one of those Macs could blast us all into talcum powder in 1 second flat.
You know something, Major? I've never seen a Mac so close before. Look exactly alike, don't they?
And they all look alike. They all came from the same cookie cutter.
You know what Corporal Clyburn calls them? Laurel and Hardy.
Funny man, the Corporal.
Still, the things I hear, Major, is it true that they eat human flesh?
They're nothing but mechanical weapons, like tanks or artillery.
But they think, Major. They figure things out. I hear they're smarter than we are.
Then how come the rebels had to retreat to the moon base? We're beating them, Private. We're beating them good. That's why the Macs are taking prisoners now. The rebels are adhering to the old Geneva Convention rules, paving the way for leniency in case they get licked. And they will be, soon.
Hey, thanks, Major. You make me feel better.
I'm glad I made him feel better, but I didn't. Because no matter what happened in the war on Earth and the moon, we were heading for an asteroid, to a prison camp we knew nothing about, run by android machines. I tried to remember when I first saw a Mac. I'd never even heard of them until the night the Army transport Hornet had been blown up during blastoff from the moon's Tycho Brahe station. The charge of sabotage and the subsequent confession by Pakura, the mad fanatic, was branded by the Independent Party of Indonesia and the frame-up an excuse to outlaw them. For the first time since the world had finally united under one system of law, there was talk of war. Nobody was really alarmed. The Indonesians were famous for their robot industry, but they were all made for domestic purposes. They looked human, and they were gentle, useful machines designed to do the dirty jobs humans no longer wanted to do. But suddenly there was a different breed of android coming out of Indonesian factories. The Macs. Mechanical brutes, impervious to cold, hunger, fatigue, despair, and homesickness. We saw headless Macs charging our lines blindly. Armless Macs, unable to hold weapons, lumbering along obedient to their programmed destiny. There were officer Macs with minds trained in the arts of battle, commanding their battalions with cold logic that made no allowances for human weakness. There were engineer Macs, programmed to repair damage to their mechanisms. And now, it seemed, there were prison camp Macs. And we were their first prisoners.
Seatbelts, please. We will make landfall on Prison Asteroid 1 in 10 minutes. Seatbelts, please.
Prison Asteroid 1 might have been a prison compound in any country, in any war. The muddy grounds were filled with prisoners and their non-human guards. There were to be 1,400 of us on that grim rock, where no walls or fences were needed to contain us all. The camp looked like a model of military penal institutions, with 26 neatly spaced barracks, a processing station, a mess hall, and administration buildings. There was a great complex that housed the oxygen-producing machinery, the hydroponic food factory, machine shops, spaceships' hangars. An intricate system of scanners covered every inch of the place, sending information back to the computer called SCAMP. SCAMP. Scanning, control, and movement of prisoners.
Machines? Lousy bunch of bolts? Maybe they can fight, but they can't outthink us. Can you, Major?
Well, maybe not. But we're the prisoners, Private.
Yeah, but not for long. Not for me, anyway.
Attention! All prisoners will file by counter A. Take one PSC and slap it about his wrist. Repeat, prisoners will take one PSC from counter and slap about wrist. Prisoners failing to wear their PSC at all times will be turned off.
Turned off? Do they mean killed, Major? I guess that's what they mean. So you wear that thing, Private.
Yeah, but what is a PSC?
Personal Speaker Command, so the Macs can deliver their commands to us individually or collectively.
Prisoners will remove clothing and place in disposal bin. Prisoners will then pass through disinfection room and receive clothing ration. Any prisoner causing unnecessary delay will be turned off.
It was in the clothing room that I had my first disillusion about Mac efficiency. The prison uniform, consisting of fatigues, socks, thick leather shoes, a cap, and a field jacket, came in only one size. Wrong. When we emerged from the processing area, we filed past a Mac who was handing out barrack assignments from a clipboard list. The system was simple. I was sent to Barrack G, along with Galwest, Grady, Gunderson, Gruber, and every other prisoner whose name began with G. The system, however, had a flaw which never occurred to the mechanical brains of the Macs. Barracks G had accommodations for some 150 prisoners, but there were less than 60 of us whose names began with G. Barracks S, on the other hand, was overflowing with prisoners, some 400 of them, milling about the bunks and wondering what to do. The situation was so ludicrous that I felt like laughing. But I was sobered up when I met Sergeant Zilkowski, and the pudgy little man grabbed my arm and babbled.
They're putting me by myself, Major. They're sticking me in a barracks all by myself.
Take it easy, Zilkowski. It's just temporary. They'll straighten it all out.
But they won't. You know the Macs, Major. Once they get an idea in their heads, once they've been programmed, they don't change.
Well, they'll have to. When they see what's happening,
I'll be all alone. Just because my name begins with Z. I won't have anybody to talk to. You gotta help me, Major. You gotta do something.
So I tried to do something about it. I stuck my neck out, and that was the beginning of it. And here I am, floating in space, in the loneliest prison cell in history. And the worst part of the whole thing is that it was all my idea.
A prisoner in orbit. That definitely comes under the heading of cruel and unusual punishment. But what can you expect from a machine? Anyone who's ever lost money in a vending machine or stole their car on a freeway knows that machines can be tricky and temperamental and turn against you at any minute. But how will Major John Gulliver and the prisoners of the asteroid deal with their machinery problems? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. Major John Gulliver, prisoner of war, circles the asteroid in his strange bubble prison and thinks back to the moment when he first came into conflict with his captors.
the machine men known as the Macs. Major Gulliver wasn't the highest-ranking officer in the prison compound, but he must have been the most nervous officer among them when he was finally given audience with an android who wore silver bars on his artificial shoulders.
Major Gulliver, my name is Captain 174-B. I am Adjutant to General 6, Commanding Officer of Prison 1. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Our CO has asked me to discuss an assignment with you, Major.
Wait a moment, Captain. I came here to discuss a problem.
Yes, Major, we received your request through proper channels. But as a result of studying your records, we discovered something about your past, which is of particular interest to General 6.
What do you mean?
The profession in which you were engaged before the war. You were a psychologist, correct?
Yes, I was college-trained, University of Mental Sciences, then computer instructor at the Hayward Teaching Center.
Frankly, we believe you may be useful in helping us make an adjustment to our responsibility. This is our first prison camp, you know, and we are anxious to conduct it along satisfactory lines.
Don't you have any Indasian advisors?
No. The camp is entirely in the hands of the android auxiliary.
And what do you want me to do?
Why, help us to understand our prisoners, to run an effective, trouble-free institution.
Fine. If you want my advice, let's start with your crazy alphabet system.
No, Major. We do not wish your advice. We are satisfactorily programmed. We merely wish your help in interpreting prisoner behavior to us when it does not track properly with previous data. You understand?
If you're asking me to be a spy...
Nothing like that. We will plant spies, of course. That is in the manual. All we ask of you is to be our official prison psychologist.
Captain!
What is it, Private? I gave instructions.
A guard has been attacked by a prisoner. The man was subdued and they await your orders.
Turn him off.
Now, wait a minute, Captain.
You wish to say something, Major?
Yes, I thought your camp was programmed under the rules of the Geneva Convention.
What is your point, Major?
Well, the man has to have a fair hearing, a trial. You don't even know the circumstances.
Very well, Major. Bring in the prisoner.
Yes, sir. In here.
Claiborne.
What the devil are you doing here, Major?
Oh, what did you do, Corporal?
Oh, I jumped one of those lousy machines, that's what I did. He stuck his gun into my back and I jumped him. I wasn't moving fast enough for him.
You admit to this assault?
Sure, I admit it.
You're really a fool, Corporal.
Major, is that sufficient hearing for you? Private, you will take this prisoner outside and turn him off.
Wait, you can't just kill him? Not if you don't want a riot on your hands?
Kill him? Who said we wished him killed? Major, we do not kill prisoners. That is unthinkable. The manual strictly forbids us to kill humans in prison camp. But still, we must punish uncooperative prisoners. That is our order, too. You must tell us how to solve this contradiction, Major.
Well, there's no contradiction. If you want to punish a prisoner, do what is done in human prisons. Put us in solitary confinement for a term. Deny us the company of our fellow prisoners. Believe me, that's punishment enough, Captain. Ask Sergeant Zolkowski.
Very well. What you say seems logical. I will put the question to our commanding officer, General 6. You are dismissed, Major.
I went back to my barracks and told everyone whose name began with G, the good news. The Macs had been programmed not to kill their human prisoners, except in self-defense or during escape attempts. I told them about my suggestion of solitary confinement as a punishment, but it seemed like the easiest sort of penalty. Captain 174-B sold the idea to his commanding officer, but it wasn't the solitary I had in mind.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. Colonel Drummond, Major Gulliver, you and your fellow officers have been asked here to witness the first experimental model of Prison 1's orbital solitary station for prisoner correction, punishment, and isolation. Your comments, please.
You mean that bubble is an orbital satellite?
That is correct.
Surely you don't intend to send our men into orbit.
It's sheer cruelty.
Captain, you told me that you were proscribed against taking human life. Surely, you must know that no one could live in a thing like that.
Incorrect. Prisoners will be supplied with oxygen, food, water, and waste disposal facilities in solitary orbit for the duration of their sentence. Your comments, please.
How long do you think a man can survive in one of these things?
We have consulted our commander, and our information is that a human can survive 2,800 asteroidal orbits with the oxygen, food, and water supply provided.
2,800 orbits? That's almost 3 months.
Your commanding officer is wrong. He is not allowed for the mental and emotional strain of such imprisonment.
There is nothing in the manual concerning mental or emotional strain. You are a psychologist, Major. Such things are a matter of individual human response, are they not? Your comments, please.
I say you can't do this. A man would be better off dead than in one of these things.
Impossible. We cannot allow prisoners to die.
Captain, I am the highest-ranking officer in this camp. I demand a personal talk with your superior.
Impossible. The commander has no communications mechanism with humans. Such an interface would have been superfluous.
What?
General Six is a computer, Colonel. Don't you understand?
Oh, good Lord.
That is correct. General Six is a computer, and he does not interfere with humans. The sentence will now be carried out. Prisoner 110, Corporal R. Cliburn, will be launched into orbit at 0900. Colonel, you will order all your men to fall out and observe punishment.
Major, it's not really true, is it? They're not really going to do it.
One thing about the Max, Private. They tell no lies.
I've heard talk around. I mean, some of the guys are saying that it was your fault. They say you're soft on the Max, that you suggested the bubble.
What do you think, Private?
Gee, I don't know. It's just that... Well, Major, you just accept them too damn easy.
But we've got to accept machines. We accept them all our lives, don't we? Don't you trust the mechanism of your car, your air sled, your house power plant? You can't get angry at levers, gears, integrated circuits.
Who can't? I can do it, Major. I can do it easy. So, why can't you?
For 11 weeks, we watched the bubble spin over our heads. A tiny gleaming new star containing Corporal Ronald Cliburn, or what was left of him. Then, weary of its monotonous journey, the bubble returned, braked by its single retro rocket. It landed undamaged, and they brought Cliburn back to Prison 1, singing at the top of his lungs. He didn't stop singing until he died, 2 weeks later, in an accidental fall in the hospital ward. I'll say one thing for the Max. Their own psychology wasn't bad. There was no more trouble on Prison Asteroid 1, but there was something else. Talk about escape.
Oh, come in, Major. Sit down. You're the only man on this rock who seems to understand that the Max are only the tools of the rebels, and we're wrong to direct our aggression against them. There's only one sensible course now. We've got to play it cool. Keep out of trouble. Wait till the war is over.
Although, of course, we are duty-bound to escape if we can.
Escape? It's ridiculous, isn't it? Escape from an asteroid, heaven knows where in the universe. Even if a prisoner got past Scamp, there's no place to go. No, Major. There's no use bothering about escape talk.
But the men are bothering.
What?
It's true, that's all they're talking about. Didn't you know?
No, I didn't. But it has to stop. We have to issue an order.
You can't order them to stop talking.
I'm commanding officer, Major. That's what I intend to do.
And that's what he did. Colonel Drummond lined up the men, 8 ranks deep, and read them the riot act. He outlined the futility of escape talk, the impossibility of a return to Earth before the end of the war. When he dismissed them, he had a separate talk with the officers, emphasizing that it was our duty to report any escape plan to him.
Remember, the Macs are prescribed against killing prisoners, but they're also programmed to prevent escapes. They won't have any compunction against killing if it occurs during an escape attempt.
But 3 weeks later came the J escape. It was called the J escape for obvious reasons. Only the occupants of J barracks were involved, led by Lieutenant Lamar Jackson. One evening, an hour before lockup, Jackson had noticed that a scanner beam on the north side of the compound, near the hangars where the spaceships were kept, failed to follow him as he crossed its path. And Jorgensen, a computer engineer, slipped out one night and examined the defective scanner. It was then that he realized they could abort the SCAMP system for a period of at least 2 hours. Jackson organized the actual escape. His idea was simple: to get his men to the hangars and spaceships and hold the ships as ransom for their release. If the Macs failed to agree, the ships would be destroyed. It was a desperate gamble, of course, and the first part of their plan worked. The Macs had no provision in their manual for an inoperative scan. It was supposed to work, period. General Six probably blew a dozen fuses that night as the prisoners of J Barracks smashed their way into the spaceship hangars like a gang of hoodlums crashing a party. But the party was over in one terrible instant, because when they entered the hangars, there were no spaceships. Every transport had been dismantled. The hangars were empty. With the camp filled to capacity, the machine minds of the Macs assumed they had no further need for space vehicles. And now we knew why Prison 1 was truly escape-proof. Because our guards were prisoners too.
Obviously, there is no escape from Prison Asteroid 1. Not even the infamous Devil's Island could boast the security of this prison camp. But never underestimate the ingenuity of desperate men, or the perversity of machines. We'll learn more about both when we return shortly with Act 3. Fourteen men died in the escape from Barracks J. 14 prisoners named Johnson, Jacobs, Jorgensen, James, and so forth. But 4 men were taken alive by the android guards and faced the punishment of the bubble. The terrible 3-month isolation in space, which no one had yet survived with their minds all in one piece. But one of them, Lieutenant Lamar Jackson, did survive his 3-month imprisonment. And his first visitor in the prison hospital was Major John Gulliver.
Can you talk about it, Lieutenant? Can you tell me how it was out there?
It was dark, Major. Dark and full of nightmares.
But you made it. You're a tough guy, Lieutenant. The whole camp's proud of you.
You got to be very still. You can't move around in that thing. Every little move spins you around, changes the axis. You get disoriented every few seconds. And then you start getting ideas that you're not alone. That something is outside the bubble, trying to get in.
It's okay, Lieutenant. You don't have to tell me any more.
But then you get the worst nightmare, that the thing that was outside is now inside. That it's touching you. That's when it really gets bad.
I understand.
You tell the boys to stay out of trouble, Major. Stay out of trouble. Stay out of the bubble.
The lieutenant was crying, and his tears made me determined to keep anyone else out of that damned bubble. But the escape talk went on. One afternoon, a committee of 3 men came to see me. 2 shave-tail lieutenants and a captain.
We're crashing out, Major.
You're doing what?
We figure the only way to do it is en masse. The whole camp. Now, we need a leader, and we think you're it. That is, if you've changed your mind about being reasonable with these beauties. Well, have you?
You're a fool, Captain.
Maybe so. And I don't think much of you either, sir. But you have got something we need. You've got the ear of the Max.
Tell me how you plan to escape from an asteroid without ships.
We don't plan to. Now, our idea is to overcome the Max and take control of the entire prison. Now, once we have the facilities, we think we can build a radio transmitter powerful enough to beam a message to Earth and request aid.
I see. And just how do you plan to overcome the Max?
We fight. Well, we outnumber them, don't we? We attack a group of them, take away as many weapons as we can, and attack the rest. Some of us live, some of us die. If enough of us survive, we get off of this rock.
You wouldn't have a chance.
What we need is organization, a strategy, a battle plan. We need somebody to pull this whole thing together. This is a job offer, Major.
Captain, don't you realize the odds are 1,000 to 1? Why do it? Why can't you sit it out? The war's almost over. Why get killed now?
We think the war is over, Major.
What?
Wilcox here is a radio man. Now, a couple of months ago, we asked the Max permission to build a receiving station. They agreed, under one condition, that we receive only broadcasts from the moon and the vicinity.
From the rebels?
Well, we didn't get much. A few faint signals from space traffic, and the propaganda broadcasts. Now, they had some pretty good music sometimes, but then the music stopped. Everything stopped.
Well, maybe your set went on the blink.
No, it was fine. They're just not sending signals from the moon anymore, Major, and I think it's because the war is over.
Captain, can you make that receiving station more powerful?
Sure. We had the parts.
So maybe I can get the parts. I got the parts without much trouble. The Max had no objections about receiving stations, only transmitters. I made promises about prisoner cooperation and got the material that helped us build a receiver with 3 times the capacity of the original. But we heard nothing from the moon base. Nothing at all. And then...
It's Morse, Major. It's good old Morse language. It's got to be from an Earth vehicle.
Well, coming from where?
The vicinity of the moon. It has to be. Wait a minute. I can make out something about a delivery, provision. Major, that isn't a military vehicle. It's a commercial vessel. They're delivering provisions to the moon base.
Lord, an Earth ship heading for the moon.
And it's true. They have given up. The war is over.
Colonel, it's the truth. The war is over. It's been over for months. And yet we're still prisoners of the Max.
How do you know this?
We picked up radio talk from Earth. The moon base doesn't exist anymore. Neither does the invasion army. They're all gone. Wiped out to the last man.
All right. Let's say that's true. In due course, the Max will disband Prison 1 and return our men to Earth.
Really? Who'll give them orders, Colonel? Don't you understand? Their masters are gone. The Max won't do it on their own. They're programmed to run a prison camp, period. They'll never let us go.
I don't believe that, Major.
But the men believe it. That's more important. That's why they're planning a massive uprising.
They can't do that. It's suicidal.
That's what it amounts to, yes.
Well, we can't let that happen, Major. It's our responsibility to keep these men alive.
Fine. Only how do we stop it?
There's only one way. We can tell the Max.
Are you crazy? They'll have the ringleaders in those bubbles before the day is out.
It's not too high a price. I'm going to them right now.
Colonel, wait.
Don't try to stop me, Major.
Colonel, something just struck me. The way you've been taking all this. The way you've been taking all your responsibilities. You don't look one bit different. No gray hairs, no lines on your face. Nothing.
Let go of my arm, Major.
What's in this arm, Colonel? Bones and muscles and blood? Or steel rods and wires and lubricating oil? Go! Help! Help! Somebody!
Good morning, Major. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, considering your guards took half my head off.
Your head is all in one piece, Major. You may take my word for it. The worst damage was self-inflicted when you tried to strike Colonel Drummond.
You mean Android Drummond, don't you?
How did you discover the secret? It was our belief that the Colonel was a fine humanoid specimen, indetectable from the real thing.
He looked human, all right. He just didn't act human. Well, what time does the balloon go up?
I beg your pardon?
I expect my bubble is waiting for me.
There will be no punishment, Major Gulliver. In destroying our secret agent, you merely acted in the interest of your men. Incidentally, you are now the highest-ranking officer among the prisoners.
The war is over, Captain. I've told you that 1,000 times.
We still have no such information. We cannot release the prisoners without a direct order.
But you can't get any orders from the moon base. They're all gone.
Commanding Officer General Six will receive the instructions. Until then, we go on as we have.
I want to see him. I want to see your commanding officer.
General Six does not interface with humans.
I'm not just a human. I'm the highest-ranking officer, remember? I insist, Captain, and if I'm denied, you won't get any more cooperation from me. You can send me up in the bubble for the rest of my life.
Very well, Major. I will arrange for you to see General Six.
I was brought into the majestic presence of General Six by a brace of MAC soldiers and Captain 174B. I had never seen a MAC computer before, and it was an awesome sight. General Six required a housing of several thousand square feet, and it towered to a height of 16 feet. The room it occupied was eerily lit by its own diodes. That was the only illumination, since the MACs, requiring no light sensors for vision, didn't use artificial lighting. Captain 174B himself stood at the console control board, his fingers poised lightly over the keyboard.
Very well, Major. You may ask your question of the commander.
Ask it. Ask him if he has any means of contacting Invasion Supreme Headquarters.
The answer is yes.
Ask him if he can make such contact now.
The answer is no.
Ask him if he knows why this contact is no longer possible.
The answer is yes. Contact is no longer possible because of destruction of moon base and annihilation of all Indadian forces, bringing an end to hostilities.
You see, it's true. Now, ask General Six if he will issue orders for the immediate release and transportation to Earth of his prisoners.
The answer is Prison 1 will be maintained until orders to the contrary are received directly from Supreme Headquarters, according to Section 5 of the manual.
But that's insane. The war's over. Finished. There is no Supreme Headquarters.
The audience is over, Major.
Didn't you hear his reply? The war is over. Your masters are dead. You don't have any reason to keep us here.
Let's wait for instructions from Headquarters, Major. Please obey my order and leave. Failure to comply will place you in jeopardy of punishment.
You can't keep us here for the rest of our lives.
No! Look out. Don't let him grab that rifle.
Stand back.
Major, don't be foolish. You can't kill us.
I won't kill you all, Captain. Just your commanding officer. And so, I was condemned to my dark little prison, where I flirted with the cosmos for 3 long months. And when I came down, I was insane.
I must have been insane. Because when the bubble landed, I saw the Macs standing about like so many statues, and their human prisoners roaming about free and unfettered and exhilarated. I saw faces smiling at me, laughing. I hadn't heard the sound of laughter in years. There could only be one explanation. I was mad.
No, Major, no. You're okay. We're all okay.
But what happened?
It was only a week after the launch, you see. The Macs were going nuts trying to repair the damage to their mechanical commanding officer. But they didn't know how. They got so desperate they called in some of our guys, see, computer engineers, just to help them. Well, our guys went to work, all right. They rigged General Six to give one order, the only one that mattered.
Turned off. They were told to turn themselves off.
That's it, Major. We turned them off. We pulled out the plug of the machines. And now Wilcox is rigging up a transmitting station big enough to contact Earth. Hey, we're going home.
We did go home. I got married and had 3 children. And no robot servants. Not for a while, anyway. Eventually, my wife convinced me I was being foolish, and we purchased 2 domestic robots. One a superb cook and children's nurse. The other a hard-working general housekeeper. I named them Laurel and Hardy. And someday, I might even stop being afraid of them.
And so Major John Gulliver and his men are back on Earth, back where it all began. Will machines one day destroy us? Of course not. We can handle them. Or can we? I'll be back shortly. Some wise man once said, one machine can do the work of 50 ordinary men, but no machine can do the work of one extraordinary man. We think that's going to be true in the future as it has been in the past. The question is, what will the machines think now that we've given them brains? We may well be entering the age when man's own inventions will be in conflict with man himself. Our cast included John Lithgow, Ian Martin, Earl Hammond, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. And perhaps you've come to look upon me as the master of the macabre, your escort into the eerie. And in all honesty, I can say that I am happy you have this opinion of me. I'll admit to an affinity for tales of the supernatural, and even a sneaking fondness for ghosts. Some ghosts, that is. I cannot say that I have liked every ghost I have met, because in my experience, there can be some very unpleasant ghosts, like this one. Our mystery drama, Voices of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Mandel Kramer and Ralph Bell. There are many stories about faceless voices that speak to lonely people. Voices that come from nowhere, that threaten, cajole, terrify, or madden the mortals who hear them. Our story is about such a voice, but it is a voice that has a face, the face of a dead man. Most of us know what to expect when we turn on a television set. But the last thing Jason Phillips expected was to have the face of a dead man appear on his television tube.
How did the face of Peter Truro get on my TV screen? Peter, I'm sure if you were alive, you'd understand why yours is the last face I'd want to look at. So forgive me for switching stations. What is this, Peter again? I'll try another channel. On every channel? Peter Truro? That's ridiculous. And no sound. What's wrong with the sound?
Nothing, Jason.
What?
This isn't the normal way to return.
Well, I'm seeing things. And hearing them. Peter Truro is dead and buried. He couldn't be talking to me from my TV screen. Everything happened so suddenly with Peter and Claire and that lousy Linpilla. Put the TV back on.
Relax, Jason. I'm not a delusion. I realize that my talking to you this way must be quite a shock, but you're really seeing and talking with Peter Truro.
Oh, sure. Peter Truro, who's been dead and cremated for 10 days.
The body, yes, Jason, but nothing else. Now, just as soon as we complete our business, you'll be rid of me, and you'll be happy.
You keep talking about business. What kind of business can we have?
You're going to do a little job for me, Jason. You're going to kill my wife. There's absolutely no point in your turning off the television, Jason.
You're a fraud, Peter. I don't know how you got into my set, but you're a fraud.
Come on now. You're not going to claim that you're still upset because, after all, I am a ghost?
Well, of course. It's a perfectly natural occurrence, isn't it? Everyone who watches television sooner or later finds himself face to face and talking with a ghost every time he turns on his set.
Well, what you're really telling me is that you're afraid I'm not a ghost at all, but a figment of your imagination.
And you find that strange. You don't think that that's enough to upset me?
Of course it is, Jason. Like Hamlet, you're wondering about your brain.
Yes, I am.
Well, I can take that worry off your shoulders.
Oh.
Suppose Claire comes to see you.
Claire? What would she want?
An attack of conscience. Guilt. Whatever you may want to call it. But, Jason, I will make Claire visit you. And then we will talk again.
What in the world am I doing here anyway? Can you tell me, Jason?
Putting on a marvelous act as usual, Claire.
Why do I feel cold? Why do I have this feeling that Peter's watching?
Which question would you like me to answer?
Do you believe in ghosts?
Of course not.
Well, you sound so sure. So very.
And you're not. I remember how you used to make fun of the whole spiritual scene.
I said it was impossible.
Claire, why this discussion? What made you phone me and come here to talk about...
I've been having dreams.
Dreams? Well, I'm no psychiatrist.
Yes, dreams about Peter. He keeps telling me to come to you and explain about, well, you know, how you lost the part in the play, and I'm not making very much sense, am I?
No, you're not. I don't know why you came here, but I know damn well you'd better leave.
Are you convinced, Jason? Do you believe now that I'm a ghost? Well, you heard Claire. You know I sent her to you.
So she says.
I don't know whether it was smart to throw her out so abruptly. She may become suspicious.
About what?
About your wanting to kill her.
You're out of your mind. You're crazy.
Remember how you felt when Claire told you that she was replacing you in the part that I had picked for you in Cries of Dissent? Remember how you raged because you knew that Claire was throwing you out, not because of your lack of ability, but because she wanted the part for her lover, Edward Linville. You even threatened to kill her.
I don't have to listen to any more of this. Right now, I could cheerfully have murdered you if you'd been alive. Hello.
Jason, this is Claire. Darling, I do think you owe me some sort of explanation for almost throwing me out of your place a while ago.
Claire, my love, the only thing I owe you is a punch in the mouth, and if you were a man, I'd be happy to give it to you.
Are you going to be with us long, Mr. Phillips?
Well, that depends.
You'll find all sports and great weather at the Clarkstown Inn. You will be in 4:45. If there's anything you want, don't hesitate to ask.
Now, before I call Alida, I think I'd better see if Peter is still with me.
Here I am, Jason. You didn't think you could run away from me, did you?
I wasn't sure, but I was hoping.
I'm curious about one thing. Why did you pick this God-forsaken little town as a place of refuge?
Because I happen to have been born right here in Clarkstown.
Ah. Then this is an attempt to recapture the safety of your childhood. That's very touching, Jason.
I've had enough of you tonight, Peter. Time for me to do what I came here for in the first place. Talk to an old friend.
Hello?
Alida, what a delight to hear your voice after all these years.
And it is a pleasure to hear yours, Jason.
Oh, Alida, you're too much. After all these years, you hear me say your name and immediately you know my voice.
It is a distinctive voice, Jason. Are you calling from New York?
No, I'm at the inn right here in Clarkstown. Matter of fact, I came here just to see you.
How nice. But, Jason, there's been a lot of years since we last spoke. And right now it's almost past my bedtime. How about breakfast with me tomorrow? More coffee, Jason.
No, thanks, Alida. Alida, I'm being haunted. I think I'm going crazy. I don't know where to turn or what to do. That's why I came to see you. Do you think you can help me?
If you'll calm down, maybe.
Well, you just don't know what it's like.
And I can't find out unless you tell me. Do you know this ghost?
Of course. It's the famous Broadway producer, Peter Truro.
I read about his death. It was only a short time ago.
That's right. And he's been after me for the past 2 weeks.
How does this haunting manifest itself?
Through television. Every time I turn on a TV set, it's Peter's face that appears. I can't get any other programs, just Peter Truro.
What does he say to you?
Well, that's what's got me scared. He's asking me to kill his wife. What frightened you, Alida? Why?
Well, Jason, as I remember you, when you were a boy, you were not particularly psychic or even sympathetic to psychic phenomena.
That's right.
In order to help you, I must find out why the ghost of Peter Truro chose you as his instrument in the first place.
Can you?
I can try. But not this morning. Can you come back tonight for another seance? Like the one you remembered as a boy?
That's why I came. I'll be here, Alida.
I can't promise anything will come out of this. I can't even promise to make contact. But if I do, you will have to keep absolutely quiet. Understand?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, hold my hands. Tighter. Yes, that's it. The light is too bright. It hurts my eyes. I can't see. Better, yes. That's better. Now, I see. I see you quite clearly.
Jason, why did you do this? Just when we two were getting along so well, you went and brought this stranger in.
Well, Peter,
Jason, you must keep quiet. You promised.
Let him talk for himself. We have some wonderful chats when we're alone.
Jason is a friend of mine. He has asked my help. Why did you choose him to torment?
It is I who am in torment. You must know that. It is I who cannot rest until a vow has been kept.
What vow?
The marriage vow.
Has it not been kept? Did you not plight love till death do us part?
No. Our vow was to remain faithful and loving forever. We changed the marriage ceremony, and the vow has not been kept. And I seek revenge. I will have revenge. I will.
Alida, are you all right?
Yes. Yes. I will be fine. Just give me a moment.
You sure you're going to be all right?
Yes, I'm sure about me. But I am worried about you, Jason. I am not sure about you.
Ghosts are very much like UFOs. People say they don't exist. But somehow the idea of ghosts and UFOs just won't go away. The question of whether ghosts can have anything to do with dreams is one that has occupied the thoughts of psychics since people first began to talk about ghosts. Jason Phillips was haunted by a ghost, not in his dreams, but one who took over his TV set. Jason is seeking help, not from an analyst, but from an old and respected medium whom he had known since childhood.
All right, Alida. I don't mean to start a discussion. All I want to know is, how do I get rid of the ghost of Peter Truro?
I wish I could tell you.
You mean I can't get any help? I'll have to spend the rest of my life listening to Peter insisting that I kill Claire for him?
You can turn off your television, can't you?
Oh, great. I'll never look at a TV set again. Is that your solution?
How deeply was Peter devoted to his wife?
What kind of question is that?
A very important question.
Well, there was a jealousy act that Peter was putting on.
What made you think it was, as you put it, an act?
Because nobody could have been that jealous.
What about the relationship? Was it a good one?
I don't know. I never stopped to think about it. There was the difference in age. I mean, Peter was some 18 years older than Claire, and he was Broadway's outstanding producer, and she was an actress.
Are you trying to say that Claire married Truro to advance her career? That she didn't love him?
Well, there was no question that Truro worshipped Claire, that he'd do anything for her. She liked Peter, but, well, I think the feeling was deeper on his side than hers.
And how did you feel about Claire?
Alida, I don't see the point of all this.
Ghosts do not choose people to haunt unless by design. In order even to begin to help you, we must try to find out why Peter Truro chose you as an instrument for his vengeance. How do you feel about Claire?
Well, I'm certainly not fond of her. After all, she was responsible for my losing the part in Cries of Dissent.
You wanted to kill her.
Don't be ridiculous. You sound just like Peter.
You won't admit it to yourself. But you're secretly delighted with the idea of punishing Claire Truro. And there is no way you can get rid of Peter Truro until you do.
Welcome home, Jason. So nice to be back with you.
Cut it, Peter.
I liked your friend Alida.
Oh, I'm glad.
Well, now that your investigation has proved that I'm really a ghost and not something your imagination cooked up, we can get down to specifics about killing Claire.
Now, let's get this straight. I evidently can't stop you from appearing on my TV screen. But I am not going to kill anyone. Not even Claire.
I'll show you how you can get away with it.
I'm not interested.
What can you lose by sitting down and picking up a piece of paper and a pen?
I don't know.
Admit you're curious.
All right, I'm curious.
Oh, come on, Jason. You know we both burn for revenge. You because Claire fired you from Cries of Dissent to replace you with her lover, Edward Linville.
Who is awful. Have you seen him?
Oh, I don't have to. I know he's terrible. But he's playing the part. And he's sleeping with my wife, so, get the paper and pen, eh?
All right.
Now write the following. My darling, this should not come as a surprise, since we talked about your unfaithfulness.
Now, wait a minute, Peter.
There's not much more. Unfaithfulness many times. And you know that I said I would kill you. My dearest, prepare to die. And sign it, Peter. What do you think she'll say when she finds that in her desk drawer?
Well, I think she'll laugh because she'll know it's an obvious forgery.
Well, take another look, Jason. And then tell me if you recognize the writing.
What? How did you do it? This is your handwriting.
Please, Edward, don't make me look again.
Darling, you must. This thing has gone too far for you to give in to it now. Now, please open the drawer.
What if I find another of those horrible notes?
You won't find any more. I've had the only key to the drawer in my pocket for the past 2 days.
Oh, can't we just let it go for now?
Open the drawer. Now, here's the key, darling. What was it?
Another note. Another one.
Well, that's impossible. Let me see.
No, don't. It's impossible, you said. Impossible. All right, Edward, read what it says. Read it. And tell me it's impossible. I think we should go to the police.
And tell them what? That you're getting notes from a dead man?
Well, haven't you been telling me all along that that was impossible?
Of course I have.
Then we could go to the police and tell him that some vicious practical joker is blackmailing me.
He hasn't asked for anything.
Oh, he's building up to it. I know he's building up to it.
Who is he? That's the big question. Who is doing this and how?
I'll swear that the notes are in Peter's handwriting, and any handwriting expert will swear to the same thing.
Then maybe we should ask the police to begin looking for a master forger?
I thought you said we shouldn't go to the police.
Well, I have an idea. Now, it may be crazy, and well, I don't know whether or not it'll help, but it's an idea.
I'll do anything to stop this madness.
Well, maybe we should find a spiritualist and have a consultation.
Who is it?
Ed Linville.
Well, if I say I'm surprised, I'm sure you'll understand.
Completely. And I'm sure that you'll understand that I wouldn't be here in your apartment unless I thought it was very important.
Granted.
I'm here because I can't help feeling there's some connection between you and some crazy notes Claire's been getting.
Notes? Don't think I understand.
Somebody has started a systematic campaign of persecution against Claire.
Well, why don't you go to the police?
Because I'm afraid of the publicity. Claire will look silly because the persecution is seemingly directed by Peter Truro.
Well, she can't be serious. How could Peter
That's what everyone's reaction is, because I can't explain the notes.
That's the second time you've mentioned notes.
They're vicious, handwritten little jottings, all reminding her of some silly vows that she had made with Truro before they were married. They threaten her life. They're all signed by Peter Truro.
Well, it's impossible.
That's what I said. Claire insists that the handwriting is Peter's. It's been checked by 3 handwriting experts. All 3 say Claire's right. The handwriting is Peter's.
Well, that still doesn't explain what brings you here to see me.
I told you, Claire sensed there's a connection. She told me she came to see you.
Yes, she did.
And she told me you behaved rather strangely.
Look, I know you're worried about Claire, so I'm giving you a lot of latitude, but you're really beginning to annoy me, Linville.
I'm just trying to find out why you got so angry with her when she was only talking about her dreams.
She came here, I thought, to ask my forgiveness for the raw deal she gave me in Cries of Dissent. A deal which you were part of. Now, why should I sympathize with Claire and her problems? We were never that close before Peter died. And as far as you're concerned...
Can you forget that I replaced you?
You don't have a right to ask me to forget.
Oh, yes, I have. And I'm going to get some answers, or the cops are going to get some information. Even if it means bad publicity.
The cops?
Claire and I went to a medium. We showed her the notes. We told her all we knew. She held a seance, and she came up with your name.
That's what you're going to tell the cops?
That and the fact that you're mad because I replaced you in cries of dissent.
You've had this coming, and now you're going to get it. I'll kill you, so help me, I'll kill you.
So, Jason, we made quite a spectacle of ourselves with Edward Linville, didn't we?
How did that medium get my name?
She must have been extraordinarily perceptive.
You know that it was a she. You're in on this.
Oh, really, Jason? You're becoming paranoid. Since I'm obviously depending on you to kill Claire for me, it would be extraordinarily stupid for me to have you suspected even before the crime.
Nobody is going to be suspected because there isn't going to be any crime.
Oh, your adrenaline's still working overtime because of that scrap with Linville. When you calm down, you'll realize what a fool you're making of yourself.
No need to remind me. I realized that the minute Linville said he'd been given my name.
What story can Linville take to the police?
He can accuse me of writing poison pen letters to Claire.
He can? On what evidence? The word of a medium? According to Linville himself, Claire had the notes checked with a handwriting expert who swore that the handwriting was mine. Now, how does that point to you?
Why can't you leave me alone?
Oh, come, Jason. You were having a ball with the notes and watching the effect they had on Claire?
All right, I'll admit that, but writing nasty little notes is a lot different than killing.
Well, of course it is. And you want me to guarantee that no one will ever connect you with the killing. That's what you really want, isn't it, Jason?
Look, you're too smug for me to argue with. There's no point in any further discussion, so...
Now, hold on a minute, Jason, hold on. I want to tell you how I can guarantee you're being in the clear.
Like promising me you won't give the police my name.
I offer you complete safety.
How?
A suicide note.
Suicide?
Exactly. Claire will commit suicide. Take an overdose of sleeping pills and leave a completely authentic suicide note to prove it.
You mean you're really going to drive Claire to suicide?
Don't you think Claire is the suicidal type?
No.
I agree. That's why we must have the note. You want to write it now?
Are you out of your mind?
Just write what I dictate.
No way.
We are going to say that she just couldn't stand the idea of betraying me and breaking her solemn marriage vow.
Now, you're not going to mention me, are you?
Of course not.
Somebody will remember that the earlier notes dealt with me and Linville.
That's why we'll just stick with her guilt about betraying me. You see how careful I'm being about involving you?
Yes, but you want me to write the note.
You must. I guarantee the handwriting experts will all swear the handwriting is genuine. In addition, it will be on her special stationery, of course.
And how are you going to arrange that?
You are. You are going to be invited to a party. A bash that Claire will be giving next week. And while you're there, I'll arrange to show you the room where Claire keeps her stationery and the desk.
Oh, forget it. Haven't you ever heard of fingerprints? Mine will be all over the place.
Pick it up, Jason. That's Claire calling with your invitation. Congratulations, Jason. You accepted Claire's invitation with just the right amount of reluctance.
How did you know that Claire would call?
Oh, you must grant me certain ghostly secrets of the trade. It should reassure you about our chances of pulling off a successful murder.
I thought you said suicide.
Yes, I did, but to be quite accurate, I should have said apparent suicide. We both agreed that Claire wasn't the suicidal type.
Then what was all that talk about sleeping pills and a suicide note? Just talk?
By no means.
Well, she's not going to take an overdose of her own free will.
That is where you come in, Jason. You'll have to see to it that she takes them. We'll work that out somehow.
The devil we will. This is where I get off, Peter. I'm finishing with you once and for all, even if I have to smash the set.
We're past that, Jason, old boy.
What? Wait a minute. The set's off. I hear you. Why can't I see you?
Of course the set is off, Jason. But now we have such a close relationship that I don't have to depend on a mechanical device to communicate with you. From now on, Jason, I'm your friend and faithful companion.
Who was it who first said, with a friend like that, who needs enemies? Oh, well, it really doesn't matter. What matters is that a ghostly voice has taken control of Jason Phillips. All of us are driven sometimes by forces we don't clearly see or understand. But how many of you have ever obeyed the commands of a ghost? And what happened when you did? Don't answer that. People who hear voices either tell no one or lay themselves open to all sorts of risks, not the least of which is ending up on a couch. Actor Jason Phillips has been hearing the same voice for weeks. A voice of a Broadway producer who keeps urging Jason to kill the producer's actress wife. Jason is now disturbed enough to seek help from a distinguished and brilliant psychiatrist.
The whole purpose of our talks, Jason, depends on your deciding what is important. Now, obviously, your losing the part in Cries of Dissent was a real shock to you.
Well, it would be to anybody.
Of course, but what about Claire Trureau? What was your relationship with her before that?
It was friendly, casual. I mean, after all, she was Peter's wife, and he made no bones about how he felt about her.
Were you attracted to her?
She's a very good-looking woman.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, I guess maybe, but nothing earth-shaking.
And how did she feel about you?
I don't know.
I think it might be wise if you could recreate the day she told you she was replacing you in Cries of Dissent.
Well, I don't know if I can remember all of it. I came to the theater that day about the same time as usual. Rehearsal was scheduled for 11. I got there about 10:50. I was sitting in my dressing room when I heard a knock on the door. Come in.
I'm glad you're early, Jason. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Fine. Well, I need the script.
No. Jason, darling, this isn't going to be very pleasant.
Well, the last few weeks haven't been very pleasant.
This is something I know is going to hurt you, and I wish... How I wish...
You're not making sense.
I've never done this before. I've never fired an actor before.
Fired an actor? You mean I'm out of the play?
I'm afraid so.
But why? Why? You know I'm good in the part. You know what the part means to me. Why would...
I think you're beginning to understand. Believe me, Jason,
Does Linville mean that much to you?
Well, you knew
I knew you were seeing a lot of him, but I didn't think that... Well, isn't this very sudden? Peter's only been dead a few days.
Edward Linville and I... Well, we go back a long way.
Claire, I don't want to hear any stories of old love affairs. It's not going to make me feel any differently about the kind of deal you're giving me.
I don't suppose I could expect you to feel any other way.
Come off it, Claire. You cut my heart out and you want to be forgiven?
You'll get your full salary for the run of the
I don't need it. I'll take my 2 weeks' notice.
I'll be in touch with your agent. Goodbye, Jason.
And that's about the way it was, Doctor.
Oh, a traumatic experience. It has left a deep scar.
Well, I knew that before I came to you. Now, help me.
Well, the help must come from within you.
You don't believe in this ghost of mine.
Do you?
We keep going around in circles, Doctor.
Not quite. The first day you came to me, you wanted to know whether or not you could actually hear a voice and be perfectly sane. You remember I gave you an answer.
Yes, you said it was possible.
And then?
Then I told you the voice I heard belonged to a dead man and asked if you believed in ghosts.
And do you remember my answer?
Yes, you said, for some people, ghosts are a way of life.
That's right.
Doesn't that apply to you?
No, and I don't know anyone it does apply to. Doctor, if you're trying to confuse me, you're doing a great job.
I'm trying to lead you to a conclusion. You'd only kill someone who did you harm.
Does that seem so strange?
Someone like Claire Truro?
There you go again, Doctor, trying to prove something.
Prove what?
That I'd really like to kill Claire.
Wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes, I would. I'd like to get my hands around her throat. Yes, I want to kill her.
What in the world have you done, Jason?
Made a purchase, Peter. A mannequin. Don't you recognize her?
Should I?
Well, she's a lady very close to your heart.
To me, she just looks like any other window dummy they use in dress shops.
Ah, but this one is different, Peter. Don't you recognize your beloved wife, Claire?
What kind of foolishness is this?
Expensive, made-to-order therapy for a man who talks to ghosts. A ghost who wants him to kill his wife. Now, I propped Claire up here in the corner of this couch, and I hit her. And I hit her again, and again, and again. You feel better? Much better, Peter. You see, I'm willing to admit to you now that I am aggressive towards Claire, and I would like to see her dead.
That is progress.
That's what my doctor says. Now that I've admitted the terrible thought and acknowledged it, I can get rid of my aggression.
By hitting that department store dummy on the head?
You go ahead and laugh. But it's going to work.
Jason? Jason, over here.
Oh, great party, Claire.
Thank you, Jason. I want you and Edward to shake hands right here now.
Of course.
Go on, Edward. Go on, shake hands.
Well, I think I made a fool of myself, Jason.
Well, you don't have a monopoly on foolishness. I kind of lost my head, too.
Well, it's all over now. And even though Edward said I shouldn't, I have to ask a favor, Jason.
Go right ahead.
Well, you know that little church around the corner from your apartment?
You mean St. Anthony's?
That's it. They have a theatrical about this time every year, and I've known Father Kinsolving for years and years, and, well, I always donate some costumes. I was wondering if you'd be kind enough to drop them off for me.
No trouble at all. I'd be happy to.
You see, Edward, what you called my silly brainstorm turned out to be not such a bad idea at all.
Welcome home, Jason. Did you enjoy the party?
Matter of fact, I had a ball.
I see you have the clothes with which you can dress that ridiculous dummy, so it looks even more like Claire.
These are costumes that I have to give to St. Anthony's.
Well, try one of them on the dummy. You'll find it will make your therapy more effective. Go on. I like that blue dress.
Wait a minute. Did you have anything to do with this?
Of course, I put the idea into Claire's head of asking you to deliver the costumes. I think it's going to please me to see a more lifelike Claire in your living room and give you a good deal more of satisfaction.
All right, Doctor, I'll admit I do feel better. But all that pummeling and smashing at the model of Claire hasn't stopped me from hearing Peter's voice.
Do you also see him?
Only when I turn on the TV. I don't bother with that anymore. But I am still confused. You and I have these long conversations and...
You were about to say?
Oh, I don't know. There are too many things that can't be explained away because of my aggressiveness. Those notes and the fact that they were judged to be in Peter's handwriting.
Which you've often seen enough on checks and letters.
I'm not that good a forger.
All right, Jason. What is the alternative?
I don't understand.
We've come a long way since you first came here. Let's assume that you didn't forge the notes. You know who wrote them, but someone else dictated them. And the same person guided your hand. Now, who could that person possibly be?
I've been telling you, the ghost of Peter Truro.
And this same ghost influenced his wife to give you costumes to deliver to a church for a theatrical.
He says he did.
This, then, is the alternative you must face. That there is a ghost. That he is the ghost of Peter Truro, and that he is haunting you.
And that I believe in that ghost?
Don't you?
I'm afraid I don't have any choice.
Who is it?
Alida.
Oh, come in. Thank you for coming so soon after I called.
I'd never forgive myself if I hadn't. Who's that?
It's just a dummy dressed in Claire's clothes.
You must get rid of it.
Well, I will, but I asked you to visit with me.
Get rid of it now.
What do you want me to do, throw it out the window?
It doesn't matter. Don't you realize how dangerous it is for you to have her here?
Oh, come on, Alita. It was my doctor's idea. He said I could use the dummy to take out my aggression.
Indeed. And where did you get the clothes?
Claire gave them to me.
Does she know how you're using them?
She gave me a lot of stuff to give to a church theatrical. I kept this one dress out.
Are you so friendly that she would ask you to do her a favor like that?
Look, I'm afraid I've gone as far as I can with the doctor. He feels that it's all my subconscious. My urge to kill Claire that accounts for everything.
Your wish to kill Claire does not mean there are no ghosts. There is evil all around you. Either you or Claire must leave New York.
I don't see how running away will get rid of Peter.
I'm not so much concerned now with your getting rid of Peter as I am with saving your life.
You really mean that, don't you? You're really frightened.
There was only one other time in my life when I'd been this frightened.
When was that?
No. Now, Jason, please come away with me. Come back with me to Clarkstown
Until?
Until the restless thirst for revenge has left the ghost of Peter Truro.
You were sensational tonight, Claire, my love.
Thank you, Edward.
Shall we eat something before we go home?
No, I'll meet you at the house. I have to go someplace first.
Oh, very mysterious.
Well, it's important.
You care to tell me?
I'm afraid you disapprove.
Well, if it's what I think it is, I certainly will do more than disapprove.
Oh, be a darling and don't ask any questions. I'll tell you all about it when I get home.
Now, Claire,
I have to get this makeup off, and
You're not going.
Now, don't be silly, Edward. You don't even know where I'm going.
Stop treating me like a child, Claire. It's obvious that you're taking that last note seriously.
I want these notes to end. I want this whole situation to end. Can you promise me that you can stop it, Edward?
No, but...
This last note says I'll have all the answers if I go alone to Jason's apartment.
And you believe
It
that?
also says I'll find the door open. I'm going there. And if the door's open, I'll go in.
But, Claire...
You know where I'll be. And if I'm not home in an hour, you can come after me. Call the police or do anything you want.
Oh, darn, I just remembered something, Alita.
What?
I left something important in the apartment.
Oh, but Jason, our bus leaves in half an hour. You promised to go home with
There's
me.
plenty of time. My apartment's only a short distance. I'll grab a cab, be back in plenty of time. Meet you at gate number 5.
You're doing the right thing, Jason. I promise a stunning surprise awaits you in your apartment. And after tonight, it will be all over. You'll like what I've done with the mannequin, Jason. That's a promise.
The door is open. That's part of the notice, right? Jason? Jason, are you home? Darn. Oh, where are the lights? Oh, what's this? Jason, you're not playing some silly game, are you? Oh, a dummy. Some kind of store figure. Jason, whatever you're up to, get this thing away from me. It's just where a dummy belongs, on the floor. Jason, I'm too old to be afraid of the dark. I'll just sit and wait for you. And if you don't come soon, Edward will be here. I'm warning you. I thought mentioning Edward would do it. Switch on the light, Jason.
Oh, Peter, this is what your surprise is. You've made the mannequin talk. Marvelous, Peter.
Who are you talking to, Jason? Please turn on the light.
Thank you, Peter. This is really wonderful.
Jason, are you mad?
True. Feels like real flesh. My hands are closing around real flesh. I don't know how you did it, Peter.
Jason, you're killing me. Jason, stop.
That finishes you once and for all. Now, little light. Clear. It's really clear.
Of course, Jason. I've kept my promise, and you've done the job. Now you're rid of me forever. Goodbye, Jason.
Claire, I've really killed you. No. Oh, no!
Well, that's one way to rid yourself of a ghost. Jason Phillips was no longer haunted. However, I certainly don't recommend it as a general rule. I do recommend, however, a more generous suspension of disbelief when someone tells you he's seen a ghost or is hearing voices he can't explain. Voices. Voices we hear only inside our own heads. Sometimes we identify them as voices of conscience, and everyone accepts the fact that we hear those. But ghostly voices, the voices of the dead, how real are they? Just as real as our imagination allows them to be. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Ralph Bell, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Down the labyrinth of time, men have worshipped many gods. Among them, the god of fire. Even today, on a small island off the coast of India, fire worshippers walk unharmed through a river of burning coals to honor their fire god. Another god worshipped by men is greed. The love of money, called in the Bible the root of all evil, has tempted men to lie, cheat, steal, kill. In other words, they too walk through a kind of fire. And some are hideously burned. Christy, my love, call me King Midas, because anything I touch turns to gold. You'll be embroidered with diamonds, bedizened with emeralds, garnished with pearls. You'll be festooned with bracelets, anklets, necklaces, rings, earrings, even a nose ring of rubies, if your little heart desires. Our mystery drama, Trial by Fire, was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Nancy Moore and stars Norman Rose and Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Webster's dictionary defines greed as the excessive desire for more possessions than one needs or deserves. Mr. Webster understates the case. Greed is an insatiable appetite for more and more worldly goods. Too much is never enough. A man so afflicted mortgages his morals and barters his soul. Such a man was Brad Stewart. Last year in New York City. No, let a friend of Brad's tell this story. Tom Hendricks lived it. Thankfully, I didn't.
Why are the rascals of this world so often such charmers? The answer, of course, is that charm is an absolutely essential characteristic of a con artist. Brad Stewart was so charming, and his girl Christine so blind. Christy was a sweet little thing, gentle and trusting. I never could figure why anyone as nice would attract someone as devious as Brad, or why she... Well, what naive young girl wouldn't fall for all that charm? How could she resist a man, a handsome, charming man, remember, who courted her with such poetic extravagances?
Rings on your fingers, Christy? Bells on your toes? That's not a patch on what you'll wear when my ship comes in. Sweetheart, when that happens, and it will, I'll garland you with diamonds and spangle you with pearls.
I don't need all those things, darling.
I do. You'll be embroidered with amethysts, garnished with sapphires.
Oh.
Yes, you'll be festooned with bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings, even a nose ring of rubies, if your little heart desires. And my girl will make music wherever she goes.
A wild talent with words, another requisite of a con man. Was Christie to take that rhapsodic nonsense seriously? Catch on that no deal was too shady to help Brad beat the system, make the world his oyster with a perfect pearl inside? She never questioned where his windfalls of money came from, even after he disappeared for days on business, he said.
I clinched another big deal, Christy. Everything I touch turns to gold. Call me King Midas, and you're my princess. Castles in the air? I'll build a dozen right on the ground.
Prince Charming, King Midas, and Christie the princess locked in a tower of love and innocence. An article in a travel magazine was to change all that. Brad read the article, grabbed the phone, and dialed my laboratory. Oh, I'm a research chemist, and that's exactly what Brad needed. Hendricks Laboratory.
Tom, Brad, one question. When you were on that trip to Ceylon, you went to a fire walking, didn't you?
Sri Lanka.
What?
Sri Lanka, that's Ceylon's new name. It's really their ancient name, and now
I don't give a damn about its name. You did see a fire walking, yes?
Yeah, what about it?
Plenty about it. What I want to know is this. Those natives that walk on coals, it's a fake, isn't it?
Well, I told you, but I saw it.
No, I mean they protect their feet with some kind of secret herb, right?
Wrong. No tricks, drugs, gimmicks.
Oh, I don't believe it.
Look, I'm telling you that I saw them walk through a blazing inferno with bare feet and they weren't burned.
You sure? No protection at all?
None.
Hey, Tom, there's got to be an angle.
Maybe so, but doctors and scientists who studied the phenomenon haven't found it. You know, I checked out one fire walker myself, before and after. He didn't put anything on his feet before he walked, and those feet weren't any different after they sank in coals nearly up to his ankles.
How the devil do they do it?
And no one knows.
Well, the people who do it know they have to.
Not scientifically,
They're just not telling.
but spiritually they know.
What?
Well, you see, Brad, fire walking is a religious rite. Several people in Ceylon, walkers and non-walkers, told me that those able to do it have attained some sort of high spiritual development.
Yeah, whatever that means.
But you see, everyone can't do it. Only the ones who are
Okay, okay, skip all that. Look, here's the important question. Fire walking can be fake, can it?
A lot of jokers have tried to fake it, especially fools from this part of the world. They were burned to a crisp to their trouble.
Well, I say it can be faked. Listen, I'm coming over there to your lab.
What for? I'm busy.
Too busy to make $1 million?
What?
I'll tell you when I get there, pal. Keep the home fires burning.
When Brad got to the laboratory, he was too on fire, shall we say, to explain the fantastic plan he had already dreamed up. He plunged right into ways and means.
Tom, I got the principle of this thing all figured out. And you got the know-how to invent it. Refrigeration.
I invent refrigeration and we make $1 million. Well, you're a few years too late, genius.
All right, I'll explain.
I read this article about fire worshippers on the island of Kamala. Their annual firewalk ceremony is next month. I'm going over there and walk on fire.
Are you out of your skull? What for?
Hey, listen to this part of the article. Wait till yeah, here it is. An island legend has long been held as sacred truth. One day, the Kamalans believe a stranger from afar will conquer the holy fire, will walk without blemish through the burning coals. The stranger will be a man of white skin, a pure heart, a pure faith. For centuries, the islanders have awaited this stranger, this favorite of the fire god. When at last he comes, he will be proclaimed high priest and king of the Golden Isle. Well, Tom, old buddy, you get it?
And you think that you could be that stranger?
I know I can.
Walk the coals and not be burned.
Not burned, singed, scorched, or toasted.
All right, let's assume that you can do it. So you got the white skin, if not the pure heart. So the brown-skinned islanders make you high priest and king. So what? How does that make us $1 million?
You $1 million, twice, 3 times that much for me.
Answer the question. How does King Brad Stewart make us millions?
Kamala is an island of jewels. More treasure there than in Ceylon.
Oh, fine. You're king. You sit on a gold throne. You're worshipped by a lot of superstitious natives who can't even speak your language. Fun and games. Stuck on an island, what good are jewels and the gold throne?
Forget the gold throne, the jewels. Concentrate on the statue of the fire god.
Yeah, what about it?
Wait, I'll read you about that, gentleman. The trench of coals through which the chosen ones walk is 1 yard wide, 20 yards long. At the end of their fiery ordeal, a majestic, fearsome statue of the fire god waits for them. They kneel to him and worship.
So?
So listen to this. The life-size idol worth a king's ransom is solid gold, studded with unnumbered flawless diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. Is that a few $1 million, or isn't it? Here, look. A picture of him. I bring that gorgeous hunk back to the States.
Wow, take it off the island? How do you get away with that, chum?
I'm king. I have absolute power. The dumb heathen worship me, love me, obey me. I say, sorry, beloved subjects, the fire god has ordered me to take the statue to other believers across the world. They won't even try to stop me. It's a cinch.
Oh, sure, a cinch predicated on the assumption that you can waltz over those coals without getting a hot foot.
A little modern science, that's your department. A little hocus-pocus from me, and I pull it off. I can even talk to the priestess without an interpreter.
Wait a minute. What priestess?
Where's that part about the... Yeah, here it is. The island has always been ruled by a woman, a priestess. But the stranger they foretell will be a man. The present ruler of surpassing beauty descends from the royal line that has ruled for centuries. Educated in England, she nevertheless embraces all the island's ancient customs and beliefs.
Come on, a beautiful priestess yet.
Educated, speaks English, but believes all that hogwash about a white-skinned stranger. Well, we in business?
Brad, if you're asking, can I produce a chemical combination that will see your feet through half a city block of live coals? Yeah, I think so. There's a chemical that expands into gas when it's exposed to heat. Now, you combine that with...
Never mind how you do it, just do it.
Has it occurred to you that Kamala belongs to India? I mean, even if you get away with the idol, you'll have bad trouble getting a priceless antiquity out of Asia.
Bribery does it. After this hustle, I can afford it. Now, let's get to the bottom line. $1 million is your take if you can air condition my feet. Is it a deal?
No.
No? You want more? Look, I dreamed up this caper. Why should you have
wait
more
a
than
minute, wait a minute. Hold your fire. You see, I'm not as greedy as you are. $1 million will do nicely, thank you. Pay for lab equipment I need. Now, there's something else I want.
What?
To go on this safari with you.
I thought you were about to ask me for the priestess. Sure, you can go. Why not? I'll take Christy. You take your girl. We'll have a ball.
I haven't got a girl.
Well, then maybe you do want the priestess. It says right here she's a knockout. I could probably pull that off, too.
Well, thanks a lot, but I don't think that I'd go for a doll who worships fire. Hey, but what about Christy?
What about her?
Will she approve of this hoax?
Little Chrissy approves of anything I do.
Does she know what you do?
She knows what I choose to tell her.
Take her along and you'll have to tell her the truth about this.
Look, I can handle Chris. You handle those chemicals.
Yeah. But come to think of it, I'm not so sure that I approve of this caper myself.
You don't have to approve. Just invent. And keep in mind, we have to leave by the middle of next month. After that, hallelujah, I'll be a zillionaire.
Brad Stewart's avarice blinded him to a clear warning sounded in that travel article. I quote, "Through the years, more than one stranger has landed on Kamala claiming to be the anointed one. Not one man could withstand the trial by fire. All were painfully burned. The natives will tell you that the impostors were exposed by the fire god, who then cursed them with fire." Close the quotes. Close this act. Second act, shortly. Let us pursue that magazine article a little further. Quote, "The Kamalans believe and seemingly demonstrate that only the pure of heart can walk unharmed. Before the walking begins, a wooden statue of a man is flung on the coals to prove they are alive and cruel. The charred, doomed statue represents the fate of any fraudulent person who would test the fire god's sinister power." End quote. Now, let Tom Hendricks take up the story.
Just 2 weeks before we were to leave, Brad read Christy the article. When he finished, not a word about the swindle he planned. Only a question.
Well, Princess, how would you like to see that fire walk?
Oh, Brad, do you mean it?
I do. I've got some business in those parts.
Oh, but you never take me on your trip.
I'm taking you on this one. I've already reserved our flight to India, 14th of this month.
India, too? Oh, I've always wanted to see India.
No, I'm afraid there's no time for India, Christy.
Oh,
the fire walk is on the 16th. We won't even get to Madras till the 15th. I have to charter a boat of some kind. You see, all sorts of problems. You'll see Madras, but that's all of India you'll get.
Well, then, after the fire walk. Oh, Brad, we can't be over there and not see the Taj Mahal and Mount Everest.
No, not afterwards either. I'll have some extra luggage that I can't exactly carry around or check somewhere.
What extra luggage?
Oh, just some jewels I expect to pick up in Kamala for my girl.
Brad, you're so good to me. But jewels don't weigh all that much.
Well, they do and they don't. The gems I'll get for you will be bigger than any you've ever dreamed of. How would you like that 485-carat sapphire the article talked about? Yeah, value $250,000.
Well, but that's in the statue of the fire god.
Nothing's too good for my princess. Count on it. That sapphire, as big as an egg, is yours.
Oh, sure. The pretty priestess will sell you a jewel from the sacred idol for $1.95.
Sell? She'll give it to me.
Darling, dearest, you know you're terribly attractive. But sorry, sweetheart, not that attractive.
Want to bet? I'm telling you that priestess will give me anything I ask.
Brad, you really do think she will, don't you?
I don't think, sweetheart. I know.
It was only a joke to Christy. Charming Brad playing a charming game. Some game. It was about that time, a day or two later, that I soured on the whole deal. I had put together the formula Brad needed and given it to him. I wish I hadn't. I went to his apartment and told him so.
Back? You want the formula back?
You heard me, Brad.
Why?
Well, I've changed my mind about it. I don't think that it'll work.
What do you mean won't work? We know it works. We tested the thing.
Not on 20 yards of burning coals.
Look, last week you were damn well pleased with that formula, ready to patent it. Now you show up here carping about how it won't do the job. Don't try to calm me, Hendricks. I'm a master at that game, and I can smell a con a mile off. Now, what the hell is this all about?
All right, I'm worried about Christie.
Christie?
Brad, you're tempting Providence. Yes, my formula will do the job, at least I think it will. But what if those natives you swindle catch you out just the same? You know what they'll do? They'll tear you apart, and then what happens to Christie?
Look, that stuff from my feet is colorless, odorless, transparent as water. They can't see it, or smell it, or feel it. How can they catch me out?
I don't know how. I do know that the Kamalans walk on fire without a formula. In other words, they have primitive powers that we don't know anything about. Oh, come on, Brad, don't go to Kamala. Or if you must, don't take Christie with you.
Worried about Christie? You're worried about your own hide, not hers, not mine. Then you stay home. Who needs you?
Christie might. If she goes, I go.
Who do you think you're kidding? All this knight in shining armor act. You're in love with my little Chrissy. You think I don't know that? You want me to leave you both behind, and you hope the Kamalans will burn me on a spit like a shish kebab, so you'll have a clear field. No, I'm sorry, friend. Christie goes.
Brad was right. I was in love with Christie. A futile business, I knew that, but there it was. And the only reason I was still going on that trip was to take care of her if she needed me. So, all right, we arrive in India. We charter a sloop to take us to Kamala, an old beat-up craft with a single sail, 3 small rough cabins, a crew of 4. We sailed from Madras the next morning out of the Bay of Bengal into the Indian Ocean, a 3 to 6 hour journey, depending on the winds. Christie still knew nothing of the real reason we were going. Brad chose an odd, oblique way to tell her, but deviousness was his stock in trade. He struck up a conversation with one of the Indian sailors near where Christie sat in a deck chair within earshot.
That fire walk tonight on Kamala, the walkers, they cheat a little, huh?
So?
They protect their feet with some sort of magic potion, right?
No, Sahib. Fire walk is sacred. The god of fire punish unbeliever.
Oh, yeah, sure. I hear there's a big legend that someday a white stranger from afar will walk through that furnace and not even get a blister.
True, sir. When stranger walk, no burn, no pain. He will be king and high priest of Kamala.
You believe all that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Then, my friend, you'd better kneel at my feet. You're talking to the man in the legend. Tonight, I walk the sacred fire.
No, Sahib, you'd not believe. Fire god will smite you.
Who do you think you're kidding? I tell you, I'll walk where angels fear to tread, and I won't feel a thing.
The god will know, sir. You will feel, you will burn.
Want to bet? On your way, sailor. Go on, back to your duty.
Yes, Sahib, I go.
Well, Princess, how'd you like that little exchange?
Oh, you shouldn't tease him like that, Brad. They take their rituals very seriously.
So do I.
Sometimes I wonder if you take anything serious.
Sure. The fire walk. I really am walking that primrose path tonight.
Oh, you're not.
I am. Didn't I promise you that sapphire? They're not about to give it to anyone who isn't the high priest. Tom invented some magic stuff to protect my feet. What's the matter?
You're serious.
Remember I told you I'd have some extra luggage so we couldn't traipse all over India?
Jewels, you said.
Heavy ones, I said that too. Heavy because they'll be in the statue of the fire god. I'm bringing him back to New York for a souvenir.
You are serious. Well, Brad, you can't do that.
No, not a thing to worry about, baby. Tom and I tested the stuff from my feet. It works like a breeze. Cools like a breeze.
Brad, I don't mean the walking. I mean, you can't steal their beautiful sacred statue. You can't.
Worried about a statue, not about me? Look, I'm not stealing it, Christie. The priestess lady will give it to me. Mine free and clear, no crime committed.
It's theirs. They worshipped it for centuries.
But I worked this all out just for you, a big romantic adventure. And I'll listen to you.
You did it for me?
Who else?
Then why didn't you tell me about it before?
I wanted it to be a surprise when you got here. And I don't even get a thank you.
Well, I guess I thank you, but please, You can't do it. It's wrong, Brad. I know it's wrong.
Now, sweetheart, listen to me.
But, Brad...
So those ignorant pagans lose a bucket full of precious jewels. Not stolen, remember, given. The island is lousy with jewels. They can make another idol, bigger, better. You say they've worshipped the old one for centuries? What else have they done for centuries?
I don't know what.
Waited for, prayed for the coming of that white stranger. You think it won't be a big thrill for the legend to come true? If I'd get you 10, some of the believers have begun to lose faith. They give me the statue. I give them back their faith. Hail to the high priest.
But the high priest isn't staying there.
Does the legend say he would? No. Come on, Christy. Where's the harm in this? I'm doing the Kamalans a favor.
Christy let Brad persuade her. Well, hadn't I let him do the same thing to me? When we reached the lush tropical island mid-afternoon, Brad had no trouble getting an audience with the priestess. The article had said that she was of surpassing beauty, and she was. She sat on a throne of carved teakwood, and Brad knelt before her.
Royal lady, your god of fire has come to me in a vision. Go across the world, he said, for I have chosen you to conquer the sacred fire. I bid you hasten to the Golden Isle. Priestess of the god, I have obeyed. I am here.
Describe to me our god of fire, that we may know it was in truth he who came to you, and not another.
He is golden, like fire. Everything about him is like fire. Fiery jewels, hair like streaming flames, long fingers like fire reaching toward me. On his face a look that filled me with dread if I did not obey his command.
O stranger from afar, verily, you have seen our God. If you are a true believer, I and his subjects welcome you. You will see him again at midnight, when we walk the flames in supplication to the God. If you walk without blemish, we shall proclaim you High Priest and King of Kamala.
If I weren't a true believer, would I dare walk through fire?
Others of evil intent have pretended to believe, have braved the fire. Heed this warning, O stranger. Anyone of impure heart, the fire god punishes with fire.
Royal lady, I revere the god with all my heart. At midnight I will return and prove I am his chosen one.
We went back to the sloop, straight to Brad's cabin. He had to soak his feet in a protective solution until time for us to leave again. Christy was terribly frightened. Brad terribly amused.
Brad, I beg you not to do this. If you will be birthed.
Chrissy, this stuff works. Here, look, I'll prove it. I've only been soaking about 5 minutes, but, watch this. Presto. Cigarette lighter lights. Lighter flame held under large toe of high priest's left foot. Count to 50, Chris.
No, I won't. You really can't see this? It doesn't burn.
Stupendous black magic. Courtesy of Tom Hendricks. Now quit worrying.
I can't.
It works. I'm proving it. Tom, you tell her.
Well, Christy, it does work. Don't you believe your own eyes?
I believe the priestess. Did you see her eyes when she said the fire god punishes with fire?
That's pay and keeping my cool.
Well, even if you walk and aren't burned, you heard what that sailor said. The god will know what you are. Oh, Brad, he'll do something else to you, something too terrible even to imagine.
Brad was not persuaded. 5 minutes before midnight, the embers in the trench glowed blood red. The heat was so intense it was painful to stand anywhere near. The wooden statue, the one used for a test, was blazing when we came, as if anyone needed proof that incinerator was murderous.
Oh, Brad, please don't do it.
Brad, she's right. Give it up. Shut up, both of you. Go wait for me beside the fire god. Hey, look. He's in place where the walk ends. Wow. What a sight.
He looks alive.
He looks like a dumb idol. Now go on.
We went. I took Christie's hand. It was cold in all that heat. Natives lined both sides of the trench now. At the other end stood the priestess, arms raised heavenward. 3 women and 4 men clustered around her. They, too, would walk, but pure of heart. And then there was Brad, head piously bowed, hands folded in a position of prayer. And then suddenly...
O sacred god of fire, lead the faithful and pure of heart through thy flames. But upon any who are evil, visit thy revenge.
The priestess stepped down into the coals. There was a most awesome silence. Not a sound from anyone, from anywhere. Night birds, crickets, natives, silent. How regally the priestess glided down that tortuous path, straight to the fire god, and there knelt. The 7 natives came next, and knelt. Brad stood waiting. He could have followed the others, but he wanted his moment to be big and dramatic. He wanted, and got, top billing.
O stranger from afar, walk.
That magazine article gave another chilling piece of information. Chilling? Not a word that suits our subject. Again, I quote, "The temperature of the firewalk coals, measured with an optical pyrometer, registered 1,330 degrees Fahrenheit." Prose quotes. Brad Stewart will walk through that? Or will he? Act 3 promises the answer. In Roman mythology, the name of the god of fire was Vulcan. Ancient Romans greatly feared the destructive deity. Not Brad Stewart. Reluctantly, one has to admire his rash courage, his arrogant indifference to the risk he would take. Apparently not a nerve in his body, he stood there, ready to step into and walk, not run, the gauntlet of 20 yards of searing coals, measuring over 1,000 degrees of heat. He had tested the insulation on his feet, yes, but not under conditions like this. Would modern technology outwit primitive mysticism? Tom Hendricks will finish the story.
Why the devil didn't Brad get on with? Afraid after all? No. He was relishing the limelight, the suspense, and he wanted more fanfare. He got it.
Walk, O stranger, walk.
He walked. I watched his face for signs of pain. None. He sauntered down that fiery path as if it were a garden path. The uncanny silence continued, except 4 words whispered by the priestess standing beside me.
You walk. You walk.
By the halfway point, the fire worshippers lining both sides of the trench began to kneel. The poor, deluded souls believed they were paying homage to their new high priest. The walk finished. Brad knelt, in his turn paying homage to the god. The priestess placed both hands on his head.
Stranger, who has conquered the sacred flame, we rejoice in thy coming. Bow to thy majesty. And I proclaim thee high priest and most high ruler of the Golden Isle.
She repeated that proclamation in the Kamalan language. The long silence ended. Cheers rose to the heavens, a kind of incantation, a litany. Brad came to his feet, faced the crowd, standing there like a king. He waited for the caterwauling to stop. When it went on and on, King Brad Stewart shouted his first command to his subjects.
Silence! Be silent!
They couldn't understand the English words, but his raised, imperious hand announced what he wanted. Instant silence, instant obedience. He spoke then to the priestess. Here was the final test. Would she see through him? Would some occult message reveal him for what he was? Well, give the devil his due. Brad gave a great performance. Even I, who knew him and despised him, was impressed.
Royal Princess, I am greatly honored, deeply moved, and it is with sorrow and regret that I tell you I am not destined to be ruler of this beautiful isle.
I cannot have heard thee correctly.
You have indeed heard correctly. It is ordained that you continue to rule.
No. It is forbidden.
Once it was forbidden. No longer. There has come to pass a new command.
But thou art the favored chosen one of the god himself.
Pray you listen, madam. I, Motai, priest of Kamala, have seen another vision. Our god of fire has once again appeared to me, honored me with his presence.
Yet again?
These were his words, his command. Take my golden image across the world and gather unto me new believers.
Sire, take the golden one from us. No, no, no.
Go at once, he said. Do not tarry beyond this day.
It cannot be. Cannot.
It must be. Would you have me disobey the god?
Without the beloved golden one, we will sicken and die. Oh, sire, we know this. We have always known.
Listen well. The god commands that your subjects make another golden one, which he will doubly bless. You will obey?
We will do as the god commands.
And all will be well. That is my promise, royal lady, and the promise of the god. I leave you now. Say to your people that they are not to follow. That is an order from their high priest and king.
She gave the order. That silence again, uncanny, somehow threatening. No one moved except our threesome. Brad and I picked up the statue. Heavy, all that gold, and started for the sloop.
How'd I do, kiddies? What a star performance, huh? Yeah. Abracadabra, open sesame. Eye of the newt and toe of the frog. Wool of bat and tongue of dog.
Never mind the Shakespeare. Christy, are you all right?
No. No, the priestess and all the people looked so sad when you took their statue.
No, come off it, Chris. How about a little praise instead of worrying about those pagan fools?
I do worry. I hate it all.
Why did I ever bring you along? Lay off, Brad. You got what you wanted. You bet your sweet life I did. I'm rich, rich, rich. Oh, Lord, this statue's heavy.
Yeah, 3 times as heavy as gold should make it.
Like it's a iron, a marble.
It wants to stay.
Okay, that'll be enough out of you.
It's strange how heavy it is. I don't know how much longer I can...
Oh, it's a good thing the sloop is closed.
Yeah.
Brad, Tom, look behind us.
We looked. From the trencher coals, a thick tongue of flame was streaming toward us. The fire god had spoken.
Run, run!
Drop the statue.
No.
Too heavy, drop it.
All right.
We ran, pursued by fire, by murderous natives. We made the sloop, raced on board, pulled up the gangplank, the anchor. The wind was with us.
Let sail, put to sea. Fire can't cross water.
Safe.
I don't think so. It isn't over yet. I know it.
Will you shut up? Those howling banshees can't get at us. They haven't even got a canoe. Now quit falling, and thank God we weren't burned alive.
That streak of fire that followed us. It couldn't happen, but it did. How could it happen? Scientifically impossible.
I'll tell you how it could happen. That wench of a priestess hypnotized us. Made us think we saw it wasn't there.
It was there.
It was there, all right. I could feel the heat. 1 more minute on shore and we'd be cremated right now.
I don't believe it.
Because you don't want to, you're afraid to.
Afraid, me? After what I did? I tell you, if you hadn't panicked, I'd have my statue. And now nothing. Not rich. Tricked out of what I earned. Oh, Chris, damn it, if you hadn't started
Look,
yelling...
don't blame Chris. That flame was as real as... Hey, look. There it is again on the shore.
It is. It is. What's it doing?
It's taking the shape of a man.
No. Not a man. It's the real fire god.
Formed out of that flame.
It's nothing but the idol. They carried it to the shore, stood it up, and... No, it isn't the idol.
No, it's twice as tall. It's enormous.
It's growing. It's growing.
There's something demonic about this.
Oh, rot. More of their hypnosis.
Wish to heaven it was hypnosis. No, Brad, it's real. That thing on the shore, that god, it's growing into a giant...
I can't bear to look.
Look, for Pete's sake, will you both get your heads together? It's hocus pocus. It had to be. It doesn't mean a thing.
Don't be too sure, oh stranger from afar.
We're at sea. That thing is on shore. What difference did it... you folk make me sick. I've lost a fortune, and all you can do is snivel about some stupid voodoo. I'm going to my cabin.
He went. Christy and I stood there by the ship's rail, watching the islanders and whatever it was grow smaller and smaller, while we on the deck felt safer and safer. Whatever sorcery those ancient people practiced, it wasn't effective anywhere but on their island. A fixed law of nature prevailed. Fire could not cross water. But Christy still had a sense of foreboding.
Tom, tell me it's really over.
One of your days. Now, stop trembling. About half a minute, Kamala and his outraged citizens will be clean out of sight.
I'm so glad that they have their statue.
Yeah, so am I. There. Now you can only see the ocean. Feel better?
A little. What happened was punishment, wasn't it?
Yeah, well-deserved punishment. Brad for the rip-off he tried to pull. Me for helping him. But not you, Chrissy. You were never part of it.
I was. I should have stopped him when I found out.
Well, you tried. You couldn't. Nothing and no one could change his course. The islanders worship fire. Brad worships money.
I didn't know before. Oh, I hope he's learned his lesson now.
I doubt it.
I doubt it, too.
That ravenous hunger for money gets worse, not better.
Tom, listen.
What? The thunder?
No. It's the drum. Why?
Honey, take it easy.
It means something. I know it does.
The natives had gone back to their ceremony, that's all.
Stopped.
There, you see? All's well. Oh, good Lord.
Look.
That same tongue of fire.
It's coming.
Yes.
You said it couldn't cross water.
No, it's above the water.
It'll burn the ship.
No, it's aiming for Brad's cabin. Let go. The door's locked.
Brad!
Open up! Get out of there! Stand back. I'll break it down. At the instant, the door splintered. I swear, I saw a streak of fire spiral through the porthole out to sea. The cabin was a furnace of heat. Brad's twisted, charred body lay on the floor. Dead.
If all that is not strange enough for fanciers of the macabre, hear this postscript. Although Brad Stewart burned to death, no other object in that cabin was touched by fire. Nothing else even scorched. How could such a thing be? Only the primitive people on the island of Kamala have the answer. I'll be back shortly.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then, but we've got X-Lax for that.
Today, more American families trust X-Lax than any other brand. When you need a laxative, you can count on X-Lax for relief in the morning. For occasional use only as directed.
Why X-Lax? My family trusts it. That's why.
Now, you can relieve the misery of itching fast. Bicozene Cream has the fastest anti-itch drug you can buy without a doctor's prescription. Use only as directed. Get Bicozene.
Afterthought. Recall, please, this passage in the travel article. Before the firewalking begins, a wooden statue of a man is placed on the coals to prove they are alive and cool. The charred, doomed statue represents the fate of any fraudulent person who would test the fire god's sinister power. Fraudulent Brad Stewart. Charred. Doomed. Dead. Our cast included Norman Rose, Michael Tolan, and E.B. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Dr. Actus, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
Ah, that is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as the evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
In a little scheme which has occurred to me, and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the end of May this year of our Lord 1977, another legend passed into history. The last of the great Orient Expresses, Europe's most famous railroad train, made its last run. This is a tale of two people who planned to be on that last run from Istanbul, Turkey to Paris, France, and who found out, with Robert Burns' mouse, that even the best laid plans are at the mercy of fate. Or, even worse, men of no conscience.
Put up your hands, please. And don't move.
Now, wait a minute. Whoever you are...
Up. Inside.
All right, but...
Don't argue with him, Diana. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
What's that, Bob?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Our mystery drama, Last Train Out, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You must all be familiar with Diana Sherwood. Remember her as the wistful and winning child movie star of the 50s? Then her amazing turn away from success and riches to go to college and take her degree, and later go through a long apprenticeship as a reporter. Finally, the third stage, her return to the public in a new field, in television, as a news reporter and brilliant interviewer. Now, at the peak of her career, she's driving through eastern Turkey on special assignment with Bob Hart, her cameraman-producer, an assignment whose wrap-up is planned to take place on the Orient Express.
Can't you go a little faster, Bob?
Well, what's the hurry, Diana? We're still on vacation.
Oh, vacation. 3 short, glorious days.
Oh, I love you.
All the shows we've done together, all the corners of the world we've poked into, and you wait till here to tell me.
When in Rome, I got here, I learned to talk turkey.
Oh, I did not even going to notice that.
Don't. Just concentrate on me.
Oh, I intend to, for the rest of my life.
Hey, I'm going to hold you to that. I want to kiss you.
Not while you're driving.
Well, why not?
No, Bob, don't. Now you... Oh, look out, lame brain. Do you want to kill her?
No, ma'am, but I thought, what a way to die.
You just keep your eye on the road.
What road?
The one you're driving on.
Now, you call this a road? It's a goat track.
Well, you were the one who insisted on taking it.
Well, I wanted to be by the water. Very romantic at sundown.
And very late. We ought to get back to the main road as soon as possible. I think we really should be in Istanbul by now.
Why?
Because we have a whole section of the documentary to shoot on the Orient Express tomorrow. Remember?
Well, of course, darling. Hey, the road's getting better. I give her the gun. Now, you satisfied with what we filmed so far?
Oh, yes. And the train footage should just button it up right.
That's sad to think that romantic old train won't be running anymore.
Yes. A lot of things sad about Turkey.
Not for me. Because of us.
Well, that's private and personal.
Now, what is it? I got a ball out. Hang on to me, Diana. Hang on.
Bob? Bob? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Ooh, it hit my hand.
Oh, I know. It's bleeding. I can't seem to stop it.
It's kind of dark. Is that me or...
No. The sun's gone down.
How long have I been out?
About 15 minutes. Oh, I've been frantic. There hasn't been a sign of another car or anything.
Hey, wait a minute. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Darling, I hung on to you, and when you rolled over, you took the worst of it. You saved my life. But you, I'm so worried.
Oh, honey, ease up. I'm not hurt that bad. Except for the whack on the head and a couple of bruises on my thigh, I'll do.
But you're bleeding.
Well, okay, I need a couple of stitches maybe, but the cut's not deep. Now, look at that. How did I get out of the car?
You were still half conscious. You were able to help me just enough to get you out.
Oh, how is the car?
Oh, pretty much of a wreck.
Thank heaven I left my cameras and equipment to be shipped from Ankara by air.
What are you trying to do?
Get up.
No, Bob, no.
Darling, I'm all right, and I want to take a look at the car.
Look, I don't want you to move. You might have a concussion.
Don't worry, Diana.
Oh, no, look, if I knew you were okay, you could sit here, and I could walk back to that village we just
Yeah,
had.
well, let's see if we can ride first. Oh, wow. Oof, it is a wipeout. Front axle's gone, the radiator's ruptured. Oh, and wait a minute.
What is it?
Wait, look up there at the top of the hill, through the trees. Someone just turned on a light. There's a house up there.
Yes, I see. Look, darling, you wait here, and I'll go up and see if they have a phone.
No, I'll do better than that. I'll come with you. This darn place was farther away than I thought. We'll just cut across this terrace here. And we'll try the French windows. Hey, the room inside's lighted.
Oh, yes, but they have Austrian blind.
And wait a minute. There's a chink here. Let me have a look. Yeah. Hey, it's crazy. That can't be.
What is it?
Now keep your voice down. Take a look.
Two men. Let's knock.
Hold it. Take a look at the one sitting at the table.
Yes.
Who is he?
I see what you mean. Oh, he looks like Sepiakov.
Looks like. He's a dead ringer.
Oh, good Lord. We really stumbled onto him.
Yeah. A hornet's nest. We're getting out of here.
With a story like this? Do you know who this man is?
Sure. Number 3 or 4 in the Politburo who came here on a little Russian-type lobby trip to Istanbul and mysteriously disappeared day before yesterday.
Or defected.
Well, whichever it was, he has Russia up in arms and the Western world on atomic pins and needles and the Turks in a blue funk. Now, let's not get mixed up in this, Diana. Come on, it's too big.
Don't move.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Whoever you...
We had an accident, and we were...
I said be quiet. inside.
All right, but I...
Don't argue with him. That's a Stalonica 57 he's toting.
A what?
A machine gun. Real bullets, too.
Oh. What is the meaning of this, Sergei? Excuse me, Doctor, but I found them outside looking through the window.
Doctor? Oh, you're just what we're looking for. My friend is hurt.
Yes? Oh, I see. That is a nasty cut. You will need some stitches.
No. All we need is a phone to get a mechanic and some transportation.
First of all, I must tend to your wound. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dr. Bülent Agdus. And you, of course, are Mademoiselle Diana Sherwood, is it not?
You know me?
What educated man in Turkey does not know you, Mademoiselle? Especially since you have honored Turkey by coming here to do one of your fine documentaries about, Excuse me, Sergei, put away the gun. But I found them spying on you at Sergei. You are them, Doctor. You will pardon me, Mademoiselle Sherwood, and...
This is my cameraman, Mr. Robert Hart.
Yes. If you will excuse me, this gentleman here with me was just leaving. Sergei, please see my patient to the door.
Look, if you'd just let us make a phone call, you can go ahead with your patient.
No, we were all finished. Sergei? Yes, Doctor. Good night, Mr. Cheeman. Now just follow my instructions, and I'm sure you'll find your condition will improve rapidly. No, don't say anything. I am more than glad to have been of help. Now then, won't you sit down, Mademoiselle Sherwood, while I have a look at the gentleman's injury?
Thank you. But while you're treating Bob, couldn't I phone for help?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, why not?
I have no phone.
A doctor?
This is my home, not my office. I value my privacy.
Well, you don't seem to get much of it. What about the patient who just left?
What about him, Mr. Hart?
I think what Bob meant is that if this isn't your office...
Shall we say that he is just an old friend who dropped by?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, we don't care about him, Dr. Akduz. Now, all we want to do is get to Istanbul by the night.
I am afraid that would be very difficult. Please, let me offer an alternative. Why don't you allow me to invite you to be my guest for the night?
Well, I'm afraid that isn't possible.
Oh, why not?
Well, Mr. Hart and I must leave Istanbul tomorrow on the Orient Express.
But the Express does not leave until evening. I really must insist that you be my guest.
Well, I don't think you understand exactly, Doctor. Miss Sherwood and I are on an assignment from International Broadcasting to deliver a documentary on your country.
Oh, I know. I am aware that you have been here already for over 2 weeks.
But the last part of our Turkish coverage is to film the Orient Express and transfer.
Yeah, and, as I guess you know, it makes its last trip tomorrow night.
I am aware of that.
So, you see, we must get back tonight.
Oh, I quite understand. But as a doctor, I must tend to that wound of yours before anything.
Yes, Bob, please let him do that.
Okay, fine. As long as while he's patching me up, we make some kind of arrangement to get to Istanbul.
Without a car and no phone, I don't really see how it is possible. There is also the matter of crossing the Bosporus to the Thracian side.
Well, just get us to the ferry. But how? Can't you have your man drive us in?
I'm afraid I can't.
Or won't. If you ask me, your invitation to stay sounds more like an order.
Perhaps it is. Sergei! Yeah, Doctor. Cover me, please.
The man behind the gun.
Yes, Mr. Hart, I'm afraid after all you are right. My invitation is really an order. You recognize my patient, did you not, Mr. Hart?
All right. What if I did?
It is absolutely vital that Comrade Sefyakov's whereabouts remain a secret until we get him to safety. So you will stay as my guests, both of you.
Until I do.
But, Dr. Akduz, you can't keep us here indefinitely.
I have no intention of doing that. I can promise you, Mademoiselle Sherwood, that you would be free to leave here in the morning.
And to catch my train.
And to catch your train.
Me? The way you said that, what about Mr. Hart?
That is quite different. Mr. Hart will be staying a little longer.
What for?
Shall we say as evidence of your good faith?
My good faith in what?
In a little scheme which has occurred to me, and which, the more I examine it, seems the perfect answer to all our problems. Yes, indeed. I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
Diana and Bob exchange a glance. What is the smooth and oily Dr. Akduz up to? And one thing has been expressed in the look they had exchanged, a feeling that I'm sure I and you in the audience share, that the insinuating manner of this strange doctor, if indeed he is one, is only a mask that conceals a man who serves no principles except his own, a bad enemy, perhaps an even worse friend. I shall return shortly with Act 2. The three of them were frozen as we left them. Diana Sherwood and Bob Hart in the moment of exchanging their glance. Dr. Bülent Akduz, his dark, beady eyes glistening wetly as he considers them both, a secret smile curling one side of his mouth. Now, as the film of our tale starts to unwind again, the protagonists move from their still frame to action.
I think my little scheme will solve this dilemma for all of us.
What dilemma?
Oh, come, Mr. Hart. It is useless to deny it. You have recognized that I am hiding under my roof the most wanted man in Turkey. Lavrenti Serpiakov is being hunted by every communist in Europe. I am committed to getting him to safety. Could I possibly allow either of you to live here freely, now that you know my secret?
But we'll be beyond Turkey by tomorrow night.
Preserving a discreet silence about the biggest news story on the continent at this moment? The answer is obvious. Oh, no. We are sitting, all three of us, on a bombshell.
Why all the intrigue and the cloak and dagger stuff? Look, why doesn't Serpiakov turn himself over to the Turkish authorities and ask for sanctuary?
The risk is too great. Turkey stands at a crossroads at this moment. Our neighbor to the north, Russia, dominates the Black Sea with her navy. She would demand his return at once, and we are not in any position to refuse.
Well, then go to the American consulate. They'd protect him.
If we ever got him there alive, perhaps. Another point not to be debated, the risk is also too great. An international situation might be created. No, the answer is clear and has been decided. Serpiakov must first be gotten out of Europe to a country where he will be totally safe.
Without a passport, without papers, without visas? No, it's crazy.
The problem was enormously difficult before. But now, fortunately, it is relatively simple, thanks to your coming here providentially, as you did.
Thanks to us, yes.
Worst. Actually, more directly to you, Mademoiselle Sherwood. You are going to be Serpiakov's safe conduct direct to America.
Me? Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken.
I doubt it. I'm quite sure you are going to be perfectly agreeable, even anxious, to head. When I explain.
You'd better do that right now.
I'm afraid not quite yet. My professional ethics dictate another pursuit for me. You have a nasty cut and quite a few abrasions which need attention. If you would follow me across my hall to my clinic, we would put you in shape.
No. I want to know what you're up to first.
I think you will do it my way. Sergei!
Now, look, just a minute.
No, darling, please. The cut still hasn't stopped bleeding. It's got to be taken care of.
She is quite right, you know. The sooner I can suture it, the less scar it will leave in the future. Wait. Shall we go and try to get rid of the bad blood between us, eh? There. I think that should do very nicely. No pain?
No pain. Now, I want to know what you're trying to get Diana mixed up in.
Yes. Well, I would prefer to explain that to both of you at the same time. Why don't we go back and join the lady, so I can explain to you both what a blessing in disguise you have turned out to be. So, you would like to know my plan? Very well. Tomorrow evening, Miss Sherwood will leave as planned on the Orient Express. With her will go Terpiakov, traveling as Mr. Hart.
What do you mean, Terpiakov, traveling as Bob? How can he?
Very simply. You have just had a quite serious accident in your car. Very good. We will make it appear a good deal more serious. We will say that Mr. Hart has been injured quite severely about the face and the head. I, a doctor living closest to the scene of the accident, attended him, and quite naturally, since the damage is extensive, have had to bandage most of his head and face. Oh, can I freshen your drink, Mr. Hart?
Well, maybe you'd better.
You see, it occurred to me as soon as I saw you that both you and Serpiakov are approximately the same height and build. Another piece of luck.
This comrade of yours, does he speak American?
He won't have to. The mouth will be bandaged because some sutures had to be taken. We can even wire the jaws if broken. No. I see no flaws. I think personally it is an excellent plan. Once Serpiakov reaches Paris, arrangements already have been made by other interested parties which will clear him out of Europe safely.
Now, there is just one major flaw, Dr. Akdu.
Yes? What is that?
What makes you so sure that I'll go along with your little scheme?
Oh, I have no doubts about that. I'm sure you can both guess why.
You'll be holding me as hostage.
Exactly. And besides, as a doctor, I will travel with her to Paris, ostensibly to take care of my patient.
But to make doubly sure I behave.
Shall we say, cooperate?
But what if I refuse?
How can you? These are desperate times, Miss Sherwood, and make no mistake, I am a desperate man. I lay my life on the line, and I value it highly enough so that I have no compunction about who dies to protect it. Besides, the end itself is good. Once Serpiakov is safe from reprisal, you will realize that he has information of incalculable value to the democracies, particularly yours and Mr. Hart's country.
All right. Doctor, you win. Do you think perhaps you can send one of your men to get our bags from the car?
I will have it taken care of right away. And may I say that I think you have both been very wise. Oh, one other thing. I don't know, of course, how far your regard for each other has taken you, but I am sure you will realize under the circumstances that you will be shown to separate rooms. The judgment is not one of moral principle, just mere precaution.
What? Yes? Yeah, who is it?
You have a visitor, mademoiselle.
Oh, just jumped a minute. Oh, who is it?
Open the door.
What is it? Oh!
Serpiakov waits for no one.
What are you doing here?
Comrade Lavrenti Serpiakov, that's your service.
The commissar has taken a fancy to you, mademoiselle.
Get out, Kulak. You have been paid. Leave us alone.
For a show, Conrad. I wish you luck.
Get your hand off me.
Stay in my arms until we are sure he is gone.
What? He's gone.
And don't be too sure of that. And keep your voice low. He may even be watching.
Oh.
There is at least one keyhole in every door, and every wall has ears. Sergei is Russian. I do not trust him.
You expect me to trust you? You please let me go.
I'm sorry. The masquerade was necessary. I had to see you. I have heard of Dr. Akdu's plan.
Naturally. Where is the doctor now?
Istanbul. He is going to report the accident and set everything in motion.
So?
So, I've taken this opportunity to bribe the guard to see you.
Why would you have to bribe the guard?
Do you think I am any less prisoner than you or your friend Hart?
You? Prisoner? Of whom?
Of Dr. Atlas, of course.
I don't understand. He's the one who's helping you escape.
Escape? Once I believed in that, but no longer, because of what you Americans would call the double cross. You have given him the opportunity, you see.
I have.
Oh, not directly. You are the victims of circumstance, of course. But listen to me. If we go through with Agdu's plan, do you think for one moment I would ever get to Paris? I would be lucky to get as far as Stara Zagora or Sofia. Wherever the express stopped in Bulgaria, I guarantee the communist authorities will be alerted and ready to arrest me.
Who would elect them?
Agdos, of course. Do you not see the plan? It is so neat. I will be arrested for traveling under disguise on a false passport, so I can be removed from the train quite legally and quietly. Once back in communist hands, I leave it to you to imagine what will happen to me.
They would kill you?
No, I doubt it. We are not under Stalin anymore. All I lost in Siberia, as you see, my ring finger. No, today we are more civilized. At best, I would simply become a non-person, no job, no means of support, a beggar. At worst, a patient committed to an institution. Both living deaths.
Why should Dr. Actus want to turn you back to the communists? Isn't he helping you escape them?
Mademoiselle Sherwood, Dr. Agdus is not a man of conviction, except where he himself is concerned. He is an opportunist and a tool of the highest bidder. The only thing he ever wishes to protect is his neutral standing. I am worth more to the communists, but apparently it is only bad luck I fall into their hands. He has his both ways, the money, and if you call it that, his reputation. Do you understand?
Oh, I'm not sure. If you really are a prisoner, how could you come and visit me?
Number one, because I am not supposed to know that I am a prisoner. And number two, because among a certain class of men, money is the magic key to entering. Oh, with a diamond ring, which is worth more than I care to think of, I bribed Sergei.
Aren't you suspicious about why you wanted to talk to me?
Not since he was half drunk from drinking with me. And because of the reason I gave him. You are beautiful enough for any Russian to understand that.
I see. Well, now that you have seen me, what purpose has been served?
I want you to trust me.
But I do not trust you.
I have no time to try to convince you. I have little time left. But I have a plan for all of us. The only one I can devise, which I believe, which will give us a chance to escape with our lives. Will you at least listen to that?
It was George Villiers, the first Duke of Buckingham, who coined the phrase, "The plot thickens." His actual quote was, "Aye, now the plot thickens very much upon us," which indeed it does, and has, to a point where I'm afraid we must wait to see what happens until I return shortly with Act 3.
The estimable Duke of Buckingham, whose thoughts we borrowed so shortly ago, had one other remark that history had recorded. The world is made up for the most part of fools and knaves. Now, while I don't share his pessimism, the world in which we have become engaged here may be a lot nearer to his than yours and mine. Let's return to it and find out just what it is that
Comrade Serpiakov wishes Diana Sherwood to listen to.
Very well, Mr. Serpiakov. I'm listening.
If I can pass as Mr. Hart with the head covered with bandages, then so can he pass as me. It is only a matter of changing places.
How can you do that?
Is that to me? What is important is that he must be ready when the moment comes. Here are bandages. You must get them to him.
How?
I must leave that up to you.
How can I trust you?
Look. You are a woman of the world, and you know that between the grindstones of power, individuals become dust and are lost in the wind. I know that if I follow the doctor's plan, I am doomed.
But if you don't?
I'm ready to take my chances. I have been ready to do that since I walked away from a lifetime spent in a cause in which I no longer believe.
All right. How will the change be made?
Just before they take me down to the ambulance. Serpiakov. The devil. There is no time. You must let me know if you get this to Mr. Hart.
I am coming in. The doctor is returning.
Well, I'll do my best.
You must get word to me if he has them, and we'll be ready.
We can't wait, comrade.
But how?
Hurry, think. Put your arms about me quickly. Think.
I'll drop my club by your door.
Good.
You will have to leave your love dreams for another time. The doctor is just returning.
I don't care about the doctor.
But I do. Come.
Your glove.
My glove before your door.
And I trust you slept well, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
I wouldn't put much trust in that, Dr. Octus.
Or in me? Such a pity. Now, I am allowing you to see Mr. Hart on your promise that you will try nothing foolish.
Well, I can promise you that, at least.
After all, everything is arranged. I have reassured your network people that you are, well as can be expected. You have been checked out of your hotel. The accident has been reported, the car paid for, and my private ambulance is waiting to take us all to the ferry across the Bosphorus and onto the train.
Oh.
With the exception of Mr. Hart, of course. His room is just around this corner here. Now, remember to be careful what you say.
I only want to tell him I love him. And please to follow orders.
Hamid, be careful with that gun. And open the door. I apologize for that fool. He is gun-happy.
Must he be the one to guard Bob?
Unfortunately, my resources are not unlimited. But your intended husband will be quite safe if he is careful. Wait, open the door, Hamid.
May I leave him alone?
Where a beautiful woman is concerned, I am a sentimentalist, but not a fool. After you, mademoiselle. But I will stay back by the door with Hamid.
Diana.
Oh, darling, how are you?
Tolerable. The room's okay, but up until now, the room service was lousy. Oh, honey, you all right?
Oh, yes.
Everything is all right. What'd you just stuff in my pocket?
I said everything's all right. Dr. Octus has given me every assurance that you'll be all right. In 36 hours, as soon as we reach Paris, you'll be set free to join me there.
You trust this bird?
What else can we do? I only have a minute, darling. Just hold me close. Closer. Before I go, ask for your tobacco pouch. Kiss me goodbye.
Oh, do I have to be asked? What's in it?
A note. Au revoir, darling. It won't be long.
Long enough. I just wish I had a smoke.
I am afraid I must break up this tender farewell. However, at least in exchange, I can offer you some cigarettes.
Yeah, thanks. But coming from you, they'd probably be poison. No, I'd prefer my pipe. Oh, I guess I lost my tobacco pouch in the accident.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I almost forgot. I was just bringing you that.
What are you doing with it?
I don't know. I must have picked it up after the accident or something. I found it in my sling bag. I think it's still here. Oh, yes. Well, glad to get rid of it. Smelling up my whole bag. Here.
Just one moment, please. I will take that. This would not be a gun by any chance, would it?
Well, why don't you open it and see?
One can't be too careful. Of course. A briar pipe and a beauty. And unlike the lady, I like the aroma of your tobacco mix. You must let me try it when we have more time. Ah, your pouch, Mr. Hart. And now, mademoiselle, we really must go. Hamid, the door.
Au revoir, darling. You sure you understand?
Don't worry. I'll follow instructions.
Don't leave this door until you are relieved, Hamid. Khalud Kemar will be here early in the afternoon with some men. Come, mademoiselle. We will go down and have some coffee while we are waiting for Sergei to bring the ambulance. But first, I must see Serpiakov for a moment. This is his door here. Excuse me. Serpiakov? It's Dr. Abduz. Open up. Oh, you dropped your glove, mademoiselle.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Oh, nothing. I just dropped my glove.
Allow me.
I will get it, you drunken fool. You can hardly stand up. Didn't you drink any of that coffee I sent up?
I don't want coffee.
You'd better get hold of yourself. We're leaving within the hour. Do you understand?
I understand the lady dropped her glove.
All right. I said I would get it. Here. Oh, very well. Get as drunk as you want. It will save me using the anesthetic. But try to stay awake a few more minutes. I will be right up with the bandages.
Be waiting. Got everything ready. Is mademoiselle...
You need have no worries about her. She sees things our way now. Am I right, Mademoiselle Sherwood?
Oh, yes, indeed. Comrade Serpiakov can be sure I intend to do my part. Dr. Akdus, what's wrong?
Serpiakov, the drunken fool, passed out. I had to bring Hamid down with me. Sergei? Yes, doctor. You and Hamid get the stretcher and go upstairs to fetch him. We will have to carry him down.
Mr. Hart,
It's not the invisible man, though I may look like it.
I am Serpiakov.
Oh, so I gather from the headdress.
Come. It is time to change places. We must hurry.
Hey, how did you get past my guard?
He has gone downstairs to bring up the stretcher for me.
Leaving the door unlocked?
A fortunate oversight. Come. You must get to my room and stretch out on the bed. Remember, you are dead to the world.
And what about you?
I will take care of myself. When that fool with the gun who is supposed to guard you comes back, I will break his neck and escape. I still have other friends and other ways. It is the best way. Now hurry.
I'll hurry, but I'm not sure it's the best. Look out behind you!
What?
Hurry it up, Sergei. Get him in the ambulance.
What's wrong with him?
Serpiakov, dead to the world, drunk. Hurry, Sergei. Come on, Hamid, lift your end of the stretcher higher. No, watch his hand.
His hand?
Yes. What is it, mademoiselle?
His left hand, the fourth finger.
Oh, yes, it is missing. That is an old accident. Ah, you are very observant. Thank you. I will take care of bandaging that on the way to the station. If someone had noticed that, Comrade Serpiakov would never have passed for Mr. Hart, would he? All right, Sergei. Hold it a moment. I'll see if that fool has sobered up enough to get him into the wheelchair.
Halt! Stand ready. Dr. Bülent Akdus?
Yes?
Lieutenant Captain Istanbul Police. Can you identify yourself?
Certainly. Here are my papers and passport.
Quite correct. These are in order. The lady?
Oh, my name is Diana Sherwood.
Oh, yes. Your television crew is expecting you on the train, mademoiselle. But where is Mr. Hart?
If you will come with me, Lieutenant, I will show you. Mr. Hart has met with an unfortunate accident in his car, from which Mademoiselle Sherwood managed to escape without serious injury. As you see, Mr. Hart was not so fortunate. He was quite severely injured.
You're quite sure that man under those bandages is Mr. Hart, Dr. Akdus?
Of course. Mademoiselle Sherwood can verify that.
I'm not asking you, mademoiselle. I'm asking you.
Very well. I am his doctor. Who would know better? Of course, this is Mr. Robert Hart.
I think that will do, Dr. Akdus. You are under arrest.
On what charge?
For the moment, falsifying a passport will do. I do not believe this man to be Mr. Hart. I believe him to be Commissar Lavrenti Serpiakov.
You must be crazy. Mademoiselle Sherwood, tell this idiot that we cannot be held up. That it is imperative for you to...
Lieutenant, he's right. I can't tell you how vital it is to Mr. Hart that we make this train.
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I think if we hurry, we can get to the police station, straighten things out, pick up the real Mr. Hart, and still make the Orient Express on time.
The real Mr. Hart?
Certainly. It was his telephone call that brought us here. And I'm sure by now he has reached the police station in safety.
Goodbye, Istanbul. Paris, here we come.
Bob Hart.
Yes, Diana Sherwood.
Will you stop being cool, collected, possessed, and pompous and explain to me just what happened?
Elementary, my dear Sherwood.
Bob, didn't you get my note in the tobacco pouch?
I did. And the bandages you stuffed in my pocket.
Well?
Well, when Serpiakov came to make the switch, I got to thinking, so, I just cold cocked it.
You what?
Yeah. Listen, up until your try, I figured my chances were 0. You know, Akduz was going to have me killed the moment his gunsel came back. So, I was all ready with my little weapon.
What weapon?
Bar of soap in my sock. Makes a perfect sandbag. Yeah, I saw it somewhere on the big glass tube. So, I conked Serpiakov with it, and I lugged him back to his room before the muscle boys realized anything was wrong.
And when the guard came back?
Well, I was pretty expert by then. I left the door open, and when Hamid poked his knucklehead in, pow! Yeah, well, then I called the police, and darling, here we are.
Oh, but why, Bob? Why? Why take all that risk when the other way...
Because, my love, Serpiakov would never have turned himself in. This boy wasn't reformed. He was running for his life. Anyway, I've always wanted to sandbag a real live communist. But most of all, because I didn't want to lose you. I knew the moment Akduz handed Serpiakov over to his fellow commissars, he'd have to waste you as well as me. And that's one way I wasn't going to let this production end.
Oh, darling, I owe you my life.
As long as you feel that way, I'm taking it over from now on.
And that, as they say in the film business, is a wrap, which means the story is told. The last shot is taken. The film is in the can.
The actors go home, the studio sets disappear, the lights go out, and the Orient Express fades out of reality and into the pages of history. I'll be back shortly.
As it happens, Serpiakov did find temporary sanctuary in Turkey and eventually made it to America.
And a kind of freedom he had never known. Dr. Akduz lost his freedom, of course, on multiple charges, including abduction and forcible detention against a person's will.
And Mr. and Mrs. Hart, as Diana Sherwood very shortly became, got an exciting and dramatic ending for their documentary on Turkey. Our cast included Ann Williams, Earl Hammond, Robert Dryden, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Impossible to see anything. Heavy overcast below, losing altitude fast. How about if I hold the button down on radio and leave it open to... Hey, hold it a minute. Cloud break. Huh. Yes, I'm over land. Holy Toledo, I'm right on top of you. Hold your hats and stand by. remember the plane landing, and then shearing sideways before I had time to cut the engines. I could feel her want a nose sweat and was fighting desperately to keep my control. I remember slithering sideways straight for the control tower and wresting her somehow out of the skid. And then she was tipping forward. There was a tremendous ripping crash.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and I preside over these tales of the macabre. All of them are strange and frightening, because you have joined me in a shadowy world. Here we encounter the abnormal, sounds that go bump in the night, experiences in EFP, apparitions, all manner of the unexplained. I have a tale to share which begins innocently and then turns into terror. It begins in the year 1885. Ludwig Horace Holly, a student at Cambridge University, is alone in his rooms at midnight. He closes his book and wearily leans back in his chair.
Good heavens. Can't imagine anyone calling on me at this hour. Who is it?
Wilty, open up. Give me a hand, Holly. Iron box.
Here, let me have it.
Yeah.
Wait a long time. Look. Oh, what did it?
Proof of murder. Committed over 2,000 years ago.
Our mystery story is an adaptation of She, from the classic by H. Rider Haggard, written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars Gordon Gould and Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. America.
Henry Rider Haggard, the author, was a Victorian gentleman who once remarked to a friend that Treasure Island was not so very remarkable and accepted a bet that he could not write anything half so good. In 6 weeks, he had written King Solomon's Mines, which became a worldwide bestseller. Shortly thereafter, he wrote She, again in 6 weeks. It is the story of She Who Must Be Obeyed, and it is through Horace Holly that we experience the terrifying adventure.
I was 22 at the time, studying at Cambridge for a fellowship which I was certain of being awarded. The only friend I had was M.L. Vincy, who was about 30 and wealthy. And there he was at midnight in my rooms, leaning with his hands on a small table, looking very ill, his gaze fastened on a small, heavy iron box, which somehow he had carried through the quadrangle and up to my quarters.
No, Brandy. I'm a dying man, Holly.
Nonsense.
It's the truth.
Let me go for a doctor.
No use. I haven't much time. Listen to me as you've never listened to anyone before. What do you know about me?
You're rich, came here to Cambridge to study years after most men have left, that you were married, and that you've been the best, indeed the only friend I ever had.
Did you know that I have a son?
No.
I have. He is 5 years old. He cost me his mother's life. I have never seen him since. Holly, if you will accept the trust, I'm going to leave you the boy's sole guardian.
What?
Me. I have known for some time that I could not last. I have been searching for someone in whom to confide about the boy and this iron chest.
But my dear Vincy...
No, hear me out. My son, Leo, is the last descendant of one of the most ancient families on Earth. His 65th lineal ancestor was an Egyptian priest of Greek origin named Callicrates, who was murdered in 339 BC.
Good Lord! 2,200 years ago? And you and Leo are direct descendants of...
Yes. Callicrates was a priest of Isis at the time of the fall of the pharaohs. He broke his vow of celibacy and fled Egypt with a royal princess. Her name was Amanatas.
What's the significance of what you told me?
You know Latin. What does the name Vinti suggest to you?
Well, it could be a corruption of Vindex.
Meaning?
Avenger. The Avenger of Callicrates.
An Avenger who has waited for more than 2,000 years, honey.
Sorry to be dull-witted, but vengeance against whom?
It is explained in the contents of the iron chest. You are not to open it. All I will tell you is that Callicrates and Amanatas fled from Egypt into the kingdom of a mighty queen. She fell in love with him.
And murdered him? Why?
Because he would not give up Amanatas. She escaped to Greece, where she bore a son, named, in Greek, the Avenger.
But good heavens, man, that was centuries ago.
The mighty queen is still alive.
Well, that's impossible.
I once thought so. But after attempting to find her kingdom in the heart of Central Africa, I'm convinced that she still lives. It is an impenetrable, undiscovered country. I failed to reach it, and the attempt broke my health.
And this iron chest?
When Leo is 25, he is to open it and to decide what to do about its contents.
I see.
You're skeptical, Holly.
I am.
Will you undertake this trust, Holly? To keep this iron chest, and when Leo is 25...
Upon your death, yes. God willing, that won't be for years.
God has willed it otherwise. I will be dead by morning.
And the next morning, Vinci was dead. And I became the guardian of his 5-year-old son. Leo was a delightful, golden-haired little boy. We got along from the first. I had my fellowship, and we moved out of my college to comfortable quarters nearby. I had employed a round-faced young man named Job as nurse, and the intervening years were wonderful for all of us. Before we realized it, Leo was 25.
And this is the momentous day, Uncle Holly.
It's your birthday. That's momentous.
I was thinking about the iron chest. You did bring it from London.
Yes, with the keys. Shall we have Job in for the dramatic opening?
Job?
Yes, Master Leo.
Come in here. We're about to open the iron chest.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this occasion for years.
Uncle hasn't. He thinks it's all nonsense, don't you?
Not your history, Leo. It's remarkable to be able to trace your roots to a priest of Isis in the court of the Last Sparrow. But a queen who was over 2,000 years old? Rubbish. You can understand my skepticism. The key?
There's a wooden box inside it.
Ebony. And here, among the fiber packing, is a letter addressed to you, Leo.
That's a rolled-up parchment in there, Uncle.
It's in Vinci's handwriting, and it's a translation of the Greek writing on this potsherd. This fragment of a broken earthen pot.
And isn't that a scarabus? A scarab?
It looks like a beetle.
It's a gem cut to look like a beetle, which the ancient Egyptians regarded as a symbol of resurrection and immortality, Job.
The letter is from my father. The strange legend is on the potsherd. He determined to investigate its truth. He sailed to the coast of Africa, some distance north of where the Zambezi River falls into the sea, and where there is a headland shaped like a man's head. He learned that far inland there are great mountains shaped like cups and surrounded by swamps. It was there that he became ill and had to turn back.
Can you read what's written on the potsherd, Uncle?
I'll try. Now I know why Vinci insisted that both of us learn Arabic. Does your father say anything about that fabled queen?
She says, here it is. I do not believe this is a fable. There is a spot where the vital forces of the world exist. If you find it, you would be ever young, defying time and evil. Translate what's on the potsherd, Uncle.
It's from Ammonatus of the royal house of the pharaohs who fled with, yes, Callicrates, wandered for 12 moons on the shores of Libya. They found a headland shaped like a man's head, were captured by a wild tribe and taken to a hollow mountain to their queen, who led them to the pillar of fire. There she stepped into it and emerged unharmed and yet more beautiful.
Why did she murder Callicrates?
The queen invited him to step into the flames, but he would not. And Ammonatus told him to seek out that queen and to slay her, bathe in the pillar of fire, and learn the secret of life.
I'm going to do it, Uncle.
Leo, you can't be serious. You don't believe this nonsense?
I have to find out, Uncle. I realize now that all my life has been pointed to this moment. I have all the money I need. I'm young and strong, a good hunter, and my name is Vinci. I must go, Uncle.
Well, if you're going to chase this phantom, I just might go along for the shooting. Always wanted to hunt big game, eh, Joe?
It might be the death of me, sir, but even both you gentlemen ago, you'll want someone to look after you. And I'm not the man to desert you after serving you for 20 years.
Oh, that's great, Job.
Africa, swamps, magic, pillars of fire. Oh, not so great, sir. We must be mad.
And so we left England for the coast of Africa and the Zambezi. We had transferred to a dhow, an Arab lateen-rigged ship with a long forward overhang and an open waist, and it was the latter that did her in. With the rising wind, we had boarded the specially built whaleboat which we had attached to the ship. The wind grew to a gale, and the storm drove our ship onto the breakers and destroyed it. We had cut free in the whaleboat, rescued the tillerman, Mohammed, from the wild seas, and managed to row to the basin of a narrow, quiet river. And then, at dawn...
Ooh, Lord love me, it's a far cry from civilization.
Do not tail hand in water, sir. Crocodiles.
I'd like to pot one, Uncle. Look.
That! Blimey, if that isn't the king of beasts himself. What in the world? He'd been speared. And look behind him.
Our guns, Uncle.
No, hold fire.
Hundreds of natives armed with spears. They haven't attacked us, and perhaps they can lead us to where we want to go.
Who am I? Bosh Professor R.E. later, Job.
We come as friends. I say, we are friends.
Come to the shore.
Steer it there, Mohammed.
They're as quiet as cats.
Handsome men, tall, good features.
Peace. Who are ye who comes swimming on the water? Speak or you die.
We are travelers, and have come here by chance.
You are white. 4 suns ago, she who must be obeyed commanded that if white men come, do not slay them, but bring them to her.
Mohammed, our boatman, comes with it.
So be it. I am Bilali, chief of the Amahagar, of the kingdom of Kor. We serve she who must be obeyed. You will come ashore. You will not be harmed. My warriors will bring thy possessions.
Uncle, you don't suppose that this she could be...
I suppose nothing, my boy. We're captives, but we're unharmed, and we have our guns. They may not even know what they are. We must show no fear.
You are my guests. You are protected by she. Do not incite my people. They might transgress. They have a ritual that is most unpleasant.
And who, O Bilali, is she?
Thou wilt learn soon enough.
if it be her pleasure to see you in the flesh.
We were carried to a vast cup of green, a green pasture at the bottom of a volcanic cone. The Amahagas lived in caves on its rim. Bilali set out to inform his queen about our arrival. The night he was expected to return, I grew worried.
What's troubling you, Uncle?
Mischief. Have your revolvers ready.
I have my knife.
I'm armed, sir. What mischief, Professor?
Watch their ritual down below. Notice the pot.
It's red hot.
My guess is it's being prepared for someone.
Look! 2 men are holding Muhammad, and another is tying him up with a long noose. Allah! Help! Save me! Oh, Allah! They're bringing that white-hot pot down on it. Oh, no! You hit one of the men, sir. And Muhammad is down, too. Run for it. They're coming for us. Fire at will! Those devils won't take me alive. Magdaleo's been hit with a spear. He's injured bad, Professor.
Follow me. Take your last bullet, Job. I'm saving mine. I won't be taken alive.
A small iron chest containing a father's legacy, a tale of revenge for the murder of Callicrates, dead over 2,000 years, and a young descendant who is determined to slay the queen who murdered his ancestors. These are the elements in this story of She by H. Rider Haggard, a 19th century writer whose remarkable imagination created this incredible adventure. When I return with Act 2, we will learn who has survived the attack by the Amahaga tribe. Our small party is far upstream and many miles inland in a hidden country shaped like a huge cup, the base of an extinct volcano. Above and lining the green fields are caves dug deep into the mountainsides. This is the kingdom of Kor. Horace Holly continues his narration.
Job and I had no doubt that we were dead men when, as suddenly as the attack had begun, it ended. Because Bilali, the chief, returned from his mission to She.
Ye shall be punished. She who must be obeyed commanded that these strangers be unharmed and brought to her. At dawn we march to her palace. There your punishment will be made known to you.
It was a march of several days before we entered the cave city of Kor. Job, Leo, and I were settled into a huge vault. Leo was feverish from his spear wound, and a woman named Justine attended him.
Sir.
Yes, Job?
I can't get it through my head, sir, about the woman.
You mean the day before we were attacked? This woman, Justine, came up to Leo and embraced him, and he kissed her.
Aye.
According to custom, they are now married.
Heathen custom. But I don't like any part of it, sir. Or for that matter, these natives and these cave dwellings makes me feel like I'm in a tomb.
Uncle Holly?
Yes, my boy.
Where are we, Uncle?
In the city of Kor.
He still has fever. I shall make him well.
Justine been very good to me.
You are my husband. If I cannot make you well, I shall plead with She who must be obeyed, and you will be safe.
More magic.
Who is she, Justine?
Our mighty queen.
What is she like?
Oh, no one knows.
No one has ever seen her?
Nay.
But she does exist.
Aye. She has ruled Kor for thousands of years.
Holly, it's the same woman who...
Yes, but we won't talk about it. We are merely travelers, hunters. If they knew the reason for our visit, we'd be dead in minutes. Justine. Everyone in Kor lives in these caves.
I and the dead live on with us.
The dead live on with us?
Preserved forever.
As mummies?
In their natural state, O stranger.
How is it possible to preserve...
Oh, only she knows. She is all-powerful.
I bring good news, Sir Harry. She who must be obeyed will see you now.
Bilali led me to a huge antechamber, about 40 by 40 feet. At the far end of this great room was a curtained doorway. 2 women pulled the curtains aside, and Bilali went down on his hands and knees.
Down, Sir Harry, down. We enter the presence of she.
I halted afraid, but I remained standing. And then she came through the door, covered from head to toe with a filmy kind of cloth. I stared at the figure. Even though clothed, I could tell that she was an unbelievably beautiful young woman.
Why art thou so frightened, stranger? Is there that about me that should affright a man?
It is thy beauty that makes me fear, O Queen.
I see that men still know how to beguile women with false words. How do they call you in thine own country, stranger?
They call me Holly, O Queen.
And I am Aisha. Follow me.
It was a small room, 10 by 12, with a couch and table. The air was perfumed. At the end of the couch stood a font with water in it. She motioned me to the couch, and she sat close to me.
As yet ye have no cause to fear me. How comest thou speak Arabic, my own dear tongue?
I have studied it. It is a language still spoken in Egypt.
There is still in Egypt? What pharaoh sits upon the throne?
The Persians have gone from Egypt, and the Romans.
And Greece? I love the Greek.
Yes, there is the Greek.
And the Hebrews?
They are broken and scattered. I am bewildered, O Queen. Thou speakest about thousands of years ago. Thou art a woman, not a spirit. How can a woman live thousands of years? Why dost thou fool me?
Dost thou wonder how I knew you were coming and saved your heads from the hot pot?
Aye, O Queen.
Gaze upon the water in that font.
I see. Leo, Job, myself, Mohammed, in the whaleboat on that narrow river. It's magic.
Not magic, stranger, but a knowledge of the secrets of nature. But tell me about this youth, Leo.
He is very sick. Canst thou do nothing for him?
Is he perchance thy son?
My adopted son.
Of a surety I can cure him. Who nurses him?
My manservant, Job, and a woman who embraced him and hath stayed with him, because I understand it is a fashion of thy people. Her name is Justine.
Hast thou aught to ask me before you go, O Holly?
One thing, O Asia. I would gaze upon thy face.
Behold.
I gazed at her face and shrank back, blinded and amazed. I cannot describe, no man could, her great changing eyes of deepest, softest black, her delicate straight features. Even more, her beauty lay in a visible, majestic grace.
Man, where didst thou get that scarab on thy hand?
I picked it up, O Queen.
It's very strange. Once I knew a scarab like that. It hung round the neck of the one I loved. Go. Go now. Later I shall attend to your sick Leo. Go.
What's the Queen like, Uncle?
Terrifying. It must be a hoax. I cannot have been talking with a woman over 2,000 years old. She cannot be mortal. And the scarab, she recognized it, Leo. It hung from the neck of the only man she has ever loved.
Callicrates.
Yes.
Then the legend ain't a legend, but the truth.
Unless I'm mad.
We're in a pickle, aren't we, Professor?
Without doubt, Job. I can't see our way out of this hideous place. We could never find our way back to the whaleboat.
You think, sir, that her seeing the scarab has done us in?
Worse than that.
I don't get you, sir.
That scarab hung round the neck of Callicrates in 339 BC. It is 2,100 years old. It holds our fate. And Leo's.
Is someone coming, sir? Oh, look. A woman veiled from head to foot. A walking corpse.
It's she, Asia. That's her name.
I have recovered now, oh Holly. Where is this Leo of yours? And this woman? Is she Justine? Bid her leave us.
Justine is not willing to leave Leo.
It is surely the right of a wife to be near her husband when he dieth.
Go! This Leo has a noble... Thou dog, why didst thou hide this from me?
What? What?
Perchance thou didst not know. There lies my lost Callicrates. He has come back to me at last. I knew he would. Callicrates.
Unless thou art able to help him, Asia, he will die.
Oh, why did I not come before? Here, take this vial and pour its liquid down his throat. It will cure him. Swift now, swift.
I forced the liquid down Leo's throat. He gave a convulsive shudder and began to breathe more easily. As I watched Leo restored to life, my thoughts were very black indeed. Asia had waited centuries for this moment, the return of Callicrates. She was unlikely to give up. We were doomed. We would end our days in the hideous kingdom of Kor. A day later...
You told me, Holly, that this woman Justine is married to Leo?
That, I am told, is the custom of the embrace and its return, Asia.
Then she must die.
What? For what crime?
She stands between me and my beloved.
But she is innocent of any wrongdoing.
Call her to me.
Is my lord dead?
No, he lives, Justine. She hath saved him.
Thou hast done evil in taking this man who is a stranger. I spare thee, because thou didst this thing through ignorance. Go back to thy village. If thou breakest this, my law, that moment thou diest. Go!
That night, we were moved to the Queen's quarters. Leo recovered rapidly, but he still was weak from the fever. Job and I were with him, and so was Asia, when he awoke from a deep sleep.
Greeting to thee, my young stranger lord. Had I not saved thee, thou would never have stood on thy feet again. But the danger is done, and it shall be my care that it doth return no more.
Thank you. You are she who must be obeyed?
Yes, my name is Asia. Tomorrow all will be explained to thee. For now, my stranger lord, farewell.
What happened to Justine, Uncle Holly?
I am forbidden to say.
Forbidden? By whom? That mad woman dressed like a mummy? I intend to find out what happened to Justine.
If you persist, Leo, you may be the death of her.
What? Why?
We may find out later, my boy.
She's High Priestess here, Mr. Leo, and the Lord High Executioner.
Job's right, Leo. Let's not anticipate what might happen. If we anger Asia, or if she knows why we have come to this savage place, our lives are forfeit.
But Justine...
She's gone. It does you credit to be concerned about her.
I have a right, a duty, in fact, to find her, or to have her disappearance explained.
Not in defiance of Asia. She who must be obeyed.
You now believe in what we read on the potsherd?
I do. Impossible as it is, this woman has lived thousands of years. She is all-powerful. With a toss of her arm, she can kill. Contain your concern. We must be careful, or we will never escape from Kor.
Who is to say that this marvelous adventure contains no truth whatsoever? The world, even as we know it, contains remote, hidden places where life exists apart from our civilization, Much of Africa still is shrouded in mystery. Back in 1885, the mystery was even darker. What happens next to Holly, Leo, and Job will be revealed shortly when I return with Act 3. Since time first was recorded, there have been many civilizations, many about which we know nothing. Even today, we read about unknown cultures and customs. Early Ethiopian man, for example, who dates back 3 million years. Who then can dismiss the possibility of the cave city of Kor, where Horace Holly, Leo Vinci, and Job are the uneasy guests of Asia, she who must be obeyed? Holly continues his narration.
That same night, Justine, in defiance of Asia's banishment, visited us to see Leo. The visit was foreseen by Asia, who appeared, stood very erect, stretched out her arm, and Justine gave a piercing scream and fell down dead. Leo sprang at Asia, but she put out her hand and he fell back.
Forgive me, my friend, if I have shocked you with justice.
Forgive thee, thou fiend! By heaven, I will kill thee if I can.
Thou dost not understand. Thou art my love, my Callicrates.
For 2,000 years have I waited for thee, and now at last thou hast come back to me.
It is a lie. My name is not Callicrates. I am Leo Vinci.
You have been reborn, and art mine, my own dear lord.
I had sooner be lord of a fiend from hell, for she would be better than thou art.
Yet, within a very short time thou wilt creep to my knee and say that thou dost love me. Let us put it to the proof.
Oh, she's taken off that shroud, sir.
Heaven help us.
Great heaven. Art thou a woman?
And thine own, Callicrates.
But thou art a murderess.
It is not. Come. Come to me.
She was irresistible. Leo was hypnotized by her striking beauty as I had been, and he declared his love for her. I knew then that we had lost any chance of returning to England and home. Asia then led us to a tomb where, to our amazement, the man who had been Callicrates lay, perfectly preserved. He and Leo looked exactly alike. She kissed the forehead of the corpse, sprinkled some white powder on him, and he disintegrated into dust. It was horrifying.
Prepare thee for a great adventure. We go to the Temple of Truth. To reach it, we climb a mountain, descend, and cross a bottomless volcano where the winds howl, until we reach the cave that contains the spirit of life.
And there, O Callicrates, thou shalt bathe in the pillar of fire, and live with me eternally.
Oh, the Lord preserve me, sir. I can't even imagine what I'm seeing. A wall of fire roaring through the end of the cave like a forest being swept flat by a mighty wind. I can't stand to watch it come by again. Look, Job. Oh, the Queen's disrobing. What a magnificent woman. She looks divine.
Callicrates, do thou likewise. Together we shall bathe in the pillar of fire.
Asia, I cannot. I fear its flames.
Tell me, my Callicrates, if thou seest me stand in the flame and come forth unharmed, wilt thou also enter it?
Yes, even if it slay me. I will enter now.
And that will I, or go.
What, Hardy? I thought thou cared not for length of days.
I do now. I desire to taste of the flame and live.
Oh, sir.
See now, I will, for the second time, bathe in this living bath.
It's horrifying.
The plague is approaching her.
Her beauty is indescribable, Uncle.
trembling up. She is dying. Leo, get dying.
Get away, please. Have pity on my shame. I shall come again and shall once more be beautiful. I swear it.
Dead. Oh, Gaspy, Holly. I feel pain. The wall of fire.
He had collapsed. When we recovered, we discovered that Job had died from the shock. The problem now was how to escape.
She had left Bilali and his gods at the base of the mountain. After many hours of groping in the dark, we reached the edge of the gorge.
What if Bilali and the guards have left?
All in good time. If they've gone, we are done for. Only the Amahaga tribe know how to find their way through the swamps to the river.
They're still there, Uncle.
Stop a minute, Leo.
What is it?
Our predicament.
Can we lie to Bilali about the truth?
He is fond of you, Uncle. Tell him the truth, and take our chances.
I agree. If we don't tell him the truth, he will wonder about she and Job. Yes, I'll confide in him. She who must be obeyed is dead. Even in death, Leo.
I know. Even dead, I could love no other woman.
Welcome, O Holly. Thou hast been in the mountain a long time, and look haggard. And the lion, the man thou callest Leo, his mane was the color of corn, and now is white like snow.
We have had an awful adventure.
And she who must be obeyed?
Dead. And Job, too.
Dead? Impossible. She who never dies? Dead? How can it be?
In good time, Bilali.
But if this is true, then thy danger is very great. The Amahagar, my children, hate thee as strangers.
Can we escape from this country?
It is very difficult. By way of Kor ye cannot pass. But there is a way over the cliff where they drive the cattle for pasture. Beyond are 3 days through the marshes, and then 7 days to the river. By dawn tomorrow, and through the marshes beyond, this I will do. I will say it is the word of she.
And beyond the marshes?
You must strike out with your own hands.
And it is 7 days to the river?
Through the jungle.
Can we survive?
With courage and good fortune, perhaps.
Leo?
It's our only chance. I'm glad to see the last of the Amahaga tribe.
If we should get home, no one will believe what we've experienced. And if is a big word.
We have our guns and express rifles and a compass.
And ammunition, about 200 rounds. We can give a good accounting of ourselves.
We head west?
Yes, we must strike out for the Zambezi and hope we make it. There we might be picked up.
Poor Job.
Yes, poor old beggar. If we reach home, we must have a service performed for him, God rest his soul.
Well, let's set out, Theo. I'll lead. Carry your gun at the ready. Remember, we're the hunted. I will not trouble you with our struggle to survive, but survive we did. Miraculously. We reached the Zambezi, 170 miles away, and turned southward. At last we escaped and reached Delgoa Bay. 18 months after we had emerged from the marshes of Kor,
we caught one of the steamboats that round the Cape to England, and at last sighted Southampton. Back again in our rooms.
No one will believe your history of she who must be obeyed, Uncle.
We know it to be true, Leo.
And of course we still have the iron chest and the writing on the potsherd.
I have wondered something, Leo, for a very long time.
What?
Is it possible that you are really the reincarnation of Callicrates? Or was Asia deceived by some strange hereditary resemblance?
I don't know.
She has had her revenge, of course.
Has she? That assumes that she is dead.
We saw her disintegrate, Leo.
So we did. But somehow... Well, it sounds foolish before I say it, Uncle.
What are you thinking?
Callicrates married the royal princess Amenotas. But was he really destined for Asia? And I am somewhere, somehow, to meet Asia again? Asia reborn, as I was reborn as Leo Vinci, who is also Callicrates?
You do believe that you are Callicrates, reborn?
I do.
So do I.
After what we went through, I cannot settle back into life in Cambridge.
Then, after I finish the history of our adventure, we'll close up and leave. I suggest Tibet. And that is what we are about to do. If Leo and I return from our wanderings into Tibet, I will record them for you. The world is still filled with the undiscovered and the miraculous. For now, goodbye, and bless you.
And there's Horace Hawley's account of a search with Leo Vinci to find the woman who murdered his ancestor, Callicrates, in the year 339 BC, and who herself perished in 1885 in the Pillar of Fire. Hawley and Leo were never heard from again. They did leave England for the interior of Tibet and vanished. I'll be back shortly.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your call to contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacked. That's the one to Contact.
If your call to contact.
Take only is direct.
This has been She Who Must Be Obeyed, a remarkable story from the pen of a Victorian gentleman named H. Rider Haggard, who wrote it in the year 1885. It anticipated many subsequent tales by other writers of adventures in the macabre, writers whose imaginations have led them into worlds unknown to most of us, and who is to say they are not true. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Gordon Heath, Joan Shea, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How many times have you heard it said, off with the old love, on with the new? Does this mean that love is like a cloak, to be donned and discarded at one's pleasure, or whim, or fancy? Is it that easy, or even that simple? Can one ever really be finished with an old love? Whatever became of that statement people used to make, "Till death do us part."
But I didn't kill her, Anne.
You were in the apartment.
Yes.
Your fingerprints are all over the place.
I admit that.
You were seen running away just after the shot was
I
heard.
don't deny that. But you've got to believe me. I'm innocent.
Our mystery drama, We Meet Again, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Terry Keane. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It is said that woman loves only her very first sweetheart. When she falls in love again, she falls in love with love itself. That's the marvelous thing about love, isn't it? Everyone's an authority on the subject. And why not? Is there anyone within the sound of my voice who has not been in love at least once? Well, if you haven't, what are you waiting for? But before you do, listen first to our tale of love and death.
Dan? Dan?
Oh. Hi, I must have dozed off. I was listening to the radio.
Dozed off. You were sawing wood pretty good there.
Yeah, I guess I was. Let me turn that thing off. What time is it?
12:15.
You mean it's past midnight?
Mm-hmm.
Are you hungry?
I'm starved.
Where'd you have dinner?
I didn't.
Harry.
Listen, I know it's late, but could I have a steak?
A steak? Oh, all right. Let's go in the kitchen.
Okay. And we cracked it.
You did?
Yep, it's over.
Oh, Harry, that's wonderful. Finally. Oh, I'm wide awake now. Tell me, I want to hear everything.
Well, we got him.
We? Who's we? Who brought him in?
I did.
Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, Harry, it's poetic justice. You've been on this thing night and day for almost 3 months.
Yeah, well, so have a lot of other men in the department.
We haven't gone anywhere, done anything, all on account of this killer. So how did you do it? What magic clue? What great flash of insight?
Well, you know, the only way I ever get results. Wear out the shoe leather, talk to 1,000 people. Well, I was running down a routine lead. I walked into this place, and there he was.
Just like that?
Just like that.
And what time was this?
Exactly 7 p.m.
And you didn't call me?
Well, honey, there wasn't a minute. I had to book him, and I had to write up the report. The commissioner came running down to say, "Fine job, Detective Kovac." Then the mayor, the DA, the reporters, the TV cameraman.
It on TV?
Yeah, I guess it must have been on the 11 o'clock news.
Every night I always watch it. This one time I fall asleep and I miss it.
What's that? Oh, boy, am I glad this is over. Hey, what are you making there?
A cheese sandwich. You want a glass of milk, too?
What happened to my steak?
It will keep you awake.
Yeah, you know, you're right. I'm dead on my feet. I don't even think I can make it through the sandwich.
All right, don't even try. Just drink some of the milk.
You know, I've been getting by with maybe 3-4 hours sleep a night. I can hardly keep my eyes open. I'm gonna just fall into bed.
Yeah, you can tell me all about it in the morning.
Yeah, I'll do that. Night.
I'll be right in. I just want to put these few things away. Who can this be? Just a minute. Dick.
Hi, Annie. Is Harry home?
Come on in. He just got in. I think he's dead to the world.
Well, that's good. Are you sure Harry's asleep?
Dick, what's all this about?
Just make sure Harry's asleep, will you?
But what are you...
Do it.
All right, he's asleep. He didn't even take off his clothes, just threw himself on the bed. Now, Dick, what are you doing here?
Well, I figured maybe you wanted to talk about what happened tonight.
What happened tonight? Maybe I'm a little tired. I just don't seem to understand.
Hey, you mean you don't know that Harry cracked what can only be considered the murder case of the year?
He said something about it, but...
You haven't seen the TV, haven't heard the radio?
No.
And you don't know who the killer is?
Should I know who the killer is? Would you get to the point?
I got the morning paper here. It hit the streets about 10 minutes ago. You'd better look at it.
That headline, Arrest Made in Movie Star Murder.
Yeah, keep reading.
District Attorney praises brilliant investigative action by Detective Harry Kovacs. Oh, Dick, he never had his name in the papers like this before.
Get down to the next paragraph.
All right. Jeffrey Parker, Jr. was arrested early last evening for the murder of Carrie Drake, the internationally famous... Jeffrey Parker?
Yes, Anne. Jeff.
No. It couldn't be Jeffrey.
Why do you say that?
Because...
Turn to page 4 and look at the picture. He hasn't changed a bit. 10 years, has he?
It's impossible. Jeff, a murderer? I refuse to believe it.
Well, read the article. They got him. They really got him nailed.
I don't care what it says. I just can't believe it.
Well, whether you believe it or not isn't your problem.
My problem?
I came here because I figured you might want to have a little talk with your big brother.
Oh, Dick. What am I going to do?
Does Harry know that you were once engaged to Jeff?
No. I never even mentioned his name. That was all over when I met Harry.
Well, that raises the question. Do you think you should tell Harry?
Should I? All right. All right, I know you. You've already figured out what you think I should do.
I don't think you should tell him.
Suppose he finds out.
How is he going to find out?
Harry's name is in the paper, and so is Jeff's. There could be people who might remember that I once dated Jeff.
That was 10 years ago. Who remembers?
I don't know. I've been a policeman's wife for 8 years now. I've learned there are many weird offbeat people in this world, people who seemingly have nothing else to do but remember the most remote, trivial details. Somebody always comes up with something.
Well, suppose somebody does.
I think the best thing is to tell the truth.
Oh, it sounds right. But the truth is not the best thing in every situation.
Dick, how can you...
Especially if the truth is unpleasant. But, Lolly, suppose you tell Harry the truth. He'll accept it. But beneath that very quiet exterior, what is he going to be thinking? She was engaged to him, and that means she once loved him, and does she still love him?
I don't think Harry would...
He might. So what's to be gained by telling him, huh? Now, Harry is happy and secure in the knowledge of your love for him. Now you just... Well, I guess you could say, you just poisoned the well. Now, of course, there is another problem.
What are you saying?
Are you still in love with Jeffrey?
Dick.
That's not an answer. Are you?
No.
That's a quick answer. But remember, I was around the house when that love affair was on fire.
But it came to an end. I walked out on him.
Well, you say that so calmly now, but I remember how it was.
It's over, Dick. Over. It's dead.
Then keep quiet. Don't bring it back to life.
Now, you shouldn't have let me sleep so long, Anne. I was due downtown 3 hours ago.
Well, I didn't have the heart to wake you.
But you should have.
I called Lieutenant Jordan at the precinct. She said it's all right.
But it's not all right. We're short-handed. We got 2 men on vacation, 3 out sick.
You haven't even told me how it happened. Am I going to be the last to know?
Honey, you know most of it already. There she was, Carrie Drake, the beautiful, sexy dream girl herself. Well, the doorman noticed this fella hanging around the apartment building. Later on, a shot was heard. They noticed the very same guy come out.
They're sure about this?
Oh, yeah. He got into a foreign car parked up the block and took off.
What does that mean? He killed her? Just because he was hanging around the building? How can you be sure he was in her apartment?
Honey, we know that. They even had a drink together. His fingerprints were on the glass. He left a cigarette lighter behind with the initial J on it. Now, those were the clues. A cigarette lighter with the initial J and a foreign car, no license number, no idea what car, just it looked like a foreign sports car.
But Harry...
Yeah.
Oh, nothing. Nothing.
So, what did I do? I made the rounds of every foreign car dealer in the area. Do you remember selling a car to a guy who looks like, and I gave him the description, see? He has a first or a last name beginning with a J. Finally, I walk into this dealership way uptown, you see, and there he is. He's working there as a salesman. Talk about luck.
It's the kind of luck you make, Harry.
In my spare time, I'd been checking registrations at the Motor Vehicle Bureau. Now, I started calling on every foreign car owner had an initial J. There were thousands. Now, I had this feeling I'd be spending the rest of my life on this case. I just wish I could be like those brilliant detectives you see on the screen. You know, they generally get a bright idea, bag their man inside of an hour. How do they do that?
Harry, isn't that all circumstantial evidence?
Honey, most evidence is circumstantial. In a sense that in most murders, there are no eyewitnesses to the actual killing.
Well, how do you feel about it?
How do I feel about it?
Do you think this man, that Jeff Parker, is guilty?
Honey, a woman was murdered. Now, we know a man was in her apartment at the time of her death. The doorman and a resident of the building who were in the lobby gave us a description of this guy. Now, it was my job to find him. I did. That's all.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
I asked you if you thought he was guilty.
Well, now, that's for a jury to
But
decide.
what do you think?
Well, I think he's guilty. Anne, why do you keep pressing me on it?
Is there a chance? I mean, just a chance that he could be innocent.
Anne, this isn't my first homicide investigation. And this Parker guy isn't the first one I ever brought in. But this is the first time I've ever seen you so upset about it.
And I only have an hour for lunch, and you haven't even started to talk.
I can't help feeling responsible for Jeff Parker.
Responsible? That is ridiculous.
When I broke our engagement, it was a terrible setback for him. So maybe I helped push him down the road that ended where it did.
He was always unstable, so that's why you broke it off with him, remember? I remember.
But murder, I can't believe murder.
Maybe you just don't want to believe it.
Jeff couldn't kill anyone. He's not that kind. I have this feeling. Don't ask me what it is.
I hope you're not still in love with him.
I am in love with Harry. That's why I married him.
When you met Harry, who certainly wasn't your type, plain plodding Harry, I asked you if you didn't marry him on the rebound.
Oh, please, Dick,
You have to straighten it out in your mind. You have to know where you stand.
I've been reading the papers all week. All kinds of experts and psychologists have an opinion about Jeff. But you know what I don't see?
Well?
I don't see anyone on Jeff's side. How alone he is. If he had any friends, I mean, they've all abandoned him.
And what's the use of all this?
I know he's innocent.
How do you know?
It is just a feeling. And I have to do something about it. Now, please don't ask me what. I just know I have to do something.
Anne seems to be a woman who has finally made up her mind to do something, even if she isn't quite sure what that something is. But the larger question, which at this point remains unanswered, is she still in love with her ex-fiancé? And is any love affair ever really completely over? These will form the complications of Act Two. Is it true that the first love will last, in some way at least, forever? And when it's gone, are we convinced that it's dead? But is it only asleep? Who knows? And why do we bring it up here? Well, psychologists tell us that love, or the lack of it, is the motivating force for all human action. Are we about to witness an example of that right now?
Oh, come in, Anne.
Good morning, Lieutenant Jordan.
Now, sit down.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Oh, how often do I get a chance to talk with a pretty woman here at headquarters? Oh, Harry's out. He's off and running on another murder.
Well, I haven't come here to see Harry. I want to see you.
You're going to chew me out for working Harry so hard. But, Anne, it's the nature of the man. He loves his job.
Could you arrange for me to see Jeffrey Parker?
I beg your pardon.
Could you arrange for me to...
I heard you. I just don't understand.
Can I tell you something in confidence? I don't want Harry to know.
Then, Anne, I'm not sure I should...
10 years ago, Jeffrey Parker and I were engaged.
Well, I'm not going to ask the obvious question.
I am very sure I am no longer in love with him, but I believe that he's innocent.
I'm very much afraid he's guilty.
I know how it looks. It's just that I want to tell him that I still believe in him. Lieutenant, he is so alone. I just want him to hear one voice say, I believe you. Let him know that one other human being is on his side. Can you arrange it for me, Lieutenant?
Well, I can arrange it for you.
Hello, Jeff.
Anne. Anne, you shouldn't be here.
Why not?
Well, if the reporters find out, they won't let you alone.
No one's going to find out.
Well, you shouldn't have come anyhow. Why run the risk of getting mixed up in this? I hear you're married. Is it true?
It's true.
I'll bet he's a wonderful guy.
Yes, he is. His name is Harry Kovacs.
Well, that's the name of the detective who brought me in.
He's my husband.
Oh, Anne, get out of here. Can you imagine what the newspapers would do with this?
Jeff, I want to help you.
No one can help me.
Answer one question. Did you kill Carrie Drake?
No.
How did you get into it? How did they get this case against you?
You know me. If there's trouble anywhere within 500,000 miles, it'll find me.
Well, could the description be wrong? Another man, maybe?
Anne, I was there. I was in the apartment.
Well, what were you doing there?
I was trying to sell her a car. I'm a car salesman now.
What happened to the plans to go back to school and get the engineering degree?
Yeah. What happened to the painting? And the writing? And, well, I must have held down 20 jobs in the last 10 years. But, Anne, this one finally looked like my big chance. It's a new British car, the Stanhope Royal. It's absolutely fantastic. There's nothing like it on wheels. I figured it would be terrific publicity if Carrie Drake would drive one.
And?
Problem. How to get to see her. Oh, these stars, celebrities, they're surrounded by managers and agents. Well, you can't get near them.
But evidently you did get to her.
Well, I wasn't going to let anything stop me. I went to her apartment. The doorman was tough, but I waited for my chance, and I sneaked in.
All right, you got past the doorman, but how did you think you could get into her apartment?
Well, I figured I'd talk fast. Turn on the patented Jeff Parker charm, and, well, just take it from there. And it worked. I knocked on the door. She opened it and said,
Hello.
I want to sell you a car.
My manager buys all my cars.
A car is too intimate a thing. You can't trust it to your manager, or any other man for that matter.
Why is that?
A car is a covering. It surrounds you and supports you. It holds you and caresses you with its softness and luxury.
You have a wonderful line.
Buy me a drink inside, and you can hear the rest of it.
And what happened?
She offered me a drink, which is how my fingerprints got on the glass, and she as good as bought the car.
What do you mean, as good as?
Well, she only had to check with her manager to see if maybe there was a conflict with any of her TV sponsors. And I was to call her the next day. We spent a little more time together, and I left.
Oh.
I did something that I thought was very clever, except, like all my bright ideas, it turned out to be a disaster. I deliberately left my cigarette lighter there.
Why?
Well, the idea was I would have an excuse to call her later. Now, how's that for putting my head in the noose, huh?
But when you left her, she was alive.
I swear. Well, I didn't want to tangle with that doorman, so I used the fire stairway. You know, I think I heard a noise.
What kind of noise?
Well, I thought it was a car backfiring down the street. Anyhow, the doorman spotted me coming out the service entrance. I got out of there fast. My car was parked up the street. I took off.
You probably heard the shot that killed her.
Yeah, someone must have come in right after I left. Anne, I'm impulsive. I'm kind of crazy, but hey, come on, kill somebody?
I know.
Things might have been so different if I'd listened to you years ago. But I didn't. Anne, You've got to believe me. I'm innocent.
I believe it, Jeff. I believe it.
Harry?
Hmm?
Some more sauce?
Yeah, it's very good, thanks.
Harry?
Hmm?
How did Jeff Parker kill Carrie Drake?
He shot her with a .25 caliber pistol.
But they didn't find the gun in Parker's possession, did they?
Well, he probably dumped it off somewhere.
But why should he have killed her? He claimed he went there to sell a car.
Now, honey, that may have been his original intention, but she must have caught him stealing.
Stealing what?
Well, there was a very valuable diamond bracelet on the sideboard. The maid remembers it was there when she left, which was just before Jeff Parker arrived. Now the bracelet is gone. What happened, he probably tried to slip it in his pocket. She caught him, and he had to kill her to get out of there.
Was the bracelet found in his possession?
Oh, no, that's probably well hidden.
Well, it seems to me only a criminal would steal her jewelry.
Oh, and he's got a police record.
He has?
Oh, yeah. 8-9 years ago, he was up on assault. Now, true, the guy tried to cheat him out of some money, but it shows you his temper. And there was a bad check charge, but it never got anywhere, and he was in on a phony stock swindle, but that got hushed up.
Well, none of that proves he's a murderer.
Honey, what do you say we take in a movie tonight, huh?
Is there anyone who had a motive for killing Carrie Drake?
And you show me any prominent person, and there are no end of people who could have motives.
Well, who, for instance, would have a motive for killing Carrie Drake?
Oh, you don't know how I've been through this whole thing. Number one, Mrs. Wendy Halstead, wife of a prominent filmmaker who fell for Carrie. Now, Mrs. Halstead was heard making threats. 2, Ed Rainey, the producer, sunk a fortune into a Broadway play for her. She walked out on him. He went bankrupt. Number 3, her fiancé, Paul Jennings. The word was out she was ready to give him the air.
So there are other people.
Yeah, sure, but none of them were seen coming out of the apartment building. Now, what do you say we go to that movie, huh?
Harry?
What?
I believe Jeff Parker is innocent.
You do?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. He'll have his day in court.
Harry, I know he's innocent.
Is that a fact? How do you know?
I know because he told me.
He told you. How could he tell you?
I spoke with him this morning. I paid him a visit in his cell. Now, the reason I did was because long before you and I met, Jeff Parker and I were engaged. We were in love. I guess we thought we were, but I realized it could never work because the very last thing Jeff wanted was a home and stability, and that was the very first thing that I wanted.
I see. And you believe him?
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh. Has he, told you anything he hasn't told us?
No.
Well, he needs a better story than the one he has now.
But it's a true story. Harry, will you help him?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I'll just assume we don't have the killer and start looking all over again on my spare time. I'm off tomorrow. I'll go see him first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Harry.
No, that's not the way to do it. I'll go down there right now.
Harry?
Yeah.
I've got the coffee pot on the stove. Did you speak to him?
Yeah.
And?
And he keeps repeating the same story. He's not going to be much help. I'll just have to dig into some of the other people who may have had motive.
How about her fiancé, Paul Jennings?
Yeah. I'll see about him in the morning.
Harry?
What?
Won't you have some coffee with me?
No, I'm tired. I think I'll turn in. Hello. Oh, yes, Lieutenant. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'll be there. It was Lieutenant Jordan. They need help on the Leggett murder. I have to report to Inspector Dolan.
Oh.
Yeah, Jordan's let me loose for the Jeff Parker thing for 3 whole days, but now he has to justify it officially.
That means you won't be able to do anything more for Jeff.
Well, honey, I've gone as far as I could. The Halstead woman, the producer, the fiancé, I can't get a thing on them.
Well, maybe the killer was somebody she didn't know. A thief?
No, I went through that, too, even though it wasn't likely.
Why wasn't it?
She was wearing a diamond ring, honey. Why didn't the thief take that, too? Why just the bracelet? And there was cash in the house and an expensive watch. Just doesn't make sense. But I stayed with it. I checked the pawn shops. Now, if a thief had done it, what did he do with the bracelet? I got nowhere.
Hallie, I know it looks bad for Jeff.
Honey, I'm afraid the time has come for you to face the facts. Jeff Parker is guilty.
Anne, I told you this story, and I told your husband this story, and... Oh, what's the use?
Tell it to me again.
When you walked into my cell, I thought, oh, Lord, she does love me. After all these years, she still loves me. But you don't. You never really did, and I understand it now.
What's the difference?
None, but you don't have to feel guilty either.
I don't feel guilty.
Yes, you do. You think if we'd been married, you'd have given me a sense of responsibility. But it wouldn't have worked.
Jeff, I believe you're innocent.
Give it up, Anne. You can't help me. You'll only hurt yourself. Besides, Harry doesn't like it. He thinks you're still in love with me.
You didn't kill her, but someone else did. Someone who came just as you left. Now, did you see anyone?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
Oh, what's the use? We've been through it over and over again.
We have to keep going over it.
Anne, I'm tired. I can't even think.
Oh, we did give up easily, didn't you? Now, come on. Let's go through it from the beginning again. You knocked on the door. She opened it. And she said, come on, go ahead. Tell me what she said.
I told you 1,000 times what she says.
Tell it again.
Okay. She said,
hello, darling. Oh,
well, how are you, darling? May I come in?
whatever for?
I want to sell you a car.
Wait, that's not the way you told me the story before.
Well, it is. If we had a tape recorder, you'd see it's word for word.
You opened the door and she said, hello, darling.
That's what I keep telling you.
But you didn't say she said it with a tone of surprise in her voice, as if she were expecting somebody else. She was waiting for somebody else. And when she heard you at the door, she thought you were that somebody. And there's only one person that somebody else can be. I see it now.
What does she see? So far, she doesn't have any fact which isn't also in your possession. Well, check back over the facts and inferences that have been made so far, and we'll compare notes when I return with Act 3. Now let's see. According to Thoreau, any man who is more right than his neighbors constitutes a majority of one. Well, that's fine, uplifting theory. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the realities of life. In actuality, those who usually constitute a majority of one generally are in for some very tough sledding.
Suppose she was expecting someone to call on her.
And?
Jeff told me she opened the door and said, hello, darling, as if she were expecting someone else. And I know who it was.
Yeah, who?
Her fiancé, Paul Jennings.
Why?
Because she said darling.
Oh, Anne, look, theatrical people call everybody darling. That doesn't mean a thing.
It's a lead. She was waiting for someone. You admit Paul Jennings had a motive. She was about to leave him.
Well, we really can't prove it. The basis for the thing is in the gossip column.
But she was expecting him.
You know, you keep saying that. Because Jeff says she seemed surprised when she opened the door.
It makes sense to me.
Well, I don't see that as a startling new development.
So in other words, you're satisfied with the way things are now?
Satisfied?
It's all wrapped up in a neat little package, and since everybody's on board, why rock the boat, huh?
And you know what you're saying?
I say you've got the wrong man. And I'm going to solve it.
Solve what?
This murder. And I'm going to do what you say you always do. I'm going to wear out some shoe leather.
Hi, sister.
Dick, you caught me as I was leaving.
Well, aren't you going to ask me in?
I've got a tremendous lead.
Well, I'll come in anyway.
Dick, I really don't have the time.
I know. You don't have the time for anybody. Now, get off it, Ann. I ran into Harry downtown yesterday. He isn't very happy.
Well, I'm sorry. Look, I believe Jeff is innocent. I am not in love with him any longer. Just seeing him again was all I needed to convince me.
Well, you'll have to let events or nature or whatever take their course.
But he is not guilty.
You have no way to prove it. And you lose Harry. Now, he is a very patient guy. But don't push him too far.
I have learned a great deal about Carrie Drake. I think I could write a book on her life and loves.
Did you learn anything that could take Jeff off the hook?
Nothing. I just got one more place to go.
Yes? Where's that?
The maid. Her name is Lottie Jackson. Some questions I'd like to ask her.
What do you mean you'd like to ask her? Why should she talk to you? Who are you?
I'll tell her some kind of story.
But she has already spoken to the police.
I know.
Anne, end it. Now. Before you get hurt.
Only I could somehow prove, that Carrie Drake was expecting someone when Jeff rang that bell.
Yes? Oh, are you Mrs. Lottie Jackson?
That's me.
I'm a reporter. Could I talk to you?
Well, I don't know. The man from the Daily Express bought my life story. And he said I couldn't say a word to any other reporters. I signed some kind of paper or something.
Oh, well, naturally, I would respect that agreement.
I cleaned for Miss Drake for 20 years. I come to work for her when she got her first Broadway job. Only 18 she was. I got so much publicity when she got killed. I even went on the TV.
I know, I saw you.
Like I said, I got this contract with this other paper, though I can't tell you a story.
Well, I'm thinking of writing a book.
You're going to offer me some money?
Why don't we talk for a few minutes and see what you know?
I know everything. Come on in.
Now, the day she was killed, and this was just after you left, was she expecting anybody?
The cops kept asking me that. Not that I know of.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Look, you gonna write a book? I got an angle for you.
You have?
Yeah. There's something I'd like to see written about her, though I'll give you this for nothing.
Well, I'm sure that's very...
Guys used to load her down with jewels.
I remember reading about it.
But that stuff didn't really mean a thing to her.
No?
She was rich. I mean, she was foreign rich. Her old man owned half the oil in Texas. She said to me one day, "Lottie, what are diamonds? Rocks that come out of the ground." And so when she broke off with a guy, she always gave him back the jewels he'd given her.
Well, I never read about that. You said that when you left, she had a diamond bracelet on the sideboard.
That's the one that must have cost 20 grand at least.
Had she planned to wear it?
Far as I know, she never wore it. She hardly ever wore any jewels. That was the big joke. She had all these rocks, and she kept them in a vault.
All of them?
Every single one of them.
Well, then for this bracelet to have been out on the sideboard, she would have had to take it out of the vault. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Tell me, there were rumors that she was going to break up with her fiancé, Paul Jennings.
I heard about that.
Would you know if it was true?
Wait a minute. Of course she was. Sure he was through. He was all through. I should have known.
Well, how should you have known?
The bracelet. Why would it be there? Why would she have gotten it out of the vault? She was planning to give it back to him and say, "Bye-bye, Paul. Take your bracelet and... Hey, lady, where are you going? What got into her?"
Harry, did you ever ask yourself what an expensive bracelet was doing on the sideboard? It was ready to be given back to Paul Jennings.
And we don't know that. It's an inference.
Paul Jennings was angry. He didn't intend to be brushed off. She had sent for him. She heard the doorbell, and she assumed it was Paul Jennings when she said, "Hello, darling." And you're right about one thing. She could say darling without meaning it. Well, he killed her, and he took the bracelet. It belonged to him.
Anne, None of this is evidence.
It makes sense to me.
I'll tell you what makes sense. You're determined to have someone else taste the final music for Carrie Drake's murder. That doesn't bother you as long as it isn't Jeff Parker.
I believe Jeff is innocent.
The only reason you can believe that is because you're still in love with him.
I never was in love with him.
You were engaged,
That
Paul.
was a mistake.
Yeah, as long as you're admitting to mistakes, you married me. Was that a mistake?
Oh, Harry. I married you because I love you.
Oh, come on now. Lie to me, but don't lie to yourself. I have no illusions about myself. I'm just a plain, ordinary detective.
Harry, I love you. I don't love Jeff. Before this, I hadn't thought about him in years.
Then why are you doing this to both of us? What is he to you?
He's a loose end in my life, and I've got to tie it off somehow. And I won't rest until I can prove he's innocent.
Yeah, but how?
There's proof that Paul Jennings is guilty. And I know where to get it. Hello, is this the Royal Arms Hotel? I'm calling from the Princess Theater, where Mr. Paul Jennings is in rehearsal. He left a copy of some script revisions in his apartment. We're sending a lady over to get them. Would you let her in, please? Thank you.
Well, hello. What are you doing here at my apartment?
I was just leaving, Mr. Jennings.
Well, you don't look like a burglar.
Well, I'm not, really.
You've been ransacking the place. You find anything valuable? If you did, I'll split with you.
Well, I made a mistake, obviously, so why don't I just leave?
I am afraid not. We have a very permissive society, but I won't be part of it. Now, you will have to tell your story to the police.
Look, I was never in any kind of trouble.
Well, this then will be good for you. The lesson. This is Paul Jennings in apartment 11A. Have the police come here at once. Time we put our foot down on all this crime.
I see now why she threw you over.
Now, who threw me over?
Carrie Drake. How could she put up with you?
What are you talking about? Why do you say she threw me over? How do you know?
I read about it in one of the columns.
Wait. You were looking for some... Open your bag.
I really didn't find any...
Open your bag. That gun.
It's the gun you used to kill Carrie Drake. And the bracelet you took from her apartment.
Give me that bag.
Oh, no. I have got the gun. If you take one step toward me,
You're what?
I'll shoot. And I'm not joking.
Go ahead.
I'm warning you. Oh, it doesn't work.
It's empty, you idiot. Now give me the gun.
No!
The bag.
Let go of me!
No, you're finished. You were visiting me. You were leaning out the window.
If you can't do it, you see the bleach you sent to the bleach yourself. Help! Help! I'm here! She's trying to kill me!
Well, at least we kept it in the family.
Harry, I'm sorry. Fortunately, the patrolman walked in and I had the evidence.
Nah, it's all right.
What I wanted to do was phone you and have you get over there so it could be your arrest.
Ah, it's all right, I tell you.
Is it, Harry? Is it really all right?
Well, of course, down at the squad room, the guys are going to say, so that's who breaks all your cases.
Well, I learned it from you. The absolute attention to detail.
Right. Well, Jeff will be free now.
Yes. Oh, Harry. You know, I told you I never thought about Jeff, and that wasn't true. I used to think about him once in a while, but, you know, I don't think about him anymore.
You don't?
No. He's gone, and he's forgotten. Let's go to the movies.
All's well that ends well, as Mr. Shakespeare tells us, but the problem is, when and what is the end? Do we sometimes confuse the end with just a hiatus, a pause? Out of sight may mean out of mind, but out of which part of the mind? Perhaps only the conscious. Who knows what still stirs underneath? I shall return with a partial answer shortly. New love, old loves, warm loves, cold loves, loves of all kinds. Is it true that we may love many times? Or is love, like its companion death, something we may only know once? Of course, there are people who will deny that, too. They will say that love and death can come more than just once. If you listen to us 7 times each week, you can hear all about it. Our cast included Terry Keane, Larry Haynes, Earl Hammond, Catherine Byers, and Lloyd Batista. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What you see and what you believe are not always the same. Take the mysterious cults of mysticism, occultism, or spiritualism. Some people think such things are what they look like. Others say there is more to it. Some are drawn to it, others repulsed by it. The tale we're about to unfold concerns a man who thought belief in the unnatural showed a weakness of will, and it tells what happened to make him change his mind. Charlie, my boy, there is no such thing as a house that is haunted.
I have stood at night below the cliffs on the beach, and I've seen all the windows suddenly light up, as though a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
Well, Charlie, maybe someday I'll go have a look at it.
Well, why not now? You're not afraid, are you?
Our mystery drama, The Haunted Mill, taken from that classic tale of the unseen world by Richard Donnerer, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr., and stars Ralph Bell and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Doctors by nature are careful, cautious, scientific, and have inquiring minds. Alexis Carrel, the Nobel Prize doctor, once said, "A few observations and much reasoning leads to error. Many observations and a little reasoning leads to truth." Meet Dr. James Patmore, a man of reason who could not believe his senses when faced with the truth.
What I am about to relate is so weird and startling, especially for a man trained in science as I am, that I can only let the facts speak for themselves and have you who hear my voice reject my tale or accept it. I am a member of the Royal College of Physicians, author of a number of medical books, but it was my decision to take up practice in the small town of Brinton that changed my life and almost everything I believed in. One night at exactly midnight, there was a knock at my cottage door. Come in, come in. Oh, good Lord, man. You're bleeding. Here, let me help you to a chair.
I don't know what happened. I saw your light. I just managed to call here. You're the doctor, aren't you?
Now, don't talk. Yes, yes, I'm the doctor. Here, now. Press this against your forehead. Just a second now. I want to blow this kerosene lamp for the potency. That doesn't look too bad. You were fortunate, young man.
I'm Charles Royce. We haven't met.
Just swabbing the cut. Hang it out. You've got some wood in there. What did you do? Run into a tree? Oh, I'm Dr. Padmore.
Oh, you're not a native, so I should say welcome. When I left Brinton 3 years ago, we didn't have a doctor for 50 miles. Been away at sea all that time, Doctor.
Yes, that looks cleaner. Well, I've only taken up practice here last year. Charles Royce.
Yes, sir.
Are you is that your father and mother on Gorse Hill Farm, about 2 miles south of town?
Oh, you know?
Oh, yes, very well. I've been treating your father's lumbago and your mother's arthritis. Yes, indeed. They told me about their wild son, and I expect that you are here.
Not as wild as they like to make out. It's just their way of explaining why I was shipped off to sea. But not that I'm sorry. I liked it.
Well, there we are. Now try to keep that bandage around your head. Would you like some tea?
Oh, I certainly would. You don't mind if I shed my boots and my jacket? They are so...
Don't put them over by the fire, huh?
Thank you, I will. It was really amazing. What happened to me? I was on my horse, I know that. It's the mystery of the whole thing. I really don't know.
Here we are. Drink this while it's hot, eh?
I was on my way to see Hannah. Oh, that's the girl I was hoping to marry, and I used to see a lot of her before. Well, I was riding along up by the haunted mill, and suddenly something seemed to lean down at me out of a tree branch over my head, and that's all I remember. I was knocked right off my horse onto the ground, and when I came to, my horse had bolted. There was this blood streaming down over my eyes. Somehow I saw your cottage, the light, and managed to get here. That's all I remember.
Now, you didn't see anything when it happened?
Stars. That's about all. Oh, boy. This tea hits the spot.
Is there someone in town who doesn't like you?
Yes, I guess there is.
You think this person would have...
I think he could have ambushed me in the dark, yes, but... Well, frankly, I don't think he has enough guts. It's like this, Dr. Patmore.
Why don't you call me Jim? I'll call you Charlie, if I may.
Oh, glad to. Well, 3 years ago, I wanted to marry Hannah Bliss, and I still want to marry her, but 3 years ago, I was 17, and I listened to my father and mother, and they said, "You're too young, you wait." So, I went to sea. Well, actually, my father arranged it. I was sent. And I got back last week. 3 years, almost to the day. My folks were glad to have me back, but all I really cared about was that they said, "All right, you still want to marry Hannah?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "That's too bad. She's met up with Silas Hart, and she's going to marry him." Doctor, I didn't even unpack my bag. I went right out the door to see her.
Charlie, it's not you. You're here.
Hello, Hannah? You didn't change much.
You have, Charlie. You look taller and stronger. I almost wouldn't know you.
You got prettier.
I can't believe it's you.
3 years, Hannah. I was only a boy then. Is it true about you and Silas?
Who told you?
Mom and Dad. In fact, at the moment I walked in the door, you're going to marry him?
Yes.
I don't understand. I went away believing you would wait. You told me you would.
3 years is a long time.
I would have waited 10 years for you.
How would I know when you'd come back, Charlie? If he'd come back.
What are you talking about? I wrote you from every single port we hit. I told you my plans.
What, Charlie? I didn't get any letter.
Oh, no.
Not one letter. That's the truth.
Not what?
So I gave up on you.
Why would they do that?
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. Your folks were just as much against our marrying as my folks. They took my letters. They must have.
Charlie.
For 3 years, not a day passed, but I was thinking of you. About the life we'd have together, and all along I thought you felt the same way.
I did. I know I did, but what can I do?
Do? About Silas?
We've posted the banns. We're getting married in 3 weeks.
Hannah, do you love him?
I thought so. Oh, darling, listen, that was before. That was when I thought I'd never see you again.
And now that you see me again?
I don't want you to go away.
I don't want to go away either, Hannah.
But what will we do?
Never mind. It'll work out. Like the old saying goes, love will find a way.
And did love find a way, Charles?
Well, I guess it did, Doctor. I mean, Jim. Ann and I have been seeing each other every day, every evening, that is, for the whole week. And tonight she was going to tell Silas she couldn't go through with the wedding.
So now Silas knows, eh?
Well, I think so, if he showed up there. He was supposed to see her at 8. I was on my way over about 10 to find out what happened, and that's when I got hit by whatever it was. Yeah, that's right. It was just as I was passing the haunted mill. I wonder...
What is it? You wonder what?
Maybe because I was so near the haunted mill, maybe that had something to do with it.
I'll put it.
You're new in town, Jim. That mill. Everyone here, we all know that place is haunted.
Charlie, you were knocked down by something solid, something made of wood, not by a ghost.
Shouldn't have taken that mill road.
Oh, come now, come. There's no such thing as a house that is haunted.
Have you ever been there, Doctor?
Hardly. I wouldn't waste my time.
I don't know. Sometimes I've seen... Well, not lately, but when I was a boy...
What have you seen?
Oh, I have stood at night on the beach below the cliffs, and I have seen the windows suddenly all light up like a ghost had lit a candle in each room.
All right. Well, maybe someday I'll have a look at it.
Well, why not now?
Now, it's past midnight.
You're not afraid, are you?
What are you talking about?
I've talked to people like you before. Now, maybe I haven't had the education, but I like to find out and see things for myself. You don't want to see for yourself. You get your learning from books.
All right. All right, I'll go. But does it have to be right now, this minute, in the dead of night?
Yes, I want to take you right now, Jim. Now, when it's dark. Now, when there's been a storm. Now, when all the elements have been riled up. And I think maybe there's some learning you have in store. Morning, Hannah. Well, you're up early feeding the chicken.
Charlie, where were you last night? I waited. The hair, what's happened to you?
Ah, don't worry. It's a big bandage over a small cut.
Oh, you had me so worried. Silas left at 9 o'clock, and I waited and waited, and there was that terrible storm, and you never came.
Oh, not from choice, darling. I was riding by the haunted mill, and, well, something attacked me. I was on my way over to see you.
What do you mean something attacked you?
Knocked me right off my horse. This is Dr. Patmore Thorpe. He has two. I borrowed it till he could round up mine. It bolted and ran away.
Are you all right?
Well, of course I am. It's just a big bruise.
Charlie, it's Silas.
Oh. That's what I came to find out. How did he take it? What did you tell him?
Oh, he was so fierce. I told him it was all a mistake, that I'd become engaged to him because I thought you were never coming back. He was like a hunted animal, backing away. I said that you and I were going to get married. And he cursed you and said how he wished you'd never come back, how he wished your ship had been sunk at sea. I made him stop. I couldn't listen anymore.
Oh, don't worry.
Silas won't do anything.
Oh, it's not me I'm worried about. His eyes went so funny. And I remember when he said goodbye, he said, "If I can't marry you, Hannah, nobody else will."
An idle threat by a rejected suitor? A strange little town, Brinton by the sea. Strange inhabitants. The town and the town's people are almost as though they hadn't been touched by the 20th century. And it is here that a modern doctor, James Patmore, has come to practice. How could he fit into a community that appeared to be in the grip of fear, fate, and fantasy? We shall learn more when I return shortly with Act Two. For centuries, astrologists, psychics, numerologists, and others have tried to probe into the unexplainable mysteries. This is what Dr. Jim Patmore is faced with. Reconciling scientific fact with forbidden knowledge. That dead-of-night visit to the haunted mill with Charlie Royce turned out to be impossible for him to forget or dismiss.
The haunted mill was forlorn and mournful looking, and the McLaren skies and moonlight singularly weird. But I could see it for what it was, and I knew it was merely a disused, abandoned building. What I did not know was that this would be the last time I would see Charlie Royce alive.
How about we go inside?
I'm just standing here waiting for the windows to light up.
You are a disbelieving, stubborn man, aren't you? Now, come on, I'll push open this wooden bolt that fastens the door.
What's that?
Bats. They nest here. Well, how do you like it, homie?
Oh, it doesn't frighten me.
Shine your lantern higher, Jim.
Did you ever see such large spiders making webs?
What else could you expect in an abandoned building? All right, Charlie, where's your ghost? I'm here. I'm waiting for some manifestation.
Just settle down. Wait and see.
Look up there.
Well, all I can see is flying bats.
No, I mean the roof has fallen in.
I can see the moon.
Charlie, I have seen roofs fallen in before. What I came here for are your apparitions. If there is nothing to see but bats and spiders... What was that?
Something closed the front door. It's stuck. I can't get it open.
Let me bring the lantern over.
You see, there's no knob on this side. Jim, hold it a little lower. I want to take a look through the crack between the jamb and the door. Jim, the bolt is closed. The wooden bolt has been drawn across the door, locking us in here. See for yourself.
Oh, great heavens, you're right. It's been bolted shut. Oh, someone's playing games with it.
Or something.
Oh, this is ridiculous. All right, whoever is out there, open up this door. Open it up, I say, at once. What's... Is that somebody?
Isn't a person, Jim. I've heard that crazy laughter since the first time I came up here when I was 10.
Oh, nonsense. That's just the wind. All right, you out there. Open this door. Now open it.
Jim, the door will open in its own time. Believe me, just wait. Here, take your lantern back and have a good look around.
I do hope, Charlie, that this isn't some practical joke of yours to impress me. I'll tell you right now, whatever is going on is not the work of any supernatural demons. And nothing will make me believe it is.
Jim, look out! Get out of the way!
Oh, that was a close call.
Oh, it's a miracle you weren't crushed. It just missed you by a hair.
All right, I've had enough. I think it's time to go.
You hear that? The bolt outside is opening itself.
Oh, stop now.
Do you see anyone out there? It opened of its own accord. What did I tell you? Those that haunt the mill are letting us go now.
Well, you can believe that if you want to.
Jim, I'll tell you something else that's strange, at least to me. This is the very first time I've been in the mill when I wasn't deathly afraid. Everything that's happened tonight, I could almost foresee it. It didn't frighten me. Do you think that finally I've been accepted by the spirits who live here?
Spirits. Frankly, Charlie, I don't know what to make of it, and I'm not going to pretend I do, but I can tell you this. I am sure there are physical reasons for everything that has happened here tonight. Physical, not metaphysical. A few days went by, and I heard no more from Charlie Royce. I was a little concerned over his head injury, so one night after office hours, I went over to Gorse Hill Farm. It was about 9 o'clock after dinner.
Oh, glad you stopped by, Doctor.
Right, good evening.
I was going to come see you about my back.
How is that muscle tenderness? On the whole, you've improved a great deal since last year, you know.
I have still.
I'll prescribe some new exercises for you to do. How's your son Charlie and Mrs. Royce?
We haven't seen Charlie since the night before last. Or was it the night before that? I don't know what that boy is up to.
I really came by to see how that cut was mending.
I'll tell you this. His mother's taking it pretty hard. He's away 3 years, back one day, and then out every day with that girl. I'll bet she knows where he is.
You haven't seen him? He hasn't been here for 2 nights?
3. And his mother's crying her eyes out. You know what I think? Of course, I haven't been over to Hannah's folks to ask them. But I think those 2 young'uns ran away. I haven't mentioned that to Mrs. Royce, but that's what I think.
But why would Charlie do a thing like that?
Well, lots of reasons. Maybe Mr. and Mrs. Bliss weren't, well, so all-fired happy about Charlie showing up. They were kind of keen on her marrying Silas, you know. The Harts have got more money than the rest of the town put together. His brother Ezra has the Brenton Inn, one in Axminster. He runs a fleet of fishing boats. Silas's mother and father, well, I'd say they own half the town. He'd be a darn good catch.
What sort of work does Silas do?
He does nothing. He doesn't have to. If you were going to come into property stretching from the seacoast clear over to the mill and back, you wouldn't have to work.
Well, I'm sorry Charlie is not here. I'd better start for home or I'll get blown off the road. You tell Charlie I stopped by, and I'll be seeing you, Mr. Royce, for those exercises for your back. Now, don't worry about Charlie. He'll be back. Goodbye now.
Doctor, will you close that front door? It's blowing out every candle in the room. Either go out and close the door or come back in.
I can't budge this door. It won't move. It's stuck open.
Doctor? Doctor, I can't see a darn thing in the dark. Doctor, are you still there?
I'm still here, Mr. Royce. Can you strike a match?
A match? Say, what happened to the fire? There was a fire in that fireplace. Why didn't you close that door?
I couldn't, Mr. Royce. I pushed it with all my might. It wouldn't give. Here, maybe I've got a match.
What's that, Doctor?
Isn't there someone standing at the door?
There is someone.
Charlie, is that you?
Charlie, it is you. You still got that bandage on. Here, let me have a look.
I'm not ready yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Where have you been, boy? Your mother's been frantic.
Tell Mother that I love her. And I always will.
Come on over to the fire. We were just going to light it. All the candles went out. Come on, sit down, boy.
I have a long way to go. But I'm not ready yet.
You going away again? Charlie! I can't see you, Charlie!
I think he's gone, Mr. Royce.
What do you mean he's gone? He was just here. We were talking to him. Charlie! Where is that boy?
I didn't see him go out the door, did you? No. Ah, here I found some matches. I'll light this candle. You're right.
He isn't here anymore. I could see him. You know, because... Did you notice he had a kind of greenish light all around him?
Yes, I noticed that.
Like when we fish at night. Phosphorescence, they call it. He didn't pass me to go upstairs. We didn't see the front door open. Maybe he got out somehow and is standing outside. I'll have a look. Charlie! Charlie! Hannah! What are you doing here? Come inside, child. Hannah, did you see Charlie out there?
No, I didn't, Mr. Royce. It's Charlie that I've come here about.
Here, take off your wet things, dear.
I can't stay. I promised Mother I'd be back as soon as I could.
Oh, Dr. Patmore, this is Hannah Bliss. How do you do? What is it, Hannah? What about Charlie? Did you two decide to come back?
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Royce. Charlie and I didn't go anywhere. Is he here? Can I talk to him, please?
Charlie's not here. I mean, I thought he was just now. Well, it's so hard to explain. I thought he was with you.
Hannah, these past few days, you mean to say that you have not seen Charlie?
No, not for 3 days. What's the matter? What do you mean he was here just now? Why won't he come to see me? What have I done?
Are you saying that you haven't seen him for 3 days?
I haven't, no. The last time was the morning after I told Silas we couldn't get married. Charlie had an accident, hit his head. That afternoon we were going to the church, change the old banns and ask the priest to post new ones. I'd been waiting and nearly going crazy, and then I thought maybe he'd decided he didn't want to marry me after all, so I put my pride in my pocket and came over here to find out that you say he's not here. When will he be back?
We don't know.
Hannah, it's all right. I'm sure it's just a misunderstanding. He'll show up.
Do you think he's all right?
Oh, of course he is.
Now, you trot back home, dear, before more parents get worried about their children. All right?
Yes, sir, I will. And thank you, Dr. Patmore. And you, Mr. Royce. I'm sorry if I caused any trouble. I didn't mean to. I'll make Charlie a really good wife. I promise I will.
Oh, of course you will. Now, go on home.
Good night, Mr. Royce. Good night, Dr. Patmore.
Good night.
Hannah hasn't seen my boy in all these days either. But we saw him, Doctor, didn't we? I mean, Doctor, I'm not going crazy.
We saw him and we heard him. One possibility. A blow like he'd received could have caused temporary amnesia. Charlie may be wandering around not knowing who he is or where he is.
Well, if that's really him we saw, what did he mean he wasn't ready yet? Oh, Lord. What am I going to tell his mother?
That you saw him and he's all right and he'll be back.
Do you honestly believe that, Doctor? It just isn't ordinary what happened. Do you know what I think, Doctor?
No.
I think Charlie is dead. And that wasn't Charlie who came here. It was his spirit.
Oh, now, nonsense. You can't believe that.
Oh, yes, I do. I feel it in my bones, I know it. Maybe we'll find Charlie somewhere. His body. But we'll never find him alive.
Could they have seen the ghost of Charlie Royce and not his living body? To appear like that and disappear. What human can do that? Or were both the doctor and the boy's father hypnotized somehow? But why was Charlie's father so positive he would never again see his son alive? If there are answers to these mysterious happenings, let's hope we find them when I return shortly with Act 3. The world of James Patmore, M.D., was being shaken. The science of cause and effect seemed no explanation of the mysterious occurrences in the little town of Brinton by the sea. And if scientific deduction failed Dr. Patmore, his destiny was somewhat less than controllable. That concerned him deeply. He knew he could not let himself be frightened or feel fated. He had to find out.
I had to find out. Where had Charlie Royce gone? Was he alive or dead, hiding or killed? Days passed and still no sign of him. He had simply vanished. Some suspected Charlie's rival Silas, who said nothing, and said he knew nothing. One day, Silas's brother Ezra Hart, who ran the Brinton Inn, asked me to come see his wife, who was ill. I examined her and then joined him downstairs, where he was working at the bar.
How is she, Doc?
It's a touch of flu, Ezra, is nothing more. A lot of it going around.
How long will she be laid up?
It's hard to say. 2 weeks, about. Now, you keep her warm and quiet.
2 weeks? Well, what am I going to do about the inn? You can't get any help these days.
Oh, surely there's someone you can call on to help you out. What about your brother Silas?
Oh, you must be joking, Doctor. Silas? The worst thing my father ever did was to leave him money. He hadn't lifted a finger to do an honest day's work since he was 15. He's not ambitious like Charlie Royce was.
Was?
I mean, is. For all I know. I just haven't seen him lately.
Did Charlie Royce come to the inn, Ezra?
The chief of police asked me the same question.
Once about time they started asking questions.
My guess is that Charlie went back to sea. Anyway, I told him Charlie was here the day after the big storm. He had a bandage around his head. Said he was going to see a priest later, but he was still kind of groggy from falling off his horse the night before. About 6 it was. He sat right where you are, Doctor, right there. Drank a pint of ale, and it started to get dark fast, real black outside. Another big storm blowing in off the sea. I turned around, and suddenly it was gone.
Was he walking or riding, Ezra?
He was walking. His horse had bolted the night before, and he still hadn't found it. I said to the police chief, you have to cross the common to get to the rectory. There are several pools and treacherous hollers on the common. You ought to search there.
So I suppose they're looking there, eh?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. How much do I owe you for visiting Mrs. Hart?
Oh, I'll send you a bill, Ezra, don't worry.
Oh, Charlie will turn up, I'm sure, like a bad penny.
You know, I can understand you saying that. After all, Silas is your brother.
Well, even if he weren't, it was wrong of Charlie to come back and turn that girl's head. That wasn't right. No, sir. Charlie knew Hannah was spoken for. Why, even the bands had been posted. Them running around made Silas the joke of the town. You'll find lots of folks hereabouts not too all-fired sorry that Charlie is gone.
Charlie's disappearance lengthened into weeks, then months. Everyone for miles around had some theory. Finally, the police gave up their search. No one seemed to care anymore except his father and Hannah Bliss. Winter was upon us, roads almost impassable, but I had one patient I always managed to see, sick from disappointment and anxiety. A rather difficult illness to cure.
The 4th time this week, Doctor. You're spoiling me.
Oh, I had to pass this way anyway, Hannah.
I had a visitor this morning. Someone I hadn't seen in a long time. Do you remember Silas Hart?
Oh, yes, I certainly do. Where was your mother?
She was out at the market, and Silas walked in the door.
I hope he didn't upset you.
I'm afraid he did. I've never seen him looking like that. Rings around his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for weeks. He said, I've kept from seeing you as long as I could. I know you aren't well.
What did he want, Hannah?
He said, Charlie's been gone a long time now.
What about us? And I said, Charlie was gone for 3 years and I didn't wait for him. This time I'm going to.
And how long did he stay?
About an hour. He said, couldn't we try to make it like it was before Charlie came back? And I said to him, no, Silas, I'm going to wait for him. And then he got up and went to the door and said, well, that may be, Hannah. But if it's Charlie you want, I think you're going to have to wait a long, long time.
I calmed Hannah down. It was the uncertainty as much as the anxiety that made her ill. If only she could know what had happened to her fiancé, I felt that she could recover, even if the news was the worst. On the way home, late as it was, I could see the old mill. For some reason, I took the cliff road, the sea churning below me.
Doctor! Dr. Petmore!
Hello, Ezra.
Doctor!
What are you doing out there?
Doctor, quick! Come and help me.
What's the matter?
Can you climb down these rocks to the beach with me? There's trouble.
What is it?
It's Silas. He came to the inn an hour ago and he handed me the keys to his house and he said, here, I won't be needing these anymore. Then he walked out. I ran out and asked people and they said, try the cliff road. When I got here, Silas was standing out there on one of them rocks. I called to him. He didn't hear me. Then I saw you coming, Doctor, so I ran up to the road to get you.
I don't see him. I don't see anybody.
Silas! Silas! Where are you? Silas! Silas! Oh, I heard it. It's that girl. I know it is. Silas! Come back!
There's nobody out there, Ezra. Not a soul. The sea, the rocks, seagulls. Now, come along. There's nothing we can do here. I bet when you went up the road to get me, Silas went on home. Come on now.
Stupid fool. Oh, for a girl to do that.
Now, why are you so convinced that he's taken his life?
There was something very wrong, but I could not believe, as did Ezra, that it was Hannah's doing. If Silas had drowned himself, only a very guilty conscience could have driven him to it. We climbed back up the cliff road, and as I mounted my horse, it suddenly reared and almost threw me. For up on the hill stood the old mill, every single window ablaze with light. It was there, I felt, that the key to unlock this mystery lay. The only one person I could trust was Charlie Royce's father, John. So I went to see him and persuaded him to hitch up his cart with his favorite horse, Princess, and accompany me to the haunted mill.
I thought you said it was all superstition, Doctor. You didn't believe in all that.
Mr. Royce, if your journey should result in nothing, will you keep the matter a secret?
Certainly. But why?
All my adult life, I have taken with a great grain of salt the possibility of anything unnatural happening in our very natural world.
Wherein, why are you going to the mill?
One can always be wrong.
Princess! Princess! What's gotten into you?
He absolutely refuses to go on.
Then, stop it. Go on, then. Come on.
Oh, wait. I see what it is. Up in the road ahead. You see it, Mr. Royce?
Good Lord. A body.
A corpse. As if I can see right through it.
It's got blood streaming out of its head.
Lying there like that. Mr. Royce. Mr. Royce, we're neither of us imagining this thing. Are we? Is it really there?
I think it's Charlie. It glows, that greenish light, the same way Charlie was when he came to see us.
It's gone.
But I'm afraid Princess won't move a step.
All right, turn to your mare, Mr. Royce. The mill is going to be half a mile away. We'll each take a lap.
You mean walk it?
Yes, now.
That door is bolted shut. All I have to do is pull the wooden bolt back, and the door will open. How did you know it could be opened?
I've been here before with Charlie. Now, don't be frightened. The bats won't harm you. What's that? It's only this old mill laughing at us.
Where do those steps lead? I've got to go up there.
I have the same feeling, Mr. Royce,
As if we were drawn up there. We have to go.
All right. One step at a time. I'll go first. Hold your lantern high. You see, there's a closed trap door at the top there.
I can't explain it, but I can't wait to get up these steps.
John Royce was one step right behind me. I reached the top and slowly pushed open a trap door. As I did, I am absolutely certain that I heard a sigh.
They must have kept the grain for thrashing up here.
There's still a sack of it over there in the corner.
Yes. Well, let's have a look.
Oh, no.
What is it?
I touched it just now with my foot, and, Mr. Royce, there is neither corn nor chaff in this sack.
It's tied up at the top with a cord. Here, I have a knife done.
You ready? You want to open this sack?
We have to, Doctor. You know we have to.
All right, then. Let me cut the cord. Oh, good Lord. Mr. Royce, don't look. Don't look.
Charlie. Oh, my Charlie.
Yes, it what was left of Charlie Royce. Murdered. A bullet hole in his skull. His throat cut. The coroner's verdict was murder by person or persons unknown. Whoever hid Charlie's body in the old mill knew that no one in his town would look there. I may have been wrong to doubt the spirit of that poor boy trying to tell us where to find his body. But was I wrong about Silas? Was it not guilt that impelled Silas to seek his own watery death? Who else had the motive? The very next day, the old mill collapsed into a pile of wood. It had given up its last ghost. To Dr. Jim Patmore, the greatest mystery of all was that he should have been selected by some supernatural power to bring this crime to light. I shall return shortly. Those who make a study of the occult believe that anyone who has suffered a violent death cannot rest until that death has been avenged. That the spirit will keep reliving its final agony like a phonograph needle stuck in the last groove of a record. We trust fate will be kinder to you, and that you may never meet up with a homeless, tortured, wandering spirit. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Russell Horton, Patricia Elliott, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One cannot be wise and in love at the same time, said the poet. And what is the implication? That love, obviously, is a pastime and an occupation for fools. Well, poets in general seem to have had a sorry time of it with love, when you consider most of their verses on the subject. And yet, there would seem to be a melancholy strain of truth in their singing. After all, how many deliriously happy lovers do you know?
Lizzie, you have to give him up.
I can't.
But he's a liar.
Yes?
A thief.
Probably.
He'll betray you.
Most likely.
He could even kill you.
It doesn't matter.
How can you say it doesn't matter?
Because I love him.
Our mystery drama, Just to Keep Busy, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Robert Dryden and Judy Lewis. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. A hunter went walking in the fields with his gun one morning, and he saw a seagull. Having nothing better to do, he shot her. The line is from a play by Anton Chekhov, and it gives one pause. How true it is that so much of the harm that is done in this world does not result from an evil motive or a bad intention, but just out of sheer boredom, or, as the dramatist said, for lack of anything better to do.
I'll buy that, Mr. Marshall. It's the story of my friend Woodrow Wallace, or Woody, as everyone calls him. Whenever you ask him why he's doing whatever it is he happens to be doing at the moment, why, Woody just gives you that, yes, I suppose I have to say it, that radiant smile of his, and replies,
"Oh, just to keep busy."
Just to keep busy. Well, this particular day dawned uneventfully enough. The morning was filled with routine chores when...
Mr. Gilmore, Mr. Woodrow Wallace is here to see you. He doesn't have an appointment.
It's all right. He doesn't need one.
Yes, Mr. Gilmore.
Woody Wallace, just what I need to make the day.
Franklin!
As long as you're here, come on in, sit down.
What kind of a welcome is that?
A worn-out welcome.
And I've come here to make you rich.
Sure?
Hey, now, where's that old spirit, that old get up and go? You know, I don't even know why I bother with you.
Woody, I have just this moment come to a conclusion.
And what is it?
I'm finished with you.
Ah, you don't mean that.
But I do.
How can you mean a thing like that?
Woody, it happens to all of us. We realize it's time to put away the toys of childhood and assume the attitude of maturity.
Oh, now, that sounds deep, old pal.
Woody, you and I, we've outgrown each other.
Just what does that mean?
When we met, we were children.
What have you been smoking, old buddy? We met over in Vietnam. We were both 21 on the same day. Don't you remember? We celebrated our birthday in a foxhole.
We were still children.
We were soldiers.
What do you suppose soldiers really are?
Oh, I knew this was going to be deep.
It's a very special bond that holds soldiers together, the shared danger, the absolute dependence on each other.
Oh, I need a drink.
But with the return to civilian life, that special bond disappears. And the reason, the basis for the friendship vanishes, which is why most of them peter out.
But not ours, Frankie, not ours. Now, Frankie, Did I say I came up here to make you rich? Forget it.
It's gone and forgotten.
Not just rich, Frankie. I'll have you rolling in wealth.
No.
Money to burn.
No. I refuse to listen. I am deaf to any offers, deals, proposals, propositions in any form, shape, manner whatsoever.
Okay. Just to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll take you to lunch.
I can't go. I'm expecting a call from a client.
He can call back.
It's important for him to talk to me.
You know, Frankie, I was counting on you. Now, you know how I hate to eat alone.
I'm sure something will occur to you.
Something just has. That girl you've got out there. The new one. What's her name?
No, Woody.
What do you mean, no?
She's different.
Frankie, come on, they're all the same.
She's a very naive, sweet girl.
They're the best kind.
What are you saying?
You know what's wrong with our society? We've lost our innocence. People are too jaded, cynical. What a joy to go with someone who's fresh and sincere.
Yeah, but Woody, you're engaged.
Sure. Sally's in Europe.
Lizzie is a very quiet...
Lizzie, is that her name?
Yes. And what I'm trying to say
Lizzie,
is...
I'm in love with the sound of it.
She's a very quiet girl, Woody.
Tell me, old combat buddy, have you, got a little action going there yourself?
Certainly not.
Come here, I got me a clear field, huh?
No, she's not your type.
Is she or is she not of the female gender?
What I'm trying to tell you is that she's a very vulnerable girl.
Uh-huh. Well, tell me, is she old enough to vote?
Of course.
All I'm doing is just giving her an opportunity to cast a ballot.
Woody, a thing like this, what do you want to start it for?
Just to keep busy.
Yes?
It's Mr. Timken.
Oh, yes.
He's extremely anxious to talk to you.
Yes. Lizzie.
Yes, Mr. Gilmore?
Well, old buddy, I will leave you here to toil in the salt mines. Bye-bye.
Lizzie,
Yes, Mr. Gilmore? What is it?
What indeed? What could I say to her? Woody Wallace, a notorious rake. They still use that word? Would she laugh at me? Woody Wallace is going to ask you for a date. Say no. Well, I mean, she's only my secretary. Besides, old Mr. Timkins wanted to talk to me. He had $2 million that he wanted me to invest for him. I couldn't keep him waiting. Besides, Lizzie is a highly sensible girl, and she would spot Woody for exactly what he is. Or would she? She certainly wouldn't go out to lunch with him. Or would she? Oh, you're back from lunch.
Yes, Mr. Gilmore. It's 1:45.
Did you have a nice lunch?
Very nice.
Really? Where'd you have lunch?
Oh, I just had a salad and iced tea downstairs in the coffee shop.
Oh, that's fine.
Your friend, Mr. Wallace? He asked me to lunch.
Oh, did he?
Yes. I said no.
Well, that was very, very...
But I am going to have dinner with him.
You're going to have dinner with him?
This evening.
Lizzie, you shouldn't.
Mr. Gilmore.
Now, I realize I may be talking out of turn, but I feel responsible.
Responsible? Why?
Well, he's a friend of mine.
And?
And if he hadn't come up here to see me, you would never have met him.
And I would have been the loser for it.
How can you say that?
He's so handsome and so charming.
Now, Lizzie, please, listen to me. You've heard of collectors, stamp collectors, book collectors, art collectors. Well, Woody Wallace is also a collector.
Really? What does he collect?
Women. To him, every woman he sees represents a conquest. When he's made his conquest, he drops her. You believe me?
Why would you lie to me? Besides, I knew it.
And knowing you'd still go out with him?
Of course.
Oh, I understand. You think you're going to be the one who can conquer him, Well, forget it, Lizzie.
All we're doing is going out to dinner.
Lizzie, he's engaged to be married.
I know that.
In other words, Lizzie, there's nothing I can tell you.
They went out to dinner that night, and the next night, and the one after. They had lunch together every day. Saturday afternoon, I went to the club. They were playing tennis. Sunday morning, when I went to the club, they were playing golf. And Sunday afternoon, Woody asked if he could borrow my sailboat and take her sailing. Well, the change in Miss Lizzie Wentworth was marvelous to behold. She'd always been efficient, but now she was effervescent.
Mr. Gilmore, isn't it a fantastic day?
It's not bad.
Do you know who knows how I feel? Or I should say knew?
No. Who?
Robert Browning.
Browning?
You never heard of Browning?
Oh, you must mean John Browning. He invented the machine gun that bears his name.
Robert Browning, the poet.
Oh, wonder if they were related.
I always loved poetry, even though I never really knew what it meant. Until just now.
Really? You never knew?
My favorite. From Pippa Passes by Browning. The years at the spring and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn. God's in his heaven. All's right with the world.
Well, that sounds very simple to me.
Well, how can you possibly know what it means unless you're in love?
In love?
God's in his heaven. All's right with the world.
In love?
When you're in love, you know God's in his heaven and how absolutely right the world is.
In love with whom?
Why, with Woody.
Woody? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And Woody's in love with me.
Well, how do you know Woody's in love with you?
How do I know? Oh, Mr. Gilmore, how do I know the sun is shining? How do I know my heart is beating? You have misjudged Woody.
I have? Well, now, Lizzie, just let me tell you this.
Why must you tell me anything?
I don't want you to get hurt.
Hurt? By whom?
By Woody.
Oh, how little you know Woody.
Woody and I were soldiers together in Vietnam. Nobody knows Woody better than I do.
You know the outside of Woody, the front he presents to the world, the cover that hides and protects the real Woody.
Real Woody?
The real Woody. The shy, the timid Woody. The Woody who's frightened by the world about him, who desperately needs love. And I know it, Mr. Gilmore, because I'm frightened of the world myself. Woody and I recognized we were kindred spirits. We planned to be married.
Married?
Well, yes. It's what happens when two people are in love.
You and Woody are getting married?
You find it hard to believe. After all, you have so much invested in the Woody you thought you knew, it's hard for you to admit you were wrong.
I'm so glad I was wrong. I'm so happy for you.
Could I ask you a favor? I don't have any family. Would you give the bride away?
Lizzie, I would consider that an honor and a privilege.
Oh, Mr. Gilmore, I'm so happy.
Woody, I came as soon as I got your message. What's up?
Frank, I want you to be my best man.
Well, then it's true. You are getting married.
Well, why else would I need a best man?
Well, I'm not sure I can be your best man.
What do you mean? You're my best friend. How can you turn me down?
It's not that I don't want to be. It's just that, well, I'm wondering if you're allowed to do both.
Both? Both what?
Can you be best man and give the bride away?
But why would you give the bride away?
Because she asked me.
I don't understand. We only decided this thing a few hours ago on a transatlantic telephone. You mean she just called you from Paris and asked you to give her away? What about her father?
Now, Woody, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Who are you going to marry?
And what kind of a question is that? I'm going to marry Sally, my fiancée.
Sally?
Well, of course, Sally. Who else?
Who else? Didn't he promise to marry Lizzie? Well, wait a minute. In the interests of strict accuracy, we did not hear him promise with our own ears. We heard Lizzie say something about the two of them planning it. Or maybe Lizzie heard what she wanted to hear. Well, we'll all hear more about this thing in Act 2. And for those of you who are waiting for someone to get killed, stick around. You know how quickly the game of love can become the game of death. It's an old story, as old as love itself. And as long as love lives, we shall hear it again and again. There are those who give their hearts away too slowly, and there are those who give them away too quickly, and those who never give them away at all. There are those who were born to break hearts, and those who were born to have their hearts broken. And what can be done about it? It's the way of the world.
You're going to marry Sally? Well, Frank, to whom have I been engaged on and off these past 5 years?
Yes, but...
Well, just at noon, she called me. She said, "Darling, my show is a success. They're wild about my designs. I've finally arrived. I'm selling like mad. I can now afford to support you. Let's get married."
Yes, but Woody...
She's flying in from Paris on Saturday. Wedding is Sunday afternoon, 2:30 sharp at St. Bart's, so be there.
Woody.
Hmm?
What about Lizzie?
Oh, do you think Lizzie would like to come? Why don't you bring her along?
Why, you dirty... Oh. It's quite all right, ladies and gentlemen. It's just two old buddies having a difference of opinion. Okay, Woody. If you want to take a soccer meet, let's go outside.
Now, we're getting to you, Frank.
Have all the cold, callous, insensitive things to say. Invite her to the wedding. I know you don't have any morals, but can't you at least have some taste?
So what are you getting all worked up about?
Do you know what you did to Lizzie?
Oh, it's Lizzie. Well, let me set you straight, Frank.
You're going to set me straight?
You don't live in the real world.
I don't live in your world, that's for sure.
There is only one world, Frank. And you've been fighting it all your life. It's the world of take what you want. It's the world of, how else can you say it? The world of eat, drink, and be merry because tomorrow... But there is no tomorrow. And once you're gone, who knows? Who cares? What will it have mattered?
I think it will have mattered.
Frankie, it doesn't mean a thing. The rain, it falls on the just and the unjust alike.
What does it have to do with the fact that you broke an innocent girl's heart?
Innocent? Come on, Frank.
What are you going to tell her?
What do I have to tell her?
That you're going to marry Sally Schaefer?
She'll read about it in the paper, won't she?
Mr. Gilmore, the Timpkins file is up to date, and I finished all your letters. I have one or two little things to do, but I won't take a lunch hour.
Why? What's up?
Woody told me.
Woody told you what?
He told me you were lending him the boat, and it's going to be a great afternoon for sailing.
Sailing?
Yes, I thought if I could leave here at 2, we could make the tide at 3 o'clock.
You're going sailing with Woody this afternoon?
Well, I wouldn't ask for the time off if I didn't have all the work under control.
But how can you go sailing with Woody this afternoon?
Well, I know most people go on Saturday, but Woody says he has something else that he has to do tomorrow.
That's what he told you? He has something else to do tomorrow?
Yes. He said he had something to take care of this weekend, and so is it all right for me to take the afternoon off?
No. No, it is not all right for you to take the afternoon off.
But, Mr. Gilmore, I very rarely ask for anything.
Oh, who cares? What's it to me what you do? You want to ruin your life? Go right ahead. But don't say that I didn't warn you.
Well, I appreciate your efforts to shield me from the sad, bad, wicked world, but I'm your secretary, not your daughter. Excuse me, I should have said sister.
That's better.
You have an idea in your head about Woody Wallace. Well, you're wrong. I told you Woody and I were getting married.
May I ask when?
When?
Well, if I'm to give the bride away, I want to put this on my calendar. When are you and Woody getting married?
Soon.
Soon. I see. Look, I have to make a call on my private line. I don't want to be disturbed.
Yes, Mr. Gilmore.
What kind of alleged human being are you, anyhow?
Oh, I know who this is.
You're taking her sailing,
Of course, sailing. And then dinner and dancing at the club.
and she doesn't know what's happening on the weekend?
Now, why should she know? It would spoil her evening.
And you're not going to tell her?
Well, that would spoil mine.
I'll tell her.
You would do that to a pal?
I never want to speak to you again.
You know, you've been saying that every day for 10 years, but we're still buddies. We always will be. Now, let me give you a true buddy's advice.
I don't want to hear another word out of you.
You tell her. You know what'll happen? She'll blame you.
Me?
You know what they used to do with the messenger that brought the bad news in the olden days? They'd cut off his head.
You know why? Because it was his fault. So go ahead, tell her. She'll hate you for the rest of her life.
You're the most unscrupulous, contemptible...
Go on, lay it on. I love it.
Woody, I was the one who brought you into the club.
For which I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
It's a very conservative place, and you've been bringing Lizzie there constantly.
Why not?
Well, everybody's gotten to know her and like her, and they think that you two are going to be married.
Well, I can't be held for what other people think.
But if the two of you show up there tonight, two starry-eyed lovers on what amounts to the eve of your marriage to Sally, what'll people think of you?
Frank, I've never been concerned with what people think of me.
I was going to go out there and tell her. But then, what good would it do? He was right. She would always resent me for it. It's how people are. Sometimes the truth is so unpalatable we have to find a scapegoat. Well, I'd warned her about him in no uncertain terms. What more could I do? What you're about to hear now was told to me by Woody himself. It seems they were out on my boat, just drifting, a mile or two off the coast, listening to the radio, watching the sun set.
See how the darkness slowly fills the water and how the sunlight seems to flee from it?
You know, I never looked at it that way before.
Oh, Woody. Does anyone have the right to be as happy as I am?
No one has the right to be more happy.
This is perfect, just being here. Is it also perfect for you, my darling?
I have never been happier.
Now the very last rays of the sun have gone until tomorrow. Oh, darling, I wish Frank Gilmore could see us now.
Why?
Where does he get his ideas about you?
You know Frank.
You're so sweet, so loving. You're everything a girl ever dreamed of.
Darling, it's dark now. We'd better be heading in, huh?
Oh, to think I won't be able to see you tomorrow and Sunday. 2 whole days without you. I don't know how I'll get by.
Lizzie.
What is it, darling? Is something wrong? You have such an odd tone in your voice.
Must be getting a bit hoarse from the evening breeze out here.
Oh, then let's head right in, right now. Take no time at all. We have a good following breeze.
Now, where did you learn how to sail?
My grandfather raised me.
Oh?
Yes, he was an old fishing boat captain. You would have liked him. He would have liked you. Could we name our first boy after him? Zachariah.
Zachariah.
I realize old biblical names aren't popular any longer, but they haven't been replaced by anything better, have they?
And now it's time again for our special feature, Personalities in the News. Today we bring you tidings of one of America's most exciting fashion designers, Sally Schaefer.
Oh, do you mind if we turn that off?
Oh, please, let's not. She's my favorite designer.
We just made a taped telephone interview with Sally in Paris. Sally, can you hear me?
Yes, Dick?
I understand you had a great triumph in Paris.
But I'm coming back to an even greater triumph at home.
Are you?
Yep. I'm flying home tomorrow, and can you guess why?
No, but I'll bet it's exciting.
I'm getting married on Sunday.
You're what?
I'm getting married to the great love of my life, Woody Wallace.
Why did you turn that off, Woody?
Oh, these celebrity interviews are a bore.
What does she mean she's marrying Woody Wallace?
Oh, is that the name she said? I didn't hear.
Woody Wallace.
could be a lot of guys by that name.
Is that what you're going to be busy doing this weekend? Getting married?
Well...
The answer is yes, or the answer is no. It isn't well.
Lizzie, let me explain.
Explain what?
Everything. Now, this thing was arranged before I met you.
Didn't you say you were going to marry me?
Well, being absolutely literal, I said we would always be together. I never actually said the word marry.
I see.
I have to marry Sally.
You have to marry Sally?
Yes, you see, she has a lot of money. And now she'll have more than ever, don't you understand? I need a lot of money. Lizzie, I had expensive tastes. It's not my fault.
No. It's really my fault.
Now, I want you to believe one thing. I love you.
But you're going to marry her.
Well, it doesn't have to be the end of everything.
It doesn't?
No, she doesn't need a husband. She only wants one for what the kids in school call show and tell. You know what I mean? We haven't been married till now because she's too wrapped up in her career.
You're going to marry her on Sunday.
Yeah, it's all set. But afterward...
Please, Woody, don't marry her.
Now, Lizzie...
Marry me. You're the only man I ever... Marry me, Woody.
Well, I can't. Don't you understand? I'm broke.
I love you, Woody. No woman can ever love you the way I do. That should be worth a fortune.
Well, the fact is, I am not good enough for you. You're so beautiful and intelligent. You're soft and warm. Why, you're bound to attract somebody who's worthy of...
Please, Woody, please.
Lizzie, now look, we're both adults, and we should both realize that it was just one of those things. Lizzie?
I'm sorry, Woody. I had no right to make things difficult. Under the circumstances, there's really only one thing I can do. And it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Excuse me.
Lizzie, what are you going to do?
I'm going to kill myself.
Now, Lizzie, don't. Don't! Come back! Come back! Lizzie! Lizzie!
The cold, dark waters of the Atlantic Ocean close over Lizzie Wentworth. Desperately, Woody Wallace tries to bring the sailboat about in the freshening breeze, and he peers into the blackness of the night. How can he find her? What can he do? Well, what you can do is just try to relax and wait patiently for Act 3. Love, said the philosopher, begins as a game. Light-hearted, joyous, filled with fleeting moments of bliss. Then, just as the sun, shining through the trees, sends dappled shadows playing on the leaves, love becomes a thing of light and dark. All at once, the doubts arise. Shall love emerge into the light, or disappear into the darkness? Frank Gilmore is telling the story of Lizzie Wentworth and Woody Wallace.
Well, the rest of it you might have read in the papers. He doesn't know how long he sailed about out there trying to find her. Finally, he headed back to the club. As he stepped off onto the pier, old Tom Higgins, the dockmaster, was there. Tom told about a very shaken Woody Wallace indeed.
Hey there, Miss Wallace. There's Miss Wentworth.
Miss Wentworth, she's out there, in the water, I guess.
You guess? What's she saying?
Well, she fell out of the boat.
Fell out of the boat?
Well, I guess she jumped.
What are we standing here for? We gotta get help. Get the Coast Guard. We gotta get moving.
The Coast Guard turned out. So did small boats from all the neighboring towns. There must have been hundreds of craft searching intently all through the hours of the night and into the dawn. But there was no trace of her. I went out myself, but I didn't think we'd ever find her. Around the spot where she'd gone over is a current that sweeps out to sea. It didn't look good for poor Lizzie, and it was beginning to look very bad for Woody, too. He asked me to meet Sally at Kennedy Airport and explain.
Oh, Frank, how are you, darling? Oh, where's Woody?
Well, he couldn't make it.
Couldn't make it?
Yes, Sally, he...
Oh, I smell a cover-up. The old faithful army buddy is here to sell me a Mother Goose yarn about my Woody.
No. I'm not here to cover up. It's too serious for that.
Serious? Well, where is Woody?
He's in jail right now.
In jail? Oh. Well, what is it?
I told her on the way into the city. I held nothing back. I was in no mood to protect Woody, not this time. I told her all about Lizzie, the full story from beginning to end. She listened. Her face betrayed absolutely no emotion.
The poor girl committed suicide. It's regrettable. Well, I know it doesn't make Woody look like a hero exactly. He really didn't commit a crime. That is, a legal crime. So, on what charge is he being held?
Suspicion of murder.
Murder? Well, the girl committed suicide. You just said she jumped overboard in an essay.
I'm only saying what Woody said.
But murder?
A great many people refused to believe she committed suicide.
Why?
Well, she was a likable girl. Actually, many people would find her lovable.
Oh, yes? Well, go on.
At the club, they impressed people as a very loving couple.
Oh, yes?
Most people didn't know that you and Woody were going to be married. I had just found out about it myself.
I still don't see where they can have a murder charge.
They say he killed her because she refused to let go of him. She might have threatened to expose their affair to you and break up the marriage.
But all this is supposition.
Of course. But his reputation is against him. She was a lovely girl. Everybody thought she was too good for him. Everybody wants to believe he murdered her.
Oh, but that's not justice. Woody couldn't kill anyone. They're obviously trying to railroad him.
No, I don't think so. These people sincerely believe he's guilty. And many of them are powerful people, influential politically. And then we have Minerva Lewis.
Who's she?
Our brand new district attorney. First woman to hold the job. She thinks she can make this case go.
I'll stand by him, Frank.
What's true, without any doubt, is the affair between Lizzie and Woody.
Well, that part of it is my problem. But I will stand by him now.
They're going to claim that I killed her because she would tell you about our affair.
No. You're admitting to me that you did have an affair.
Sally, I'm sorry. It's just...
Just what?
Well, it's just that when you're not around, I get lonely. You see, I'm at loose ends. I just can't help it. It didn't mean a thing, but if you would do this thing for me...
Yes? What thing?
Say that you knew about it. Say that you knew I was having an affair.
I didn't know you were having an affair. That would be perjury.
But you knew that I was having an affair with someone.
I did?
Yes. In your heart, you knew there would be someone else for me until you got back. That would not be perjury, Sally. And it would get me off the hook.
You want me to say, in a court of law, under oath, that I know the man I intend to marry has affairs with other women as a regular thing when I'm not around?
Well, yes. Yes, that's what it comes to.
She looked at him very closely, and I think she saw him for the first time. Not as a charming, exciting rogue, but as someone who would bring her nothing but misery and heartache. What did she need him for? And so she just walked out of there, walked away from him forever, and took with her any real chance he may have had of saving himself. The indictment was handed down, the trial began, and the district attorney obviously knew what she was doing.
Mr. Wallace, you had finally decided to marry Sally Shaper because she had become suddenly famous and wealthy.
No, that isn't true.
You've been engaged for 5 years. Why marry now, suddenly? Never mind. Your silence has answered the question. But meanwhile, there was a problem. You had seduced Lizzie Wentworth. You had promised to marry her.
No, I made no such promise.
You did not promise to marry Lizzie Wentworth?
No.
In that event, you may step down. And the people call as their next witness Mr. Frank Gilmore. Mr. Gilmore, isn't it a fact that Mr. Woodrow Wallace promised to marry Lizzie Wentworth?
That's what she told me.
Isn't it a fact that she asked you to give her away?
Yes.
And isn't it a fact that he jilted her?
Well...
And isn't it a fact that this made you so furious that you had a fist fight with him at the bar of the Ensign Club? Isn't it a fact that you were heard to say to him, "Do you know what you did to Lizzie?"
She was driving it home for all it was worth. I looked all around the courtroom at the spectators, at the jury, at the judge. The verdict was already in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, he lied to her, he seduced her, he broke her heart. And then, having no more use for her, he tried to cast her aside, but she refused to go quietly. She told him she would expose him for what he was to his fiancée. She made the mistake of telling him that on a boat, where he could kill her and throw her body overboard. He had also made the mistake of trying to lie his way out of it, and so stupidly, so clumsily, so obviously.
Ironic, isn't it? That someone like Woody should be brought down by a woman? The jury stayed out for 2 hours. I think they did it so they could have lunch. The verdict, guilty. The sentence, life.
Frank, I tell you, I'm innocent. I may not have been the nicest guy in the world, but I didn't kill her. She killed herself. Now, you gotta help me. There's gotta be justice.
Yeah. You believe that now about justice and right and wrong.
Now, don't lecture me. You're the only friend I've got in the world. Help me.
But what could I do to help him? I tried to get some people interested in his case, but he was hardly a sympathetic character. And so, the months went by, and a year, 2 years, and I would get notes from Woody.
Frank, you gotta get me out of here. I'll suffocate in this place.
And I felt bad, but what could I do? Then one day I was on a business trip, and I stopped for lunch at a restaurant in a small southern coastal town. There was a girl sitting at the next table. She was with a very tall, very handsome man. And she seemed so familiar. I must have been staring at her because she got up and came over to my table.
Yes, Frank. It's Lizzie.
Lizzie? But you're dead.
I was almost dead. I wanted to die. But once I was in that cold water, I changed my mind. I struggled. I fought. I wanted to live for hours and hours. And just as I was about to give up, a man came by in a boat and he saved me.
Well, why didn't you...
I must have been in the water a very long time. I was sick. I didn't even know who I was for a while. But the man brought me back to health.
The man who's at the table with you?
Yes. We fell in love. Love, Frank. Not the delusion of it that I'd known with Woody, not that awful, self-destructive madness, but love, as it's meant to be. But now, God's truly in his heaven, and all's right with the world.
Well, God may be in his heaven, but Woody's in jail.
I know.
You could come forth and he'd go free.
I know.
But Lizzie, he doesn't belong there.
Doesn't he?
Lizzie, I could tell the authorities you're alive.
You're not saying that with very much conviction, Frank. Besides, you couldn't prove it. You don't know where I live, or what my name is now, or how to find me.
Do you want to punish him?
Someone has to. If he were at large, there would be other Lizzies. Not all of them would be as lucky as I am.
You going to let him stay there for the rest of his life?
Probably not.
How long will you keep him in prison?
Oh, I'll think about it.
And as far as I know, she still is thinking about it. Now, you may say it's wrong for any person to use the criminal justice system for his or her own private ends. But life has its little ironies, doesn't it? There are many guilty people who really don't deserve to be in jail, and many innocent ones who do. And all we're doing is adding to the confusion. I shall return shortly. Just to keep busy. It used to be that keeping busy was never a problem. People worked at fact-breaking, spirit-crushing labor from dawn to dark. Time never hung heavily on the hands. There were those who said that if people were freed from constant toil and were given leisure, they would become philosophers and poets. Why hasn't it worked out that way? Well, you can spend some of your leisure time profitably with us. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Judy Lewis, Larry Haynes, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You are all fortunate today, and I am indeed glad for you. For today's story was written by the genius who gave us Tiny Tim, Scrooge, David Copperfield, Oliver Twist, literally a world of unforgettable characters. Very rarely did Charles Dickens spin out for us a mystery, but today we will untangle the web of just such a story.
Mr. Sampson, I came here this evening to tell you of the peculiar circumstances of the girl's death.
She was very young. Too young to die.
I don't know how or where to begin.
It's difficult because you loved the girl. I know.
No, you don't know. I loved her as I have never loved anyone. But if the whole truth were known, I led her to her death. I murdered her.
Our mystery drama, Hunted Down, written by Charles Dickens,
was adapted especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Gordon Heese. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Charles Dickens spent quite a bit of time in the United States. He toured the country reading his stories. He even wrote some here. This story, Hunted Down, appeared serially in the New York Ledger in August 1850. But this account of deception and murder could have happened today, over 125 years later. The same idea has been copied by modern authors, but no one has ever told it as vividly as Charles Dickens. This is the way it begins.
My name is Edgar Sampson. I'm the chief manager of London Life, one of England's oldest life insurance companies. To deal in insurance, one must know how to judge a man. If you can't do that, chances are you will be deceived, and your company could lose a fortune to the unscrupulous. Which brings me to the first time I met up with Julius Slington. Adams, who was that man dressed in black who just left the office?
Just now, that was Mr. Julius Slington.
One of our clients?
No, he's not insured with us, not as far as I know.
He has an air about him, I say, like a warning.
A warning?
As if he was saying, not in so many words, take me just as I show myself. Come along, follow the gravel path, keep off the grass. I permit no trespassing.
Oh, I see what you mean, Mr. Sampson. Mr. Slington is all business.
Nothing wrong with that, but this gentleman wants to be sure you know it.
Well, if that's it, he put on a very big act for the little he wanted.
Which was?
A few application forms for a friend of his who wants to take out life insurance.
Why did he come to London Life, did he say?
Yes, he did. Said he was recommended by a friend of yours.
Of mine, Adams? Did he know my name?
Yes, sir. He looked over here and said, there's Mr. Sampson. Not that I've had the pleasure, so I shan't trouble him.
Well, that'll be all, Adams. You may go back to your desk. No, I didn't like the looks of this Slington. He had smiled too much at Adams, was too agreeable. A week later, I went to see an old friend for dinner, and who should be there but Julius Slington.
Edgar Sampson. Well, the work seems to agree with you.
Oh, I must admit, Tom, I enjoy it. It was nice of you to ask me over for a meal. Do you know that fellow over there, standing by the mantelpiece?
Well, of course I know him. I'm not in the habit of inviting strangers to eat with me.
But since we are both under the same roof, introduce me.
Certainly. Julius, I want you to meet Edgar Sampson, Julius Slington.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I thought you two had met. Julius was thinking about some life insurance. I told him to look you up.
I did look in at Mr. Sampson's office on your recommendation, Tom, but since all I wanted was a few insurance forms, I didn't want to trouble him.
I would have been glad to help you.
I'm sure of that, and I'm very much obliged. Another time, perhaps?
You're thinking of insuring your life?
No, dear, no. I'm afraid I'm not so prudent as all that. I was inquiring for a friend. I hear that London Life has recently suffered a great loss.
In money?
No, in talent and vigor.
I was not aware of it.
I speak of your Mr. Meltham.
Oh, to be sure. He is a great loss. A young man, so energetic. Yes, 'tis a shame. You, knew Meltham?
Only by reputation. Very young, wasn't he?
About 30.
To suddenly become incapable of business at that young age. Any reason for his sudden, what should I call it?
Oh, my dear Slington, I see Tom is telling us dinner is served. Oh, will you excuse me? What can I tell you? I simply could not bear the fellow. I thought him prying, insincere. and I'm sure he must have realized I was having second thoughts about him. But my reactions didn't stop Slington. He even sat himself next to me, and after dinner, as we were lighting up cigars, there he was again, at my elbow.
I didn't want to go into this at the table. As we were saying before, this young chap, Meltham, who used to work for you, whatever happened, do you suppose that he should suffer
Suffer what, Mr. Slington?
I was going to say a nervous breakdown.
Is that what you've heard?
In a way. I understand he was actually, how can I put it, broken-hearted. Something about a girl. Although it didn't seem probable to me, Meltham being a young man so distinguished and attractive.
Attractions and distinctions are no armor against death.
Ah, the lady died. Pardon me, I did not know that. That does make it very sad. Poor Mr. Meltham. She died. Ah, dear me. Lamentable. Lamentable.
Do you think this Slington is genuine? Neither did I. Why this commiseration from Meltham, whom he couldn't have known very well, if at all? What was Slington up to?
Mr. Sampson, you're surprised to see me so moved about a man I have never known. But I am not so disinterested as you suppose. I have suffered, and recently too, from death myself. I have lost one of two charming nieces who were my constant companions. She died barely 23, and her remaining sister is far from strong. Ah, my dear Mr. Sampson, the world is a grave. Well, now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have a word with the ambassador.
Dear Edgar, you seem to have spent a good part of the evening talking to Slington. He's not a bad chap, really.
For some reason, Tom, heaven knows why, he's followed me from my first glass of wine to my last cigar. How long have you known him, Tom?
Oh, a few months. I met him at Busoni's, the painter. He knew Slington in Italy, where he'd been on holiday with his two nieces. One of them died, and he returned to London. He, wasn't annoying you, was he?
Not really. There are some people who travel from house to house, visiting acquaintance to acquaintance, and in that way acquire ready-made friends.
Oh, come now, Edgar. Julius Slington is not that much of an opportunist.
My dear Tom, when your very livelihood and the success of your company depends upon knowing whom you are dealing with,
You saying, Edgar, that some inner voice in you is warning you all may not be what it seems with dear Julius?
Precisely. With regard to that gentleman, I should be extremely surprised if all were what it seems.
Good morning, Mr. Sampson. That gentleman is here again. He's been waiting to see you.
Slington?
Yes. Ah, Mr. Sampson, good day to you. It's the matter of the insurance policy.
Oh, yes, the forms you brought to your friend.
Yes. The fact is, I'm no little taken by surprise by what my friend has done by way of life insurance.
Has he filled out the application?
He told me so.
What is his name, Mr. Slington?
Beckwith.
Adams, if you have a life application there from a Mr. Beckwith, would you bring it in?
You see, Beckwith and I live in the same digs in Middle Temple, top of the same staircase. His door is opposite mine. Here it is, Mr. Sampson, that Mr. Alfred Beckwith applies for £2,000 life insurance.
Thank you, Adams. Yes, seems to be in order. Ah. He names you as beneficiary, Mr. Slington.
I never thought he would. I suppose he has no other relative.
It's done all the time, the naming of friends as beneficiaries. Now you, for your part, must also fill out one of our forms. That night, I was at home when I had a visit from a young man I had not seen in several months. John Meltham.
Yes. It's been a long time, Mr. Sampson.
Too long, dear John. My boy, you look terrible. What have you been doing with yourself?
Well, I'm not up to sort.
John, I don't think you should have quit the company. When a sad event happens through an accident of fate.
May I interrupt you, Mr. Sampson? This was no mere sad event, but a tragedy. A great tragedy. Nor, believe me, was it a simple accident of fate.
My point is, no matter how tragic, one's days must go on. To do that, the best medicine is to fill your hours with work. Come back to London life, John. We'll welcome you like a shot.
I can't do the work. I've lost faith in my ability to judge or understand motives. I would be worthless to you.
All because a girl we insured dies.
No, let's not talk about it. At any rate, I decided on another line of work. Something I'd rather do.
I hope it pays you well. And I hope you are as good at it as you were in insurance. All of us thought you were a marvelous agent. And your commissions proved it, didn't they?
Mr. Sampson, all they proved is I put money ahead of humanity. And that's why I can't say it. It's why Marguerite is dead.
I'm sorry the pain is still with you.
I loved her, Mr. Sampson. Oh, how I loved her.
Death is a part of life, you know.
Yes, I can accept that. But not the reason for her death. I came this evening to tell you of the peculiar circumstances surrounding her death.
She was very young. Too young to die.
Please. Say nothing.
As you wish. I shall sit here and listen.
This is very difficult for me to talk about.
I'm sure it is. I know.
No, you don't. I killed Marguerite. I did. Yet I love that girl as I have never loved anyone before or ever shall again. But if the whole truth were known, I, and I alone, led her to her death. I murdered her.
What have we here? Quite a turn of events, huh? Our man Edgar Sampson, who manages London Life, meets, dislikes, and suspects the sincerity of one Julius Slinkton. Then his former employee, John Meltham, confesses to a murder. Is there a link between these three men? If there are answers, let us hope they are forthcoming when I return shortly with Act 2. Charles Dickens came to his interest in mystery, murder, and the work of detection late in his creative life. Not that social injustice, which he constantly assailed, was foreign to him, but specific chicanery like that in this story was a new subject for Dickens. Certainly none of his characters before John Meltham had ever confessed to murder.
I killed that sweet girl just as certainly as if I had put a bullet through her head.
John, I want you to calm down.
It's been too much for me to bear alone. Let me, in my own way, tell you how it happened. I was sitting at my desk at London Life. You were away, I believe.
Mr. Meltham, there's a young lady comes to inquire about insurance. You think you can see her?
Yes, why, certainly, Adams. What is her name?
Oh, I don't need to be announced. I am not royalty. Marguerite Niner. And you, sir?
John Meltham. Pray, sit down.
Mr. Meltham, London Life has been recommended to me as trustworthy. I wish to deal with a company that will make good on its promises to pay.
I sincerely hope, Miss Niner, that day is in the very distant future.
We all hope that, Mr. Meltham, but death does not always consult our wishes.
Sir, how old are you?
23. You are smiling, Mr. Meltham.
Yes, of course we will insure you. But may I say, for one so young and beautiful, it seems to me that you're...
I appreciate the compliment. May I have the forms to... Oh, please. Could I have a glass of water? I don't feel at all well.
Miss Niner. Miss Niner. Oh, good Lord. She's fainted. Adams, come here, quickly. In a matter of moments, she had come to of her own accord. Adams and I lifted this beautiful creature and carried her to the couch in your office, Mr. Sampson.
I had heard she'd some slight indisposition, but I had no idea the poor girl had fainted.
Well, she insisted we immediately begin to process her policy. When I asked her if she was under doctor's care, she actually implied they had all given her up. Well, right there, I should have said, my dear young lady, if indeed you have a history of illness, London life cannot insure you. But she was so intense about taking it out as she lay there, looking at me deeply with her lavender eyes, reaching and touching my heart. Well, how could I refuse her? I could not.
I understand. Extenuating circumstances.
I loved her. There could be no other reason. I'm 30 years old, and for the first time in my life, I knew love.
John, perhaps insuring Miss Nina without medical approval was foolhardy, but I would hardly call that an act of murder. Why, she was abroad in Italy when it happened.
I know now Marguerite did not die a natural death.
You have proof?
Not yet.
But one must have proof.
Let us say I have enough. But whether at this moment I have adequate proof or not, I shall follow the person I believe directly responsible until the ends of the earth.
Surely the police...
Oh, no. They may have this person later. For now, it is my satisfaction to avenge the deed.
John, I believe the death of this young lady is something you should completely erase from your mind. It is unhealthy to dwell upon it, and it could wreck your life. And supposing you were wrong, that hers was a natural death.
I cannot forget the day she passed away. It was only 1 month to the day her life policy went into effect. It was also the day I had purchased a wedding ring.
It was quite late when John Meltham left my house. We kept in touch, and in September, I went down to Eastbourne for a breath of sea air. Who should be walking the beach that very late afternoon but Julius Slington, with a beautiful girl on his arm, a very delicate, very pale and melancholy young lady dressed in mourning.
Mr. Sampson, as I live and breathe.
Hi, Mr. Slington. This is a coincidence.
How so?
I was thinking of you just the other day.
In a kindly fashion, I hope. Mr. Sampson, this is Miss Nina, my niece. Marjorie, this is Mr. Sampson.
Delighted, I'm sure.
How do you do?
Are you strolling, Mr. Sampson? Shall we stroll together?
With pleasure.
Marjorie and I are about to take this rather steep climb to the top beachy head. Ah, look there. The mark of wheels in the sand. The wheels of the hand carriage. Marjorie, my love, your shadow, no doubt.
Miss Nina's shadow?
Another sun shadow. Marjorie, my dear. Tell Mr. Sampson.
There is nothing to tell except that I constantly see the same invalid old gentleman at all times wherever I go. When I'm strolling the beach or, as we are now, mounting the path to the cliffs. There he is within sight, being wheeled about in a bath chair.
Strange. Does he live in Eastbourne?
He is staying here.
Do you live in Eastbourne?
No, also merely staying. Dear Uncle Julius is concerned over my health, so he has me staying with the family.
And your shadow?
My shadow, I fear, is like myself. Not very robust. He's always bundled up. You can hardly see his face. I don't think I should know him if I were to meet him.
I think I see his bath chair down there coming towards us.
I've not seen him for days. But it does happen. Wherever I go, this gentleman goes. Oh, I'm quite out of breath from the climb. Uncle, can we rest a bit?
Certainly, my dear. We're practically at the top.
Isn't that your shadow now, at the foot of our path?
Yes. There he is. And notice, he's always having his bath chair pushed by the same grey-haired gentleman.
Will you both excuse me for a moment? I think I know the gentleman.
Good evening, Mr. Sampson. I'm glad you arrived before it got dark.
John, I must congratulate you upon your disguise. You make an admirable elderly bundled-up gent.
Thank you. Your manservant does well as a porter.
I knew he would. I came as soon as I got your message.
Sir, Marjorie Nina is in danger of her life.
I quite understand.
We must get her away from him.
I shall do my best.
No, not like dear Marguerite, her sister. We must
See?
I have every intention. Keep us inside, John, and I shall do my best to effect a rescue.
He must not know that we know.
Have no fear.
Oh, bless you, sir.
Good Lord. They're gone. I can't see them up there. I must start back.
Hurry, hurry!
I ran up the steep path at Beachy Head, filled with frightening thoughts of what the area is known for. As I got to the top, I saw Marjorie and Nina at the very edge, struggling with Slington. Stop! Stop!
Oh, it's you, Samson. Oh, thank heaven. I thought we'd lost her.
Miss Nina, what is it?
I don't. No, right. I was just looking down there at the sharp, jagged rocks, and I must have lost my balance or something. It felt as if I was being pushed. Now and then I heard you cry, "Stop!" And then Uncle Julius reached out and he caught me. He caught me before I fell.
Oh, my dear Marjorie, I think this climb was too much for you.
But it was your idea, Uncle.
Are you all right, Miss Nina?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Sampson.
Well, Mr. Sampson, who was he?
I beg your pardon?
Marjorie is dying to know who her shadow is.
Ah, yes, the old gentleman. He is an intimate friend of our mutual friend, Tom, at whose house we first met. A certain Major Banks, an old East India director. You have heard of him?
Banks? Never.
Very rich, Miss Nina, but very old and very crippled. He has been much interested in you, even at long range. He was telling me of the affection he observed between you and your uncle.
Our affection is always a strong one, for we had but few near ties. There are but two of us. Samson, would you be a good fellow and sit here with my niece while I run back and fetch her medicine?
I shall be glad to.
Oh, Uncle, I'm putting you to such trouble. Hateful tasting stuff.
I shall be as quick as I can.
Please be careful. It's almost dark now and the path is steep.
Don't worry, my dear. Half an hour or so and I shall be back.
He is such a good man.
Miss Nina, tell me more about your uncle.
Oh, you have no idea. The way he cared for my sister. His untiring devotion to her strange illness.
Strange?
What? She just wasted away. No one could ever explain it satisfactorily.
Your sister passed away in Italy.
Yes. How did you know? We were taking a journey, mostly for her health, and in this little town high in the Dolomites, where there was no doctor, no help whatsoever, she passed away. They had her buried there.
You have no family? No one to wish her remains back in England?
Marguerite and I are orphans. We have no money, no one, nothing. Oh, I signed a little insurance over to Uncle Julius, as did Marguerite. Otherwise, we were quite alone in the world, until he came into our lives. He made us call him Uncle, but we're not related, really.
May I call you Marjorie?
Certainly.
I ask that because someone very dear to your sister is very dear to me, and he is much concerned over your well-being.
He has a right to be so. I have a feeling that my life is drawing to an end, even as did Marguerite's. It must be in our blood.
Marjorie, do you have any idea why Mr. Slington brought you to Eastbourne?
Yes. For the restorative powers of the sea air.
This very place where we now sit, this cliff, is called Beachy Head. Do you know what it is famous for? In all of England, what Beachy Head is known for?
No.
Suicides.
What?
You heard me right. Suicides. When I came up the cliff path just now and saw you in your uncle's arms, suicide is what flashed to my mind. If you had dropped over the edge, would it have looked like suicide?
But I thought I tripped.
And you thought he caught you? Perhaps.
What are you saying, Mr. Thames?
And the medicine you find distasteful, does it not make you feel worse rather than better?
Uncle Julius said one must expect that.
Why must one? Marjorie, time presses. Heed my warning. Collect your strength, your resolve. Had you been alone up here, one misstep, and this moment you would be lying shattered on those rocks below. Believe me, The next time, your life will not be spared.
I cannot believe you.
You must. As your friend, as your sister's friend, I entreat you, Marjorie, without one moment's loss of time, come with me, and I shall bring you to the man you call your shadow. He can tell you better than I of the danger to your life. I had barely the time to run with her to the bath chair where Melton was waiting. As the evening star rose into the heavens over Beachy Head, I saw them disappear, and the tall, familiar form of Julius and Slinkton make his way up the cliff to my side.
The tall man with his hair parted in the middle had an air about him that said to Edgar Sampson, "Keep off the grass." Now, as he approaches Sampson, the sign seems to read, "Look out. Danger." We have a devious and cunning man, possibly a murderer, pitted against a clever and just man. What happens will be revealed when I return in a few moments with Act 3. Night has fallen on the English seacoast town of Eastbourne. The waves are high and signal an impending storm. But in the air is not only a storm at sea, but a storm of anger, which might break at any moment. The young lady, fortunately, has been spirited away to safety. Edgar Sampson sits on a rock high on the beachhead cliffs and waits.
Ah, Miss Sampson. My niece is not here.
Miss Nina felt the growing chill and has gone home.
Indeed.
I persuaded her.
Ah, she's easily persuaded for her own good. Thank you, Mr. Sampson. She's better within doors.
Safer? I thought so, too.
I shall have to take her medicine down to her, then.
She is very delicate.
Very. Since the unfortunate death of her sister, Marjorie has not fared well. But we must hope. Do you stay here in Eastbourne long, Mr. Sampson?
I know. I'm going away tonight.
Oh, so soon? Has the sea air restored you so quickly?
Events, Mr. Slinkton. Events have quite restored me, thank you. I'm going back.
To London?
To London. And I'd better stop down. That storm is overtaking us.
Mr. Sampson, may I ask? Poor Tom Meltham, who we spoke of. He has been stricken, you were telling me.
Indeed, yes. Fatally.
Ah. Is he dead yet?
Not when I last heard of him, but too broken a man to live long, and hopelessly lost to us at London life. Were he even to live, which I doubt, he will never be the man he was.
Oh, dear, dear. Sad. The world is a grave.
A few days later, I arranged to see Marjorie Nina in London. I selected the safest place possible, an address where I was certain we could meet in broad daylight had not been observed. In front of the statue of Peter Pan in Kensington Gardens.
Mr. Sampson, my head is still in a whirl. I honestly don't know what to make of all this.
That is exactly the reason, Marjorie. Honesty.
You mean?
I mean that most of us take at face value the actions of others. We begin by trusting them. We expect them, in return, to treat us honestly. The man you call your uncle exploited you, and your sister, shamefully, criminally. And it is only a matter of time before he is caught in his own web.
Uncle Julius. It's so hard for me to believe. He seemed so devoted to us. We often remarked at our extraordinary good fortune to have been befriended 2 girls working in a factory we were, by this charming, lovely, thoughtful person who never made an untoward move in any way.
His only interest, Marjorie, is money. It seems a shame to talking about such a man in this beautiful place.
Do you know, I haven't been to Kensington Gardens since I was a little girl.
And did you know? Another little girl was born right over there in Kensington Palace, and she always played in these gardens. Queen Victoria.
Marguerite and I would roll our hoops right along this path. I miss her so, Mr. Sampson. I wish we had never met, Mr. Slinkton. I wish it with all my heart.
Just try to believe all that has happened is perhaps a dream. You wake up, Marjorie, and the world will be beautiful again.
I just thought that nice man, Mr. The one who helped me get away from Beachy Head, my shadow. Peter Pan could never get his shadow to stick on.
That's better. You're smiling. Good things can happen tomorrow. Remember that. Even little Peter Pan believed that. I must be going now. I shall watch over you even more closely than your shadow at Beachy Head.
How long must I remain with Mr. Meltham's sister?
Until we are certain Mr. Slinkton no longer roams the streets.
When will that be?
Soon, I hope. Very soon. The final thread of the web led me to the building where Julius Slinkton lived, the top floor. He on one side of the stairs, and on the other, the gentleman whose life he had insured with us, Mr. Beckwith.
Who is that? Oh, is it welcome? Enter, my good man.
Excuse me, I noticed the name on the door. Alfred Beckwith.
That is me. Do you know me?
By name only. I'm with London Life.
Ah, yes, you are looking for my dear friend Slinkton, no doubt. He is it's across the hall. I'll call him. Julius? Julius Caesar! You have a visitor. What did you say your name was?
Sampson.
Julius Caesar! The sun is over the yardarm!
Alfred, what is the matter with you? Oh, Mr. Sampson, what brings you here?
Mr. Beckwith, will you excuse us a moment? Where can we talk, Mr. Slinkton?
Right outside, on the landing.
Yes, indeed. You are excused. But I shall expect you back.
Is this your friend, Beckwith, who you insured with us?
I'm afraid it is. I'm exceedingly sorry to say.
But surely you could be of some help. He is your friend, you said. His rooms are in such disorder. How can anyone live like that? By the way he looks, I'd say he's in the last stages of delirium tremens.
I'm as saddened as you. Yes, he's a very great friend. He must have been very ill, even before I knew him. Now I can do nothing with him. Nothing at all.
How is your niece, Mr. Slinkton?
My niece?
Marjorie Niner. The one I met with you at Beachy Head.
I'm sorry to say, Mr. Sampson, that my niece has proved treacherous and ungrateful. She left me without a word of notice or explanation, simply disappeared. No doubt she was misled by some designing rascal. You may have heard of it.
I did hear she was misled by some designing rascal. In fact, I have proof of it.
Are you sure of that?
Quite.
Are you both standing out there on the landing forever? Company to breakfast. Julius, boil the brandy.
My dear Mr. Beckwith, I see no food about. Nothing to eat but these salted herrings.
Yes, Julius believes in keeping up my thirst. You will forgive me, Mr. Sampson, the way I am dressed. This whole dressing gown is all I seem to have. My clothes have all disappeared.
Sorry, Mr. Slinkton. You could fetch him some food to eat. The man is ill.
Mr. Sampson, you're a man of the world. I'll be plain with you.
Oh, no, you won't.
I understand your object in visiting here. London Life wishes to save its funds and escape from its liabilities. These are old tricks of the trade with you insurance gentlemen. But you will not do it, sir.
Julius, I found some brandy.
No, you will not be able to evade payment, sir, should anything happen to this dear man. You will not succeed, Mr. Sampson. You have not an easy adversary to play against when you play against me. When the time comes and Mr. Beckwith is no more, we shall have to inquire when and how he fell into his present habits.
Julius, Gentlemen, I drink to your health.
Sir, Mr. Sampson, I put this incoherent, poor creature aside and wish you a good morning.
With that, Alfred Beckwith took his entire glass of brandy and threw it right into Slington's face, and then the glass after it. As he mopped the blood and brandy away, Julius Slington saw before him a man no longer reeling and trembling, but a changed, determined, forceful Alfred Beckwith.
Slington, look at me, you villain. See me as I really am. I took these rooms to bait a trap for you. You thought me a poor drunkard, an imbecile. You insured my life, did you? I saw Mr. Sampson before you did. Your plot has been known to us all along. Having baited you with a prize of £2,000, you were going to kill me off with brandy. And since the brandy didn't seem to be working quickly enough, you were pouring poison into my glass. Of course, I was not too far gone not to observe you.
The man is mad, obviously a drunkard and a fool.
Murderer. Why do you suppose I was certain you would fall into the trap? Because you are no stranger to me, Julius Slington. I knew you, murderer, who for so much money had poisoned one innocent girl while she trusted you and was on the point of killing another.
Are we going to stand here, Mr. Sampson, and listen to the ravings of this lunatic?
Perhaps we had better.
But while you may be able to deceive your young ladies, this old bird was not fooled. Do you think that I drank all the liquor you plied me with? I poured it away. And then when you were out, I let myself into your apartment, investigated your papers, took samples from your poison bottles, your packets of powder, changed the contents to harmless sugar, lest you be out trying to kill more innocents.
Yeah, me, Mr. Sampson, don't you find all this a little repetitious and boring?
Not half as repetitious as your private journal, spelling out in detail, page after page, how long it took you to do away with your victim. The size of the doses, the signs of gradual decay upon the mind and body, the fancies produced, the pain inflicted. It's repetitious, but not boring.
Mr. Sampson, I cannot remain in this poor demented creature's presence any longer. I'm going back to my apartment.
You won't find that journal in the secret drawer of your writing desk any longer.
Then you are a thief.
And I am also your niece Marjorie's shadow. I followed you to Eastbourne, made certain Mr. Sampson was on hand when you tried to use Beachy Head as the scene of a suicide. And all the while plying Miss Nina with medicine. You said medicine indeed.
Who are you? Why have you pursued me like this? Are you the police?
No, Mr. Slington. We are life insurers. We bank on the life, not the death of those we insure. I am not the police.
Beckwith, who are you?
When you sent the sweet Margaret Nina, whom you murdered, to the office of John Meltham, it fell to his lot to see her, speak with her, give her the insurance forms naming you as beneficiary. But it did not fall to his lot to save her. Having lost her, he had but one object left in life, and that was to avenge her and destroy you. I am John Meltham.
Julius Slington was apprehended, brought to trial, and condemned to pay for his crimes with his life. John Meltham, I am happy to say, is beginning to recover from the sadness of having lost his first love. At least, he no longer blames himself for her death. And it may very well be, if he and Marjorie Nina continue to see one another, they will both find a happiness long delayed. As for myself, Edgar Sampson, I look very carefully at the line marked beneficiary in your policy. I try to find out as much as I can before we insure your life.
Insurance files are filled with stories like the one you just heard. Recently, a man was insured for $50,000. He was thrown into an icy river, left to catch pneumonia, poisoned with alcohol, set up fire, run over by a car, and still the man would not die. Others have not fared so well. Is there a precaution, an answer? I'll try to give you one when I return shortly.
free to chew Freedent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Freedent gum.
If you're like millions of Americans and you have a problem with gum sticking to your dental work, Freedent is for you. Freedent gum won't stick to most dental work. You can really enjoy chewing again. Enjoy the delicious flavor of Freedent with a freshness that makes your mouth and breath feel cool and clean. Even people without a sticking problem like the minty taste of Freedent. Freedent from Wrigley's, the gum that won't stick to most dental work.
Feel free to chew Freedent. It's fresh and delicious to chew. Freedent gum. Peppermint in the green pack, and spearmint in the pack that's blue. Feel free to chew Freedent.
It won't stick to most dental work.
Freedent gum.
Feel free to chew Freedent.
Feel free to chew.
The 1978 Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little sighing.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
It's trimmer than last year's, easy to park, fun to drive.
A little science.
Yet incredibly, there's more head and leg room
A
inside.
little magic.
The new Buick Century. Will wonders never cease?
A little dying. A little magic. A little dying.
Yes, it was over 125 years ago that Charles Dickens wrote this brilliant expose, especially for American readers, serialized in a New York newspaper. Have times and crimes changed that much in well over a century? Deceit for gain, murder for profit? I'm afraid not. The answer, then, is to be on one's guard. Ask, who stands to win if you lose your life? Find out. Be careful, and you may live longer. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Patricia Elliott, Robert Dryden, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In our lives, we all travel to many places where we will be the stranger. The unknown waits for us in other countries, other towns, even new roads, a different turn on an unfamiliar street. And are we really any different from the traveler of ancient times? Aren't we still dependent on the kindness and goodwill of others? Even the most suspicious of people must ultimately be confronted with a situation where he must trust his money, his possessions, or even his life to a stranger.
You're mistaken, Orville. I can leave here any time I want to.
Stop pretending, Pamela. You know you can never leave Silver Tree Island.
Yes, I can.
No one ever leaves Silver Tree Island. And you know why.
It isn't true. It's impossible.
You know why now, don't you, Pamela? Don't you?
Our mystery drama, The Island on Silver Tree Lake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Victoria Dan and stars Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The world, they say, has gotten smaller. It grows smaller every day. This incredible shrinking process has to do with our advanced technology. There is scarcely a patch of ocean or earth anywhere that has not been duly accounted for on some vast atlas. The previous frontiers of mystery are rapidly losing their magic. The once untamable Amazon is falling victim to the bulldozer. Enchanted islands in the South Pacific are used for atomic bomb experiments. Still, with it all, there are places, even in this country, that remain relatively untouched by the mass of civilization. Places that we call the back roads of America.
Officer, I don't understand why you pulled me over.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Trooper Leroy LaRue, Jr. Your name, ma'am?
Allen, Pamela Allen. My license is in my purse.
Your car, Miss Allen?
No, I rented it at the airport in
Where
Merritt.
you from, Miss Allen? It is Miss, isn't it?
Yes, I'm from New York.
Miss Allen, are you aware there's a posted speed limit here?
Officer, I wasn't speeding. The posted limit is 45. I was doing 45. You can't give me a ticket just for that.
Miss Allen, now have I said one word about ticket? Now, you obviously been seeing too many of those movies about cigar-smoking Southern policemen picking on poor Yankee motorists.
I only meant...
Now, listen. The limit means 45 miles an hour, conditions permitting. Now, you know what that means? Now, it's just been a rainfall. Now, this is the lake road, and it's bad enough when it's dry. It curves and snakes, and then, if you aren't familiar with it, well, it can be pretty dangerous.
I see. Oh, thank you for the warning, officer.
Hey, you going to a wedding, aren't you?
How did you know...
Over in Weaverville, right?
Right, but...
Well, that fancy package with the bows on the seat next to you. Now, what else could that be but a wedding present? And who else is getting married tomorrow except Miss Sally Lynn Wilkie?
You know Sally?
Know her. Listen, you're talking about the love of my cousin Earl's life. Now, it broke his heart when she went up north to that college. Now, he waited and waited for her to come home after that, but, no, she said she had to find herself. Got herself a couple of interesting degrees. She's back home for good now. Finally caught up with her, catches up with everybody sooner or later. Marries, that is. No, I tell you, they're dropping like flies around me.
Officer,
Well, I see I'm being a bit of an annoying.
No, it's just that
The truth is, Miss Allen, you got me just a bit flustered. But you be careful now. It's nearly dark, and you have to be extra mindful of those sudden twists and turns.
I appreciate your advice, Officer LaRue. I'll be as careful as I can.
Oh, we have had some terrible accidents on this part of the lake road. Cars skidding right in the embankment.
Well, I'll certainly try to get to Weaverville in one piece.
Okay, bye now.
Bye. Sally Lynn. My old college roommate. I wouldn't make this trip for anybody except you. Whew. This really is a boondock, middle of nowhere. I'd hate to run out of gas here. Oh, that was close. This road really is dreadful. The way it twists. That curve, I'm going into a skid. I can't stop. I'm going to go right off the road. What happened? I must have blacked out. Oh, no. Look at the car. The windshield. Everything. What a mess. Or at least I think to be in one piece. Now what am I supposed to do? I'm in the middle of nowhere. Dark. There's no phone, no houses. I guess I'd better start walking. I must walk halfway around the lake by now. There's nobody. There's nothing. Wait a second. Up there ahead. A dock. I think I see a boat. Oh, it is someone. Hey. Hey, hello there.
What? Oh, who's there?
Oh, am I glad to see you, sir. I didn't think there was anyone around here for miles.
Oh, I'm here. Always here.
I just ran my car into a ditch a few miles back, and I would really appreciate some help.
Oh, had an automobile accident, you say?
Yes. Where would the nearest gas station be?
Ain't none, except in town. Oh, that's over 5 miles in the dark.
Well, but is there a house nearby?
Nope, not that I know of.
Well, but what's that out there?
Out where?
I think I see some lights out in the center of the lake.
Oh, don't you know what that is?
No. Should I?
Well, that's the Silver Tree Lake Resort.
Resort? Out here in the middle of nowhere.
Not many people have heard of it. It's very, how do you say, exclusive?
Would they have a telephone there?
You mean you'd want to go there?
Well, yeah, just to use their phones.
Oh, I don't know.
You make it sound as if they've got guard dogs or something.
Oh, they do. A big brood of a German Shepherd. But he don't bark at me. I mean, in my boat. He knows me. I make deliveries at the island. Drop off guests a couple times a week. Supplies, the Sunday paper.
Well, might you be able to give me a list over in your launch here?
Oh, I'd be happy to oblige you, miss, for a fee. Yeah, the going rate is $50.
Well, all right.
Now, don't misunderstand me. I'd take you for nothing, but it's been a slow week, and, well, the price of gasoline these days.
Never mind. Here's your money, Mr.
Oh, just call me Charlie. Come on, hop in now. Watch your step. Here we are. Silver Tree Lake Resort.
Oh, beautiful, what I can see of it. Oh, hey, does he bite?
Brucey? No, not at me, doesn't. Yeah. Good boy, Brucey. Now, follow me. I'll take you to meet the manager and his wife. They'll be up in the main lobby, just ahead. Hey, anybody home?
Well, Charlie, how are you? Who's this young lady?
Miss Pamela Allen. I'd like you to meet the owner and manager of Silver Tree Lake Resort, Mr. T.J. Harrison.
How do you do, sir? I was hoping that perhaps I might use your phone.
Oh?
I just badly ruined my car.
She had an accident.
Yes, so you have, Miss Allen. I can see you hurt yourself.
No, not really. I would just like to use the phone.
Oh, well, I'm afraid it's impossible. These switchboard's out of order till the morning. Hey, that storm we had early this afternoon knocked some wires down.
Oh, I see.
You know, the best thing you can do now is to get some rest. We can put you up one of the guest rooms. There's plenty of space.
Well, I don't know. What credit cards do you accept?
Credit cards. Miss Allen, you don't really think we charge you for our hospitality? I mean, to a traveler in distress? Well, this may be a hotel, but you're a guest of management. Now, haven't you ever heard of Southern hospitality?
Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Harris.
Hey, Vonnie. Oh, Vonnie. Come on out here, honey. Vonnie, here's my wife.
What is it, DJ? I was just sitting down to dinner.
Honey, this is Miss Pamela Allen. She's had an accident with her car.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So I insisted she stay the night, rest up.
Of course, but I don't want to put you to any trouble.
No trouble at all. Now, is it funny?
No, of course not. I'll show you to your room.
What's a lovely room, Mrs. Harrison.
Please call me Vonnie.
And I wish you'd call me Pamela. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your kindness.
We're kind of a simple place here, but I think you'll find everything you need. Try to get some rest. You must have had quite an ordeal.
Well, good morning, Miss Allen. Did you sleep well?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much. again. I was wondering about the telephone.
I understand you didn't have supper last night. Now, I insist you sit right down this instant and have a nice big country breakfast.
Oh, thank you, but I never have much of an appetite in the morning. I really wanted to call the gas station about my car.
Look, this buffet. Now, what would you like, huh? Ham, sausage, hash browns, fresh root cup? Hey, do you like sweet rolls?
Just a cup of tea.
Well, now you just sit right down at that table over there, and I'll have Orville bring you a tray.
Good morning, Pamela. Did you sleep all right? Great. I want to thank you. Really. Listen, Bonnie, I don't mean to appear anxious, but are the phones still out of order? What? The telephones. Are they repaired yet? What telephones? You know, the ones that connect you to the mainland. We don't have any telephones here. What? But your husband told me last night. You must be mistaken. There have never been any telephones here at Silver Tree Island Resort.
And here you thought the plot was never going to, as they say, thicken. Was T.J. Harrison so embarrassed about not having telephones at his little island resort that he'd actually lie about something so petty? Or is it really so petty? What ulterior motives could anyone possibly have for something like that? He must have lied for a reason. In any event, he'll have a chance to explain himself when I come back with Act 2. Over 2,000 years ago, a Greek writer said, "What is pleasanter than the tie of a host and guest?" Things haven't changed much since then. Hosts still like to entertain, and guests still worry about overstaying their welcome. Pamela Allen, en route to the wedding of an old friend in the back country of Mississippi, has just spent the night at a hotel in the middle of a lake, following the promise of the hotel manager that the phones would be working in the morning. Now it seems her very gracious host neglected to tell her that there aren't any phones on the island.
No phone? No, of course not. But why would your husband tell me there were phones if there really weren't? You were in such a state he probably didn't want to upset you. What kind of a place doesn't have telephones? Sam, you have to understand. Silver Tree Island is a place where people come to escape the pressures of the outside world. They leave their cares behind. No television, no radio, no telephones. The people prefer it that way, and we cater to our clientele. I guess that makes sense, but still, Sure it makes sense. TJ is the perfect host. Oh, hey, here comes Orville with your breakfast. Thank you, but I'm really not very hungry. Nonsense. You've got to eat something. You went to sleep on an empty stomach. Orville, this here is Miss Pamela Allen.
Here's your tray.
Orville is the resort's social director. Entertains nightly in the Starlight Lounge. How nice. But we all help out in the dining room. Give the place a homey touch. Wouldn't you say? Ronnie, I don't want to seem ungrateful. But you see, I'm expected at a wedding this evening. I really have to get someone to tow the car. It's rented. I've got a lot to do. I was wondering if after breakfast... Hey, now, don't worry about a thing. Just be down at the dock in half an hour. Charlie comes with deliveries about then. He'll give you a ride back. Oh, that's a load off my mind, thank you. I've already had my breakfast, but you shouldn't be eating by yourself. Say, Orville, why don't you sit here with Miss Pamela Allen?
All right.
Won't you excuse me? I think I see TJ.
You're not eating anything?
I never eat in the morning. Orville, how long have you been working here at Silver Tree Island?
Work?
Well, that's what you do, isn't it? You're resident social director?
I don't call it work. I call it music. You'll hear me tonight after dinner.
I won't be here.
Oh, sure. That's what they all say.
What all who say?
The guests.
Oh, I'm not a regular guest.
Well, they all say that, too.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know by now? They're not going to let you get away so fast.
Do you mean to say that they're going to try to get me to stay longer as a regular guest?
Well, you could put it that way, yes.
That's ridiculous. Charlie take me back in his boat as soon as he drops off some supplies.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you sound so skeptical?
Skeptical? Heck, I'm not skeptical. In fact, I'll walk you down to the landing myself.
There's Charlie now, right on schedule. How I wish I could have found the Harrisons before I left. I wanted to thank them for their hospitality.
Hey, Brucey. Here, boy.
That to be the gentlest breed I've ever seen.
Don't let this pretty cat of a dog deceive you. He's a German Shepherd, and he can be fierce if provoked. You'd better get back off the land.
What is he growling at me for?
That dock is his personal property. Get back off.
What's the matter?
I told you. Brucey doesn't like people trespassing on a dock.
But you didn't growl at me last night.
Well, that was different.
But why? Because I was with Charlie?
No, because you were arriving, not leaving. Brucey doesn't like to see visitors go.
That's just wonderful.
Oh, here's Charlie. I'm sure he'll be happy to escort you. Hi, Charlie.
What are you two doing at the dock this morning?
I hope you don't mind, Charlie, but I was hoping to hitch a ride back to the mainland with you.
Oh, you did you?
Yes.
Does she really think I'm going to take her back?
What do you say?
Well, after what you've seen.
After what I've seen? What do you mean?
Well, out of the question. Out of the question now, if you'll just excuse me.
Oh, I understand now. You want me to pay you, right?
Now, you are a smart young lady.
Is it still 50 cents? Let me just, here. Do you have change for a $5 bill?
Nope.
Also, could I trouble you?
Sorry, I never carry money.
Well, here then, take the whole 5.
Are you kidding?
It's worth it for me to get going.
Well, not to me. I don't deal in paper money. It's 50 cents clear or no ride.
But that's $5, perfectly good U.S. currency.
Oh, I'm not interested. The fee is 50 cents. Exact change only.
You're the most unbelievable person I've ever met.
Oh, but now, see what you've done. You've upset Brucey.
You better come back to the hotel, Tanner.
How could anybody be so mercenary?
Young lady, you can always complain to the management.
Well, I'm afraid my hands are tied, Miss Allen. Charlie is an independent operator.
But surely, Mr. Harris...
Over the years, he's developed what might appear to outsiders as somewhat eccentric ways. And now one of them is the 50-cent charge. In fact, he charges 50 cents for just about everything.
It certainly is eccentric. Well, Mr. Harrison, I'm sure then you won't mind if I troubled you for the change of a...
Change? Why, you don't understand, Miss Allen. I thought I explained to you last night. We're a hospitality house. We never accept money.
But you're a hotel, surely.
No, and you have a wrong idea about us, Miss Allen. We never charge our guests anything.
What?
Do you think I run this place for the money?
Well, why else?
No. This is not the kind of business you think. Charge our guests the money? No. Our people are here to get away from the world. Now, money is the root of all anxiety and all frustration.
Mr. Harrison, if you don't believe in charging money, it's no affair of mine. But I've got to be in Weaverville by early this afternoon. Now, first, you told me some story about there being phones on the island, which there aren't. And then your wife told me I'd be sure to get a ride back with Charlie, except now it appears I can't do that unless I come up with exactly 50 cents, which you say you don't have. Now, what is going on here, Mr. Harrison?
Don't you know?
No, I'm quite confused.
Well, then I'll clear things up for you. We like you very much and would like to invite you to stay.
Stay. Here.
That's right. You see, well, I wouldn't normally be so pushy, but Vonnie really likes you. And Vonnie doesn't often take to people.
I mean, she really seems to get along with you.
I'm very glad, but still,
Vonnie's been ill recently.
I am sorry to hear that.
And already you sort of, brung her spirit back into her face, the shine back in her eyes. Oh, there is nothing like the companionship of young people, especially when her husband is such an old fogey like me.
Oh, you're not old, Mr. Harris.
Oh, thank you, but the truth is, I am twice as old as Vonnie, and sometimes there's that unavoidable, what is it they used to say, generation gap. At least, couldn't you stay the weekend?
I told you I have to be in Weaverville by this afternoon.
Well, why don't we discuss this after lunch?
After lunch? We just had breakfast.
Will you excuse me, Miss Allen? I'm wanted at the desk. A new guest.
Mr. Harrison,
After lunch, Miss Allen. Talk to me after lunch.
I don't know what you're so worked up about.
Although I seem to be getting the runaround here.
Do you? Really?
What is this, some sort of inquisition?
No, I just meant... Well, you seem to enjoy it here. A person had to be a fool to want to leave a place like this. Person. That's a very rare nightingale. Stay, Pamela.
I can't. I've got things to do.
It would be so much better if you wanted to stay.
You make it sound as if I have no choice.
But you don't.
What did you say?
You're here to stay.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You can't go back. You know you can't go back. Nobody can ever go back.
What?
Nobody ever leaves Silver Tree Island.
Oh, well, really?
Ever. That's the price you pay instead of money. You never leave.
I don't believe it.
It's true, and you know it.
Oh, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Orville, quit joking around. It isn't funny anymore.
I'm not joking.
Look, I've got to get out of here. I mean, I left a $35 wedding present in an unlocked car, a rented car with a smashed windshield.
I know. A 76 blue sedan. Needs a new windshield and some work on the front grille.
How did you know what kind of car I was driving?
Why shouldn't I know? PJ told me.
Mr. Harrison, but how does he know?
He knows everything. He always knows the circumstances of the death.
The what?
The death. You know, like your death.
My death.
Oh, what is it he said it was? Some kind of a head injury, I think.
You're telling me that I'm dead.
What do you think I'm doing?
I don't like your sense of humor, Orville. It's very sick.
Pamela, why don't you face facts? You had an accident. You died. It happens to the best of us.
And you're out of your mind. I'm alive.
No. No, you're just a soul, like the rest of us. You know you're dead, and you know where you are.
Oh, and where am I supposed to be?
Where all souls go. The island of the dead.
The island of the... what?
Of the dead. Otherwise known as Hades.
Hades, the island of the dead? Is it possible that Pamela is actually dead? Is progress so universal a concept that the afterlife also changes with the times? The island of Hades becomes a homey resort, surrounded by a pleasant lake? Or rather, do people see only what they want to see? We'll see what lies ahead when I return with Act 3. For thousands of years, Western civilization has held onto its belief of some kind of afterlife. Greeks and Romans had legends of an underworld called Hades, run by a gloomy Olympian god and his young, pretty wife. The dead reached Hades by ferrying across the dark river Styx and were greeted at the gates by a huge three-headed dog named Cerberus. Now, in our story, we have a pleasant southern resort island, the owner and his younger wife, and an ominous German shepherd guarding the boat dock. If there are any parallels, well, they really aren't intentional.
Hades. You're telling me that this place is Hades.
It is.
This whole thing is ridiculous.
You skidded off the road. All right. You say you blacked out?
Yes.
But you weren't in the car when you regained consciousness?
No, I was on the grass somewhere.
Somewhere. Don't you remember?
Actually, it's all hazy now. Anyway, it's not important.
Oh, but it is. You regained consciousness outside your car, a distance from your car. You were thrown from your car.
I don't remember. I don't know.
Thrown from a car, and you don't have a scratch on you. Going over 45 miles an hour. Don't you see? You're beginning to forget already. That's part of it. What kind of car were you driving?
I can't seem to recall.
Mm-hmm. What color was it?
I don't remember.
You see? The wind of forgetfulness.
Oh, you're just trying to frighten me.
I'm just trying to make you see the truth.
I've got to get moving. I'll be late.
Late for what? Do you remember where you have to be?
Of course. I've got to, I've got to, go over to the, strange. I can't seem to...
Remember? I told you. Face facts. You're a resident. A permanent resident of Silver Tree Resort.
No. No. There must be some explanation.
Pamela, wait. You can't go. There's no way off the island, don't you see?
Come on, Brucey. Let me go, Pat. Come on, boy. I'm not going to steal the boat.
He'll bite, you know.
So if I'm dead, I won't feel it.
Oh, you'll feel it, all right.
I don't understand this. I don't understand any of it. Why won't anyone let me leave?
Hello. How are you feeling?
Oh, Pamela, answer me. What have I done to make you angry?
I want to leave. Nobody will let me leave.
Is this such a bad place?
No. Not really.
Has anyone treated you unkindly, made you feel unwelcome?
No.
Then what's the problem?
Bonnie, is this place really...
Yes, it is.
And am I supposed to be...
Everyone here is dead. That's what makes Silver Tree Island Resort so, exclusive. The ultimate in exclusiveness, if that's the appropriate word.
I'm really... dead.
Hey,
it's not so bad. I'm 27 years old. What did I ever do to...
Pamela, I was a lot younger than you when I came here. I cried and I wanted to go home, but, well, what's done is done. I'm here. And it really isn't that unpleasant. We can be friends. Orville seems to like you, and he usually doesn't bother with people. I'd be very flattered if I were you.
27 years old. I never really loved someone.
You might as well face facts.
Why?
Because that's the way things are.
Why do I have to accept that?
Because you have to. That's why.
Bonnie, I don't have to accept anything.
But you do have to.
Some people, most people, almost all people, but not me.
And what do you intend to do about it?
Bonnie, when I go into a store and they sell me something and I decide I don't want it, I go right back and I return it.
Even if the store has a strict no-return policy, I return it, and I get my money back. Do you know why? No, because that's how I was raised. My mother told me, Pamela, never let anyone sell you something you don't want to buy, and I never have.
But this is different.
How is it different?
You're talking about a non-returnable item.
That's where you're wrong, Vonnie. Everything is returnable.
TJ, honey, Pamela here wants to talk to you.
Well, sure. Is everything all right, Miss Allen?
No, everything is not all right.
Oh, no? Well, what's wrong? I'll take care of it right away.
I am not pleased with the services of this establishment.
How can that be?
I find the quality not to my satisfaction.
Well, what exactly don't you like? Is it the food?
You call that food? I've eaten sandwiches out of vending machines that tasted better.
Oh, you can mean...
I insist you provide transportation for me back to the mainland.
Well, now, I will oblige you in any way a good host can, Miss Allen. I'll improve your meals. I'll do anything a good host should. But the successful host is one who has made his guests feel so welcome that they never wish to leave. I fear I have not succeeded with you. But never mind. I am working on it.
You play very beautifully, Orville.
I don't understand it, Pamela. What exactly do you want to get back to?
I don't know.
And why are you so anxious to get back? It doesn't make much sense.
All I know is I'm not ready for this yet.
No one ever is.
I've got to leave while I still have this resistance.
It'll pass with time.
How long have you been here, Orville?
How long? Oh, I don't know. An eternity, maybe.
No, really. How long?
So long I can't remember. But I know you can't ever leave here. I know someone who tried once.
Who?
Oh. There was this musician. He was at some kind of a concert, and his wife was at home, alone. There was this terrible accident, and the wife was dead. The man went out of his mind. He couldn't believe what had happened.
I think I know that story.
Do you?
Yes, it's the story
Well,
of...
let me tell you how it ended. The man knew where she'd gone, so he came here. Charlie took him across in his rowboat. There weren't powerboats in those days. And he went before the king of the underworld to beg for the return of his wife. At first, the king refused. But then the musician started to play his lyre. He played a song so sweet and sad, about a young girl painting flowers in an open field. A girl that the king had loved at first sight and brought down to the underworld to be his queen. And the king was moved to tears, told the musician he could have his wife. He could return with her to the world of the living, if only he didn't turn around and look behind him on the journey homeward.
But he did look behind, didn't he?
Yes.
And Eurydice, the wife, vanished into dust, didn't she?
Yes. Into dust.
It was your wife, wasn't it?
Yes. It was my wife.
Times change. Names change. You're Orpheus, aren't you?
It was so long ago. Sometimes I've almost completely forgotten about it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, about what? Listen, I never fool myself. I'm a musician first. A performer. That's what's the most important to me. That's my first and real love. The other kinds of love, they become gentle memories that become part of my music. But it's the music. That's what's important.
Music. That's it. The music.
What is it?
Orville, you're going to help me get out of here.
No. I don't want you to go.
If you called yourself my friend, you'll help me.
But what can I do?
I used to be quite a mythology buff, Orville. I remember some more details about the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. He was the greatest musician the world has ever known.
I know that.
Isn't it also legend that he played music so moving, so exquisitely touching, that he caused all who heard it to lay down and weep? How did he get past the gates of Hades, Orville? How did he get past that ferocious three-headed monster, Cerberus?
I don't...
You know how. He played a song so sweet and gentle, the huge animal wept. It became a lullaby, and soon Cerberus was fast asleep. Then he just walked right on past the sentinel and into Hades. And that is how I'm going to walk right out of here, or swim, if that's what it comes down to.
I can't do it this time.
Why not?
I don't want to. I like you. I want you to stay.
Didn't you tell me that you were an artist first?
I am.
So, let's see how much of an artist you really are. Can you create another legend now, or do you really have doubts that you've lost the old touch? Is that what it really is,
No.
Orville?
No, I still have it.
Then, show me. Show me, Orville. Better than I thought. I won't have to swim. I can take Charlie and march.
I don't know, Pamela.
Start playing, Orville. Play more sweetly than you've ever played before.
Oh, that's beautiful. Just lovely, Orville. Oh, I'm a boy again. I'm on the high seas, cresting those waves, those oars. My muscles are rippling. I'm cutting those oars through the waves like a knife through butter. Oh, that's beautiful.
Orville, now do something about him. Charlie's all taken care of. Now get rid of this dog.
Here, Brucey. Here, boy. Now go ahead. Hurry. I don't know how long I can hold them.
Thank you, Orville. Thank you.
Hurry. Hurry.
I'll never forget you, but then Orville.
I'll never forget. Never forget.
Hey!
Never forget.
Miss Allen, are you all right?
Officer.
Yeah, Leroy LaRue Jr., you remember me, don't you?
It's still nighttime. How can it still be nighttime?
Oh, boy, you gone into one heck of a skid, miss. Oh, look at this car. For a minute, I thought you were dead. You really look dead.
I'm all right. What? I feel fine now.
I don't understand that. I could have sworn you were dead. But the dead don't come back to life, do they?
No. No. They don't, Officer LaRue. Of course. They don't.
Or do they? After all, anything is possible in this day and age. Anyhow, who is to say whether or not this wasn't all some dream? Maybe there really isn't some actual life and death struggle that has gone on since the beginning of time. Maybe there is really no place called the Isle of the Dead. In any event, one thing we do know for sure is that this is the place right here where you'll be when I return shortly. Today's lesson. don't always feel you have to pay for something you don't want at the moment. Some people can be mighty persuasive salesmen, but the fault, dear Brutus, is truly with the customers who so readily purchase whatever is foisted upon them. With most of us, we are so ready to accept our fates because someone tells us that is the way it is to be. But is it? Our cast included Patricia Elliott, Lloyd Battista, Terry Keane, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Learn to do well. Seek judgment. Relieve the oppressed. Help the fatherless. Plead for the widow. Such excellent advice from the prophet Isaiah. So simple to understand. So fulfilling to follow. So, why aren't more people doing it?
Your Majesty, the people are waiting to hear your immortal words of wisdom.
Mother, I can't think of any at the moment.
That is not acceptable. I'm sorry. The people won't like it.
I'm not prepared to make a judgment.
Then there's only one thing you can do.
Yes? Tell me. What is it? Tell me.
No, you're not quite ready for it. Not just yet.
Our mystery drama, The Final Judgment, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Gordon Heath. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There is no new thing under the sun. Or so it says in that part of the great book which is called Ecclesiastes, or the Preacher. And since many believe that the Preacher was King Solomon himself, we thus have another example of his enduring wisdom. For what, indeed, can ever be new under the sun? The works of man, perhaps, his machines, his buildings, his weapons, but man himself? No. Nothing has changed since Solomon's day. And to prove it, here is a tale told by the Preacher about himself. Not about a Solomon who was rich in years and wisdom, but of a younger Solomon who was filled with vanity.
For, lo, the winter is past, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth.
My son.
Ah, Mother?
I thought I would find you here.
And why not? This is my chamber.
You should be at the council chamber.
Where was I? The time of singing has come, and the voice of the turtle dove is heard in the land.
I've just come from the council. Did you hear me?
I'm sure all Israel has heard you, dearest mother. The fig tree puts forth its figs, and its vines are in blossom.
And what are you doing?
I'm writing poetry.
Poetry? How can you write poetry? There's going to be a war.
We can have war any time we please, but poetry, only when the inspiration comes.
Jeroboam is raising an army. He claims the throne.
I must ask you a very important question, Mother.
Yes?
Don't spare my feelings. How does this poem compare with, well, in your opinion, with what my father has written?
Is that what you want to ask me?
I know my father David was called the sweet singer in Israel, but with this poem...
Listen to me. The council is waiting. You're a grown man now, with your own sons and daughters and wives.
Obviously, Mother, you don't think much of my poem.
Is this a time to be mooning over verses?
Of course, it's difficult when one is compared to one's father.
This is a serious business. You're a grown man with children.
Yes, I know, with my own sons, daughters, wives.
Yes. And you have your wives, most of them, to thank for your troubles.
Dear Mother, I never have trouble with my wives. There's no household in the land more peaceful than mine.
Every man is entitled to one wife. Some may manage 2. Even 3 is not an unreasonable number. But you...
Ah, Mother.
The people are angry because you marry foreign women.
Mother, you know as well as I do that each of them strengthens us with a foreign alliance.
And weakens us with a foreign idol in the temple.
No one takes that seriously.
The council is worried. And one thing you must never do is allow counselors to sit and brood. Because then each man begins quietly to flirt with treason. Your father would move decisively.
If you're going back to the council room, tell them I shall be there. They'll just have to wait till I'm finished.
Finished? With what now?
I'm going to the courtyard.
What for?
This is the time when I dispense justice.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. You must admit I have acquired a reputation for dispensing justice.
My poor boy, you're mad.
Down there, in that courtyard, is my military strategy. People may rebel against a king, but never against a judge. Especially one who seems to speak with the vision and the wisdom of the Lord.
But I
know what you want. You would wish me to place myself at the head of 10,000 armed men and slaughter this Jeroboam and his rabble.
That's what your father would do.
But I'm not my father. I didn't kill Goliath. I never had to fight for my life against wild beasts or bloodthirsty brigands. I was never a shepherd, a hunter, a soldier. I was born in luxury, raised with riches. I must fight in my own way. And, Mother, as long as the people believe that through my mouth flows the wisdom of the Lord, we need not trouble our heads about Jeroboam or any other pretender to the throne.
But the council is frightened.
I'm not frightened. I look at my mother, Bathsheba. Bathsheba. This prim and proper middle-aged lady. I look for a trace of the ravishingly beautiful 17-year-old Bathsheba, for whom my father, David, had defied the Lord's holiest commandments. What has happened to you, Bathsheba? Where have you gone? The exquisite maiden has become the exacting matron. That breathtaking, heart-stopping beauty has been replaced by a sharp, deadly intelligence and cunning. Or were they always there? She never tires of telling me that I am king of Israel, thanks to her artfulness and strategy. What she doesn't seem to understand is that getting the crown was not nearly as difficult as keeping it. And the only way I can keep it is to dispense justice.
Justice! I demand justice! Justice! I have a right to justice!
I will have justice! Speak one at a time.
Oh, King, live forever. I am the victim of a plot. Immortal King, one of these 2 or both of them have robbed me.
King of kings, punish the thief.
They lie! Listen to the truth. I am innocent.
I have been robbed. You know how it all began. With those 2 women and the baby. When I was called to judge between the 2 women and the infant, I was so completely puzzled that finally in anger I shouted, "Give them each half of the baby," without even thinking. And no sooner were those words out of my mouth than my heart almost stopped. What if they take me seriously? What if both women are too stubborn to give in? Women. They were hardly more than children themselves. 2 poverty-stricken little prostitutes, starving in a miserable hovel. And yet, one of them rose to heights of nobility unmatched by any queen. How well it ended. And it wasn't of me as a judge.
Your Majesty! Mighty King!
Emperor of the world! Yes, we must dispense with all of that. I am Solomon, son of David. And by sufferance of the Lord, I preside over his people, Israel. Which of you is the oldest? Raise your hand. What is your name?
I am Joseph, son of Aaron, son of Simeon, son of Kish, son of Judah.
I dare say you could take us back to our father Abraham himself. On a more contemporary theme, what is your grievance?
Your Majesty, the tale is quickly told.
And you are?
Abiel, son of Asher. We 3, myself and these 2 villains...
Whom do you call a villain? And what do you call yourself? I am Benjamin, son of Zebulun. So, here we have Joseph, Abiel, And Benjamin, proceed. Tell the tale without adornment.
We met at the caravanserai in Damascus.
The one near the eastern gate of the city.
It was an evil day. Each of us had sold his goods in the city.
We were returning home to Jerusalem.
Each of us had money. For protection, we decided to travel together.
We three strangers.
We marched together during the day. At night, we made camp.
To protect the money, we put it all together in one purse. My 200 silver coins.
My 10 diamonds. My 100 gold pieces.
And we would bury it in a hiding place.
Lest we should be surprised at night by bandits.
Foolishly, I trust
these. We must get all the facts first. Each night, then, you buried the money, and each of you knew the hiding place.
We did the deed together.
It was the only way.
Each of us knew.
And each morning, you would dig it up again. Continue.
And so it went. For all the days and nights of the journey from Damascus. But last night we were 12 miles from the gates of Jerusalem. It was late. We were tired.
We made camp for the last time.
We dug a hole beneath a carrot tree. We hid the treasure as usual.
This morning it was gone.
Which means that one of these two have banded together to steal.
I have been robbed.
Silence! The money, the diamonds, were gone, you say?
Everything had been placed into a purse. And the purse and everything in it has disappeared. The hole was empty.
One of them must have stolen it.
What did you do when you discovered the purse was gone?
Well, there were words, angry words.
I can well imagine.
We came to blows.
I can see that.
Each of us accused the other.
Each let the other two search him and all the possessions, but...
There was no trace of the purse. I see. Then we must assume that last night, when all three of you were supposed to be deep in slumber, one of you was awake.
Yes, one of them.
That's the way it happened.
And that one, making sure the others were fast asleep, went to the hiding place, removed the purse, hid it somewhere, and returned to his place by the fire.
That's exactly how it was. That's what the thief did.
That's what one of them did.
Joseph, did you wake up during the night?
No, Your Majesty.
You, Abiel, did you get up last night?
No, Your Majesty.
Benjamin, did you sleep during the night?
I did, Your Majesty.
Did any of you see anything? Hear anything? One of you stole that purse. So, was it you, Joseph?
No, Your Majesty.
Was it you, Abiel?
I swear to you, Your Majesty, I'm innocent.
And you, Benjamin, are you the man?
No, Your Majesty.
One of you is lying. This was the moment. Dramatic moment that everyone was waiting for. Three men had told a story. Each was a respectable and honest-looking person, and yet one of them was a liar and a thief. To see through the lie was beyond the capability of the average person. But I was Solomon. Solomon the king, Solomon the great judge. I would see through the sham and falsehood. I would reach out and touch the core of truth, because I was guided by the Lord. There was a hush. No one spoke. They waited for me to rise and point to the culprit. They waited for the awful bolt of lightning to strike, and so did I. I waited for the flash of insight. I waited for the sudden revelation. But it didn't come. I knew what I had to do. I rose from my chair. I gazed into each man's face. I needed time. Joseph, raise your hand and swear you are innocent.
I swear I am innocent, Your Majesty.
Abiel, swear you are innocent.
I swear, Your Majesty.
Benjamin, I swear I'm innocent.
I swear I'm innocent.
One of you is guilty. And that one is...
Can we be expected to build up to a line like that and not use it for a first act curtain? Obviously, one of them is guilty. But does Solomon know? I'll tell you this much now. Solomon will solve it, but only on the basis of what is revealed in open court. Do you think you'll be able to solve it too? you'll be fed all the pertinent data, beginning with Act 2. The mark of Cain, the brand of the thief. By these, we are supposed to know the transgressor. However, that type of insignia used to be put on after the criminal had been exposed. So how do you recognize the wrongdoer before he has been brought to justice? This is a story about King Solomon. He's faced with just that problem.
One of you is lying. One of you is the thief. And that one is the man who shall suffer the full penalty of the law. They were waiting. The crowd was waiting for me to point to Joseph or Abiel or Benjamin, to proclaim, "Behold, he is the one." That's what was expected. That is why they gather in their thousands in the courtyard of the palace. Why princes and philosophers, scholars and sages join the vast horde of common people. Why they come from all over the world to watch the Hebrew king dispense justice. I look at the faces of Joseph, Abiel, Benjamin. I search each man's countenance for a sign. But they look equally innocent, or equally guilty. I wait for that sudden flash of insight. It has never before failed me. I wait. But this time it doesn't come. I knew I must do something. Captain of the guard. Aye. See that these three remain here on the spot. My people, your king and your judge retires to pray for guidance.
Solomon.
Mother, I cannot come to the council chamber now.
I understand. You have trapped yourself.
What are you saying?
You have become the prisoner of your own reputation.
I know.
These three. By now, news of their litigation is traveling all through the land. And everyone awaits the judgment of Solomon.
Mother, it is not necessary to remind me.
But it is. Listen to the words of Jeroboam. Listen to what he says. Are we not a simple, God-fearing people, farmers, craftsmen, shepherds? What is this foreign luxury that eats away at our substance? And the people listen.
He is wrong. We are not a simple people. We are a great people.
Does it matter? Your strongest claim to the throne is your ability to dispense divine justice. Well, dispense it. The people are waiting.
I know they're waiting.
The one thing you cannot do is keep them waiting. I know. I've been wife to a king and mother to a king. A king must do what his people expect of him. And from you, they expect...
I know what they expect. Judgment.
Then give them a judgment.
I've been unable to find...
Then come up with something clever.
Mother, you cannot command inspiration.
Well, then what are you going to do?
I'll think of something.
I've already thought of something.
What is it? Well, tell me.
No. I don't think you're ready for it. Just yet.
I sent confidential agents through the city. They investigated Joseph, Abiel, Benjamin. What kind of reputation did each man have? Spotless, it turned out. What did their friends, neighbors, even enemies think? Each was a man of unblemished character. Each was honest, hardworking, trustworthy. I spoke to each man in private.
I trade in spices, Your Majesty.
Yes, Joseph.
I'm a poor man.
Poor? You own a large house, land. You have servants.
But I'm poor because I have no sons. There will be no one to carry on my name.
But surely one of the women in your household could...
The Lord has not seen fit to answer my prayers.
They say you plan a journey to Canaan.
Well, yes, Your Majesty, I had thought about it.
To the city of Gaza.
Oh, we are at peace, Your Majesty. We trade.
In Gaza is the temple to the pagan goddess Ashtaroth. Are you aware of it?
I know they worship her.
Ashtaroth, the goddess of fertility. Had you planned to visit her temple?
Your Majesty, why would I... Why?
These things are not unknown, are they? When all else fails, there are those who pray to idols.
But, Your Majesty, I am not one who... Why, it's an abomination.
And an expensive one at that. The altar of Ashtaroth, I am told, must be piled high with gold and silver and diamonds. The rumor among your neighbors is that you are taking your wife on a trading journey.
Oh, she has kinfolk along the way in Jabesh.
I see. That is all. For now, Joseph.
So?
They are all three honest men, Mother.
Perhaps none of them has ever been caught doing anything wrong.
We must be calm.
To lose the throne because of a petty quarrel among merchants.
It's not a petty quarrel to them. Besides, who says I'm going to lose the crown?
You said it yourself. Justice is the cement that keeps together the walls of your palace.
I will find the thief and pass judgment.
What if there is no thief?
What if there is no thief?
And no gold, no silver, no diamonds, no robbery. And they did not come from Damascus.
I don't understand.
What if these three are partisans of Jeroboam, and this is a part of a plot to discredit you?
But they have been to Damascus, and they did sell goods, and they did have money. I have made inquiries. I will find the thief.
I am a weaver of cloth, Your Majesty.
And you brought your wares to the marketplace in Damascus, have you?
Yes, Your Majesty.
And you sold all of your goods?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Had you done well, have you?
Very well.
You were returning home, then, with 200 silver coins?
Yes.
There are those who say your wares were worth considerably more. And yet, you just told me you had done well.
Well, when one makes a long and hazardous journey to a foreign land and returns home alive, well, it can be said he did well.
But not financially.
There was more cloth than people wanted.
Which means you sold yours at a loss.
Yes.
Which means you are in debt.
Yes.
Were you tempted by Joseph's gold and Benjamin's diamonds?
No!
That is all. For now. Have you?
Shall I tell you what might be the cream of the jest?
Mother, I am not aware that anything is funny here.
Oh, it's possible that all of them are innocent.
How is it possible?
Consider the story. They decided to stop for the night.
Yes?
They had halted by a carob tree.
We know that.
A thief could have been concealed in the branches. He could have seen them bury the purse. He could have waited till they fell asleep.
No.
Why not?
The tree was dead. It had no foliage.
Then there is only one thing left for you to do.
What do you suggest?
I say you must...
Yes?
No. You're not quite ready for it. Not just yet.
You are a dealer in precious stones, Benjamin.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And you had journeyed to Damascus to buy or sell?
To buy, Your Majesty.
Was your trip successful?
Very successful.
These 10 precious stones, they were the object of your trip?
Yes.
At this point, they represent your entire fortune.
Well...
When did you discover that the diamonds were false?
Your Majesty, I don't understand what...
Do you deny it?
I am an expert in precious stones. No one could fool me. I would know a false diamond.
Of course. No one doubts your expertise. Only your common sense. The diamonds you bought were real enough. But the ones that were given to you carefully wrapped in a soft cloth.
How did Your Majesty know?
Your misadventure is now a well-known joke in a certain section of the bazaar in Damascus. Somewhere along the journey, you happened to examine the diamonds a bit more carefully than usual.
But
You are a ruined man.
Yes. But I'm not a thief.
That is all. For now, Benjamin.
They say the Lord no longer speaks through Solomon.
I hear that, too.
They wait for your judgment.
I'm aware of it, Mother.
And not just here at the palace. All Jerusalem waits. From the deserts of the Negev to the mountains of Galilee, all are waiting for the great judgment from the great judge.
I'm doing my best. One of them is guilty, but which one?
It doesn't matter. Any one of them will do.
No. Only the one who is guilty.
If you must have the guilty one, then do it the way these things are done among civilized people.
I don't understand, Mother.
Let me suggest a way. Let us conveniently discover a sack. It will contain Joseph's 100 gold pieces, Abiel's 200 silver coins, and Benjamin's 10 diamonds.
Mother.
Choose the one who pleases you least. He will be the thief. Punish him as you see fit. The other two will be satisfied. The mob will have its judgment. The throne will be safe again. You don't care for the idea.
No.
You are repelled by the, shall we say, the immorality.
Immorality? I remember what I did to get the throne.
What I did.
What I permitted you to do for me. No king is without blood on his hands. Not my father David, nor Saul before him.
There are things you must do to win the crown. And there are things you must do to make sure the crown remains on your head.
I understand that, Mother.
Now we know the contents of the purse. 100 pieces of gold, 200 silver coins, 10 diamonds. And now we must determine the look of the purse itself. Solomon.
Yes?
Are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
There are certain things that kings do.
We know that those in power can usually justify anything they do in the name of some higher morality or some greater good. But Solomon? Well, one thing you have to remember about many of those biblical kings, they were human. Oh, how intensely human. How human, we shall see shortly, when I bring you face to face with Act 3. You are the prisoner of your reputation, said the Queen Mother Bathsheba to her son King Solomon. And what was his reputation? His great ability? Today we would call it instant wisdom. It was as if he were divinely inspired to see through the maze of confusion into the heart of a problem. The trouble with being able to create miracles is that after a while, people expect you to do it all the time.
All three of them had a motive. All three of them could have used the contents of the purse.
Then decide among them.
They are entitled to justice.
Oh, we're back to that.
We never left it.
Jeroboam grows stronger every day.
I will find the guilty man.
How?
I will find him. I summoned the three of them before me again. I questioned them at length, in detail. There was nothing I didn't know now about their lives, their thoughts. But the basic mystery still eluded me. Which one was the thief? Obviously, they were all honest to begin with. But each now felt a desperate need for more money. Under these circumstances, any man can break down. Any honest man can suddenly desert the path of morality. I kept asking more and more questions. The three of you were strangers in Damascus. Whose idea was it to return to Jerusalem together?
It was mine.
Yours, Joseph.
Yes, Your Majesty. I felt there would be safety in numbers.
Whose idea was it to place all the money and diamonds into one purse and bury it for the night?
It was mine, Your Majesty.
Yours, Abiel.
It would be safe from thieves.
The last day of the journey, you were only 12 miles from Jerusalem. Whose idea was it to camp for the night?
It was mine, Your Majesty.
Yours, Benjamin.
The thieves are always thickest right outside the city gates. We would be overtaken by darkness.
The more I spoke to them, the more it became apparent that a case could be built against any one of them.
You must deliver a judgment.
I must know who is guilty.
You are the king. You decide innocence or guilt.
I have always taken pride in my ability to arrive at the truth.
Oh, I see.
What is it you think you see?
You are determined to arrive at the truth.
Of course.
Not the truth for its own sake, or because the Lord demands it, but because you're proud of your ability to do it.
Well,
So then the truth becomes not a way of life or a point of morality, but an accomplishment in a class with horsemanship or archery or swordplay.
Mother, I pay you the honor that is due you under the commandment. But are you the proper person to lecture me?
Certainly. Those of us who admit our own shortcomings may preach the best of sermons, and so the judging, it's vanity.
Mother.
You mean it isn't vanity? To stand there, your arms outstretched toward heaven, and speak words that are so wise, so convincing, that the multitude will swear they are divinely inspired? It isn't vanity?
What you're saying is
what? What is your true concern, my son? What sort of life shall you follow? I had no choice. I was a young girl, too beautiful for my own good. I was desired by men of wealth and power. And what is a woman in our world? A vessel, a chattel. But you can choose. What is it that you want? Vanity or justice?
And suddenly, the words formed in front of my eyes. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. The people said I was divinely inspired, but I smiled to myself as if I knew better. I had flattered myself into thinking that the ideas, the thoughts, were my own. No. There is only one judge, and one judgment. And I must open my heart and my soul to him. I pray humbly now. O greatest of all, judge those three men, thy servants. Judge those three men, thy servants. Judge them. A great weight is lifted from my heart. I go to the courtyard. I am ready to end the case.
Have you decided on the guilty party?
The Lord will make that decision. He will put the right words in my mouth, if I trust in him. And I do. Joseph, Abiel, Benjamin, stand forth. Each of you has presented his case. From all the evidence that has been given, and all the facts, any one of you may be the culprit. Before I announce my verdict, I should like to tell you all a story, for it has a bearing on this case. Listen, all. A young man and a young woman fell in love. They wished to marry. However, the young woman said to her lover,
My beloved, I want us to marry, but several years ago I gave my word to another. We both realized it was a mistake, and we drifted apart. He is gone from the city, but I pledged my word. True, he wouldn't hold me to it. Actually, he might never even know. But I have no right to marry unless he releases me from my vow.
They decided she would have to visit the other man and ask to be released. And she did. She traveled to the distant city where he was living and presented herself at his house.
Leah, come in.
It's been a long time, Joshua.
I have a wife.
I know. I've come here to ask a favor.
What sort of favor?
I promised to marry you. I would like you to release me.
Release you? For what? I deserted you. You're not bound by anything.
I made a vow.
But who would know if you broke it? Who would care?
The answer to both questions is the Lord.
Yes, I understand. I release you, Leah.
Thank you, Joshua. I want you to have these.
What are they?
I put them all in a sack. All the gifts you gave me.
Oh, hell no, it's all right.
But many of them are valuable.
You'll keep them.
Joshua, I see this house. It is not the home of a rich man.
Well, it hasn't been a good year. I want you to keep those gifts. They belong to you.
But, Joshua, you're in trouble.
You deserve to be happy. Now let us say no more about it.
She set out for home, and she was so happy that she didn't even notice the bandit until she felt the point of his sword against her throat.
Well, now, that's a heavy sack for a woman to carry. Suppose I lighten your journey and relieve you of its burden.
Please, please have pity.
Pity? How can I afford to have pity? I'd starve to death.
But in here is everything I have in the world.
Then I'll make sure you won't squander it.
With this sack, with what's inside, my husband-to-be and I can buy a farm. We can enjoy a long, happy life together. Please, how long will it take you to spend what's in the sack?
The way I spend money? A week.
A week of pleasure for you. Is it worth a lifetime of misery for me?
For me, a week can also be a lifetime. My life can be stretched from a gallows tomorrow.
The Lord will remember what you have done for me. The Lord will remember your sins.
Oh, that he will.
But when he makes his judgment, he will also remember that you spared a poor woman her few miserable possessions.
What can I do? I have this weakness for a pretty face. And perhaps it might even be wise to have at least one credit mark in that ledger. Come, little sister. Let's walk to the city together. Some of the other gentlemen of the road might be tempted to take a shorter view of things.
And that, gentlemen, is the end of the story. Did you care for it?
Oh, yes. Interesting. Very inspiring.
I will ask each of you a question. Which of the people in this story do you admire the most? Benjamin?
I would say the girl.
Why?
Because she understood the importance of a vow.
Avil? Do you agree?
No.
Why not?
Your Majesty, I admire her former sweetheart for releasing her from her vow. He was most generous. He could have taken back the gifts. Consider he was poor and in debt.
That's well taken. And Joseph, have you an opinion?
Well, Your Majesty, to me the admirable person is in truth the bandit. He showed great compassion. He could have taken all her possessions. Indeed, he could have also taken the woman and sold her as a slave.
3 of you have appeared before me. 2 of you will leave here free men with the valuables that belong to you. I know the guilty man. Captain of the guard, seize him. If he confesses and tells us where he has hidden the money, we shall imprison him. Otherwise, he shall be executed. Well, Captain, what are you waiting for?
What is he waiting for? Obviously, he's waiting to be told which of the 3 is guilty. Are you also waiting to be told? Or do you know? Solomon has arrived at his decision. Have you arrived at yours? You know everything he does. Have you decided? Let's compare conclusions.
Captain of the guard, seize the guilty man.
Which one, Your Majesty?
Why, Joseph. Joseph, of course.
No! No, I swear I'm innocent.
Captain, we will have this man hanged.
No, Your Majesty, save my life. I'll tell you where I hid the purse.
And how did you know Joseph was guilty?
I told a story of a man, a woman, and a thief. Each of the three had done a good deed. Do you follow?
Yes.
Benjamin thought the woman had behaved best. Fabio said that the former sweetheart had shown the most generous heart. And Joseph claimed that the bandit had been the most worthy of praise.
Yes, but what did all that have to do with the case at hand?
Mother, you see, it takes a thief to admire a thief.
As he thinks in his heart, so he is in his deed, said our King Solomon. This and other bits of ancient wisdom are constantly being rediscovered, and today we call it psychology. But as we have been told, as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. But before we make an end of our story, I must leave for a few minutes, but I shall return. This has been the story of a judge, of a mighty king who held the power of life and death. We think of judges as men who determine our fate, which is true. Yet each of us is a judge. Each of us is constantly being called upon to decide between right and wrong, good and evil. Thus, the sum of our lives is a judgment. And thus, in our hearts, none of us need be in suspense concerning the verdict. Our cast included Gordon Heath, Bryna Rayburn, Ralph Bell, Nat Pullen, and Roger DeCoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
Now, a preview of our next tale.
Eminently desirable, 2 bedrooms and bath for the right couple. Fully furnished, sublet for at least 2 years. Please not before 10 a.m. Sunday, HSM Apollyon, 27 Southwest 62nd Street.
So?
So what?
That's right off Central Park. It'd cost a fortune.
I saved the best for the last. Rent, $200 a month. 1 month security.
There's got to be something wrong with it.
What?
It's too cheap.
Well, does that mean we can't look at it?
No, we'll be there on the dot, fighting the line. What have we got to lose?
What indeed? And don't be afraid of a crowd. Yours is the only paper this ad will appear in, because it's you I want.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Some years ago, a famous American general observed that old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Throughout all history, there has been an unending line of those who may have died, but who gave the appearance of disappearing from life, of just fading away. Those we call missing persons. If indeed they did fade away, by what means were they able to do this? Where did they go? And what happened once they got there?
Perry, what's happening? Do you see what I do?
None of them are moving. They're just standing there, hundreds of them.
Saying nothing. Grinning at us with those little lines of theirs. Yet,
look, their faces, their bodies, they're changing. What do? We get out of here as fast as our legs will take us.
Our mystery drama, Land of the Living Dead, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss and stars Don Scardino and Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are a few places left in the world that have hardly been touched by the hand of what we call civilization, where man still lives almost as primitively as at the beginning of time. Such a place can be found in South America on the western plateau of Brazil. It's called the Mato Grosso. Jungles, rainforests, and oppressive swamps cover the land. Two Americans, a young man and his older colleague, are poring over timetables in a small New England town. Maps and charts that lie spread on the floor before them.
As it stands, Terry, the morning flight from New York to Rio de Janeiro will just about make the plane connection.
Now, even if we take the commercial flight from Rio to Cuiabá, what kind of transportation can we get into the interior? And I mean transportation that we can depend on, Kent.
Well, the answer is probably none. Not unless we want to go the way of Professor Schneider.
No thanks. No mules, no native dugouts and snake-infested swamps for me.
Right, so we stick to our original plan. We reserve our own airplane in advance in Rio. The best and safest in Brazil.
And a grant from the foundation is generous. It'll cover all those expenses. Besides, it's not as if we didn't know what we're doing. We're both experienced pilots.
Right, so we fly ourselves from Rio to Cuiabá, spend whatever time we need there for supplies.
Let's take another look at the charts. Nearly 2,000 kilometers. It's a good 1,200 miles. Where do we refuel?
Right here. Ribeirão Preto. I think that's how you say it. It's big enough to have an airport. The chart says so.
Good. And from there, Kent, it should be clear sailing to Cuiabá. We hope.
Yeah.
After that...
Well, once we get past the heaviest jungles and the tropical forests, we shouldn't have any trouble finding places to land, right?
If we can avoid the swamps and the quicksands. You know, I have an idea that's what may have happened to Schneider on his last trip.
What, quicksand?
How else could he have disappeared so quickly and so completely? Never heard from again.
Either that, or...
The Indians? No, I don't think so, Kent.
Why not?
I just don't think so. True, we know almost zero about this strange tribe of Indians we're looking for, but one of the things we do know from Schneider's report of his first trip is that they're relatively peaceful, unwarlike.
Relatively?
Well, what have they got to be warlike about? There's no one near them for almost 100 miles. They're vegetarians. The products of the forest are their principal diet.
But, Terry... We also know that they're descended from the Jivaros, the headhunters of Ecuador, the pleasant chaps who would just as soon cut off an enemy's head, your head, Terry, or mine, and shrink it down to the size of a baseball.
But you're forgetting that in the 200-300 years since some of the Jivaros migrated from Ecuador, something happened to them. They changed.
Maybe. Well, that's why we're going there, to find out how they changed, and maybe even why.
You know, that's what makes life so fascinating for anthropologists. The study of the whole human family of man, his mind, his body, his culture. And particularly the study of primitive groups like this one.
For me, Terry, there are three things about this expedition of ours that get me excited.
Which are?
First, the prospect of seeing with my own eyes a whole tribe of white Indians, just as Professor Schneider described them. A whole community of albino Indians. And to try and find out how that came about.
And second?
The possibility of finding some trace, even the slightest, of the missing Professor Schneider.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How about the third and last?
Well, it would be awfully nice if the both of us get back to civilization alive. When do we leave? Here we are, Terry. Welcome to beautiful downtown Cuiabá.
Will you take a look at that sign over the control tower? International Airport of Cuiabá. Are they kidding?
They probably have a plane that flies over into Bolivia, or even Paraguay.
Every second Thursday.
Only if there's a full moon.
Oh, who's the little fellow out there waving at us?
Welcoming committee, no doubt. Probably His Honor, the mayor.
No less. Let's find out.
Senores, welcome to Cuiabá, the flower of old Brazil.
Didn't I tell you?
I present myself, senores. I am Joao Cavallo Figueiredo, the third assistant to the mayor of our so beautiful city.
Third assistant. I guess we don't rate very high, do we? Well, thank you, senor. We certainly appreciate your meeting us.
Oh, don't mention it. They have sent to us a radio message from Rio that we were to expect you. How can my city be of service to you?
Well, we're headed for the interior, Senor Cavallo. We'll need a couple of days here to lay in a supply of food and equipment.
Of course. You will find that Cuiabá has the best of everything you might possibly need. If I may be bold, senores, may I ask where in the interior?
Due north. Northwest, maybe.
How far, senor?
Oh, not too far.
You do not wish to say. It's much easier to see by your replies what equipment you will need. Shovels, pickaxes, mining pans, dynamite.
Mining pan? Dynamite?
The Mato Grosso is very rich. Not only for all minerals, but for diamonds, silver, even platinum.
Is that so?
I know what you look for, and I will help.
That's very kind of you, Senor Cavallo, but...
One small word of caution. It's most unlikely you will come upon them, but if you do everything possible to avoid them.
Avoid who? What?
A certain rare tribe of Indians. They live in the rainforests, stark naked, like prehistoric creatures. They have in them some strange kind of powerful magic that is able to make a person see most unusual, sometimes most horrible things. And the persons believe that what they are seeing is, in truth, real.
Well, what do they do to work this thing?
No one has ever found out. Is a magic that floats in the air wherever these Indians are.
Well, we'll certainly do our best to avoid them, senor.
For your own good.
But how will we know them if we do come upon them?
Well, these are white Indians. Everyone in the tribe, we are told, is an albino. White skin, pink eyes. I must wish that you will never meet them.
That's very kind of you, senor.
Don't mention it. Your airplane, of course, is in most safe hands, so if you will be so good to follow me, I will drive you to the hotel. In the morning, we start the purchases of supplies for your expedition to this land of most astonishing riches.
What are we going to do with all that mining stuff we bought?
Oh, give it away, throw it away.
But I think we did the right thing, Kent. You mean by not giving away the real purpose of our mission?
Yeah, somebody might have tried to stop us. And probably would have for our own good. Then where would we be?
Anything wrong, Kent? I'm not sure. I don't like the sound of that engine. Neither do I. Look at your navigation charts, Terry. Just about where are we? Well, there isn't very much on the charts to go by. Well, it can't be much further. Well, at this point, with that engine doing tricks, it might be just as well. What's wrong? What on earth? I don't know. We're falling, Terry. Much too fast. I'm doing my best to get her up. Okay, I think you got it, Kent. There we go. Up.
We're all right?
Oh, probably. Funny thing. For a second or two back there, I had the uncomfortable feeling that I'd blacked out. Cole. Yeah, so did I. It's odd. Oh, what do you suppose that was? It sounded like an airplane crash. Well, there can't be a plane near us for hundreds of miles. Oh, well, we better start looking for an opening to land in. Whatever it was. Wherever we are. It's beginning to clear down there. We've left the most tangled part of the jungle behind. Oh, that's grass down there. Tall grass. Miles and miles of it. Take her down a little bit more, Kent. Here we go. You look around, too, for a good spot. Yeah, I am, Kent. I think if we...
Wait a minute. We just one beautiful minute, Kent. Do you see what I see? What? Down there. Over to the left.
The left...
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it. What? It's not possible. I think I'm looking at one of the largest, most modern landing fields I've ever seen in my life. That runway is going to be 8,000 feet long, minimum. All those modern buildings and the equipment. What are they doing here, in the middle of nowhere? Where the devil are we?
There was only one way to find out, Kent. Switch on your radio. CM 5406. We're coming in for landing. Kindly instruct.
That's nothing.
Well, try it in Portuguese. Okay, CM 5406, aproximando e requer permissão para pouso. Favor instruir-me.
Still nothing. There's only one other thing to do. Start for your landing, Kent. If what we think we're looking at is real, no problem. You're thinking of what Carvalho told us. If we only think the landing field is there, still no problem. The landing will be a bit bumpy, and like Professor Schneider, will be known as those two brilliant, those two inspiring, those two missing American anthropologists.
Fasten your seatbelt, Terry. Real tight.
We know that travelers on the desert will sometimes see a lake stretched out before them, where no water exists. Or a seaman will discover the inverted image of a ship in the middle of the ocean. These are what we call mirages. Scientists have explanations, optical illusions. But for some of us, they seem to take on a cold basis in reality, like the airport Terry and Kent have just discovered. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Two American scientists are searching for an isolated tribe of South American Indians, said to possess a unique power of creating a frightening atmosphere of magic and enchantment. In their small plane, flying over a virtually unexplored area of the Brazilian jungle, Kent and Terry suddenly find themselves headed toward a completely modern airport. They prepare for landing.
Sure your seatbelt is fastened tight, Terry.
Hey, beautiful landing, Kent. Real proud of you. I'll taxi up to that building over there on the right.
Terry, you notice anything else a little peculiar about this place?
Other than the fact that it's here at all? Huge modern airport in the middle of the Brazilian jungle. 1 o'clock in the afternoon and not a soul, not a single solitary soul in sight.
Could it be that this is the time for their siesta?
Siesta at an airport? Can't. Even down here, there'd be somebody in the control tower, a mechanic on the field or near the runway, a baggage loader, somebody. This place is absolutely deserted.
I don't get it, Terry. What do we do?
Only one thing to do. Get out of the airplane, investigate. Got to be an explanation.
Well, the main lobby must be through that gate over there.
Well, then that is where we're headed, Kent.
How many of you? Everything's so quiet. I don't hear a thing.
Neither do I. Except our own footsteps.
A big airport like this, you'd expect to hear something. An occasional airplane, or in the jungle, certainly the cries of a tropical bird. Monkeys. Something.
Absolutely nothing.
There's not a sound. It's as if we were...
Go ahead, Ken. Say it.
Never mind. Through here to the lobby.
Will you take a look at this?
It makes every other airport in the world look sick. The ceiling must be 10 stories high.
1, 2, 3 restaurants.
A fancy bar? Oh, and that must be the main gate for arriving passengers.
Where?
There, don't you see?
Oh.
It's marked arrivals in over a dozen languages. Chegada, arrives, ankommt, llegada.
Kent, what's the word for departures in any language?
I see what you mean. There is no departure gate.
It's quite a place. There's just about everything here that you could possibly ask for, except
people. No one. Absolutely no one.
Hey, here's something interesting.
A kind of picture gallery.
Yeah. Hundreds and hundreds of blown-up photographs, all neatly framed, covering the whole wall from ceiling to floor.
Just heads. Who do you suppose they are?
No idea. Oh, wait a minute. Here's a familiar face.
Oh, I know him. That's an actor, a famous British actor, matinee idol. I see him every once in a while in an old movie on the Late Show.
Yeah, he played Romeo in the first film they ever shot of Romeo and Juliet.
Right.
Disappeared over the Atlantic at the beginning of World War II. You're too young to recognize this man.
What, the old fellow?
Yeah, a very well-known judge in New York City. Supreme Court, I think. Got mixed up in some kind of scandal. Disappeared overnight. Complete mystery.
Oh, now there's a familiar personality. I heard about her at flying school. Isn't that the great lady aviator?
Yeah, the one who was flying solo over the Pacific just before World War II.
And who just seemed to vanish into the drink, plane and all? Never heard from again?
That's the one. I am beginning to get a very strange message, Kent.
Yeah, so am I.
Look up there. All those pictures of people who must have lived years and years ago. In clothes of other times, other places.
Every race on Earth.
All those people. They all have one thing in common. All of them are people who disappeared off the face of the Earth. Mysteriously, without any credible explanation.
But why are there pictures here? Spread out over the walls of this crazy airport. An airport at the end of the world.
Don't you know, Kent? Don't you know, Terry?
Who's that? Whose voice is that?
Oh, come now, an old friend of both of you.
Where are you?
I don't see anyone.
Of course not. Not yet.
I know that voice.
I should hope so.
It's Schneider. Professor Schneider.
How could that be?
Hans Schneider at your service, gentlemen.
We hear you, but where are you?
Oh, we talk about that later.
What are you doing here?
Better to ask what we are all doing here. Meanwhile, if you will please both to follow me this way. Just follow the sound of my voice.
Where are you taking us?
Oh, trust me, please. Forgive me. I am always still so absent-minded. I'm supposed to give you a message.
Message?
From Lilith.
Who?
Lilith. I am supposed to say, welcome to you both. We are delighted to have you with us.
Us? Who is us?
Just follow my voice. You shall soon see.
We've been on this godforsaken bus for almost 20 minutes. It keeps on going without even a driver, and we're still no place.
Now, you gotta calm down, Kent. You gotta take it easy.
There's never been anything like this. That voice, Schneider, or whoever it was, told us to get in. We did. Just the two of us into a waiting, empty bus. The bus takes off.
Look over to the right. You see that? We come to what seems to be some kind of city, a large settlement of some kind.
Oh, so we have. All of it built around that tall building with a funny kind of double spire.
Looks almost like a cathedral. We're slowing down.
Last stop. Everybody out, I guess.
I think that's what they're trying to tell us.
What do you suppose that is?
Well, we're about to find out. Look at that mob of people pouring out of the tall building. Hundreds and hundreds of them, dressed in every conceivable fashion, every period of time.
Like a gigantic fancy dress ball.
They're all headed toward us.
And none of them seems to be speaking. They're all of them absolutely silent. What do we do?
Now just stand where we are and see what happens.
Can't. Look. Right in front. Leading the rest of them. Hans Schneider. Our Hans Schneider. But what's that immediately behind him?
don't know. Some sort of sedan chair. A closed-in platform carried by 4 men.
What or who are they carrying?
We are about to find out.
Gentlemen, once again, I welcome you to our home.
Home? What home? We're in Brazil, Professor Schneider, aren't we? We started out, same as you did, Professor, on a search for albino Indians. Indians of the Mato Grosso.
I know.
Where are we? I mean, who are these people, and why are they all so silent?
Oh, you Americans always so impatient.
Oh, we thought you were dead.
Well, obviously, as you can see, I am not.
And these people who say nothing.
And here is one who speaks. She wishes to speak to you.
They've raised the curtains on the sedan chair. Can you see who's sitting in it? Looks like an old man. A very old man.
I think it's a very old lady.
Oh, you're right, Terry. She looks like one of those ancient Egyptian mummies. Her skin is like wrinkled parchment.
She also looks very important.
Terry, her lips are moving, but I don't hear anything.
Quiet, Kent, please.
Kent Floyd.
She knows my name.
Terry Bridgewater.
And mine.
We are honored by your presence. Snyder, you will please leave us.
Oh, yes, of course.
We will do everything to make you comfortable.
That's very kind of you. May we be permitted a few questions?
Of course.
We started out on an expedition to locate and study a rare tribe of South American Indians.
And instead you discover us.
What happened? Where are we? Who are all of you?
So many questions, all at once. This place to which you have come is the land of the missing, the land of the living dead.
What?
We are those who vanished into the thinnest air from the beginning of creation. We are the missing persons of all time.
And this is where you all disappeared too?
Yes, all of us.
Why, in what part of the world are we?
In all parts of the world. Every city, every town, every village. In the sky, on mountain tops, in flooded rivers, in the bowels of the earth, at the bottom of the sea.
But how long do you all go on living?
Forever.
Forever?
To the end of time. Perpetually. Infinitely.
For all eternity?
You think that is impossible. Not so.
But how?
Once a day, everyone here enters the temple, and silently we contemplate eternal values, eternal life.
And what do you do there?
Conquer death. For us, you see, there is no death. We remain at the same age at which we vanished from the earth. Except for me, since I was the first.
The first?
I am Lilith. I was the first wife of Adam before there ever was an Eve. When Adam created Eve, there was no place for me. And so I somehow disappeared in a cloud of mystery.
I see. Lilith, may I ask what the meaning is of that curious ornament you wear about your neck?
This rough little figure of gold?
Yes, it looks like a small figure 8, about half an inch long, lying on its side.
It's very beautiful. Everyone here seems to have one.
That is our mark, our symbol of eternity, of infinity, of the endlessness of time. Gentlemen, I have grown tired. If you will excuse me, I must rest now.
Terry, We've got to get out of this place, but fast. We've got to find our way back to our airplane.
How do we do that?
I'm not sure, but we've got to try.
I couldn't agree with you more.
We've wandered into some kind of madhouse. I can't explain what's happening. Missing persons, people who have become immortal. Professor Schneider? Schneider is dead. He's got to be.
Slowly, Kent.
We've got to find our way out of here before we both become as crazy as they are.
Oh, I am with you. Kent, you are not thinking of leaving.
Professor Schneider...
Lilith asked me to give one of these to each of you.
The little gold ornament. The horizontal figure 8.
Our symbol of infinity, of eternity.
Well, that's very kind of Lilith. But no thanks. We wouldn't have any use for them.
Oh, but we all wear them. Now that you both have become part of us, so must you.
Over 800 years ago, a Persian poet and mathematician, Omar Khayyam, wrote, "There was the door, to which I found no key. There was the veil, through which I might not see." Two anthropologists, in their effort to probe into some of the most ancient secrets of mankind, had come to a door to which, at the moment, they find no key, to a drawn curtain beyond which they cannot see. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. The word missing can be a terrifying word. Missing in action, for example, is a sad and all too familiar phrase. Almost every large city in the world has a Bureau of Missing Persons, whose task it is to try to unravel the often bewildering mystery of a human's disappearance. Kent Floyd and Terry Bridgewater are, at the moment, doing everything possible to find their way back into a world they know.
We can stop running, Kent. Please, I don't think I can go much further.
We've got to keep going, Terry.
But nobody's following us. Nobody's even tried to prevent us from leaving.
And did you stop to think why? Why they didn't try to stop us?
At this point, does that matter? If only we could be sure we were headed in the right direction.
I have a feeling that once we get past that clump of trees over there...
Oh, yeah, Kent, you're right. There it is, the airport. Hey, I'm sitting right there. It's TM-5406. Our airplane.
The place is just like when we landed. Not a soul in sight. Absolutely deserted.
Well, let's get into that plane, and fast.
And out of this place forever.
Oh, isn't that one of the most beautiful things you ever seen in your life?
Here we are. In you go, Terry. Right. And here we go.
Well, nothing's been touched. Isn't that wonderful?
Looks okay.
Get her started, Kent. Now, I'll try it again.
All right, let me check everything. Let's see now.
Well, what's wrong? Why does that catch?
They've done something with the engine.
Oh, but what?
That's what I'm trying to find out. Why doesn't this damn thing turn over? Oh, there we go. Whew, thank heaven.
Maybe we're both overreacting.
Oh, maybe.
And away we go. Away we go.
But where to? Any place. As long as it's away from here.
Now, how's our supply of fuel, and what's our course?
Well, we've more than enough fuel to...
What's the matter?
The fuel gauge. It's not working.
Well, what about the rest of the panel?
Nothing. No, everything's dead. But even my watch has stopped.
Yeah, mine too. What do we do?
We keep going. As long as we can.
On what course? What direction?
Well, we'll have to depend on our memory and our good sense, I hope, of navigation.
And maybe, pray a little?
Oh, it can't hurt. But I have a feeling that tells me we're on course, or very close to it.
And if we're not?
If we're not, Terry, praying a little won't be quite enough. Not quite.
Any sign yet of anything?
My guess is we've been flying about an hour. We've got to come to something soon.
Brazil's a big country.
Isn't that the truth? Terry, have you any explanation?
For what's been happening to us? No, my friend, it's beyond me.
A modern airport in the middle of nothing. A strange city, stranger people, thousands of them. The missing persons of the entire world, of all time,
Calling themselves immortal?
where we were expecting to find Indians. What I can't understand is what's been happening to us. Our instruments not functioning. Our watches stopped. How? Why?
You don't suppose that...
Suppose what?
Remember what Carvalho told us back in Cuiabá? About the Broncos Indians?
You mean about their strange power of enchantment that makes people see things that aren't really there?
That's exactly what I mean.
Wait, this is the 20th century. The idea of that kind of witchcraft or voodoo, call it what you like, was exploded years ago. We're educated men, and there just ain't no such thing.
Still can't put what Schneider told us out of my mind.
When he gave us those little gold figure eights to wear around our necks.
Now that you both had become part of us, he said.
So?
Could it be possible that we
what?
That we have become
A part of them? How could that be? Kent, look, straight ahead, an airport. We're coming to an airport.
It looks familiar.
Are the instruments working? Not yet. But that could be Ribeirão Preto, or whatever it was called, where we refueled on our way to Cuiabá.
You're right. Oh, Kent, I don't know how you did it. You're some kind of genius.
Whoa, get ready for landing. All the way.
Hey, wait just a minute.
What is it?
That's not Ribeirão Preto down there. Look again.
No. Oh, no!
How on earth did we ever get here?
We've been flying in a circle. We're back where we started from. That there airport.
Turn back, Kent. Turn the plane around.
Don't trouble to try.
Professor Schneider.
Of course.
He's right. I can't turn it around.
Gentlemen, where have you been? We all missed you.
Again, only your voice. Just your voice. We can't see you.
Does it matter?
What do you want of us?
I want nothing. But she would like to have a word with you. Both of you.
She?
Lilith, our Lilith. Prepare to land. Lilith is not the kind of person you make wait.
But why? Why should you want to leave us?
Tell Lilith why.
Because we don't belong here. That's why.
You don't?
We have our lives to live, and if you don't mind, we prefer not to live them here. We're scientists. We have important work to do.
The exact words I said when I first arrived.
You must try to understand, both of you. You remember when you were flying here on your way from Cuiabá?
Yes?
You heard a strange sound.
Like an explosion, like an airplane splintering, crashing into bits.
What you heard was your own airplane plummeting to Earth into the wilds of the jungles of Brazil.
What?
Neither it nor either of you will ever be heard from again. So relax, both of you.
Don't waste your time trying to leave us.
Your life is here forever.
We can't accept that.
You will, my friend.
Gentlemen, the time has come.
Time for what?
For your first experience in contemplation.
Contemplation of eternal values, of eternal life. Now, if you'll both breathe deeply, deeply, and try to believe believe.
Terry, what's happening? Look at those mobs of people coming out of the temple. Hundreds of them. And once they come out and take their places, none of them moves. They just stand there like so many stone statues, grinning at us with faces that look like masks. Look, Terry, their clothes. Their clothes are starting to disappear. They're almost all of them naked. And their bodies, they're changing too. They're becoming Indians. Albino Indians. The Broncos we started out to find. And Schneider. Look at Schneider. He's trying to get our attention. He's holding something in either hand. They look like... No. What are they? They're dead human heads, Terry. Shrunk down to the size of an apple. He's holding them by the hair. How horrible. What their ancestors, the Hivaros, did to unfriendly neighbors. Look at those two faces, Terry. One of those heads is mine, and the other is mine. We've got to get out of here. Schneider, get us out of here. Get us out! Oh, I never thought we'd make it. Why do you suppose Schneider let us escape? Maybe he felt sorry for us. Maybe he knew that our lives and our sanity depended on it. Who knows? But something did give us that extra boost of adrenaline we needed. The main thing now, Terry, is that... Terry. What? What is it? How long would you guess we've been in the air? Well, let's see. It's, quarter past... Can't. My watch is going again. So's mine. And look at the instrument panel. Everything's working. I'm going to try the radio. CM 5406 calling. Calling anyone, anywhere. Radio and instruments have not been functioning. Come in, anyone. We request our position. Over.
VM CC 406. VM 5406.
Oh, isn't that beautiful?
You are 12.6 nautical miles south-southwest of Cayo Airport.
Gallo, that's the control tower in Rio de Janeiro. We're approaching Rio.
Runway 4 is clear. Please use runway 4.
Thank you. Roger. Terry, look. There's Sugarloaf over on our left. And Guanabara Bay. And there's the Christ of the Andes. Terry, we're back. Back in Rio. Alive. And in one piece. Terry, that tall, rangy-looking gal, the one with the close-cropped sandy hair, she's coming toward us. The one with the slacks and a white open-neck shirt? She looks familiar. What does she want of us? Well, I guess we're about to find out.
Terry Bridgewater?
Yes.
Kent Floyd?
That's me.
I was sent here to the airport to meet you.
How do you do? Hello? May we know who sent you?
We were beginning to worry about you.
You were? Why is that? Who are we? Yeah, who are you, miss? How do you know us? Why should you need our airplane?
Oh, so many questions all at once. I'm glad to see you both wearing that little gold figure 8.
How do you know about that?
I've been wearing mine for a long time. See?
I know your face. Just who are you? Haven't I seen your picture someplace before?
That's quite possible.
Who are you?
My name is Amelia.
Amelia? Not the one who disappeared over the South Pacific in her own plane?
In 1937. Great mystery. No one's ever explained it.
Well, then what are you doing here? Isn't this Rio?
It's any place you want it to be. Rio, Hong Kong, Cairo, the middle of the Brazilian jungle, Detroit. Any place. We're all of us among the missing. We're all of us in the land of the living dead. Please, follow me.
So, like many another scientist who sacrificed his own life in the attempt to increase knowledge, Kent Floyd and Terry Bridgewater seem to have passed into the strange world of missing persons, the world which William Shakespeare in Hamlet described as the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. I, however, shall be back shortly. When someone mysteriously disappears from the Earth with no explanation, where have they disappeared to? One thing we can be sure of. At least two people, Terry and Kent, know without question what happened to Amelia when her plane vanished over the South Pacific back in 1937. And, of course, Amelia knows what really happened to Terry and Kent as they disappeared over the jungles of Brazil. Our cast included Don Scardino, Russell Horton, Arnold Moss, and Carol Teitel. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I don't understand, Mother.
Do it the way these things are done ordinarily, everywhere. The expected way. The usual way.
Are you saying I should subject these men to torture?
I'm saying you have to find the thief.
That is not the kind of justice my people have come to expect from me.
Who's to know how it was done? Let me suggest a way. Let us conveniently discover a sack. It will contain Joseph's 100 gold pieces, Abiel's 200 silver coins, and Benjamin's 10 diamonds.
Mother.
Choose the one who pleases you least. He will be the thief. Punish him as you see fit. The other two will be satisfied. The mob will have its judgment. The throne will be safe again.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. This is E.G. Marshall. The doors of the mind can be opened into corridors of unlimited possibilities, where time and place have a way of melding into strange and provocative patterns. Most ghost stories take place in the dark of night, or when shadows are long and the moon is crossed by clouds. But we're about to meet a ghost at high noon, on a blistering hot day without a shadow in the sky. In the course of our story, the two women who are embarked upon a fateful journey find respite from the merciless sun when they are drawn toward a barn from which comes a very human sound. Our mystery drama, Ghost at High Noon, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elizabeth Pennell and stars Celeste Holm. Our story begins on a long, straight ribbon of highway in an arid section of the western United States. Marion Jeffries and Janet Marston are longtime friends who are returning home after having driven Marion's son to a summer camp.
What a lonely stretch of road. I don't like it.
Oh, come on, Marion. No road is lonely at 10 o'clock in the morning.
This one is. George was right when he said we should make this part of the trip either very early or late at night.
Well, neither of us ever gets up at dawn. And I don't think two women should travel the highways after dark.
Oh, I don't mind driving at night.
Well, then why didn't you say so yesterday? That motel we stayed in was certainly no prize.
Oh, not so bad. Anything to get away from home for a few days.
Not from my point of view.
Well, you can travel anywhere you want to at any time.
Sometimes I do it only to keep from being bored.
Nonsense. You don't know what being bored is like. I wanted to make this trip last longer. Really, Janet, it's an adventure for me.
Well, I've enjoyed it, too. It's given us a chance to catch up. But I must say, this stretch of highway is deadly dull.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it weren't so beastly hot. And there's not a car in sight.
Marion, I have an uncomfortable feeling that there are things ahead of us on the road.
Oh, I'm glad you're not driving.
But don't you see those wavy lines? Shapes rising up, coming closer and then fading away?
Sure, heat haze.
And over there, look. Look!
Nothing but bare, dry land and sagebrush.
I swear I see buffalo and Indians.
This terrible August heat has gone to your head. But I admit I'll be glad when we get to the next... Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
We're losing speed. The accelerator isn't working.
Oh, please, let's not have a breakdown way out here.
Motor's dead.
But we're miles and miles from anywhere.
I know.
Well, let's do something. We can't just sit here.
I'm just running the battery down. Then we'll be in a worse mess.
Are you absolutely sure we have gas?
Well, of course I am. Look at the gauge. And you remember when we got it.
I'll look under the hood. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Well, if you know what you're looking for.
Good Lord, feel that blast of hot air.
You better get back in while I check the manual. It's here, somewhere in the glove compartment.
Marion, it must be 110 out here. Ouch!
What's the matter?
The hood. It's so hot I can't touch it.
Well, get back in the car while the air conditioning lasts. We just better let the motor cool off.
Cool off? In this blazing sun?
Hurry, close the door.
So now what do we do?
I feel so helpless not knowing about what makes a car run.
Or stop running.
George always says, oh, skip it. I'm going to study this manual and see what happens when a motor's overheated.
Maybe if I put on these gloves.
Gloves in this weather?
Well, then I could open the hood and look for a loose wire or something.
You stay here. We'll think of something.
I'm thinking very hard.
No barn, no tree.
Marion, what if we really are...
Take it easy, Janet. I said this trip was an adventure, so let's make the most of it.
Then I suggest that we get out and start walking.
Absolutely not. The best thing we can do is sit quietly here in the car.
That's not my idea of an adventure.
Someone's bound to come along. Janet?
What?
Look. Look over there. Is your window closed tight? Make sure. It's a dust storm heading straight for us.
That's not a storm.
It's someone coming.
But there's no road out there.
Nevertheless, someone is coming.
Well, they must be choking with dust. It's almost too thick to see us.
We'll flag them. We'll flag them down. I'll get out and wave this scarf. Only, well, fantastic. It's horses. Janet, this is unbelievable. Look at what they're pulling.
It's a mirage. It must be a mirage.
No, they're real.
Marion, you said I was suffering from heat
Not
haze.
this time.
You do see what I see, don't you?
A covered wagon.
And a man who looks at least 150 years old.
Morning, ladies. Good morning.
Who are you?
I'm usually called Old Timer, but my name is George.
That's my husband's name.
I do not have the pleasure of knowing your husband, Miss Jeffries.
How do you know me?
I've come to take you and Miss Marston to the village.
He knows my name, too.
Of course I know your names. And now, if you will both come...
You will fix the car for us, won't you?
Oh, I have no idea whatsoever how you propel these remarkable new conveyances.
But you knew we were here. You must have come to help us.
Oh, yes, I'm here to be of service. Come along, ladies. Mirado is expecting you.
Mirado?
Mirado is the town beyond the hill.
What hill?
Over that-a-way.
Well, it's perfectly flat.
You'll see the hill when we get to it.
But a hill can't just...
Please, ladies, step into my wagon.
But we don't want to step into your wagon. We would like to be on our way.
This is your way.
I don't think you understand. We're going in this direction, straight ahead, unless there's somewhere we can wait until help arrives.
I have to get home. I mean, my husband's expecting me.
Mr. Jeffries does not know what day this is.
Well, we know what day it is, and both of us have to get back.
We live quite a ways from here, but perhaps if I could call my husband...
Oh, he would never hear you if you called from here, Miss Jeffries.
Marion, I think this man is not quite right in the head.
We don't want to bother you, Mr. Oldtimer, but what we really want is just to be on our way in my automobile.
Ladies, your automobile will never take you to where we're going.
But we're not going anywhere with you.
Mr. Oldtimer, I think it would be best if you'd be good enough to go back to your town and ask a mechanic.
Mechanic?
You know, a garage man. Someone who can fix an automobile.
Why, no one in Mirado knows anything about automobiles.
Marion, what are we going to do?
I don't know. But if there is a town, as he says, I can't believe
My orders
they don't...
are to take you to Mirado.
What do you mean, your orders?
Why, you have come to help us just as I'm here to help you.
Well, then help us, will you, please?
Aye, that's better. Come along. You cannot sit here in the sun.
Oh, he's right, Marion. And I'm getting terribly thirsty. At least we could get some water and find a telephone.
A telephone?
Don't tell me your town is that primitive.
I've never been privileged to see a telephone.
But you will send someone for help.
I will take you to Mirado. That is all I can do.
How strange to be riding in a covered wagon. It's not nearly as uncomfortable as I thought it would be.
That's your idea. At least the countryside is changing.
It sort of lulls you.
Why, look, Marion, there is a hill.
And we're climbing. But the horses seem so tired and old. I mean, do you think we're going to make it?
We're almost there. Down in the valley. That's Mirado.
Incredible.
And Janet, look. There are houses. Houses.
That means there must be water.
We have a fine village pump.
And people who can help us.
But this town is not on the map. I've studied the map very carefully. It shows nothing.
Look down there, Miss Marston. See for yourself.
Not very big, is it? But you must have a restaurant.
We have a tavern, and a church, and a jail.
What's the population?
Well, that depends. Get along there, Jezebel.
The street, Janet. Janet, where are the people?
It looks deserted.
No one round at this time of day.
Why, Janet, it's a ghost town.
Yes, you could call it that.
But surely you don't live here alone.
Oh, no, indeed.
Now, will you please take us...
Oh, no! If you'll step down, ladies, you can get yourselves a drink at the town pump.
I can hardly wait.
Oh, this rusty old cup. But I'm thirsty enough to drink from anything.
I'd like to put my head under it. Feels wonderful on the hands and arms.
But it tastes so brackish.
Hasn't been used in a long time.
Now, where can we go for help?
I will show you the points of interest.
No sightseeing right now, please. But thank you. Do you have a telegraph office?
Oh, no, indeed, Miss Jeffries. Scouts used to take our messages, although there is now no reason to send a message.
No reason? Tell us right now how to find someone who will go to the next town.
Ladies, you are going to stay in Mirado.
Well, I suppose we're going to have to for an hour or two.
You have come home, Miss Jeffries.
Oh, stop making jokes, Mr. Oldtimer.
Mirado's a place where people stay forever.
Stay? In this deserted place? We'll soon see about that.
Let's go to the mayor or to the police chief or anyone in charge.
You won't find them now. Not a soul till the stroke of noon.
Why not? Someone must live in these houses. Where are the people?
Asleep, Miss Marston. They're sound asleep.
That store over there. Surely inside we'll find someone who...
No one there yet, Miss Jeffries.
Well, I'm going to look anyway. Will you come with me, Marion?
Yes, but it's all so quiet and eerie. Not a sound.
Oh, you'll hear sound, all right. In the barn, cross road, out in that field.
What sort of sound?
Find out for yourself.
You're not being very helpful.
I don't like this place.
Mr. Oldtimer, you have some explaining to do. You said we were expected.
You are, dear ladies, you are.
Who are you?
How did you know our names?
It was destined that you were the ones to be chosen this time.
What are you talking about?
Please, Mr. Oldtimer. Chosen for what?
On the hottest day of the year, when the heat haze spreads across the desert, Mirado comes back to life and claims two people from the modern world.
There may be no new thing under the sun, but a frightening prospect confronts Marion and Janet if Mirado really has a living past. It is possible that George is merely a foolish old man, touched in the head by too much heat. But on the eerie streets of a ghost town, you never know what sinister forces may be at work. The two distraught ladies seem to be getting further away from help with each passing moment. We'll return to them and the old-timer shortly. Stranded on a lonely stretch of road when their car broke down, Marion Jeffries and Janet Marston have been taken to the strange ghost town of Mirado. In vain, they have tried to persuade their ancient escort to help them get back to civilization. But he has an unsettling way of insisting that they have come home to Mirado, and that here they will stay. Their panic is growing with each new turn of events. Aside from the old man, there is no sign of life on the narrow streets.
And so you see, dear ladies, we are happy to welcome you.
We? You keep saying we. Where are the others?
Later, Miss Marston. You'll meet them later.
We really can't stay very long.
Miss Jeffries, I'll show you to your quarters.
My quarters? Truly, we are not planning to be here long.
Come with me, both of you. We need you, Miss Jeffries, in the tavern here. Come, we'll go inside.
Oh, I don't want to go in there.
Oh, nothing to be afraid of. Come along.
Janet, the pewter plates. Look. Look. And the glassware. Oh, my, I'd like to take these home. Maybe we are in luck after all.
Marion, I didn't touch it. Honestly, I didn't. I just put my hand toward that goblet, and
And it's shattered.
Follow me, ladies. The kitchen here is equipped in the best possible way.
Why, it's covered with dust. That wood stove hasn't been touched for years.
I think you will find that it will soon be ready for use.
But who's going to use it?
It's not for you, Miss Marston. We have other plans. But we understand that Miss Jeffries is a very good cook.
What are you talking about?
This stove is for you, Miss Jeffries.
Marion, your reputation has really gotten around. Me? Cook on that?
Oh, I believe you'll get used to it.
Well, who, pray tell, is there to cook for?
You'll meet them all at high noon.
Marion, we have to get out of here.
Oh, yes, Miss Marston. I'll show you to the place we have for you.
For me? I'm leaving. We're both leaving.
We have real need of a school teacher.
And what makes you think that I know anything about teaching school?
We know a great many things about both of you.
But I haven't taught school
We know that you like teaching school. And this is a fine opportunity.
Stop it! I won't listen to any more. You said
Janet. Janet, I hear something. A voice from the barn.
A voice? Oh, please make it a human voice.
I'll be back at high noon, ladies. The bell on the church steeple will strike the hour. And then, at 1 o'clock, it will all be over.
Janet, I'm terrified. He's a madman. Listen.
Oh, I hear it.
Hurry. There's someone in that barn.
It's a welcome sound with a crying baby. There must be a woman nearby.
Help me. Help me to open the door. It's stuck. Well, we've got to open it.
I think it's starting to move.
This door hasn't been opened in years.
But how could it...
Pull harder. Oh, there.
So dank and musty. What a place for a baby.
The sound comes from over there.
No, the sound comes from over here.
Right here. The sound is right here.
In the corner. Look in the corner.
I don't see anything. It's so dark.
It's a crib. Oh, what a lovely hand-carved crib.
You're right. This is a crib. But Marion...
I know. There's no baby in it.
Marion, tell me you hear what I hear.
A baby crying right here in this crib.
But there is no baby. Are we losing our minds?
Oh, Janet, be sensible. We both hear it. Well, there must be an explanation.
Oh, I can't stand it. This spooky barn. Let's get out.
Well, we can't just walk out on a crying baby. You look on that side, I'll go over here.
But, Marion, I'm frightened. I always was afraid of the dark.
Janet, we've got to keep our heads. That baby must be here somewhere.
It's weird. There's no sense to any of this.
Now, come on. It must be something about the acoustics of this old barn.
The crying has stopped. Oh, Marion, I'm scared to death.
Listen to that bell. 6, 7, 8. The old man kept talking about something happening at 12 o'clock. Let's get back to town.
I tell you, I'm afraid.
Well, you're the one who doesn't like the dark. We can't stay in here.
But the baby that was crying.
But there's no crying now. There must be a reason. Come on, we've got to find out.
Look, Marion, out on the road to town, people.
Thank heaven.
Those 2 men in the field. Let's go talk to them.
How odd.
They aren't moving.
They look like statues.
Or that painting.
Yes. It's the Angelus.
And that girl who's running.
Only she isn't running.
She's standing still. 12. 12 must be the magic number. That girl is moving now, and she's coming this way. Little girl? Little girl? Can you tell her stop? Please stop. We want to ask you. She didn't hear us. She didn't even see us. Well, those two men. Let's talk to them. Sir, would you tell us, please?
Please, we don't want you to stop your work, but we do need your help. I mean, where can...
No use. They can't see us or hear us.
This is impossible. They're here. Janet, you do see what I see, don't you?
A man with a spade and a man with a hoe.
Exactly. So I'm going to find out...
But the way they're behaving. This can't be true. It can't be real.
Nonsense.
They're ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts. Now, I'm going to make this man talk to me.
Look out. You'll be hurt. That hoe is sharp.
This man is real. His hoe is real.
Marion, don't go any closer.
I'm going to touch it.
No! Marion, no! You can't grab his arm.
Mister, you have to listen to me.
He stopped breathing.
I'm not sure he ever was breathing.
But he's standing there.
His eyes. Look at his eyes.
Let go of him.
It can't be. It can't be.
He's gone right back to work again.
What about the other man?
No use. It would be the same thing.
We can try.
No. Marion, I can see the look in his eyes, too. He's dead. Just like the other one. Let's get away from here.
Honey, where can we go?
Well, I'm coming around to your point of view. We must be very calm and think this whole thing out very sensibly.
Let's move as far as possible away from these robots.
How about that hillside over there?
Well, maybe if we sit down in the shade of a tree, we'll come to our senses.
It's peaceful here.
But, Janet, we can't stay here. I'm getting hungry.
Maybe that old man was right.
What do you mean?
Perhaps you do belong in the kitchen.
What a terrible thing to say.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Marion. But you were the one who wanted adventure.
Enough is enough. Today will last me for a lifetime.
That's what I mean.
You're talking very strangely.
I feel strange. I felt strange all day. Ever since seeing those buffalo.
What buffalo?
Back on the road, when we were in the car. It all seems like such a long time ago.
Oh, Janet, the heat haze, it's gotten to you again.
Perhaps we're still back in that car.
No, we're here, in Mirado.
And that is the strangest part of all.
I agree that Mirado is a very unusual town. But now that it's 12 o'clock, if George was right, if we just go down to the center of things...
Marion, do you really believe there is such a town as Mirado?
But, Janet, you can see it from here, just as clearly as I do. Listen.
I've heard that sound before, when the old man came.
No, but this is different. The way they're traveling, this must be young men. And they're heading down the main street. There must be someone who can help us.
Ghosts. They're all of them ghosts.
Janet, snap out of it. Come on. Come on.
Where are we going?
Back into town.
I don't think I can stand any more of these ghostly people.
But the horses, Janet. Maybe we can get some horses and ride away from this frightening place.
I haven't been on a horse in 1,000 years.
Neither have I, but we can try. Oh, Janet, we can try. See?
They all look so busy.
What did I tell you? Siesta time is over. Everyone's awake now.
They're far from awake, Marion.
The blacksmith shop's over there. And that should be the place to find out about the horses.
Hello, ladies. How are you getting along?
It's the old-timer.
Thank goodness, Mr. Old-Timer. George, please, we can talk to you.
At your service, ladies.
You'd better be of more service than you were the last time. Well, I know it was you who brought us here, but you see, we simply don't understand.
It's all very simple, Miss Jeffries. You heard the clock strike 12?
Yes, we heard the clock, and we can see the people.
I had my orders. Everything will work out within the hour.
Good. Then you will take us back to civilization.
Nothing of the sort. As I told you before, you're staying here.
But we don't belong here. Those other people, they're ghosts.
I've told you over and over again. You have been selected.
But you said at 12 o'clock we would understand. And that everything would be all right.
It is, dear ladies, it is. We need you, both of you, to go with the others.
We'll pay you well, very well, for you to take us away from here. Anything you ask.
I do only what I'm supposed to do for Mirado.
There is no such place as Mirado.
Right before your eyes, Miss Marston. As you said yourself, it's a very busy town.
Oh, Janet, come on. We're going to the blacksmith shop. I wouldn't dare touch one of those horses.
Oh, they look gentle enough to me. That gray one, for instance.
I mean, are they real?
Of course they're real. And that white-haired blacksmith, he's not like those other men. Look at those rosy cheeks.
Most likely from all that heat. I must say the fire looks real enough.
Excuse me. Please stop for a moment. It's important. We want to hire 2 horses.
No use talking to old Sam. He's deaf and dumb.
They're all deaf and dumb, every one of them.
Ladies, you've spent enough time in here. There's someone waiting for you.
Well, why didn't you say that before? You found someone who can help us?
Come along. We're going back to the tavern.
Why, that sign in front of the tavern is new. It wasn't there before.
Well, people have been working. Right this way, ladies. Through the swinging door.
And the door. It isn't rusty anymore. Someone's oiled the hinges. The place is crowded.
Joe! Oh, Joe!
Welcome back, old-timer. Glad to see you. Did you bring her?
Janet, he can talk. We found someone who can talk.
Well, things are looking up. Or are they? At least there seems to be one other living soul in Mirado. But why did Joe ask that question, did you bring her? Which one of the ladies does he mean? It doesn't sound as though he's going to help them get away. Marion and Janet may be in yet deeper trouble. And the mystery of this ghost town is far from solved. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. At the stroke of noon, the little town of Mirado seemed to burst into life. The streets are crowded now as people come out of their houses and go about what looks like normal everyday business. And there are workmen in the fields. But something is wrong. If you or I should try to speak to these people, would they answer? Our 2 frightened travelers had no one to turn to except the old-timer. But at last they have heard the sound of another human voice. A man named Joe.
I asked you, old-timer. Did you bring her?
I certainly did. She's right here.
Marion, which one of us is he talking about? Mr. Joe? Is that your name?
Did you explain to her that there is a great deal to be done?
I tried.
He didn't explain anything, Mr. Joe. You tell us.
Oh, no use talking to him at this stage. He can't hear you.
But he answered you. Why can't he talk to me?
Not 1 o'clock yet. You're still in the other world.
I'll make him talk. Your name is Joe. You run this tavern, and we need help.
Old-timer, did you show her the kitchen?
Marion, it's you he's talking about.
We got plenty of complaints today about the food. Look at all the customers.
Yeah, looks like a full house.
Did you show her where everything is?
Tried to, but so far, she doesn't seem to quite understand.
Oh, she will. You tell her we'll take real good care of her. Nobody ever any more popular around this town than the cook. What'd you say her name is?
Miss Jeffries.
Jeffries.
You stop talking about me like that and talk to me. You hear?
Like I told you, Miss Jeffries, he cannot hear you.
He's got to hear me. Now, please, Mr. Joe. You look like a sensible man. You can tell us what this is all about, please.
Well, George, got to be going. Trouble in the kitchen.
See here.
He can't see you either, Miss Jeffries. Not yet.
You tell that new cook she's very welcome.
You're going to like working for Joe. He's a fine gentleman.
Stop it! I can't stand anymore. Janet, that sad-faced woman in the corner. Let's ask her.
No use. I already tried. Just like the rest.
That's Miss Crawford, widow lady. You'll find her a very good friend when you get to know her.
I want to know her right now, right this minute.
You must be patient, dear lady. Not now. We're on our way to the schoolhouse. We're here, everybody. Get ready.
Oh, Janet. What a darling one-room schoolhouse.
No one-room schoolhouse was ever darling.
What? These children are charming.
What do you think of them, Miss Marston?
Well, they all look like normal, healthy children to me. Only I know they're not. Oh, I don't know from minute to minute what to believe anymore.
You'd better believe, Miss Marston. The children are doing this especially for you.
They look as though they're singing.
They are. And very nicely, too.
Well, then why can't I hear them? Why?
In time. You'll hear them when you are their teacher.
But I'm not going to be their teacher.
Miss Marston, our teacher is old, as you can see. All the children have learned songs and games.
I didn't think anyone still used those little bells. What are they going to do now?
I think it's time for arithmetic.
Oh, what a bright-looking little girl. The one going up to the blackboard.
There. You see? 7 times 9...
7 times 9 does not equal 56.
That's just what I mean, Miss Marston.
But that teacher is nodding her head. This is outrageous.
Just as I told you. We need someone like you around here.
Why, I'm going up to that blackboard and put her straight.
Oh, no, Miss Marston. You can't do that yet.
But I'm going to.
Don't do it, Miss Marston.
Children, this number on the blackboard is wrong. Here's the way it goes. Oh, dear, this chalk, the chalk won't write on the blackboard.
Don't worry, Miss Marston.
Here, young lady, you take the chalk and I'll show you the right answer.
They've gone back to that game.
Here, now I want to show you something.
It's no use, Miss Marston. None of them can see you.
Well, then why did you bring me here?
So you'd know what to do later on.
You keep saying that.
We've been looking for someone like you for a long time, Miss Marston. And you've come to us at last. You will be their teacher.
You must be joking. Everything is a ghastly, hideous joke.
That will be enough, children. It's time for us all to go.
Marion, I have a feeling that the stage is being set for some tremendous catastrophe.
The hour is approaching, and I must get to my station.
Old-timer, please don't leave us. George, you're our only hope.
It's 1 o'clock. Hurry, run to the town hall.
Marion, listen. I heard the clock strike 1. But the people, they're all talking now. All of them.
And they can see us. Look, they're beckoning to us. Let's catch up.
It's Dusty.
Storm. The beginning of a terrible storm. Look over there.
I told you.
What did you tell me?
This morning when I saw those buffalo and the Indians.
The town hall. Hurry.
This sure is a stinking piece of road.
Come on. It's my favorite stretch of highway.
Glad it's not my Pete.
Well, if you had the right car, you could do 200 miles an hour along here.
Yeah, well, watch it, bud. A cop's supposed to set an example.
Bet I can do 150. Shall we try?
No thanks. You never make it in this thing. And we're supposed to be saving gas, remember?
This road's only fun when you drive as fast as you can. Especially on a day like today.
You know, Sweeney, sometimes I just feel sorry for the poor slobs we haul in for speeding on stretches like this.
Yeah, right along here's the best place to get them.
You actually come out here on purpose just to give them speeding tickets?
Sometimes, when I have nothing better to do.
Hey, slow down, will you?
Why?
There's something up there on the road.
Heat haze.
No. Come on now, Sweeney, slow down, will you?
Hey, I think you're right.
It's a stalled car, that's for sure.
Yeah, rotten place to run out of gas.
California plates. Nobody in it.
Maybe they're sleeping.
Well, we'll soon find out.
This is supposed to be your day off. But I'm still on duty, so here goes.
No, I'm coming too.
Man, feel that heat.
Nobody in the car, Sweeney.
Oh, they'd be crazy if they were.
I got the license number.
If it's unlocked, there should be a registration.
Find anything?
Yep. Belongs to a Mr. George Jeffries, Vallejo Street, San Francisco.
You want me to get that down?
Okay. But where's Mr. Jeffries?
Wait a minute. Ladies' gloves in here. And a scarf.
Guess he wasn't traveling alone.
It looks like women's luggage on the back seat, too.
Say, you don't suppose it was some dame who got stuck way out here all by herself, do you?
No, it's my hunch that there were at least 2 people in this car. But whoever they are, they took the ignition key.
Air conditioning. But that wouldn't work if the motor conked out.
Yeah. Well, which way do you think they'd go?
Wouldn't be stupid enough to walk on such a hot day. We got a ride.
But we didn't pass anybody coming this way. They must have gone straight ahead.
Yeah. Could have been some time ago.
But what do you think? Should we push the car off the road?
Car's in plain sight. No traffic. And Midway's only about 10 miles. We'll find a better.
Maybe I should stay here.
Oh, you're off.
Well, I mean, just in case, you know.
I'm sorry we don't have the patrol car. We did, I checked with headquarters. I'll make my report, and if there's any trouble, you can come back with me. We'll bring the tow truck.
Okay. I got it all down. Sedan, color blue.
Yeah. Come on. Get in, and let's go.
There's something in this book I want to check.
What are you carrying that thing around with you for? Boy, what a rookie.
Well, I haven't worked this territory as long as you have. Maybe they'll assign me to a car out here.
Oh, just ask me anything.
I just want to make sure that there isn't some other town or farm or someplace where those people could have gone.
Oh, nothing but desert for miles in every direction.
Well, let's just see. There's Baker, Razor. Hey, Sweeney, listen to this, will you?
Listen to what?
Ever hear of a town called Mirado?
It's not around here.
Well, it's a ghost town, or at least it was. Old trading post.
Maybe 100 years ago.
No, longer than that.
Well, then who cares about it today?
I do.
You know, you're really something.
Well, just a minute. Can I read it to you?
Read it. Since I got nothing better to do, go on, read it.
It says here that in August of 1846, a band of bloodthirsty Indians swooped into the little town of Mirado and killed all but one of its inhabitants.
All but one?
The lone survivor was a baby boy who was found asleep in a crib in a barn. There is a legend that once a year, the residents of Mirado come back to haunt the place. What do you think of that?
I think it's poppycock, made up for the tourist trade.
Hey, Look over there, that great big spiral of smoke.
Oh, Johnson, you're a fool. That's a dust storm, and it's coming our way.
Come on, step on it.
If anyone else drove as fast as I'm about to, even you would arrest him for speeding.
Some people believe in predestination, and almost everyone at some time in life comes across a ghost. Our traveling ladies may have met with an unfortunate accident, or perhaps they really were sojourners in time who found a better, or at least a different place to fit into the scheme of things. The ghosts of times past are all around us, and legends persist. The present is made up of the past, and a clock of 1 century tells time in another. I'll be back shortly. Be grateful for the energy crisis this summer. It may keep you from driving along a deserted highway. Check your automobile and drive with care. There could be a ghost town waiting for you. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Francis Sternhagen, Nat Polen, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, master of these somewhat macabre ceremonies, which will illuminate darkly the next hour of your life. The executioner waits. He waits, we are taught, for those who commit evil. He waits for them patiently, secure in the knowledge that they must come to him in the end. But this was true of a more orderly, organized era. Today, the executioner still waits, but not only for the criminal. Patiently, calmly, he waits for any of us, for all of us. He could be waiting for you. He could be waiting for me. But why? What have we done? Who knows? Today, there are executioners who have reasons of their own. Our mystery drama, The Little Old Lady Killer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Diane Baker and Ann Seymour. Some people die for serious reasons, and some people die for trivial reasons, and some people die for no reason at all. Tom Fessler is about to die. In less than 10 minutes from now, because he decided to stop at a roadside diner for a cup of coffee. Well, it's not so much the coffee. Perhaps Tom feels like bragging a bit to Sparky Wilson, who runs the place. This has been a day of days for Tom, a red-letter day. After all, it isn't every day that a man's efforts are crowned with success, that a man can become the envy of all his friends. Tom wants to savor this day to its fullest. He wants it to last as long as possible. And so he turns off the highway and pulls into Sparky's parking lot, making sure the station wagon is parked just outside the front door where everybody inside can see it and marvel. But as Tom Fessler walks into Sparky's, he is immediately disappointed. The place is usually jammed with a hunting crowd, but tonight there isn't a soul, save Sparky himself and a gray-haired lady sitting at the counter.
Evening, Tom.
How's it coming, Spark?
Can't complain. Who'd listen anyhow? Coffee?
Yeah, cream and sugar. Anybody been around?
Been and gone.
Anybody bag anything?
Oh, they'd be here bragging if they had.
Well, Spark, take a look out the window.
Yeah?
See what I got on top of the wagon?
Tom!
Yes, sir. That's a 10-point buck.
Oh, he must weigh.
Yeah, looking at a buck that tips the scale at 350.
You're terribly proud of yourself, aren't you, mister?
I beg your pardon, ma'am?
What have you done, actually? You've transformed a magnificent animal into a mass of decaying carrion.
Well, look, ma'am, I don't ask what you do for pleasure.
Pleasure? To butcher an innocent living creature. This is how you find pleasure?
Ma'am, look, I'm not bothering you, and...
I'm afraid you are. Your very presence, indeed, your very existence is an insult.
Now, look, Mum, this is a public place.
I'm sure it is indeed. Much too public for my taste. How much do I owe you, sir?
Tea and toast and tax, it's 37 cents, Mum.
Please, be my guest.
I'd rather not, thank you. There's a judgment and there is a judge. And you have been judged. Your eyes will beg for mercy, as did the now sightless eyes of that poor beast. And the mercy you will receive is the mercy you have shown. None.
Goodbye, ma'am. He's a creepy old dame.
This one's nothing. You should see some of the others who come in here. Just rolls off your back. Tell me, where'd you bag him? What'd you use?
You'll never believe it. My .30 caliber carbine.
You're right. I'll never believe it. 10-point.
You can kill anything with a 30 if you hit him right.
Yeah, that had to be a lucky shot.
Why not? It's my lucky day.
Take the high road and I'll take the... What's this?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for stopping.
Well, look who's here. Aren't you the lady that gave me that hard time back in the diner?
My car, it simply won't go.
Well, ma'am, if you ain't too proud to accept a hand from a killer of innocent animals...
My car, it just won't go, and I'm stuck in the middle of absolutely nowhere.
Okay, ma'am, you just hold on. Let me get my flashlight. Take a peek under the hood. What do you got against hunting, anyhow, ma'am? It's a good, clean sport. Okay. Now, I'm gonna check her out and see what's wrong. You want to get in there and turn on the ignition?
No.
Just turn over... What do you mean, no?
I don't want to turn on the ignition just yet.
Why not?
Turn around.
Huh? That's a little pistol.
Yes. I intend to kill you.
You crazy? What do you want to kill me for?
That poor animal lashed to the roof of your station wagon probably asked the same question.
You can't, lady.
Pray.
Now, look.
Probably need another shot. Did you use more than one? Your eyes. I told you they would beg for mercy. How large they are, how round, how bright. I told you. The mercy you will get will be the mercy you have given.
Please, don't.
Have you ever shown mercy?
Here is a doctor.
Justice. Justice.
What do you have, miss?
Information.
Information? What do you want?
I'm a police detective. My credentials.
You? A detective?
My name is Lieutenant Kramer. I'd like to ask you several questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Your name is Harold Wilson. You're known as Sparky?
That's right, ma'am.
Last night, a man was shot to death at the side of the road a mile and a half south of here.
Yeah, Tom Pressler.
You knew him?
Oh, we were old buddies. I guess I'm the last one who saw him alive. That is, aside from the killer.
When did you see him?
Well, he was in here. It was about 10:30.
When he left here, was there anything unusual about his manner?
No, he was laughing and joking. You know, he'd bagged himself a deer and...
He was in this place at 10:30. Was anyone else around?
No.
You and Tom Fessler were alone?
Yes, ma'am.
All the time he was here?
Well, yes, we were alone after she left.
After who left?
Oh, I don't know, some dame.
A dame?
Yes, a crazy old dame.
How old?
Oh, she could have been 60, she could have been 70.
How crazy?
Well, she had this thing against hunting.
What thing?
Well, Tom had the dead buck on top of the station wagon. She didn't go for that. No way.
What do you mean?
She said, you are going to be judged. Your eyes will beg for mercy, but you ain't going to get none at all. Something like that.
Can you describe this woman?
Just an ordinary-looking old dame with white hair.
She was wearing?
Wearing a trench coat. And what do you call them things? My wife wears one. A kerchief. A kerchief round her head.
Oh, what color was the trench coat?
Well, trench coat color. Cocky.
What color was the kerchief?
Well, it was blue. Yeah, kind of a bright blue, yes.
You'd never seen her before?
No, I tried to keep nuts out of here. I don't mean nuts exactly. I'd starved to death. I mean the kind of nuts that starts fights.
You didn't say she started a fight.
She was going at it pretty good, you know. This and that and the other thing about butchering poor innocent animals. She walks out of here mad.
How mad?
Well, mad enough to kill somebody. Except she wouldn't do it.
Why do you say that?
Well, how could she? She's so dead set against killing.
We know it was a woman, Inspector.
Look, Louise, just because Fessler had a few words with an old dame back in a diner.
Put the old lady aside for a moment. Look at the rest of it. It's late at night. He's got this dead animal on the roof of his car. Suddenly he stops. Why? You can see he was speeding by the skid marks. He pulls over to the shoulder. You can see the tire treads clearly in the dirt. And there was another car there, too, parked and waiting.
How can you tell?
They were tire marks. You can see what happened. A woman flagged him down.
Why do you insist there was a woman?
Well, he wouldn't have stopped for anyone else, given the lateness of the hour and his rush to get home. So, it's a woman in trouble. What kind of trouble? Car trouble.
Well, that's good theorizing, Louise, but you need something solid or specific to support
But
it.
I do have something solid, and it's in the report.
What?
Found at the scene. A flashlight with Fessler's name stamped on it.
But that flashlight doesn't necessarily prove...
Picture it, Inspector. A woman flags him down. She says she has car trouble. The normal thing for him to do is to take the flashlight so that he could look for it.
From what we know about Fessler, he was a big-hearted guy. He might have also stopped to help out a man.
The gun.
What about the gun?
A .22 caliber. It's not a man's gun.
Oh, now, Louise, I know of guys who committed murder with those little pistols.
But your average killer, who's a man, likes a good-sized weapon. It's all part of his psychosis. Now, go back to my little old lady in the diner.
Yeah?
She's basically afraid of guns, so she uses the smallest one possible.
Why does it have to be your little old lady? Suppose she was young, good-looking. He fixes her car and says to her, "Now, wouldn't you like to thank me?" He forces her to thank him.
With a couple of .22 caliber bullets.
Yeah.
But your young lady doesn't exist. My old lady was in the diner. She goes around passing judgments. She loves animals. She hates hunters. She goes down the road a mile or so, pulls over, waits, and flags him down.
How are we gonna find an old lady in a khaki trench coat and a blue kerchief?
Inspector, I'm afraid we haven't heard the last of her.
Hello? Who? Yeah, he can have credit. He's the kind of chump we're looking for. But you gotta let him win a couple of hands. 1 or 2 big pots, and he's hooked. I'll be out in a little bit. Sure.
Good evening, Mr. Weller.
Huh?
Mr. Arnold Weller?
How'd you get in here?
We have some business to discuss.
Look, lady, I don't know how you got in, but before I throw you out, let me wise you up. Hundreds of old dames like you come around beefing because her husband's lost money gambling in my joint. But it's legal. The place is legal. I got a license.
My husband never gambles. Neither do I.
Well, what do you want? What's your name?
My name is Bernadette Cobb, Mrs. J. Martin Cobb. My consuming interest...
Look, lady, I don't have time.
You have time. You have all of eternity.
Now, look, I don't want to be impolite, but beat it.
Certainly. After I attend to my business. In my purse, I have a... Here it is.
Hey, put that thing down. What are you pointing that gun at me for?
I intend to kill you.
Look, all I do is run a joint. People come here, they gamble. I don't force nobody.
I don't care about this place, Mr. Weller.
What place you talking about? I don't own any...
The other place, Mr. Weller. The other place.
What other place? Look, you got it all wrong.
The other place. The other barbaric, sadistic, fiendish, infernal place.
Dude, please. I'll give you some dough.
And I'll give you justice. Justice.
Justice, says the lady. Well, obviously we have here a freelance dispenser of justice. Mrs. Martin J. Cobb. Justice and humanity. She certainly seems to have the purest of motives, but somehow, like so many dedicated reformers, it all comes down to the same thing in the end. Murder. Evidently, Mrs. Cobb agrees with the poet who, in describing nature, depicted it as a place where every prospect pleases and only man is vile. Well, we may consider Mrs. Cobb an extremist in her attitude towards animals, but let us be fair. The animals in general have not been getting a good deal from us members of the human race overall. And so even if they have found a somewhat over-enthusiastic partisan, it still isn't going to seriously change the basic balance of things. Well, what with Mrs. Cobb as the killer and Lieutenant Louise Kramer as the detective, it appears to be Ladies' Day in our little show. The ladies will present us with more Check and Mate when I return in just a few moments with Act Two. Wasn't it one of our outstanding men of letters, Mr. Henry David Thoreau, who said, "If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it's because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music he hears." Well, now, this is one of those philosophical gems which sounds fine on paper. It may be all right to listen, but to march is something else. Mrs. J. Martin Cobb has been marching to the beat of her own drummer lately, and so far, she has killed 2 people. Because by this time, you have become a fine, highly perceptive, experienced, and discerning audience, you know that we shall hear her deadly little .22 caliber pistol bark again.
Oh, Martin, Martin, what color you give those strings.
Darling, I was merely one of the players in the violin section.
Is there anything new in the newspaper, my dear?
Nothing new. Same murder, robbery, assault. Same saber-rattling, threats and squabbling. Changed only are the names of the peoples and the nations.
Is there anything of purely local interest, Martha?
Well, if murder is interesting, we seem to have a minor crime wave.
Indeed.
You recall a hunter was shot to death last week?
I consider that supreme and sublime justice, a hunter.
Don, dear, you must not take on so at the mere mention of the word hunter.
If it weren't for the stupidity and arrogance and carelessness of a depraved hunter, you would not be condemned to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair.
Darling, the man meant no harm. I should have known better than to stroll through the woods during the height of the deer season.
That's what I mean, Martin. You had no right to stroll peacefully, but he had the right to stalk and kill. kill.
At any rate, the same person who killed the hunter killed a rather unsavory individual named Arnold Weller.
How do the police know that?
They have scientific tests of one sort or another which reveal that the bullets were fired from the same gun.
And do the police have any idea as to who the murderer might be?
According to the newspaper, they're following certain significant leads, which is another way of saying that they're completely in the dark.
These two victims are of no great loss to civilized society.
Well, the hunter wasn't a bad fellow, according to the press.
Utterly depraved. You should have seen that poor dead beast slung across the top of his car.
Darling, you talk as if you actually had seen it.
Well, I've read the description and, well, my vivid imagination.
Mm-hmm. The latest one, he was a professional gambler. He operated a rather questionable establishment.
He also did other things.
What do you mean?
Well, I assume he did other things.
My dear, you become much too emotional about these sensational crimes. I don't think we'd better even discuss them anymore. They're too traumatic for a person of your delicate nature.
Well, Louise, how do you square your little old lady with Arnold Weller?
Inspector, there has to be a connection.
Show me. Your own reports, you can't find any link between Fessler and Weller. You can't even find any evidence that Arnold Weller ever hunted.
I'm convinced that my old lady killed Tom Fessler.
But with Arnold Weller, your cruelty to animals premise goes out the window. And without that, you don't even have the little old lady.
I know why she could have killed Fessler.
I agree, but why should she kill Arnold Weller? He didn't hunt or fish. He never even owned a cat or dog. He was never involved with animals in any way, shape, or form.
That we know of, Inspector Farley. That we know of.
Well, a pretty delighted detective. How's the crime business these days?
You knew Tom Fessler.
Oh, yes, Mum.
Did you also know a man named Arnold Weller?
Arnold Weller?
He was shot to death the other day.
Oh, yes, I think I read about it.
You didn't know him?
No.
No, definitely, or no, after a pause for thought?
Well, you know how it is. I'm just trying to give a straight story to a cop.
Are you saying you didn't know Arnold Weller?
Well, yes, I knew of him. I knew enough to make me want to wring his neck.
Is that a fact?
Yes, Mum. Maybe I shouldn't say that to a cop who's investigating his murder, but...
But what?
Oh, he had a little action going, and I just couldn't see it all. He used to run dog fights.
Dog fights?
Oh, it's against the law, but who am I to tell you? But he used to stage those things.
Dog fights?
I don't mind cockfights. I even go, and I bet. But they're nothing. Just chickens. And we eat chickens, don't we? But dogs. To train dogs to tear each other up. Dogs! How can any human being be so cruel to a dog?
And he would stage dog fights?
Oh, he had this big barn not far from the intersection 8 off the turnpike. I'm surprised the cops never tumbled.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson.
But I don't know what for, Lieutenant, but you're welcome.
Inspector, my old lady is right back in. The cruelty to animals angle is back in.
She killed him because he ran dog fights?
That's right, Inspector.
I don't know, Louise. You can take a premise and run it halfway to the moon.
What else have we got?
Nothing.
I realize it's embarrassing.
What's embarrassing?
The fact that such an illegal activity was flourishing within the city limits.
Well, it's not embarrassing to me. Let the uniform guys worry.
Well, how about the little old lady now?
Do you realize how many white-haired old ladies there can be who wear trench coats and blue kerchiefs?
And carry .22 caliber pistols?
Well, suppose she isn't carrying it at that time.
Thin lips, too.
All right, Louise. It'll go out to every station house in the city.
Bernadette?
Yes, I'm home. I'm furious.
But why, my dear? Why?
I don't know if I can talk about it.
Now, sure.
No, it was too terrible.
Now, perhaps if you told me.
No, I mustn't.
My darling, when you share a load with someone, it's only half as heavy to carry.
No, there's no point in making you as furious as I am.
Darling, perhaps a nice hot cup of tea.
Usually in those matters, I have been prepared to act almost on the spot, but this time I lack the proper
Yes? The prop of what? My dear, you two talk in riddles, you know.
Her day of reckoning is soon to be upon her.
Day of reckoning? My dear, you do say the strangest things.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have upset you, Martin. Here it is. Staunton Road. Nice, quiet, deserted. Number 427, 425, and this should be 423. The name in the mailbox says Harris. Right. And we shall go around the back way, summon her to the back door, and... Aha! There's the dear girl hanging up the clothes. Mrs. Harris? She doesn't hear me. Wait. It's better that she doesn't hear me, because if she heard me, she'd turn down her transistor radio. And in that case, someone might possibly hear the shot. No, this way. I am hidden by the trees in her yard, and the shot will be masked by the sound of the music. So, Mrs. Harris, Mabel Harris, I say to you, justice. Justice.
I don't know, Louise. We may have your old lady.
Who is she, Inspector?
If she's your old lady, her name is Mrs. J. Martin Cobb.
Who found her?
A very smart young rookie cop. He saw this old lady going into an apartment house on his beat. He stared at her because she was wearing the blue kerchief and a khaki trench coat, see?
All right.
It seemed to him she was uncomfortable just because he was looking at her.
I understand.
It's that extra sense every good cop develops, but he must have been born with it. Well, he remembered. He'd seen her come in and out of the house dressed just that way, but the next time he saw her, after he gave her the once-over, she dressed differently.
How differently?
Blue coat instead of a trench coat, and no more kerchief. And she even had a different hair color. It's if she's on to something.
Ooh, let me get Sparky Wilson. Do you want to be in on it, Inspector?
Something tells me I'd better.
I appreciate your giving us your time, Mr. Wilson.
Well, look, if it helps us bag Tommy Fessler's killer, you can have all day.
Look through the windshield. Look at the people coming toward you. And if any of them reminds you of anyone you've ever seen before...
Well, this guy coming along here, he reminds me of a guy I was in the army with. But he's different. And that young Tame, Lord love me, I used to run around with a chick like that. Oh, look, how can this be helped?
Just keep it up, please.
And that older dame, she's turning into the apartment house. She reminds me...
Yes?
Where have I seen her before?
Have you seen her before?
That's her. The old woman who was in my diner the night Tom Fessler was killed.
The one who threatened him with retribution?
She's got different hair, but I'd never forget that face.
Well, Inspector?
Well, what, Louise?
Do I pick her up?
And suppose she doesn't have the gun. You realize the only thing that can hang her is a .22 caliber, nothing else.
Suppose I arrest her right now.
Suppose she isn't carrying the gun. No, the only thing we can do is put a tail on her, have her shadowed night and day, and wait until she wants to use that pistol again.
But if we delay, it could be too late.
And if we move now, it could be too early.
Timing, as most people would agree, can be the most important thing in life, and in death, too. For all of Lieutenant Kramer's insight, and for all of Inspector Farley's experience, these two, unfortunately, don't know what we know. As it happens, when she turned into the apartment house just 30 seconds ago, Bernadette Cobb did have the deadly little .22 caliber pistol in her bag, because she had just returned home from a fresh murder, the murder of a Mrs. Harris. And who is Mrs. Harris? A seemingly inoffensive suburban housewife who was, as we saw, obviously minding her own business while she was hanging her clothes on the line. It seems that all occupations are becoming more and more hazardous, especially with Mrs. Cobb on the loose. More hazards in Act 3 when I return in just a few moments. Cracking a murder case can be like splitting a diamond. When the diamond is struck perfectly, it breaks into a number of smaller precious stones. But let the wrong force be employed in the wrong direction, and one runs the risk of reducing a precious stone to dust. And just as a jewel can be lost, so can one lose the opportunity to catch a murderer forever. Precision. That's a key word for diamond cutters and detectives alike. Diamond cutters and detectives. How similar their professions can be. Each has at his fingertips a wealth of scientific guidance. And yet, when the time comes to strike the crucial blow, success or failure depends on pure instinct.
What's the woman's name, Inspector?
Mrs. Mabel Harris. She was killed this morning. Hannah becomes our party because the lab reports the bullet was fired from the same .22 caliber.
Okay. A woman named Mabel Harris. Killed this morning. At noon, we were staking out the little old lady's doorway. Along comes our little old lady.
Now, just a minute,
She was
Louise.
probably coming back from her latest killing. She probably had the gun in her purse.
Louise, you can't get carried away.
Okay, look, we made the decision not to take her.
Yeah.
Now, I could have been wrong to want to risk letting her escape forever by trying to take her right there. But I went along with you then. Now, don't you back down on me now.
Who's backing down? The little old lady theory, approach, whatever, rests on one fundamental premise. She's out to punish people who were cruel to animals. Now we have a dame named Mabel Harris, dead. If you can't find me a cruelty to animal angle there, your little old lady is out the window.
I know I'll find that angle.
What makes you so sure?
Because it has to be there.
Bernadette?
Yes, Martin, my dear?
Is everything all right?
Of course.
Are you sure?
My darling, why do you ask?
Because you seem so out of sorts lately.
Oh, do I?
For one thing, you insist on wearing that ridiculous red wig.
Is it ridiculous, Martin?
Darling, your own hair is so soft and silky. Why would you even think of hiding it?
Because, darling, there may be danger.
Danger? From whom?
Oh, my dear Martin, you've been away from the world so long, confined here the way you are. You don't know what it's like on the streets anymore.
Bernadette, what's troubling you? What's really troubling you?
I feel that people are looking for me.
Looking for you?
I feel their eyes seeking me out, searching for me.
You've been working so hard to support both of us. You're just exhausted, physically and emotionally. Now, sit beside me.
Yeah.
Now rest. Relax. Close your eyes. You'll feel better.
Yes, my darling. I'm tired. I'm so tired.
Mr. Harris, did your wife have any enemies that you knew of?
Enemies? Mabel with enemies? Everybody loved Mabel. A woman, kind, loving, generous woman, hanging up her clothes in her own backyard. Some depraved, subhuman
Harris.
piece.
Just answer one question. How did your wife feel about animals?
Inspector, is this woman for real? How can anybody in their right mind ask a question like that at a time like this?
Do you suppose you could answer it?
Mabel loved them. A stray dog couldn't walk down the street, but she'd give him something to eat. What do you mean by that question? She made a mistake. One very, very unfortunate mistake. But it was an honest mistake. You don't know how sick that mistake made her.
What mistake?
Well, that's why when this lieutenant asked a question about animals, it was as if she was trying to make poor Mabel be some kind of a monster.
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
Genghis Khan.
Genghis Khan?
Her big Doberman Pinscher. He was big, mean-looking, and that's why she called him Genghis Khan. But he was really very gentle.
Yeah?
Yeah, he'd been sort of out of sorts. A couple of days ago, she thought she might drop by the vet. Well, she had some shopping to do first, and so she stopped off at the supermarket.
Yeah.
And she parked in the lot. You know, the heat wave we've been having. Well, they got this law about how you can't bring dogs into the supermarket, you know?
Yeah, I know.
So she left him. She had to leave him in the car. Well, she never does this. I mean, she's always sure to leave one window open. But that day, she just wasn't thinking. Well, maybe being sick and all, Genghis was so quiet she may have forgotten he was inside. But she closed all the windows.
Oh.
And she ran into some people she knew, and you know how women are, they can gab about nothing for hours. It was a terrible hot day, and the sun boiled down the inside of the car, and after a while there was a commotion out on the lot. Some people must have noticed a dog just lying on the seat. He was a big dog.
Yeah, go on, Mr. Harris.
He was dead. And people were angry. And they were saying, find the owner of that dog and that person should be arrested. And Mabel, she remembered she told me there was one old lady there who was shouting, the person who owns that dog should be shot. A little old lady.
What are you doing here, Louise?
Waiting for her, Inspector.
You don't have to. We got it staked out all around the clock. Collins and O'Neill are on watch now.
I want her, and I'm not taking any chances.
Louise, you're a lieutenant. This isn't your kind of work.
Look, I'm on my own time, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, sooner or later she has to try to make another move, and then we got her.
We've been waiting for 2 weeks.
We'll wait for 2 months. More if we have to.
I wonder.
What?
Oh, I better not tell you.
You better not tell me what.
Well, maybe we can help her move.
How?
Well, I'll do it on my time off, and then you won't be able to turn me down.
Oh, Don. Darling, you're so nervous.
That was one of the few plates we have left from our wedding. You remember my sister Martha presented
Yes, darling, I remember.
Now, it's broken.
My darling, the ultimate fate of any dish is to be broken one day. Now, tell me, why are you so nervous? What's upsetting you? Darling, I'm very much concerned.
Oh, no, Martin. We can't afford to have you...
Please, listen, dear. I was looking in the desk drawer a few days ago.
Martin, that's my desk.
I didn't mean to pry, but Martha had called and asked for Millicent's address, and I thought you kept your little book there. Bernadette, why do you have a pistol?
Oh, darling, the world has become so dangerous. Thieves, bandits,
But
burglars...
the only function of a pistol is to kill somebody.
You don't know what the world has become. We must be able to protect ourselves.
To kill is a sin.
Martin, I know the kind of world you want, and we shall have it. Certain people must be taken care of first.
What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Now, please, you must get rid of the pistol.
Why?
I'm afraid. There are times when you show so much anger. I don't think it's wise for you to have a gun.
Martin, don't be silly. I couldn't kill anyone. Well, this gun, it's just to scare people with.
I'd feel better if you'd let me make sure about that.
What did you say, Martin? What do you mean? Make sure of it.
Nothing, dear. Nothing at all. Sometimes I just talk aimlessly. Forget it.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Would you know the price of this cocoa?
It's marked on the side.
Oh, of course. Here it is. It's so strange. Strange to be paying anything at all for cocoa. I was just down in South America where it kind of grows wild, do you know? That's where I shot this cavarina.
This what?
This cavarina, a very rare species of ocelot.
Yes. I've noticed you wearing that scarf.
Fantastic fur. Thin enough to wear on a cool summer day and warm enough even for the coldest winter. Yes. And such terrific hunting. Well, I have to get down there again soon. The Cavarina is practically extinct. And I want to make sure I get my share.
Proud of yourself, aren't you?
Well, I don't like to brag, but I'm a great shot. I blasted that cat right between the eyes.
A living, breathing animal, a sacred creation, must give up its life, a cruel sacrifice to your vanity.
Excuse me. Thank you for helping.
There is a judgment, and there is a judge. And you have been judged.
Goodbye.
And found guilty.
This is Lieutenant Kramer. Any messages? Call Inspector Farley urgent. Oh, thank you.
Don't touch that phone, please.
How did you...
Put it down. That's it. Now don't move.
You can't get away with this.
I'm not getting away with anything. I'm not committing a crime.
You're pointing a gun at me. Obviously, you intend to kill me. That's a crime.
No. I'm ridding the world of those people who make the world an abomination. The murderers.
But you are also a murderer.
Clever talk and twisted logic cannot save you. Nothing can save you. Just as you shot that poor, beautiful animal, I shall shoot you. Strange. You are also a poor, beautiful animal. And I shall now administer justice. Justice.
Let go of the gun, Mrs. Cobb. No, I don't want to hurt you. Oh, please don't force me to hurt you. Drop it. Oh, it didn't go off. Why didn't the gun go off?
Louise, I was trying to reach you here at home. She gave us the slip she got. Oh.
Here's the gun, Inspector. Here's your little lethal .22 caliber.
It didn't go off.
What is she saying?
She had me. She pulled the trigger, but the gun didn't fire. Must be a faulty cartridge.
You're all right, Louise? You sure?
I'm sure.
Let me see that pistol.
I can only say the Lord did not want that gun to be fired.
I'll tell you why that gun didn't fire. It has no firing pin. The firing pin's been removed.
Oh, no. Oh, that's what he meant.
That's what who meant, Mrs. Cobb?
It's what Martin meant when he said he'd make sure of it. Oh, Martin, why did you do this to me?
Come along, Mrs. Cobb.
Martin had no right to do that. He shouldn't have taken the firing pin out. That was very underhanded, very sneaky. Everyone's against me. In the end, they all show their true colors, even Martin. But I'll settle accounts with him one day.
Eventually, I think she forgave Martin. As you might suspect, the little old lady killer has been committed to an institution. And since Martin would be all alone in the world, he lives there too and helps take care of her. However, it's hard to say. She could be biding her time and awaiting her opportunity, as are so many other people, all of whom are certainly acting from the purest of motives. What a world it used to be, that only demons and devils and the blackest-hearted villains were the killers. But what do you know? It seems that some very fine people are moving into it also. And so, if you should be rudely snuffed out, the chances are that you might have been murdered by a very nice person. I shall return shortly. The moral of our story? Well, we have several. But the one that would appear to be the most obvious is, as a philosopher once said, all extremes meet in eternity. Super kindness is the other face of super cruelty. Obsessive love is the other side of super hate. And isn't it strange sometimes that so many people who so strongly protest cruelty to animals tend to overlook cruelty to one of the most prevalent animals on this globe, Homo sapiens? Well, why not? After all, Since when was consistency one of mankind's most deeply ingrained virtues? Never. Consistency is supposed to be the hobgoblin of little minds. Therefore, all of you, the only consistency that has any real value is the consistency of listening to our broadcasts here 7 times each week. Our cast included Diane Baker, Ann Seymour, Alan Reed, Marvin Miller, and Barry Kroger. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.